Ha ha ha, he's not worthy of having a piece of trash with zero spiritual power participate in the fire seed awakening. Don't waste the Academy's flame. No matter what you give him, he won't be able to ignite it. I heard the garbage disposal plant in the lower city is still hiring. That place would be perfect for him. Harsh laughter echoed throughout the Temple of Fire. Hundreds of students stood on both sides, staring at Lin Yi in the center of the hall like they were watching a clown. Some people gloated, some looked disdainful, and some even raised their wristbands, ready to record the scene of him being expelled from the academy. This is the Temple of the Spark, at Star River Academy. Above the dome, a holographic projection simulates a vast and boundless sea of stars. Hundreds of students gather here, waiting to receive their own spark. Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the withdrawal notice on the table. The red stamp on the notice, like fresh blood, was particularly glaring. Signed, Dean of Academic Affairs. Lin leaned back in his chair, tapping the table impatiently. Today is the deadline for the awakening ceremony. Your mental energy fluctuations are close to zero, making it impossible for you to fuse with the warship's spark. Staying at Star River Academy will only be a waste of resources and lower the Academy's success rate in awakening. Go to the lower city now, find an electronics factory to tighten screws, at least you can support yourself. Another burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Due to an accident, he traveled to an interstellar era where everyone was a captain. In this world, everyone receives their own spark when they reach adulthood. Once the spark is successfully fused, it can be ignited, awakening your own unique warship and allowing you to become a true captain. This changed their destiny, allowing them to rise to the ranks of the noble aristocracy, enjoy countless privileges, pilot warships to travel through the stars, and explore unknown territories. Today's awakening ceremony is Lin Yi's last chance to change his fate. Lin Yi has been in this world for 3 months, but what he inherited is a body with almost depleted spiritual power. He had no money, no connections, and couldn't even afford the cheapest F-grade fire seed in the legitimate area. Once he signed this expulsion notice, his life would be over. Thinking of this, Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse but clear as he spoke. Director, the awakening ceremony is not over yet. Under federal law, I have the right to make one last attempt, and the college has no right to expel me prematurely. Li Sen's face immediately darkened. You really won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin. Want to try, huh? Li Sen raised his hand with a cold smile, pointing to a corner of the temple. Fine. Regular fire seeds belong to the Academy's resources. Someone like you has no right to waste them. That's the abandoned area, piled high with wrecked parts dragged back from the warship graveyard. I'll give you 1 minute. If you can find a still-activated spark in that pile of garbage, I will allow you to complete the registration. Everyone looked in the direction Li Sen was pointing. In a corner of the hall, there was a large pile of rusty metal debris. The shattered armor plates, the burned-out energy circuits, and the long-extinguished embers were all carelessly discarded there. These things were originally scrap destined for the furnace. Trying to awaken a warship from them is almost equivalent to bringing a dead person back to life. Director, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him? A cheerful voice came from the crowd. His name was Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yi's mortal enemy. Above Zhao Tianyu's palm floated a silver flame seed crackling with lightning. A great flame seed, Thunder Frigate. Just now, during the awakening ceremony, Zhao Tianyu, with the help of this spark, became the most dazzling genius in the entire room. At that moment, he walked up to Lin Yi and patted him on the shoulder from above. Lin Yi, stop struggling. Kneel down and beg me now, and once my Thunder Frigate is officially commissioned, I can let you board the ship and clean the toilets. Although we can only stay at the bottom of the warship, at least we've truly entered the starry sky. Everyone around burst into laughter. Zhao Tianyu approached Lin Yi, deliberately lowering his voice. Trash should accept their fate. The Star Sea is not a place for someone like you. Lin Yi slapped his hand away, turned around expressionlessly, and walked straight towards the dusty corner. Every step he took felt like walking on a sharp knife. Even if all that's there is a pile of worthless scrap metal, he has to stake his last chance. Angry? Of course he was angry. Frustrated? Lin Yi's anger was about to explode. But he had no other choice. The cheapest fire starter in the regular area costs 100,000 federal credits, and he can't even afford a fraction of that. Lin Yi crouched among the wreckage, frantically searching. The first spark didn't react at all. The second spark's core was completely shattered. The third spark was reduced to an empty shell, with no energy fluctuations detectable within. The cold, sharp metal edge cut his finger. Blood dripped continuously from his fingertip. But no matter which piece of wreckage Lin Yi touched, he was always met with deathly silence. 30 seconds left! Zhao Tianyu suddenly shouted. Many students immediately followed him and began counting down. 29! 28! 27! The resounding countdown echoed throughout the temple. These people weren't waiting for a miracle. They were simply waiting for Lin Yi to completely plunge into the abyss. Li Xin had already given the 2 security guards a look. Once the countdown ended, they would throw Lin Yi out of the academy like trash. 15! 14! 13! Lin Yi searched through the wreckage faster and faster. His palms were already cut by metal fragments, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. Was he really destined to spend his entire life tightening screws in the lower city after transmigrating? No. He refused to accept that. He has never seen this magnificent starry sky with his own eyes, never actually piloted a warship, and is even less willing to kneel at the feet of someone like Zhao Tianyu and spend his whole life as a lowly person. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and slammed his blood-stained hand onto a cold black metal. In that instant, a cold, mechanical voice boomed unexpectedly from the depths of his mind. Host has been detected to have transmigrated to an interstellar world, and is currently in an extremely desperate situation. The Fireseed warship auxiliary system has been successfully activated. New player benefits have been distributed. The permanent ability, Eye of Insight, is now unlocked. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, the entire world he saw completely changed. Streams of blue data emerged from above the surrounding abandoned wreckage. Standard issue ignition remnant. Energy loss level, 99%. Current status, unable to activate. Evaluation, industrial waste, direct recycling recommended. Lin Yi's heart began to pound violently. He could actually see through all the information of the fire seed. Lin Yi immediately turned his gaze to another incomplete fire seed. Reconnaissance type spark fragment. Core circuit broken. Repair value less than the cost of required materials. The Eye of Insight, the state, defects, growth potential, and even the possible future evolutionary direction of the spark cannot escape the system's scan. Lin Yi subconsciously looked up at the silver flame seed in Zhao Tianyu's palm. Thunder Model Flame Seed. Public rating, A level. True potential, B level. Fatal flaw, hidden damage exists in the core circuitry. After completing 3 space jumps, the probability of the reactor exploding exceeds 90%. Evaluation, all show and no substance. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. The A-grade fire seed that Zhao Tianyu cherished was actually just a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Just then, the system notification suddenly turned a blinding gold. Warning! Extremely high energy reaction detected 3 meters ahead. Lin Yi abruptly turned his head. Beneath the wreckage lay a dark, round iron can. The metal can was covered in rust and grease, and smeared with a nauseating green slime, looking like a discarded air pump salvaged from a garbage dump ship. Someone had even kicked it deep into the wreckage, thinking it was in the way. However, in Lin Yi's discerning eyes, the ugly-looking iron can was now radiating a purple-gold light that could almost pierce through vision. Lines of golden data flashed across Lin Yi's vision like a waterfall. Item, Ancient Titan Core Self-Sealed Form. Initial rating, SSS Grade, Unique. Growth Potential, Unlimited, can continuously evolve through absorption. Core Trait, Mechanical Activation, can grant warships self-awareness. Core Trait, Material Recombination, can be infinitely modified as long as sufficient resources are available. Evaluation, a monarch slumbering in the dust, a divine embryo yet to awaken. Given sufficient resources, one day it will possess the power to devour an entire galaxy. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat. SSS Class. Infinite Evolution. This wasn't some discarded air pump, it was clearly a god-level warship yet to awaken. Other captains who want to upgrade their warships need to spend exorbitant amounts of money to purchase modules, search far and wide for rare blueprints, and also bear the huge risk of failed modifications. However, this Titan core can reorganize, repair, and evolve itself simply by absorbing resources. As long as it has enough metal and warship wreckage, its growth has no upper limit. The next moment, a complete plan for rise to power quickly took shape in Lin Yi's mind. He would choose this spark with unlimited potential, activate it, and generate his own exclusive warship. It then continuously devoured metal, alien beasts, and enemy warships, causing it to evolve wildly until it reached the highest level. He will retaliate fiercely against all those who have mocked him, step by step become the most powerful captain in this interstellar age, and ultimately rule the entire universe, completely reversing his destiny. Time's up! Li Sen's voice suddenly rang out. Security, throw him out! 2 security guards immediately walked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi suddenly stood up, clutching the grease-stained gas cylinder tightly with both hands. I've made my choice. A moment of deathly silence fell over the entire venue. Then, a burst of maniacal laughter, almost lifting the roof off, erupted. Ha ha! I can't hold back anymore. What did he choose? A gas cylinder? I've seen that thing before. It looks like a discarded gas pump that fell off a garbage disposal ship, right? Zhao Tianyu laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. Lin Yi, you really are something else. To stay at the academy and not leave, you're even willing to take this kind of trash back with you. Li Sen, equally disdainful, stared at Lin Yi as if he were an idiot. Lin Yi, are you sure you want to choose this? Once the registration is complete, you can never change it for life. You'll be stuck with this piece of junk for the rest of your life. Lin Yi completely ignored the ridicule from everyone around him. He gently stroked the cold, rough metal surface in his arms. Although the core looks ugly now, Lin Yi can clearly feel that a terrifying fluctuation capable of destroying the world is hidden inside it. I'm sure. He slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Director, please register this. I want it. Crazy. Li Sen shook his head, then quickly operated the tablet. Registration complete. Lin Yi, Spark ID 9527, rating F, scrap. You can get lost now. Lin Yi, clutching the so-called gas cylinder, turned and walked towards the temple's exit. As he passed Zhao Tianyu deliberately stuck out a foot, attempting to trip him. He then said with a mocking expression, Hey, scrapyard manager. Remember to take a detour next time you see me, don't get my warship dirty. Lin Yi suddenly stopped. He turned his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Zhao Tianyu, cherish your warship. After all, its days of normal flight are numbered. After saying that, Lin Yi strode out of the Fire Sea Temple. The mocking laughter behind him was still grating, but he no longer cared about it. As soon as he stepped out of the academy gate and arrived at a deserted street corner, Lin Yi immediately muttered in his mind. System, check the newbie gift pack. Ding! New player gift pack successfully opened. Gained 100 source points, which can be used for Fire Seed evolution. Gained 1 trait selection card, which can add a powerful trait to your warship. Lin Yi looked down at the gas cylinder in his arms, a barely concealed fervor flashing in his eyes. System, consume 100 source points to activate the Titan core. Command confirmed. Source point is being injected. Warning. Energy reaction too high. Mythical creature is awakening. The gas cylinder in Lin Yi's arms suddenly began to vibrate violently. The rust covering its surface began to crack inch by inch, and a beam of eerie blue light shot out from the cracks, soaring straight into the sky. Lin Yi gently licked his chapped lips. Tremble, mortals. The Emperor of this era has returned. Chapter 2 Titan Awakens. Is this a grade F scrap? The dark blue beam of light didn't last long, like the breath of a deep-sea whale breaking through the surface, and instantly poured back into that rusty gas cylinder. The street corner was deathly silent. Lin Yi could even hear the muffled thud of his heart pounding in his chest. The weight in his arms had changed, and the rough, rusty feel of the metal was completely gone. Looking down, the ugly gas cylinder was gone, replaced by a dark gold rhombus-shaped core the size of a basketball. The core's surface is covered with intricate purple patterns, breathing and shimmering slowly like a living thing. With each pulse, the surrounding space distorts slightly. No screws, no rivets, perfectly formed. Like an iron fortress, compressed into a heart. Ding! Titan core, nascent stage successfully activated. Warship form restructuring in progress. Insufficient resources, currently only maintaining core compartment form. Lin Yi watched as the data rapidly updated before his eyes. Suppressing his elation, he looked directly at the attribute panel. Name, Titan unnamed. Level, LV.1, frigate class, upgradable. Armor value, 5000 to 5000. Average armor value of a typical Tier 1 frigate, 500. Energy value, 1000 to 1000, void energy. Spark characteristics, mechanically activated, automatically protects its master, immune to 50% mental control. Material recombination, can absorb metal, ore, and debris for repair or evolution, with an absorption efficiency of 10 tons per hour. Weapon slots 0 to 2. Module slots 0 to 4. Overall evaluation, although it's just an egg right now, it's as hard as a brick. 5,000 armor points made Lin Yi gasp. Zhao Tianyu's much-hyped A-class Thunder frigate only had a maximum initial armor of 800 points. The Titan, on the other hand, didn't even have a hull. With just a core, its defense was already more than 6 times that of its opponent. This was the terror of an SSS-class mythical bioseed. With a soft hum, the dark gold core trembled slightly, detached from Lin Yi's hands, and hovered half a meter to his side. The next second, a strange mental link was established. Lin Yi didn't hear any mechanical voice, but he clearly felt the emotions emanating from the core: attachment, hunger, and an impatient irritability. It was hungry, it wanted to eat. Don't worry, you'll have plenty to eat in the future. Lin Yi patted the core's surface, unable to suppress the urge to smile. Just then, hurried footsteps and a piercing alarm sounded in the distance. The energy fluctuation just now was nearby. Quickly seal off the area. Has a high-level warship gone out of control? The Academy patrol team has arrived. That beam of light was too conspicuous. It must have alerted the school authorities. Lin Yi's gaze darkened. He absolutely couldn't expose himself now. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. A disgraced F-rank loser suddenly possessing such a monster wouldn't be met with applause, but only with research and plunder. Conceal your aura, he commanded in his mind. The Titan core responded immediately. The purple light vanished instantly, and its dark gold shell was covered by a dull gray camouflage. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a slightly more refined large iron ball. Apart from its ability to fly, it showed no other abnormalities. Lin Yi? What are you still doing here? Several security guards rushed around the corner. The captain of the security team, holding a crackling electromagnetic baton, stared warily at Lin Yi and Taichio. Did you create that blue light just now? Lin Yi asked, looking bewildered and bitter. Pointing at the iron ball, he said, Captain, I just wanted to try and activate this piece of junk. Who knew it seemed to short-circuit and sparked a little? The security captain approached with some skepticism and poked the iron ball with his electromagnetic rod. 2 muffled thuds followed, but the iron ball remained unresponsive, and no high-energy fluctuations were detected. Scrap is scrap, the captain said dismissively, letting out a sigh of relief. The monitoring station probably had a malfunctioning instrument, or perhaps the residual energy in this junk exploded. He waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. Get out of here, take your trash and leave the academy. The area will be cleared out in 10 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm leaving now. Lin Yi didn't argue, turning and leaving. The Titan core floated silently behind him like a loyal guardian. Only after walking several hundred meters and completely leaving the gates of Star River Academy did his tense back finally relax. He looked back at the towering Fire Sea Temple, the holographic starry sky still dazzling, a place for those sought-after geniuses. And he, now, was merely a discarded pawn, cast out of the academy. Just you wait, Lin Yi said in a low voice. Next time I come back, I'll make sure you all have your necks snapped. He took the Titan core and disappeared into a dilapidated alley on the edge of the lower city. It was chaotic and filthy, but no one would care about the life or death of a poor wretch. Lin Yi's goal was clear: to raise money and resources to actually build the Titan. Even with its current monstrous attributes, the Titan was still just a core. Without a hull, engine, and weapons, it was like a powerful heart without a torso or limbs. Inside the abandoned warehouse, Lin Yi sat down and asked, System, I still have a trait selection card, right? Yes. Please select a direction: attack, defense, support, special. Attacking is unnecessary for now. We need to keep a low profile in the early stages. The Titan core itself is devastating enough to smash anyone. As for defense, 5,000 armor is already outrageous. Lin Yi stared at the floating iron sphere, his gaze gradually hardening. Choose a special category. Is there any feature that can solve my situation of being penniless? The system was silent for a moment, and an orange card unfolded in his mind. Countless options flashed by, finally stopping at a name. Trait: Greedy Alchemy. Special effect: can decompose any non-living matter, 100% converting it into source points or rare materials. Upon killing or decomposing a target, there is a chance to plunder one of its superior affixes. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. That's it. This is practically a divine skill made for penniless people. Ding! Trait successfully loaded. Titan core gains new trait: Greedy Alchemy. The once quiet core suddenly trembled violently, its camouflage faded, and fine cracks appeared on its dark gold outer shell, revealing a scarlet light within. Those cracks resembled hungry mouths. Lin Yi took out his last coin and tentatively tossed it over. The core suddenly lunged out and swallowed the coin whole. Ding! Decomposed 1 Federation alloy coin, gained source points plus 0.1, and a trace of refined copper. Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. He looked around the abandoned warehouse, which was littered with industrial pipes, rusty iron plates, and electronic waste. To others, it was just a pile of unwanted junk. But to Lin Yi, it was all money, all the nourishment for Titan's evolution. Eat. Lin Yi pointed to the room full of scrap metal, issuing Titan's first command after awakening. Eat everything here. Titan's core hummed joyfully, transforming into a blur as it pounced on the nearest pile of discarded steel pipes. The feast had begun. Chapter 3, Frenzied Devouring, the prototype of the first form. Inside the abandoned warehouse, the air was filled with the acrid smell of rust baked by the high temperature. With a low hum, the Titan core, like a tireless dark gold heart, silently floated in midair. The cracks on the core surface slowly opened, revealing a scarlet energy vortex, like an insatiable mouth, frantically tearing at the surrounding metal. A rusty I-beam weighing 200 pounds, upon touching the red light, melted and disintegrated silently, like ice hitting a branding iron. No molten iron dripped down. The entire I-beam was broken down into the most basic particle streams, all of which were swallowed by the core. On the system panel in front of Lin Yi, the data fluctuated wildly. Disassembling. Scrap I-beams, inferior quality. Yields, source points plus 0.2, refined iron plus 5 kilograms. Disassembling. Damaged drive shafts, yields, source points plus 0.5, trace chromium alloy plus 0.1 kilograms. In less than half an hour, most of the mountain of scrap metal in the warehouse had disappeared, leaving only a thin layer of dust on the empty ground. Lin Yi looked at this scene and muttered, "This efficiency is practically plunder." He picked up the last piece of scrap metal and tossed it towards the core. A wisp of red light appeared, and the scrap metal vanished instantly. The Titan core seemed not to have had enough, and only reluctantly closed the cracks when there was no more matter to devour nearby. An indescribable sense of pleasure welled up in Lin Yi's heart. In this world, modifying warships was a bottomless pit of money. Even just installing the most basic light alloy armor would cost 3,000 federal credits in materials, and the labor and blueprint fees were even more outrageously expensive. But he's different. His warship doesn't need to buy materials, it just needs to eat garbage. Ding! The current area's absorbable resources have been exhausted. Feeding statistics, 35 source points, 1.2 tons of basic alloy materials gained. Sufficient materials detected. Activate. Basic ship reassembly. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and he said without hesitation, "Reassemble." The bare Titan core, while incredibly hard, lacked any deterrent power and had no mounting points. They couldn't just rely on it to rampage through enemy lines in the future. The moment the command was given, the Titan core began to spin violently. The metal material it had just absorbed was reorganized by the material recombination properties. All impurities were removed, and it condensed again according to a near-perfect molecular arrangement. A piercing metallic clanging sound echoed through the warehouse as layers of black metallic skeletons extended from the surface of the dark gold core. These skeletons seemed to come alive, rapidly intertwining and hardening like vines, tightly enveloping the core. 3 minutes later, the dazzling light gradually faded. The bare sphere had disappeared, replaced by a disc-shaped metal object about 1 meter in diameter. It was entirely black, without a single welded seam, its edges sharp as knives, gleaming with a chilling, eerie light. On the top and bottom of the disc, a ring of dark purple breathing lights glowed, pulsating slowly in sync with the core energy. Form update, Titan. Floating Guardian, Tier 1 form, armor value, 5000 to 6500, with external armor bonus, new mount, kinetic cutting blade, enhanced edge sharpness, capable of high-speed rotation to cut targets. Lin Yi reached out and ran his hand over the cold, sharp edge, flicking it lightly with his fingertip. The disc immediately emitted a crisp, resonant sound. Although it's not a warship yet, it's at least a decent weapon. He looked up out of the warehouse. It was completely dark. The night in the lower city was devoid of starlight, only the flickering neon lights and the faint sound of police sirens in the distance. Just then, his stomach growled in protest. Lin Yi patted his empty pockets. He didn't even have enough money to buy the cheapest bottle of nutrient solution. Looks like I'll have to find some live resources. Lin Yi's eyes were cold as he straightened his faded school uniform and turned to walk towards the warehouse door. The black frisbee followed silently behind him, like a shadow from the underworld. In this dog-eat-dog world of the lower city, the line between hunter and prey is often blurred. And now, he was hungry. His warship was hungry too. Chapter 4: The welcome ceremony in the lower city, shattered in one blow. The 13th block of the lower city is a notoriously chaotic area. There are no laws here, only rules set by gangs. Lin Yi had just stepped out of the alley where the abandoned warehouse was located when 3 long shadows cast by streetlights blocked his path. Hey, isn't this a student from Star River Academy? The bald, burly man at the head grinned, his left prosthetic eye glowing red. His right arm was fitted with a crude hydraulic mechanical arm, stained with oil and blood. Behind him, two green-haired henchmen were playing with switchblades and stun knuckles. The bald man stared at the black disc floating behind Lin Yi, his eyes filled with greed. A drone toy issued by the school? Can I borrow it for a couple of days, brother? Lin Yi stopped in his tracks, and the system immediately completed the scan. Target, downtown thug, cybernetically modified. Threat level G. Evaluation, a walking microsource, recommended for retrieval. The system remains ruthless and sharp. Lin Yi remained expressionless, uttering only one word. Get lost. The bald man froze for a moment, then his fleshy face twitched. You're asking for it. Attack him, break his legs, and take the stuff. The green-haired monster on the left lunged forward with a snarling laugh, his fist crackling with electricity, aimed straight for Lin Yi's side. If that punch landed, an ordinary person would be paralyzed for at least half a day. But Lin Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. With a whoosh, the black disc hovering behind him vanished abruptly. No one saw its trajectory, only a sharp explosion echoed in the air. The next second, Green Hair screamed in agony, clutching his wrist and collapsing to his knees, blood gushing from his mouth. His electric knuckle duster, along with half of his hand, didn't disappear. Rather, they were severed directly by the black disc. The disc hovered in front of him, its edges spinning rapidly, creating visible ripples of air. The moment the severed hand and knuckle duster touched the edge, they were engulfed by red light. Decompose organic biological tissue to obtain trace amounts of bioenergy. Decompose electric knuckle duster, source point plus 0.1, copper coil plus 1. What the hell is this? The bald man retreated in fright, his prosthetic eye flashing wildly, but could only decipher a jumble of gibberish. He exclaimed, Warship core? Impossible! How can a newly awakened core have offensive capabilities? In common sense, a warship core is as fragile as an infant, and must be placed in a dry dock and equipped with weapon modules to gain combat capability. But Lin Yi's core could kill directly like a dart. The brief fear was quickly overwhelmed by greed. The bald man roared, Attack together! That's mine! The hydraulic robotic arm roared, carrying enough force to pierce steel plates, and smashed towards Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi remained with his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, as if watching a boring farce. Too slow. With a thought, the Titan Guardian transformed into a black lightning bolt, striking the mechanical arm head-on. A deafening clang followed, sparks flying. The bald man felt as if he had punched a mountain of steel, the recoil instantly coursing through his entire body. He flew 5 or 6 meters backward, crashing heavily into a corner of the wall, which was covered in sewage, his bones creaking. The bald man looked at his right arm in horror. His prized mechanical arm had been cleanly severed in the middle, the cut as smooth as a mirror, still glowing red-hot. The black disc remained undamaged, still floating silently beside Lin Yi, as if it had never moved. Disassembled the hydraulic robotic arm wreckage, source points plus 0.8, hydraulic oil plus 0.5 L, refined steel plus 10 kilograms. Triggered greedy alchemy, plundered the attribute fragment, powerful hydraulic, 1 to 10. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that dismantling the spoils of war could also yield fragments of terms. He walked up to the bald man, looking down at the man who had been so arrogant just moments before. Don't kill me! The bald man felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Yi's unwavering eyes made him feel like he was being stared at by a colossal cosmic beast. Hand over the money and valuable parts. Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. My warship has a big appetite. If you don't want to be completely stuffed inside, you'd better hurry up. The bald man stared at the still spinning black disc, swallowed hard, and tremblingly pulled out a crumpled bundle of federal credits. He then hurriedly removed the remaining prosthetic limb parts. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi left the alley with over 1,000 federal credits. Behind him, only 3 thugs, stripped down to their underwear, remained, shivering in the cold wind. My first pot of gold done. Lin Yi looked at the banknotes in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. It wasn't much, but enough to buy a few bottles of basic nutrient solution and, incidentally, make a trip to that place. The black market in the lower city holds what he needs most right now: coordinate maps of extraterrestrial creatures. Only through slaughter can true evolution be achieved. Chapter 5 Black Market Rules. Here, we don't sell sympathy, we only sell coordinates. The night in the lower city was brutally torn apart by neon lights. Rainwater mixed with industrial fumes slammed onto the ground, forming colorful rivers of oil. Lin Yi pulled down the collar of his school uniform, hiding the Titan core, that deadly black disc, under the hem of his oversized trench coat. The core was still on standby, like a cold, lifeless object, but the chill emanating from his waist gave him an unprecedented sense of security. He navigated through several winding alleys and stopped in front of Old John's prosthetics repair shop. The piercing sound of a chainsaw emanated from the half-closed roller shutter. Without hesitation, Lin Yi bent down and crawled inside. Behind the counter, an old man with a face covered in grease was fiddling with a twitching mechanical leg. Hearing the noise, the old man didn't even look up. "We're closed. Go next door to repair prosthetics. Go to the back alley to sell organs. I don't repair things, and I don't sell meat." Lin Yi raised his hand and knocked on the counter 3 times, 2 long and 1 short. "I want to buy a ticket." The old man paused, raising his prosthetic eyes, the only visible whites of his eyes. A red scanning beam swept over Lin Yi, finally settling on his school uniform. "A new face, a student, huh?" The old man grinned, revealing yellow teeth. "Tickets here are expensive, and there's no after-sales service. If you die in here, no one will collect your body. You don't need to worry about that." Lin Yi slammed the $1,000 he had taken from the 3 thugs onto the table. "Is that enough?" The old man glanced at the banknotes, and with a flash of his mechanical arm, the money was swept into the drawer. "That's only enough to buy intelligence on the outermost gray zone. That's where the poor and scavengers live, few monsters, lots of trash." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. That was exactly the kind of inconspicuous place he wanted. The old man tossed him a dirty chip. "Insert it into your bracelet. And here's another piece of advice. In the black market, don't flaunt your wealth, don't trust anyone, and don't look back." Lin Yi took the chip, turned, and disappeared into the rainy night. The so-called black market was hidden in the underground air raid shelters of this neighborhood. Passing through several gates filled with the smells of mold and rust, a cacophony of noise immediately assaulted your senses. There was no holographic projection of Star River Academy here, only teetering incandescent bulbs overhead, and the ground was littered with goods of dubious origin. Scan initiated. Data streams rapidly scrolled across the retina. Second-hand energy pistol, severely worn barrel, 30% chance of barrel explosion. Fragments of alien beast bones, energy completely depleted. As Lin Yi looked around, almost all the data he saw was gray. This place was rife with scams and junk. The few items of any value were ridiculously expensive. He didn't stop, heading straight to a star map coordinate stall in the corner. The stall owner was wrapped in a black robe, and several screens in front of him glowed faintly. "I need the coordinates of the nearest interdimensional rift," Lin Yi said bluntly. Besides the regular interstellar routes, this world is also scattered with unstable spatial rifts. These rifts lead to monster-infested alternate dimensions, extremely dangerous, but also the only chance for civilian captains to turn the tide. The man in black robes spoke in a hoarse voice. "F-grade rifts cost 5,000, E-grade rifts cost 20,000. Which one do you want?" Lin Yi frowned. He had just spent 1,000, and now he didn't have any decent cash left. "Anything free?" The black-robed figure seemed to hear a joke. "If you want to die, jump off a building. There's no need to go into the rift and feed the worms." But he paused, then suddenly tapped a few times on a cracked screen. "There really is one. Abandoned mining area, rift number 17. It used to be a rich mine, but the space is extremely unstable this week, and the void worms are rampaging. The official area is sealed off. If you're not afraid of dying, you can sneak in through the sewers. Coordinates, 50 federal credits." Lin Yi stared at the flashing red dot, and a system notification appeared. Location, abandoned mine area number 17. Danger level, E+, extremely dangerous. Resource density, high. Large number of low-level void creatures detected, suitable for early harvesting. What the stall owner saw as a death trap, Lin Yi saw as a mobile experience point. Deal. He took out his last change, tossed it over, and after receiving the coordinate chip, immediately left the black market. As soon as Lin Yi stepped out of the exit, he noticed 2 tails following him. A student in a school uniform alone entering and leaving the black market was the perfect prey. "Trying to double-cross us?" He didn't stop, a cold smile playing on his lips, before turning into a dead end. The footsteps behind him quickened immediately. "Kid, hand over what you bought." Before the words could be finished, a black shadow silently swept through the darkness. Thud. The dull thud of a blade slicing through flesh rang out. Lin Yi emerged from the other end of the alley, the hem of his trench coat fluttering slightly. In the dead end behind them, 2 figures collapsed limply, each with a thin line of blood on their neck. Killed 2 black market pickpockets, gained 0.2 source points. Triggered the trait. Breedy alchemy. Dismantled a personal dagger, gained a small amount of refined iron. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at the coordinates on his bracelet. Go to the mining area. The real hunt is just beginning. Chapter 6 First Blood, The Terror of a 100-fold Source Point. The abandoned mine is located on the very edge of the lower city, right next to a wasteland filled with radiation and mist. This place was once the economic lifeline of the city, but now only huge mining machines remain, rusting in the acid rain like the skeletons of monsters. Lin Yi located the hidden sewer entrance using the coordinates. The iron bars had been violently torn open, indicating that many desperados had already entered. A nauseating stench filled the air, and the damp, cold darkness seemed to conceal countless things. Titan Alert Mode! The black disk hidden under the trench coat suddenly flew out and hovered above Lin Yi's head, its dark purple breathing light flashing like an eye staring at its prey. Lin Yi turned on his flashlight and went deeper into the slippery pipe. The further he went, the denser the scratch marks on the walls became, and there were even bones scattered on the ground that had been gnawed clean. Warning! Life detected 50 meters ahead. Target, void larva, LV.1, quantity, 3. As soon as the notification finished, a rustling crawling sound came from the darkness, and 3 black beetles the size of mutts hung upside down from the top of the pipe. Their compound eyes glowed green, and their sharp mouthparts dripped with mucus. They had clearly already decided to make Lin Yi their dinner. These are void creatures? Lin Yi stopped, completely unfazed. Under his eye of insight, the 3 monsters' weaknesses were crystal clear. Weakness, the junction of the abdominal carapace, the nerve center. The lead larva shrieked and kicked out like a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Yi's face, a stench filling the air. Lin Yi didn't even raise a hand, only uttering a single word in his mind. Slay. The Titan Guardian suddenly accelerated, not charging straight ahead, but tracing a strange arc in midair, like a rapidly spinning black dart. With a hiss, the air was sliced open. The larva froze in midair, its body neatly split in 2. Before the green blood could even spurt out, it was evaporated by the intense heat of the wound, and the corpse fell with a thud at Lin Yi's feet. The other 2 larvae hesitated briefly, but were still driven by their bloodlust to pounce. Too slow. Titan completed an incredible sharp-angle refraction in midair, 2 black lights flashed, and the remaining 2 larvae were instantly decapitated. From target detection to the end of the battle, less than 2 seconds elapsed. The rudimentary floating guards derived from the SSS-class core were a complete dimensional displacement attack against Level 1 void creatures. Immediately afterwards, system notifications flooded the screen. Killed void larva LV.1x3, base reward, source points +3. Triggered talent. Double source points. Actual gain, source points +300. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became heavier. He earned 300 points in just 2 seconds. This isn't an upgrade, it's robbery! Lin Yi stared at the soaring numbers on the panel, his eyes brimming with barely suppressed fervor. But the Titan Guard did not return. Instead, it hovered above the insect corpses, its crimson mouth splitting open. Activation of trait, Greedy Alchemy. The 3 insect corpses rapidly withered and weathered, eventually turning into grayish-white powder. Decomposed void creature tissue, gain bioenergy +10. Obtain materials, chitinous chitin shell, inferior, x3. Minor repair of warship armor value. Lin Yi clenched his fist. Killing monsters could earn him source points, and the corpses could be turned into materials to repair his warship. This wasn't a perpetual motion machine at all. It was a divine skill that could snowball infinitely. System, consume 300 source points to strengthen the Titan core. In this dangerous world, resources are only truly valuable when converted into immediate combat power. Command confirmed. Source points injected, core level increased to LV.2. Energy cap increased by 200, new blueprint unlocked, kinetic cannon module. A warm current surged into his mind. As the warship upgraded, his mental energy received a slight boost, and his previously parched mental sea seemed to become slightly moist. Continue. Lin Yi looked towards the end of the deep sewers, where countless mobile source points awaited him. He strode forward, his black trench coat blending into the darkness, the Titan guards behind him humming with eager anticipation. Tonight, this place would become a slaughterhouse. Chapter 7: The efficiency of the slaughterhouse. The tyrant deep in the lair, deep in the sewers, dark and damp. This place, which should have been a silent death ground, was now completely filled with the sickening sounds of cutting. Swoosh! The black Titan guards, like tireless death discs, darted through the narrow pipes at high speed. With each flash of black light, a void larva was severed in half, its green slime spraying all over the walls, only to be decomposed and absorbed by an invisible force before it could even fall. Lin Yi walked forward expressionlessly, stepping over the corpses of insects scattered on the ground. Kill notifications on his retina flashed incessantly. Killed a void larva, LV.1, source points +300. Triggered greedy alchemy, gained a small amount of bioenergy, chitin x5. In just 10 minutes, he had killed more than 50 larvae, and his source points balance had skyrocketed to 16,500. If those novice captains outside, still struggling for a few dozen source points, saw this number, they would probably be insanely jealous. The efficiency is acceptable, but not enough. Lin Yi stepped over the shriveled insect corpses, his leather boots splashing into the puddles with a crisp sound. The Titan core hovered beside him, its dark gold shell glowing with a pale red light, a sign of its heightened arousal after absorbing a large amount of flesh and blood energy. The pipe ahead gradually widened, and the stench in the air became 10 times stronger, stinging the eyes. The ground was no longer cement, but covered with dark purple biological tissue, like a wriggling carpet of fungi. Warning! Approaching a high-risk area. Elite-level biohazard detected ahead. Target: gluttonous beetle, LV.3 Elite. Quantity 1. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. Dozens of meters away, a giant beetle, comparable in size to a small car, lay sprawled on the open ground, its thick, black carapace gleaming coldly. Its massive, hydraulically shear-like mandibles were chewing on half of a human corpse dressed in miner's clothes. Sensing the presence of a living person, the gluttonous beetle abruptly raised its head, its compound eyes locking onto Lin Yi. Roar! The roar shook the rust falling from above. It flung aside the corpse, and with all 6 thick limbs exerting force, it crashed down like an out-of-control tank. Facing this colossal creature, Lin Yi didn't retreat an inch, calmly observing it as data streams rapidly pulsed in his eyes. Scanning target weaknesses: 3rd abdominal segment, shell creases, weak defense. Mouth leading directly to the brain, undefended. Is that all you've got? Lin Yi raised his right hand and lightly tapped with his index finger. Titan, go! Buzz! The suspended black disc vanished instantly, not colliding head-on, but suddenly rising before making contact, grazing past the beetle's head. Just as the gluttonous beetle raised its head and opened its maw, ready to tear Lin Yi to shreds, the Titan guard abruptly stopped midair. The next second, like a plummeting meteorite, it pierced the beetle's gaping maw with a piercing shriek. Thud! The enormous insect's body suddenly froze, followed by a chilling churning sound from within, as if frozen meat had been thrown into a meat grinder. The gluttonous beetle struggled frantically, crashing into the surrounding concrete walls, causing them to crack and collapse, but all of this was merely a death throes. 3 seconds later, it collapsed to the ground, green blood gushing from its mouth and nose, only to be rapidly drained by the power of the gluttonous alchemy. Slayed. Gluttonous beetle, LV.3 Elite. Basic reward, source points plus 50, trigger 100x critical hit. Gain source points plus 5,000. Triggering greedy alchemy, plunder the attribute fragment. Hard carapace 1 to 5. Obtained rare materials, bioacidic gland X1, high-density insect shell X 200 kg. The black disc pierced through the beetle's back and flew out, without a drop of blood, still shining as new. Looking at the reward notification, Lin Yi finally smiled with satisfaction. 5,000 source points, plus what he had accumulated before, brought his total source points to over 20,000. In the novice stage, when everyone was an F-rank fire seed and still worried about a few hundred resources, he was already a true tycoon. The materials are all ready. Lin Yi walked to the giant insect's corpse and pressed his hand against its cold carapace. System, retrieve the kinetic cannon blueprint. Blueprint loaded. Required materials, high-strength steel, gunpowder residue, high-density biological materials, all met. Required source points, 2,000. Begin construction? Lin Yi's eyes burned with intensity. The abandoned mine was fraught with danger. While the Titan guards were agile, they lacked long-range suppressive fire. He needed a gun, a large-caliber heavy weapon capable of tearing enemies to shreds. Construction. Lin Yi's voice echoed through the empty sewers. Boom! The Titan core suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light, and the surrounding metal scraps and the carapaces of the recently hunted Zerg were all thrown into the air and drawn into the purple vortex. Matter reorganization begins. Chapter 8. Caliber is Justice, the first ship-borne cannon. Purple light illuminated the dark sewers, where countless pieces of scrap metal melted, stretched, and reshaped. The originally flat Titan Guardian underwent a dramatic transformation. Its size didn't increase, but its structure became compact and heavy. A sophisticated mechanical structure rapidly formed at the bottom of the disc, with a black 6-barreled gun gleaming coldly. The honeycomb drum magazine and hydraulic buffer device took shape in sequence. With a click, the mechanical structure snapped shut, the purple light dissipated, and the brand new Titan core floated before Lin Yi. It is no longer just a frisbee, but a small, floating, autonomous turret with a 6-barreled machine gun at its base, as thick as an adult's arm, exuding a violent aesthetic. Construction complete. Module acquired, Titan Basic Kinetic Cannon, Modified Version. 20mm caliber, 3,000 rounds /min rate of fire, Ammunition is matter conversion rounds, replenishable by consuming source points or devouring metal. Current reserves are unlimited. Trait: Tear deals an additional 30% damage to light armor. But as soon as he turned to look down into the depths of the sewer, a dense crawling sound came from the darkness. The dying screams of the elite beetles had clearly alerted the entire nest. With the squeaks, countless green eyes lit up in the darkness. At least 100 void larvae, mixed with a dozen or so larger engineer insects, surged forward like a tidal wave. Smelling the blood of their own kind, they went completely berserk. Previously, Lin Yi could only use the terrain to maneuver or temporarily avoid their attacks. But now, with his hands in his trench coat pockets, he was as calm as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. Titan, fire freely! With a whoosh, the machine gun hovering above his head instantly spun, warming up in just 0.1 seconds. The next moment, orange flames tore through the darkness, and the narrow sewer instantly transformed into a hellish inferno. The 20mm kinetic energy projectile sliced through butter like a red-hot scythe, and the void larva charging at the front was blasted into a green blood mist before it could even scream. The concrete wall was riddled with holes, rubble flew everywhere, and limbs and blood splattered all over the ground. A dozen engineer insects tried to charge through the hail of bullets, but their hard shells were as brittle as paper in the face of the metal storm of 3,000 rounds per minute. Bang! 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 The head of an engineer bug exploded, followed by a second, then a third. Lin Yi didn't even need to move. The Titan Core's fire control system was terrifyingly precise, every bullet heading straight for vital organs. Kill a void larva, source points plus 300. Kill a void engineer, source points plus 1000. The source points on the data panel were fluctuating wildly. In just 30 seconds, the surging swarm of insects was completely wiped out. Lin Yi stepped forward, stepping over the corpses of the Zerg, and shook his head, saying, "Too weak." This level of combat wasn't even qualified to test the machine gun's maximum overheating time. Suddenly, cries of alarm came from ahead. "Who's that? That firepower! Are the army's heavy mechs here?" At the end of the sewers was an abandoned mine hall, where a 4-person exploration team was crouching in disarray behind cover. They were all wounded, their equipment tattered, clearly having just been driven to the brink of destruction by the insect swarm. They thought they were doomed, but instead, they saw a boy in a high school uniform, carrying a hovering Gatling gun, walking out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those monsters that had filled them with despair were as fragile as a joke in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi coldly swept his gaze over the 4 people, and the system immediately provided information. Target: Lower City Scavenger Squad. Threat level: none. Equipment: old-fashioned kinetic rifle, inferior alloy knife. Lin Yi ignored them and walked straight to the center of the mine. On the rock wall, a dark blue crystal was quietly emitting light. It was a void crystal, the source of this insect swarm. "I want this." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable domineering authority. The 4 scavengers glanced at the smoking cannon muzzle and swallowed hard. The captain nodded hastily. "Please go ahead." Trying to take something from such a ruthless person was like asking for trouble. Lin Yi walked to the crystal. The Titan core slowly floated away, cracking open a fissure. With a snap, the priceless void crystal was swallowed whole. Swallowed low-purity void crystal, gained 5,000 source points. Titan core charging progress 10%. High-dimensional energy detected, unlocking new trait branch, void shield, requires core level LV.5. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This was the real treasure. He turned and disappeared into the dark passageway amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the 4 men. Tonight's hunt has only just begun. Chapter 9: A Triumphant Return. Let fear fly for a while. The air in the sewers was still murky, and the stench was overwhelming. Lin Yi stepped out of the darkness, his feet sinking into the sticky ground. The Titan core, hovering beside him, had retracted its menacing 6-barreled machine gun, transforming back into an inconspicuous black disc. Only the occasional flickering blue arcs of electricity on the disc served as a constant reminder that it had just completed a one-sided massacre. The 4 surviving scavengers stood in a row against the wall, barely daring to breathe. They watched Lin Yi return, his body completely untouched by blood. As for the swarm of insects that had nearly wiped them out, it had long since ceased to move. "Sir," the scavenger captain managed to say, his voice trembling violently. "Thank you for saving us." Lin Yi stopped and turned his head. In the dim light, his eyes were as cold as ice. "I didn't save you. I just went to get my things." The lives of these people were meaningless to him. If they hadn't been blocking the intersection, Lin Yi wouldn't have bothered to even glance at them. We understand. The captain quickly pulled out a crumpled magnetic card and handed it to Lin Yi with both hands. "This is an access card we found in the abandoned warehouse up ahead. We don't know what it's for, but we're just offering it as a small token of our appreciation. Lin Yi glanced at it, and the system information immediately appeared. Item: Backup access control for the D-sector armory, now disabled. Evaluation: a piece of worthless plastic, but in the hands of some hackers, it might be able to be exchanged for some intelligence. Lin Yi didn't take it, only coldly tossing out, "Keep it for yourself." With that, he turned and walked towards the exit without looking back. Only after his figure disappeared around the corner did the four scavengers collapse to the ground, as if all their strength had been drained away. "Captain, what kind of monster was that?" A team member wiped away cold sweat, his voice weak. "He looked like a student. Are all the students at Star River Academy this freakish?" "Freakish?" The captain looked at the insect corpses scattered on the ground, shook his head with a wry smile. "That was a god." When he returned to the surface, the rain had stopped. Lin Yi didn't go straight back to the abandoned warehouse. Instead, he circled the streets a few times to make sure no one was following him before disappearing into the basement of an unfinished building. This was his makeshift safe house. He sat cross-legged on the dusty mattress, the Titan core hovering silently before him. System: tally the spoils. Hunting statistics: 128 void larvae killed, 15 engineers killed, 1 gluttonous beetle killed. Gained 48,500 source points, including a 100x critical hit bonus. Materials obtained: 2 tons of high-density insect armor, 1 biological acid gland, 1 low-purity void crystal. Current source point balance: 52,150 points. 50,000 source points. Lin Yi stared at that number, his heart pounding faster than ever. According to the standards of Star River Academy, a newly awakened student only needs about 1,000 source points to upgrade their F-level fire seed to E-level. His current wealth is enough to support an ordinary class of students until graduation. This is the thrill of plunder. Lin Yi took out the void crystal that emitted a ghostly blue light. This thing was worth 100,000 federal credits on the black market, and it was a hard currency with a high price but no market. But sell it? Only a fool would do that. "Titan, devour it!" With a whoosh, the black disk instantly shattered, like a gaping maw of ravenous hunger, swallowing the void crystal whole. Devour successful. The Titan core has received nourishment from void energy. Energy recovery speed increased by 50%. Unlock new feature, void concealment. When activated, radar cross-section is reduced by 99%, visual visibility is reduced by 80%, and energy is continuously consumed. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Invisibility, the most perfect ability of an assassin. Combined with the terrifying rate of fire of the Titan core's kinetic cannons, he was now a ghostly grim reaper lurking in the shadows. Next, it's time to deal with this garbage. Lin Yi looked at the system space. 2 tons of insect armor and acidic glands were piled up there. Although the Titan core could devour metal, the conversion rate of these biological materials was too low. It would be more worthwhile to exchange them for money. He needed money, and a lot of money. High-strength alloys, rare metals, and even more advanced spark blueprints couldn't be obtained by scavenging. Lin Yi got up, changed into a black hoodie, and put the Titan core into his pocket. Old John should be able to handle this shipment. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Selling stolen goods is often more dangerous than robbery. But in the face of overwhelming firepower, danger is just another way to make money. Chapter 10: Selling Stolen Goods. Greedy gazes in the black market. Old John's repair shop was still half dead, the dim yellow signboard above the door crackling as if it might die at any moment. Lin Yi pushed open the roller shutter door, the harsh metallic scraping sound piercing the night. Behind the counter, an old man with a prosthetic eye was bent over repairing a broken mechanical arm. Hearing the noise, old John didn't even look up. "I told you, we don't accept scrap here, nor do we offer overnight service. I'm here to sell." Lin Yi walked to the counter, his tone calm. Old John stopped what he was doing. His red prosthetic eye scanned the area, locked onto Lin Yi, and grinned. "It's you again? Did you pick up a few cans from the sewers?" Lin Yi, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and flashed, the storage bracelet glowing. With a whoosh, a large number of shiny black insect shell fragments piled up on the counter, even rolling all over the floor, and a strong fishy smell instantly filled the entire shop. Old John's smile froze. He immediately dropped the file, grabbed a piece of carapace, and scanned it with his prosthetic eye. Fresh void insect carapace, and the hardest part of its abdomen? This cut isn't from an ordinary laser, it was left by a high-frequency kinetic weapon. He looked up abruptly, scrutinizing Lin Yi in his school uniform, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You brat, you didn't steal the City Defense Army's transport truck, did you?" "This is none of your business." Lin Yi tapped the table lightly. 2 tons of insect beetles, and the acidic glands of a gluttonous beetle. Name your price." Old John swallowed hard. Having been in the black market for 30 years, he could tell at a glance that this batch of goods had just been taken from a monster. And the cutting was clean and efficient. The person who did it was definitely not simple. This student in front of him was probably even more unfathomable than he thought. The insect shell is 300 per kilogram, the glands are 20,000, totaling 620,000 federal dollars. Old John quickly quoted the price. This is already the highest price. If you go to another company, they will just take your goods. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. This price was higher than he had expected. Old John immediately began transferring the money, but just as the transaction was about to be completed, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Hey, Old John, business is good today. A sinister voice came from outside, and 3 burly men in leather jackets with black snake tattoos walked into the store. The leader, a man with a mohawk, wore a thick gold chain around his neck and had bulging belts at his waist, clearly carrying weapons. Old John's expression changed instantly upon seeing them. The Black Serpent Gang, the most troublesome group of vampires in the 13th Street District. Snake Bro, patrolling the streets so late? Old John quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Just a small business. Enough nonsense. Snake Bro kicked the chair away, greedily scanning the counter full of insect armor, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Yi. Unfamiliar face, young man. Shipping in the 13th block, never paid your respects before? He walked up to Lin Yi, reaching out to put his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, but Lin Yi dodged to the side. I don't belong in gangs. You've got personality. Snake Brother withdrew his hand, grinning maliciously. Not belonging in gangs is fine, but you have to follow the rules. This batch of goods, pay 50% protection money. A 50% protection fee is blatant robbery, and it's humiliating on top of that. Old John tried to smooth things over, but Snake glared at him and shut him up. 2 of Snake's henchmen had already drawn their daggers and blocked the doorway. Kid, don't push your luck, Snake threatened coldly. Either leave half of it, or leave all the goods and get out of here. Otherwise, there will be another nameless corpse in the sewers tomorrow. Lin Yi looked at the 3 of them and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. 50%? He repeated softly. Too much? Snake Brother sneered. No. Lin Yi shook his head, slowly raising his right hand. I think it's too little. Since you like money so much, then I'll send you on your way to hell to count it slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black disc appeared out of thin air. Void concealment discontinued. Kinetic cannon, warming up complete. With a hum, the 6 thick barrels spun wildly, the wind pressure making the fleshy muscles on Snake Brother's face tremble. The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed against his forehead, less than 10 centimeters away. Snake's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, and cold sweat soaked his back. He could feel the lingering warmth of the gun barrel, the temperature of death pressed against his face. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Next time, remember to come up with a better opening line. Lin Yi's eyes were icy cold as he opened fire. The muffled gunshots echoed in the cramped shop. The bullet grazed Snake Brother's scalp, instantly turning his 2 henchmen behind him into sieves. Lin Yi controlled his strength, not killing Snake Brother immediately. He lowered the gun barrel, and 2 bullets shattered Snake Brother's knees. Snake Brother collapsed to his knees like a rag doll, and before he could even scream, the cold gun barrel was shoved into his mouth. Lin Yi looked down into his eyes, which were filled with fear, his tones still calm. Now, we can talk about compensation. Hand over all the money you have on you, and the password to your boss's vault. If you're short a single penny, I'll beat you to a pulp and feed you to the dogs. Old John gripped the transfer device, his whole body trembling. He stared at the indifferent Lin Yi, only one thought in his mind: the world in the lower city was about to change drastically. Chapter 11. Corpses can't speak, but accounts can. In the cramped repair shop, the stench of blood was so thick it was almost unbearable, and the air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Snake Brother knelt on the ground, a scalding hot gun barrel stuffed into his mouth, only able to utter indistinct whimpers. His once fierce eyes were now filled with only the whites trembling wildly, his face contorted with terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the cold metal pressed against his tongue reminded him that the slightest movement would cause his head to explode. Password. Lin Yi's voice was soft, but it struck Snake Brother's heart like a hammer blow. He freed one hand, took the blood-stained communicator from Snake Brother's pocket, and threw it directly in front of Old John. Crack it! Old John shuddered, nearly dropping his tool. He glanced at Snake Brother, then at the expressionless Lin Yi, and finally gritted his teeth. Talking about chivalry at a time like this was tantamount to suicide. The red electronic prosthetic eye spun rapidly, and Old John's 10 mechanical fingers left afterimages as he typed on the keyboard. This is the Black Snake Gang's encrypted account, with 3 layers of firewalls. Give me 2 minutes. Ugh! Snake struggled desperately, trying to stop him from continuing. Hidden inside was the ill-gotten gains he'd accumulated over half a lifetime, his life savings intended to buy a mechanical heart and prolong his life. With a snap, Lin Yi slightly pressed down on the gun barrel, instantly breaking two of Snake Brother's front teeth. Quiet! Snake Brother froze instantly, no longer daring to struggle. 2 minutes later, old John suddenly looked up and let out a long breath. It's broken! This bastard's really rich, he has a full 1.2 million federal dollars in his account. 1,200,000, in the lower city, that's enough to buy the lives of everyone on 3 streets. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had only heard an ordinary number. Transfer it all to me. Okay, all right. Old John didn't dare hesitate and immediately completed the transfer. Looking at the balance ticking on his bracelet, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Adding the 620,000 he earned from selling materials, his net worth was now approaching 2 million. Instant wealth was nothing compared to this. All right, the deal's done. Lin Yi retrieved the Titan core, and Snake Bro, feeling like he'd been granted a reprieve, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. But as he lowered his head, a glint of resentment still flashed in his eyes. As long as he could leave alive, he had 100 ways to kill this student. With a soft plop, a bloodstain appeared between Snake's brows. It was the mark left by the rapidly spinning edge of the Titan's core, slicing through his skull. The resentment on his face froze completely, and his corpse fell stiffly to the ground. Old John turned pale with fright and nearly crawled under the counter. You killed him? If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring breeze. Lin Yi's tone was calm, as if he had casually stepped on a cockroach. Then, he looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, and with a slight thought, the Titan core once again cracked open its crimson maw. Activate trait, Greedy Alchemy. Sizzle, the prosthetics, implants, and weapons on the 3 corpses were instantly stripped away and disintegrated. Disassembling an old-fashioned mechanical prosthetic eye yields 2 precision lenses, 1 microchip. Disassembling a hydraulically powered spine yields plus 50 source points, 10 kilograms of high-strength alloy. Disassembling an organic organism yields plus 300 bioenergy. In the blink of an eye, only 3 piles of grayish-white powder remained on the ground. Even the bloodstains had been cleaned up completely. The method of destroying evidence was shockingly professional. Lin Yi straightened his collar and turned to look at the trembling old John. Shopkeeper, business is done. I haven't been here tonight, have I? Old John nodded frantically, the mechanical bearings in his neck clicking loudly. Never seen them. I've been fixing things myself. I haven't seen these 3 people either. Lin Yi tossed the gold ring he'd taken from Snake Brother onto the counter. This is hush money, and also a tip. With that, he pushed open the roller's shutter and turned to walk into the dark, rainy night. Only after the boy's figure had completely disappeared did old John slump to the ground, panting heavily, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the gold ring on the counter, then at the 3 unclaimed piles of ashes on the floor. These aren't students. These are demons in human skin. Old John trembled as he closed the shop and hung up the permanent closure sign. He decided to move that very night, as far away from this scourge as possible. Chapter 12 Pay to Win, Titan's second form. The air in the lower city after the rain was much fresher. Lin Yi didn't go straight back to school. Although Star River Academy was an ivory tower, the F-level student dormitories were poorly equipped and crowded, making it unsuitable for large-scale enhancement. He arrived at a 24-hour self-service training room on the edge of the business district, swiped his card to open a top-tier quiet pod, costing 2,000 federal dollars per hour. Previously, Lin Yi wouldn't have dared to even glance at the price, but now he didn't even blink. The heavy alloy door closed, completely shutting out the outside noise. In the center of the room, only a high-tech gravity-adjustable bed remained. Lin Yi sat cross-legged and summoned the Titan core. The black disk floated in midair, its surface shimmering with a dark purple aura, as if waiting to be fed. System, open the shop. The system didn't have a shop. He opened the Federal Star Network shopping platform. With money, resources he could only dream of before could now be ordered directly. Military-grade high-concentration energy blocks, 50,000 each, 20 blocks. Super-hard titanium alloy steel plates, 100,000 per ton, 5 tons. Precision fire control radar components, 300,000 per set, 1 set. Lin Yi's fingers flew across the screen, and 2 million federal credits were gone in the blink of an eye. Less than half an hour later, the conveyor belt brought all the supplies into the training room. Looking at the room piled high with expensive materials, Lin Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, Titan, dinner's ready. With a hum, the Titan core trembled joyfully, lunging directly at the military-grade energy block emitting a ghostly blue light. The incredibly hard energy block was crushed into pieces like biscuits in its mouth. With each piece swallowed, the light on the core's surface intensified. Consumed 20 high-concentration energy blocks. Energy gained, 10,000 points. Titan core charging progress, 100%. Energy overflow detected. Activate core advancement? Advance. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. The next second, a metal storm suddenly appeared in the training room, and all 5 tons of titanium alloy steel plates rose into the air. An invisible force field twisted and melted the steel plates, turning them into a stream of silver liquid metal that surged wildly into the Titan's core. The black disk, originally 1 meter in diameter, deformed violently. Its volume didn't expand much, but its internal density increased at an alarming rate. The black outer shell gradually faded, replaced by dark gray armor that gleamed with a cold, silvery light. Its structure was more compact, its lines sharper, exuding a dangerous, violent beauty. 10 minutes later, the light dissipated. What hung before Lin Yi was no longer a disc-shaped turret, but a miniature fighter jet with a diameter of about 1.5 meters and a diamond-shaped structure. 2 pairs of sharp side wings fold down to the sides of the fuselage, the twin-mounted cannons at the bottom have been upgraded, and 2 honeycomb-shaped micro-missile launchers have been added to the back. Advanced successful. Form update, Titan Hunter, Tier 2 form, level, LV.5, armor value, 15,000, titanium alloy reinforced, energy value, 5000 to 5000. New weapon, miniature Stinger missile caliber, 0 to 12 missiles, requires self-replenishment. New feature, supersonic cruise, capable of exceeding Mach 3 within the atmosphere. Overall assessment, a true aerial killer, easily tearing apart even light armored vehicles. Lin Yi raised his hand and stroked the cold, smooth fuselage, feeling the power contained within, his eyes gradually burning with fervor. LV.5. Even a first-year student at Star River Academy, a genius like Zhao Tianyu, rank A, could only reach LV.3 in his warships after a semester of arduous training. And he had achieved this in just one night. That's not enough. Lin Yi put away Titan, looked up at the ceiling of the training room, as if he could see the Star River Academy above the clouds through the thick concrete. Tomorrow was the first mock exam for the freshmen. As usual, it was a stage for geniuses to showcase their strength, and also an execution ground for the useless to be publicly executed. Zhao Tianyu, and Dean of Students Li were probably waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. When he stepped out of the cultivation room, the sky outside was already faintly bright. The world, which had been gray and gloomy, was now exceptionally clear in his eyes. "Since you want to see a show," he said, "then I'll put on a big one for you." Lin Yi, hands in his pockets, strode towards Star River Academy, bathed in the morning light. This time, he was no longer the good-for-nothing who walked with his head down. He was a hunter. And those so-called geniuses in the academy were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in a greenhouse. Chapter 13. The mock exam begins. The ticket to entry for F-rank trash. Early morning at Star River Academy. Sunlight pierced through thin clouds, falling upon the massive Fire Seed Plaza. Though it was only early morning, the air was already thick with anxiety and excitement. Today was the first mock exam for the new students. For these trainees who had only been awakened for a week, this was not just a test, but also a matter of class assignment, resource allocation, and even whether they could continue to stay in the academy. In the center of the square, 10 silver-white metal pods stood in neat rows. These were holographic tactical simulation pods, capable of 100% simulating an alternate dimension environment, with a panes synchronization rate of up to 50%. The simulator was already packed with people, and chatter was constant. "I heard the difficulty has been increased this time, apparently to test Zhao Tianyu's limits. He awakened an A-level fire seed, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, while people like us can only be beasts of burden." All eyes were on the VIP lounge area in front of the plaza. Zhao Tianyu sat in the center of the crowd, wearing a custom-made dark blue combat suit, leisurely sipping an expensive energy drink. A 2-meter-long silver warship model floated beside him, its hull crackling with lightning, his Thunder frigate. After a week of concentrated resources from his family, this warship had reached LV.3, giving it a commanding lead among the new recruits. Just then, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down and automatically made way. Lin Yi, wearing a faded school uniform, walked into the square unhurriedly with his hands in his pockets. He looked somewhat travel-worn, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he had stayed up several nights in a row. But compared to before, the aura he exuded was completely different. The once gloomy and silent Lin Yi was now like a sheathed sword, its sharpness unseen, yet inspiring an instinctive reluctance to approach. "Hey, isn't this the Ragpicker King?" Academic Dean Li, holding a roster, stood before the simulation pod. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his brows furrowed instantly. "Lin Yi, what are you doing here? This is a mock exam, not a junkyard." Where's your gas cylinder? Didn't you bring it? A burst of laughter erupted around them. Zhao Tianyu jokingly said, Is it too heavy to carry? Want me to lend you a stroller? Lin Yi stopped, glanced at the two of them, his eyes showing no anger, only a calmness almost like looking at a dead man. I'm here to take the exam. According to school rules, anyone with a fire seed is eligible to participate in the mock exam. Director, are you trying to blatantly break the rules? Li Sen's face flushed red from being shut down by those words, then he sneered. Fine, very well. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, then I'll give you the chance. He quickly operated on the holographic screen, announcing Lin Yi's number. 9527, last group. The test content is to hold the position for 10 minutes. As long as you are not bitten to death by the monster within 10 minutes, you pass. Li Sen lowered his voice, his tone dripping with malice. But this time, we're importing real combat monster data. It's a virtual environment, but the pain is real. Don't end up wetting your pants and crying for your mom. Lin Yi ignored him and swiped his ID card at the registration desk. Beep. Identity confirmed. Student Lin Yi. Spark rating F scrap. Current status activated. The glaring F rank was displayed on the screen, and Zhao Tianyu laughed even more heartily. He walked up to Lin Yi and whispered, Open your eyes wide and see clearly later. I'll show you what a world of difference truly means. After the exam, I'll personally apply to have you, this piece of trash who's dragging down the Academy's average, expelled. Lin Yi finally looked at him properly. Zhao Tianyu. Your face is dark. Today's not a good day for showing off. With that, Lin Yi walked past him, heading towards the corner's preparation area. Zhao Tianyu froze, his face quickly turning ashen. You're asking for it. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll grant your wish. He turned and walked towards simulation pod number 1, coldly saying, Director, I'll be the first to be tested, starting with the highest difficulty. The entire room erupted in an uproar. The highest difficulty meant he would face a beast horde. Li Sen immediately put on a smiling face. No problem. Perfect for showing some arrogant good-for-nothings what a true genius is. A massive holographic projection lit up the sky above the plaza. In the image, Zhao Tianyu's thunder frigate hovered above the wasteland, while countless void larvae roared and charged forward. Battle was imminent. Lin Yi sat on a bench in the corner, eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in even glancing up. A level 3 frigate? That kind of toy. He'd already dismantled countless ships with much tougher armor in the sewers last night. He was waiting for these clowns to finish their performance. Then, he'd smash the stage. Chapter 14 Instant Kill. Sorry, my hands slipped and I broke the record. Lightning flashed in the projection above the square. It has to be said, Zhao Tianyu does have some skill. Although that LV.3 Thunder Frigate has a core hidden injury, its firepower is still fierce under the blessing of its A-level talent. Blue arcs of electricity lashed into the swarm of insects like long whips, killing 2 or 3 void larvae with each flash. The students were constantly amazed. In just 5 minutes, Zhao Tianyu had already killed 50, a level of skill befitting an outstanding graduate. Li Sen grinned from ear to ear and deliberately glanced at Lin Yi in the corner. See that? That's talent. Some things can't be picked up by scavenging. 10 minutes later, the assessment ended. Zhao Tianyu killed 89 void larvae and lasted 10 minutes, earning an S rating. This was the best freshman record for Star River Academy in the past 3 years. Zhao Tianyu walked out of the cabin, sweating profusely, but his smugness was impossible to hide. Everyone immediately surrounded him to flatter him, calling him the leader of the freshmen. Zhao Tianyu, however, looked at Lin Yi provocatively. Your turn, you piece of trash. Li Sen immediately called out. Next group, Lin Yi, enter the cabin. The square instantly quieted down. Everyone was waiting to see the thin boy make a fool of himself. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and stepped into simulation cabin number 10. The hydraulic door closed, revealing a desolate and dilapidated simulated battlefield, the air still filled with the smell of virtual sulfur. The first wave of attacks consisted of 10 void larvae. The system notified Lin Yi to summon a warship. Lin Yi stood in the center of the wasteland, raised his right hand, and spoke calmly. Come forth, Titan. There was no dazzling light, only a slight distortion in the air. A dark gray, rhomboid metallic construct materialized out of thin air. Its streamlined fuselage, folding wings, and a menacing 6-barreled rotary cannon mounted on its underside exuded a cold, industrial aesthetic. Everyone watching was stunned. No one had expected that the gas cylinder they had mocked would look like this. Zhao Tianyu sneered. No matter how fancy the exterior, it's still an F-class core. This kind of structure can't hold heavy firepower. At best, it's just a large drone. Li Sen shook his head in agreement, asserting that this modification would only hinder mobility, and the first wave of monsters would tear Lin Yi to shreds. Just then, 10 void larvae emerged from the ground, their fangs bared, and lunged at Lin Yi. They were 50 meters away. Lin Yi didn't move an inch, only issuing a single command in his mind. Clear the area? With a hum, the machine guns at the bottom of the Titan instantly preheated and began to spin. The next second, orange-red tongues of fire spewed out wildly. That wasn't a burst of fire, but a torrential downpour of metal. A 20mm kinetic energy warhead swept across the area, and 10 larvae, barely emerging, were blasted into a bloody mist midair. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The plaza fell silent. Those who had been mocking just moments before were now gaping in disbelief. The water glass in Li Sen's hand crashed to the ground and shattered. He was incredulous. What kind of firing rate is this? How can an F-rank fire seed have such firepower? But this was just the beginning. A second wave of 30 void larvae surged out, and the Titan hovered in midair, adjusting its angle before firing again. A swirl of flames swept across, and the monsters crumbled like paper. In 5 seconds, all 30 were wiped out. The third wave consisted of 50 void larvae, plus 5 tough-skinned engineers. These were the monsters that freshmen dreaded most. Even Zhao Tianyu had to slowly whittle them down with lightning paralysis. Lin Yi only uttered 4 words. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. The Titan cannon's roar turned muffled, bullets piercing the engineer's skull with precision, the thick armor as fragile as biscuits before the modified cannon. This wasn't a battle, but a complete massacre. Lin Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, not even moving an inch. 9 minutes, 10 minutes of assessment time hadn't even ended, and there wasn't a single living monster left on the battlefield. The system even briefly froze because it couldn't find any more monsters to respawn. Then, a warning sounded. The examinee's killing speed was too fast, triggering the hidden boss level, Gluttonous Beetle, LV.3 Elite. The enormous black beetle crashed to the ground, its roar deafening. This was originally a test monster prepared for the graduating class. Zhao Tianyu cried out as if grasping at a straw. It's over! This is an elite monster, its defenses. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi looked up at the beetle and said softly, Too noisy. The Titan's back-mounted honeycomb missile base suddenly sprang open, unleashing 2 miniature Stinger missiles trailing white flames. Boom! The missiles precisely pierced the beetle's gaping maw, sending flames soaring into the sky, and half of the gluttonous beetle's head exploded instantly. Its massive body crashed to the ground, instantly annihilated. The entire arena fell silent. Inside the simulation pod, Lin Yi simply flicked non-existent dust off his sleeves. The assessment was over. Trainee Lin Yi, with overflowing kill data, achieved an SSS rating, unprecedented. The pod door opened, and Lin Yi stepped out, meeting the horrified, stunned gazes of everyone present. He looked at Zhao Tianyu, whose face was deathly pale, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Is this the world-shaking difference you were talking about? Sorry, my hand slipped just now. It seems I've shattered your record. Chapter 15 Questioning? Then eat the table. The simulation pod slowly opened, and white, cold air poured out from the crack. Lin Yi stepped out, his footsteps echoing clearly in the deathly silent square. Thousands of students and dozens of instructors froze in place, staring intently at the 3 glaring letters on the large screen. SSS. Data overflow, an evaluation never before seen in the history of Star River Academy. Impossible! Academic Affairs Director Li Sen suddenly rushed to the control panel, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen, his face contorted with embarrassment. Cheating! This is absolutely cheating! Lin Yi, what methods did you use to tamper with the data? He whirled around, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi, spittle flying from his lips. How could an F-level fire seed unleash such firepower? That's a gluttonous beetle. Even a regular army light mech would struggle for ages to take it down, and you took it down with just 2 missiles? Zhao Tianyu, snapping out of his shock, immediately echoed him like a drowning man grasping at a straw. Director, I request a thorough investigation. His fire seed was clearly a discarded air pump. How could it possibly transform into that kind of aircraft? He must have been carrying prohibited external components. A commotion immediately arose around them. Lin Yi's performance was too astonishing. The F-rank fire seed swept across the entire area, exceeding everyone's common sense. Could he have hacked into the simulation system? This is completely illogical. The doubts grew louder, but Lin Yi stood at the center of the storm, his expression calm and undisturbed. He looked at the furious Li Sen, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Director Li, are you questioning the Academy's mainframe system, or are you questioning your own eyes? Enough nonsense! A ruthless glint flashed in Li Sen's eyes. He waved his hand. Men, take Lin Yi into custody. Confiscate his fire source, dismantle and inspect it. If any illegal modifications are found, immediately hand him over to the federal police. 2 security guards hesitated for a moment, then surrounded him, electromagnetic batons in hand. Disassembling the spark was tantamount to destroying the captain's manhood. Lin wasn't investigating. He wanted to completely cripple Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes turned icy, and the Titan hunter hovering beside him immediately sensed its master's killing intent. Its six-barreled machine gun slowly rotated, emitting a low hum. Just as conflict was about to erupt, an aged yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out from above the square. Enough. The voice, though delivered without a megaphone, clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a chilling spiritual pressure. Everyone looked up and saw that the previously closed floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor viewing platform were now open. An elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit stood with his hands behind his back, his hair and beard completely white, but his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The purple gold badge on his chest represented a retired major general from the Federation. Qin Wujiang, the Dean of Star River Academy. Dean? Lin's expression changed drastically, cold sweat pouring down his face. You're here? Qin Wujiang completely ignored him, leaping silently from the second floor, which was over 10 meters high. He walked straight up to Lin Yi and stared at the Titan hunter for a full half-minute. After a moment, Qin Wujiang's eyes flashed with amazement, which then turned into undisguised admiration. Perfect mechanical structure, extreme kinetic energy conversion rate. No prohibited plugins, and no data tampering. He turned and surveyed the entire room, his voice booming. The mainframe's data is correct. This is the most ingenious modification I've ever seen. The entire room erupted in uproar. With the Dean personally confirming it, all doubts vanished instantly. Zhao Tianyu's face was extremely grim. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he dared not utter another word. Lin Yi bowed slightly. Thank you for your fairness, Dean. No need to thank me, your strength is your own. Qin Wujiang patted his shoulder, then looked coldly at Li Senior. As the Dean of Academic Affairs, how can you dismantle a student's potential without even knowing the facts? Have you lost all your professional ethics? Li's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Dean, I was only trying to uphold the fairness of the exam. Fairness? Lin Yi suddenly spoke, stepping forward to stand in front of Lin, his eyes filled with amusement. Director Li, do you remember what you said on the day of the awakening ceremony? Lin's face turned deathly pale. Lin Yi pointed to the thick, solid wood desk at the proctor's table. You said that if I could awaken the warship from the abandoned area, you'd eat that desk. Now, not only have I awakened the warship, but I've also gotten first place. Director, shouldn't you keep your promise? The air froze instantly, and everyone's eyes fell on Li Senator. That desk was solid wood with an alloy frame. Eating it would probably be fatal. Lin looked to Qin Wujiang for help. Dean, this was just a joke. Qin Wujiang remained expressionless. The first rule of Star River Academy is, what is said must be done. Since you said it, you must keep your word. Lin was utterly desperate. He gritted his teeth, pulled a gold card from his pocket, and placed it on the table with trembling hands. I can't eat this table. Here's 200,000 federal credits as an apology. Lin Yi glanced at the gold card but didn't take it. Titan. A black fighter jet swept past in an instant, a flash of cold light, and a corner of the solid wood desk was neatly sliced off, leaving only a palm-sized piece. Lin Yi picked up the piece of wood and threw it at Lin's feet. I won't make things difficult for you. Eat this piece, leave the money, and this matter is over. Lin looked at the wooden block at his feet, then at the countless mocking and gloating eyes around him. His dignity was shattered. But under the Dean's cold gaze he had no choice. Trembling, Lin picked up the wooden block, forced it into his mouth, and chewed it forcefully with tears and blood of humiliation before finally swallowing it. Get lost. Qin Wujiang waved his hand. Lin felt like he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the square, not daring to take the gold card back. Lin Yi bent down, picked up the gold card, blew off the dust, and casually put it in his pocket, as naturally as if he were picking up money he had dropped. The farce is over. Qin Wujiang looked at Lin Yi, his smile deepening. Lin Yi, come to my office. We need to talk about your reward. Lin Yi nodded and, amidst countless envious and jealous glances, followed the Dean towards the administration building. Only Zhao Tianyu stood still, staring intently at Lin Yi's retreating figure, his eyes blazing with venom. Lin Yi, you just wait. He pulled out his communicator and dialed an encrypted number. Hey, second uncle, kill someone for me. Chapter 16 Refusing Recruitment. I want cash. The Dean's office is located on the top floor of the administration building. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can overlook the entire Star River Academy, with the distant space elevator piercing the clouds. Qin Wujiang sat in a large leather chair, personally poured Lin Yi a cup of tea, and went straight to the point. SSS level rating, breaking the Academy's 30-year record. Although your initial rating is F, your growth potential is terrifying. That devouring ability must be some kind of mutated characteristic, right? Lin Yi's heart stirred, knowing that this old fox had already seen through something. The Titan core was concealed by the system, but its ability to devour metal was impossible to hide. That's right, Lin Yi readily admitted. It can devour metal, repair itself, and continuously strengthen itself. Qin Wujiang nodded but didn't press further. Everyone has secrets, and the Academy won't pry into students' privacy. As long as you're human, pointing your cannon at alien races is enough. With that, he took a document from a drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Yi. Elite Cadet Contract. Sign it, and the Academy will provide a full scholarship, access to the A-level resource library, and even apply for a decommissioned cruiser as your ship. There's only one condition: join the Federation's 3rd Fleet after graduation and serve for 10 years. For ordinary cadets, this condition is tantamount to instant success. But Lin Yi didn't even glance at the document, and pushed it back directly. I'm sorry, Dean, I won't sign. Qin Wujiang was clearly taken aback. Do you think the conditions aren't enough, or do you not want to serve? Neither, Lin Yi said calmly. I don't want to be tied down. My warship can only be maintained by myself. No matter how good the Academy's resources are, there are too many rules. Joining the army means handing over spoils of war, obeying orders, and even potentially being forced to sacrifice oneself for the so-called greater good. But Lin Yi, possessing a system, is destined not to be anyone's pawn. What he needs is not a nanny, but a battlefield where he can freely hunt and kill. Qin Wujiang stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed. You've got personality. There aren't many young people as wild as you these days. He put away the contract without the slightest anger. Since we're not signing a contract, let's talk about the assessment rewards. The first place in the mock exam will be rewarded with 2,000 source points, 1 ton of C-grade alloy, and a chance to enter the Starfire Armory to select a module. Lin Ye's eyes lit up immediately. While the source points and alloys were certainly good, what truly caught his attention was the Starfire Arsenal. That place housed modules left behind by warships from various eras, and it was said that even fragments of ancient civilizations might be found there. Qin Wujiang, however, changed the subject. But since you rejected the elite contract, the Academy can't give you special treatment. You can enter the arsenal, but you can only choose from the outer layer. What you find depends entirely on your eyesight. Deal. Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. A test of eyesight? With his eye of insight, that was the last thing he feared. Half an hour later, Lin Yi stood before a huge, old warehouse, holding a black magnetic card. The alloy doors of the Starfire Armory slowly opened, releasing a strong smell of stale machine oil. Inside, shelves were densely packed with broken cannon barrels, dim energy cores, and various strange parts. This place mostly contains defective goods salvaged from the battlefield or ancient artifacts. To the average person, it's just a high-end junkyard. But to Lin Yi, junkyards are often where you can find the best bargains. Scan activated. The data on his retina refreshed rapidly. Damaged laser generator, junk. Incomplete second-generation ion engine, repair cost exceeds production cost, junk. Unknown metal fragment, decent hardness, recommended to consume. Lin Yi inspected the warehouse, his brows gradually furrowing. The outer layer indeed contained little of value. It was almost entirely junk. Just as he reached the depths of the warehouse, preparing to randomly pick a piece of precious metal, a system notification suddenly rang out urgently. Ding! Special energy fluctuation detected. Location: bottom shelf on the left, third box. Lin Yi strode over and found a dusty, rusty iron box in the corner. A label read, Unknown sphere, suspected ancient entertainment facility, no energy response. Opening the box, he found only a fist-sized, dusty stone sphere, resembling ordinary marble. But in Lin Ye's eyes, it was radiating a dazzling orange light. Item: Gravity Well Generator, Prototype. Grade: S-Class, Ancient Relic. Status: Dormant, requires specific frequency to activate. Function: generates a high-intensity gravity field with a diameter of 500 meters, reaching up to 50 times the normal gravity, capable of binding enemies and simulating the gravity inside a warship. Gravity control. Lin Ye's breath itched. While the Titan Hunter's firepower was formidable, it lacked methods to keep enemies within range, making it easy for them to be kite and attacked at high speeds. But with the gravity well, once an enemy entered its range, escape would be impossible. That's it. Lin Yi grabbed the stone sphere and stuffed it into his pocket. As he left, the old man guarding it glanced at the broken stone and shook his head repeatedly. Why choose a rock instead of a perfectly good lightsaber? I really don't understand young people these days. Lin Yi just smiled, offering no explanation. The joy of finding a bargain is always so simple and unpretentious. Walking out of the academy gate, he glanced at his bracelet. 3 in the afternoon. Resources were there, modules were there, now it was time for real combat. Lin Yi gazed at the distant, rolling mountains, the Federation's designated F-level hunting zone, a veritable meat grinder. He touched the Titan core in his arms, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu certainly wouldn't let this go. Since that's the case, let's choose the wilderness as the battlefield. There, it's convenient for burying people. Chapter 17. Now that we're here, let's not leave. Federal Hunting Zone F-09, commonly known as the Bone Burial Wasteland, is only 300 kilometers away from the floating city of Star River Academy, yet it feels like two completely different worlds. Lead gray radiation clouds hang over the sky year-round, strange rocks are scattered everywhere, and the reddish-brown soil is soaked with the blood of explorers and strange beasts over the past century. A dilapidated maglev off-road vehicle rolled over gravel, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Lin Yi gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the Titan Hunter hovered stealthily 10 meters above the vehicle's roof. On his retina, the system radar flashed a dark blue warning, 2 kilometers behind, continuously tracking signal, 3 targets, modified Hound, assault vehicles, medium threat. Lin Yi glanced at the rearview mirror. All he could see behind him was yellow sand and dust, not even a car in sight. The other party was using optical camouflage and was tracking him at the edge of the radar, clearly experienced. Zhao Tianyu's actions are quite quick, Lin Yi thought nonchalantly, taking out a bottle of nutrient solution and gulping it down, even somewhat missing the feeling of being watched. Unfortunately, they mistook the hunter for the prey. Lin Yi's trip out of the city this time wasn't to escape for his life, but to buy goods. 5 kilometers ahead was Echo Canyon, a place with treacherous terrain and chaotic magnetic fields, a natural graveyard for murder and robbery, but also the perfect place to test his new toy, the gravity well. Lin Yi slammed on the accelerator, blue flames erupting from the SUV's rear, instantly reaching 300 kilometers per hour before crashing into the eerie canyon entrance. 2 kilometers away, the air distorted slightly, revealing 3 rock-colored assault vehicles. A low voice came through the communication channel. "The target is accelerating. Has he spotted us? What can a newly awakened student discover?" A frivolous voice scoffed. "Most likely it's his first time leaving the city, and he's scared and wants to hide. Young Master Zhao is actually willing to spend 500,000. Money is too easy to earn." In the passenger seat of the first car, the scarred man played with a large-caliber kinetic energy pistol and coldly reminded him. "Don't be careless. He got an SSS in the mock exam. There's definitely something fishy about him. Even a lion has to go all out to catch a rabbit." The frivolous man scoffed. "Mock exams are about data manipulation, but the real test is about real combat. I could blast his beat-up car to smithereens with one shot." The scarred man stopped talking and immediately ordered to speed up. "Ambush him before we enter the canyon. Don't let him go too deep, there are many monsters inside, and it could cause trouble." 3 assault vehicles simultaneously activated their afterburners and hurtled towards the canyon like arrows released from a bow. 2 minutes later, deep within Echo Canyon, a narrow passage was carved out by a 100-meter cliff, and electronic devices emitted ear-piercing noises due to magnetic interference. Lin Yi's SUV stopped in the middle of the road. He turned off the engine, leaned against the door, lowered his head, lit a cheap cigarette, and looked inexplicably languid. A screeching sound of brakes rang out as 3 assault vehicles surrounded Lin Yi in a triangular formation. Before the dust had even settled, the heavy machine guns on the roofs were already locked onto Lin Yi's head. 7 or 8 fully armed mercenaries jumped out of the vehicles. The scarred man at the head first scanned the surroundings to make sure there were no ambushes before revealing a cat-and-mouse smile. "The car's broken?" Lin Yi exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly. "It's not broken." He flicked away the ash, his gaze passing over the scarred man and landing on the group of mercenaries. "I've been waiting for you." The scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. The frivolous man, wielding an alloy battle sword, laughed the loudest. "Waiting for your dad? Kids, scared out of your wits? Do you know who we are?" Lin Yi shook his head, casually tossed away his cigarette butt, and crushed it with the sole of his shoe. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you have enough money on you?" The scarred man's expression changed drastically. This kid was too calm. He'd only ever seen that look on the top butchers in the lower city, clearly looking at a dead man. The unease intensified instantly, and the scarred man roared. "Attack! Kill them all!" But he was still a step too slow. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand, palm up, and gently grasped. "Since you're here, then none of you will leave." A visible orange ripple erupted from Lin Yi's center. Chapter 18. Kneel down. The terrifying suppression of the gravity well. The air seemed to solidify in an instant, and the frivolous man who had been laughing wildly just moments before suddenly froze on his face. He felt as if a mountain had crashed down on his shoulders without warning, his kneecaps shattered with a crack, and he screamed as he fell to his knees, desperately trying to support himself with his hands. Not only him, but all the mercenaries around him were forced to their knees by the terrifying pressure, and even the 3 assault vehicles, each weighing several tons, emitted a piercing groan at the same time. Bang! 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 The vehicle's suspension systems broke one after another, the chassis crashing into the gravel ground, the dust rising only to be firmly pressed down by an invisible force. Gravity well generator prototype activated. Current multiplier, 10x gravity. Coverage range, radius 500 meters. Lin Yi stood in the center of the gravity field, yet the gravity ripples obediently bypassed him, not even causing his clothes to sway. What kind of sorcery is this? The scarred man's face was filled with terror. The alarms on his exoskeleton armor blared, and the hydraulic rods churned wildly, barely allowing him to maintain his half-kneeling position. Gravity control. That's a capability only cruiser-class core modules can possess. How could an F-class rookie have strategic-level weapons? Lin Yi walked up to him, each step feeling like he was trampling on everyone's dignity. Sorcery? He looked down at the scarred man. This is called science. Didn't Zhao Tianyu tell you? My warship has a bit of a temper. Titan, appear. Ripples spread through the air overhead as the dark gray Titan hunter deactivated its cloaking, hovering like a steel raptor. The muzzle of its 6-barreled machine gun was firmly locked onto the scarred man's brow, and this time, no warm-up was needed. Don't kill me! The scarred man completely broke down. Under 10 times gravity, he didn't even have the strength to raise his gun. This was absolute suppression. Numbers were meaningless before such power. I'm the elite captain of the Black Serpent Gang. If you kill me, the Black Serpent Gang will never let you go, he hissed, trying to intimidate Lin Yi with his last remaining identity. Lin Yi tilted his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Black Serpent Gang? What a coincidence, I just killed 3 of you last night. Perfect for sending you down to reunite. Before he finished speaking, the missile pods on the Titan's back popped open, and 2 miniature missiles, trailing plumes of fire, burrowed into the chassis of 2 assault vehicles behind it. 2 deafening explosions followed, flames shooting into the sky. The supplies, ammunition, and mercenaries attempting to escape back into the vehicle were instantly reduced to ashes. The shockwave from the explosions was pressed to the ground by gravity, forming a strange, low-lying ring of fire. Killed 6. Black Serpent Gang mercenaries. Triggered the talent. Double source points. Gained, source points plus 6,000. Lin Yi didn't even glance at the explosions, his eyes fixed on the scarred man and the frivolous man who had fainted from the pain. Now let's play a quiz game. He crouched down, drew the kinetic pistol from the scarred man's waist, and twirled it between his fingers. How much did Zhao Tianyu give you? 500,000. The scarred man's teeth chattered. Only 500,000? Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment. Is my life really that worthless? Bang! The frivolous man, who had just woken up, had his head instantly explode. Killed. Black Snake Gang leader. Gained, source points plus 2,000. The scarred man was so frightened that his crotch was soaked, and he frantically kowtowed, his forehead quickly becoming a bloody mess from the rubble. Don't kill me! I have money and intelligence! Zhao Tianyu has put a bounty on you on the black market, and besides us, the Night Owl assassin group is also on its way here. Night Owl? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. That was a genuine professional assassin organization, far more professional than the Black Snake Gang. It seemed Zhao Tianyu was truly determined to kill him. Very good. Lin Yi stood up. This intelligence is worth a whole corpse for you. Before the scarred man could understand the meaning of those words, the machine gun above his head was already spitting fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The scarred man was instantly riddled with holes. Killed the Black Serpent Gang elite captain. Gained, source points plus 5,000. Triggering the trait, Greedy Alchemy, looted the stat fragment. Basic Fortitude, 1 to 5. With this, the Black Serpent Gang squad was completely wiped out. Lin Yi waved his hand, the gravity field dissipated, and he skillfully activated the battlefield cleanup mode. The Titan core split open, its massive maw shrouded in crimson light. The wreckage of the assault vehicle, the exoskeleton armor, and the weapons and equipment on the corpses all transformed into evolutionary nourishment. Disassembling. Modified assault vehicle. X3 yields 5 tons of refined alloy, plus 1,500 source points. Disassembling. Exoskeleton armor yields 2 miniature hydraulic motors, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Account balance increased by 850,000 federal credits. In less than 5 minutes, the canyon was completely cleared, as if no one had ever been there. Only the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air proved that a massacre had just taken place. Lin Yi glanced at the map displayed on his bracelet. The route where Night Owl might appear was still 30 kilometers away. Since we're here, let's not keep them waiting. He jumped into the undamaged SUV, the engine roared, but instead of fleeing, he turned the car around and drove deeper into the wilderness. That was the real hunting ground. Chapter 19 Professional Assassin? Just a moving bounty hunter. Deep in the Echo Canyon, the wind howled like ghosts, and the off-road vehicle bumped along the gravel-strewn riverbed. Lin Yi gripped the steering wheel with one hand and tapped the console lightly with the other. The 3 red dots on the radar followed closely behind. Very patient. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The other party maintained a safe distance, using the terrain for cover, giving him almost no chance to observe. These aren't the Black Snake Gang thugs who just yell and charge in. They're real professional hunters. Titan, activate full band jamming. The Titan hunter, hovering on the roof of the vehicle and in stealth mode, immediately released a silent electromagnetic pulse. The SUV's taillights flashed twice before going out completely, as if the entire vehicle had melted into the deepest shadows of the canyon. 2 kilometers away, inside a black hovercraft without any reflective coating, the observer spoke coldly. The signal was lost. The target has activated electronic jamming. His equipment is more advanced than the intelligence indicated. The man in the back seat was wiping a slender sniper rifle. His codename was Scorpion, and he was the top hunter in the Night Owl assassin group. Where are those idiots from the Black Snake Gang? Scorpion asked without looking up. Lost contact for 10 minutes. The drone just transmitted images back, and there were only ashes and tire tracks left at the scene, confirming that all were destroyed. Scorpion paused for a moment while cleaning his gun. No signs of a gunfight? No, the scene is very clean. It looks like it was instantly vaporized by heavy firepower, or eaten by something. The Scorpion narrowed its eyes, a cruel smile curving its lips. That young master from the Zhao family said he was just a student who had awakened an F-level fire seed. It seems everyone has been fooled. He chambered around, the muzzle gleaming with a cold bluish light. But that's what makes it worth the price. Activate thermal imaging. He can't escape. Ahead lies Dead Man's Hill, a dead end. Dead Man's Slope is shaped like a gourd mouth, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one narrow entrance. The magnetic field here is abnormal, and low-level void creatures often roam around here, hence the name. Lin Yi's car was already parked at the foot of the deepest rock wall. He got out of the car and leaned against the hood, playing with the dusty gravity well generator in his hand. This is indeed a good cemetery. He looked around. The towering rock walls were a natural cage. As long as the entrance was blocked, no one inside could leave. Warning! High-energy reaction detected approaching. Target: the Night Owl Assassin Team's dedicated combat vehicle, a modified version. Quantity: 1. Threat level: C-, possesses armor-piercing capabilities. As soon as the system notification appeared, the light at the canyon entrance suddenly distorted. The pitch-black hovercraft deactivated its optical camouflage, becoming like a silent Black Panther, directly blocking the only exit. The car door slid open, and 3 assassins dressed in full-body nanotech combat suits stepped out. Without uttering a word or making any noise, the 3 quickly dispersed, their guns aimed at Lin Yi's forehead, heart, and lower abdomen respectively. The Scorpion in the middle raised its hand and made a cutting gesture, saving the trouble of even trying to persuade them to surrender. They came to kill, not to chat. Bang! The sniper rifle in Poison Scorpion's hand roared first, and the specially made armor-piercing incendiary round tore through the air at 3 times the speed of sound, shooting straight at Lin Yi's head. These bullets are powerful enough to penetrate the armor of a light tank, and if they hit a person, they can turn half of their body into mincemeat. Lin Yi stood still, without even blinking. Just as the bullet was about to touch his forehead, sparks suddenly exploded in the air. When? A dark blue hexagonal energy shield appeared out of thin air, forcefully blocking the fatal blow. Void Shield, passively triggered, absorbs 1,500 points of kinetic damage. Consumes 2% of energy. The warhead twisted and deformed, then fell to the ground. Lin Yi blew away the non-existent gunpowder smoke in front of him, looked at the bewildered Poison Scorpion, and revealed his neat white teeth. Is this the professional assassin's greeting gift? Too light. Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply. An energy shield. That's a frigate-level configuration. Isn't this kid an F rank? This is a tough one. Open fire at full speed. The Scorpion roared and rolled behind a boulder. The other 2 assassins pulled the triggers, their assault rifles spitting fire, and a dense hail of bullets instantly engulfed Lin Yi's location. Lin Yi didn't dodge at all. He simply tossed the stone ball in his hand lightly. Now that you're here, don't wander around. Gravity well, full power activation. Buzz. Orange ripples spread wildly from Lin Yi's center, instantly engulfing an area of 500 meters in radius. This time, it's not 10 times. That's 20 times. Chapter 20 Gravity Crushing. A dimensional reduction strike from an S-class module. Snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding crack echoed in the air. It wasn't a tree branch breaking, but the sound of bones shattering under terrifying pressure. The Scorpion, which was tactically rolling, was still in midair when it was as if it had been slammed down by an invisible giant hand, crashing to the ground with a thud. With a bang, the Scorpion lay sprawled on the rocky ground, instantly cracking the hard surface and sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Ah! Scorpion screamed in agony as his prized nanotech combat suit went into overdrive, its internal hydraulic skeleton twisting and deforming under 20 times the force of gravity, turning into a torture device that pierced his flesh. The other two assassins fared even worse. Lacking advanced equipment, they were almost instantly forced to their knees. One of them moved too violently, and his kneecap shattered on the spot. The white bone fragments pierced through his trouser leg, and blood quickly stained the ground. Gravity control. The Scorpion lay on the rubble, its cheek pressed tightly against the ground, blood constantly oozing from the corner of its mouth. He struggled to lift his eyelids and looked at the tall, upright boy who was still standing in the same spot. This is no prey at all, it is clearly a giant star beast in human skin. How could a strategic module like gravity control possibly appear in a novice? Even elite squads of regular armies might not be equipped with such insane gear. Now, can we speak properly? Lin Yi walked over slowly, and the 20 times gravity had no effect on him. He walked as if he were strolling in his own backyard, each step feeling as if he were stepping on the heart of a scorpion. Who exactly are you? The Scorpion strained with all its might to squeeze out those few words. Lin Yi did not answer, but walked up to him and looked down at the once arrogant top assassin. Who I am is not important. The important thing is, how much are you worth right now? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi snapped his fingers lightly. Titan harvest! Ripples spread across the void above, and the dark gray Titan hunter slowly materialized, hovering 3 meters in the air. The 6-barreled machine gun had already been preheated, its dark muzzle radiating a chilling aura of death. No! Wait! I can buy my life! I have money in my account. The Scorpion's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Rat 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 rat! Flames spewed wildly, and under 20 times the gravity, the 3 assassins couldn't even move a finger. They were reduced to stationary targets. The 20mm kinetic energy rounds mercilessly tore through their combat uniforms, blasting their bodies into a cloud of blood mist. The battle ended without any suspense. This is the S-level module, a game-changer for ordinary equipment. Slay. Night Owl's top assassin, Scorpion. Kill 2. Night Owl veteran assault team. Members. Triggering the talent. Double source points. Gained, source points plus 12,000. Gained, source points plus 8,000. Gained, source points plus 8,000. Lin Yi made a killing from this. With the source points he had accumulated previously, his balance once again broke through the threshold. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Yi gave the order skillfully, and the Titan core immediately split open its crimson maw and lunged at the black chariot at the intersection and the corpses and remains scattered on the ground. Disassembling the Night Owl Assassin Team's dedicated vehicle. Yields 50 kilograms of high-strength carbon fiber, 1 miniature radar component, and plus 3,000 source points. Disassembling the Scorpion-specific sniper rifle. Yields 10 G of the rare metal, kryptonite. Triggering the trait, Greedy Alchemy, loot the shard. Weakness Insight 1 to 5. Lin Yi looked at the constantly updating data and was in a very good mood. But at that moment, the Titan core spat out a black metal plaque that had not been decomposed. Lin Yi picked up the metal plate, and discovered that it contained an encrypted storage chip with complex coordinates engraved on it. Item, relic key, incomplete. Description, a key to an unexplored void rift. The Night Owl assassins appear to be searching for this place. Location in coordinate analysis, deep within hunting zone F09, lower level of an abandoned mine. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Void rifts, in the interstellar age, signify both immense wealth and unpredictable, terrifying dangers. Zhao Tianyu spent a fortune to hire the Night Owl assassin, probably not just to kill him, but also for the key to the relic. Kill and steal. Lin Yi gripped the metal plate tightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you want it so much, I'll go and take a look for you. He turned and walked toward his SUV. As for Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry at all. Fear is something that needs time to ferment. When Zhao Tianyu realized that both groups of men he had sent had vanished without a trace, the fear brought by the unknown was the cruelest torment for him. Next stop, the lower level of the abandoned mine. Lin Yi started the car, the engine roared, and the SUV sped away. Only the desolate dead man's slope remained behind, wailing in the cold wind. Chapter 21 Breathing in the Dark, Forbidden Zone F09. The off-road vehicle sped along, kicking up dust from the wasteland, before suddenly slowing down and stopping at the edge of a huge sinkhole. This is the heart of Hunting Zone F09, an abandoned mine. The 10-kilometer-wide crater is like a gaping maw of an abyss, with a dark blue mist churning at its bottom, a high concentration of void radiation that could cause pulmonary fibrosis in ordinary people. However, for the warship's fire source, this place is a natural energy breeding ground. Lin Yi pushed open the car door and got out, the wind whipping sand and gravel against his face. He looked down at the black metal plate, its patterns heating up as he approached the mine, as if responding to some kind of call from underground. These are the coordinates. Titan, environmental scan. The Titan hunter hovered in midair, casting a fan-shaped beam of blue light. The once pitch-black mine was rapidly analyzed, and a clear three-dimensional structure appeared on the retina. Environmental analysis complete. Area, lower level of abandoned mine, unexplored area. High radiation concentration, energy shield activated. Numerous void creeper nests and 3 high-energy sources detected, suspected to be elite level. 3 elite monsters? The coordinates that Zhao Tianyu bought at a high price are indeed something special. Lin Yi stored the off-road vehicle directly in the warship's subspace warehouse and jumped off a cliff dozens of meters high. The wind roared in his ears, and before landing, orange ripples spread out beneath his feet. Gravity well generator. Anti-gravity mode. He landed as lightly as a feather on the rocky platform, which was 500 meters underground. The mine tunnels were dark, with only luminous moss providing a faint glow on the rock walls. The stench of decay mixed with sulfur filled the air, and the ground was littered with bones, both human and animal. Click. Lin Yi crushed a leg bone with his foot, the crisp sound echoing through the deathly silent mine tunnel. The next second, hundreds of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. The entrance was teeming with void crawlers. These monsters resembled skinned giant lizards, with suction cups on their limbs that allowed them to crawl swiftly along the rock walls, and their tongues could be launched like bullets to hunt their prey. An ordinary novice captain would probably be trembling with fear at the sight of such a sight. But in Lin Yi's eyes they were just a bunch of moving source points. Perfect, let's test the Titan's new form's melee capabilities. He didn't use the machine guns, he simply thought of them. The Titan hunter folded its wings, its belly armor flipped up, and 2-meter-long high-frequency vibrating blades popped out. Form switch, melee assault mode. Kill. The Titan instantly transformed into a streak of silver-gray light, charging fearlessly into the horde of beasts. There were no fancy moves, only extreme speed and sharpness. The sound of sharp blades tearing through flesh rang out repeatedly. The crawling creatures that pounced on the ground were sliced into pieces before they even hit the ground. The high-frequency blades carried their own high temperature, instantly sealing the wounds, not even giving the blood a chance to flow out. Lin Yi followed calmly behind, with Titan always 10 meters ahead of him, like a tireless meat grinder. Slaying a void creeper LV.2 grants plus 500 source points and a 100x critical hit chance. Materials needed, sticky suction cups, tough leather. 5 minutes later, the 300-meter-long mine tunnel was completely breached, leaving only scattered limbs behind it. Too weak, not even qualified to activate a shield. At the end of the mine tunnel, a black metal wall covered in corrosion blocked the way. In the center of the wall was a groove that perfectly matched the shape of a metal plaque. Lin Yi pressed the heated metal plate in. Rumble. A dull, rumbling sound came from underground, and the thick walls slowly slid open to the sides. A gust of ancient, decaying wind, yet containing astonishing energy, blew in. Hidden map discovered, fragments of Federation Battleship No. 73 Graveyard. Warning, ancient defense system remains inside. Hazard level C. Behind the door was no ordinary mine, but a massive underground cavern. A broken metal walkway hung in midair, and at the deepest part of the cavern, a small interstellar destroyer, broken in two, lay silently in a lake of lava. Battleship Graveyard. Lin Yi's breathing quickened. Such places are usually only found during deep space exploration. Who would have thought that such a treasure was hidden beneath the beginner's area? Zhao Tianyu, you're such a lucky charm. Lin Yi licked his lips and stepped into the dark space. Chapter 22, Gold Everywhere, the Titan's Feeding Time. The moment I stepped through the metal door, system notification sounds began flooding the screen. High concentration of active metal reaction detected. Recyclable energy core detected. Residual ancient weapon module detected. The world before Lin Yi's eyes had completely transformed into a golden ocean. The Eye of Insight was operating at full capacity, with countless data tags floating in every corner of the void. Most of the things here have long been eroded and ruined by time, but even the smallest remnant is an unimaginable treasure for Lin Yi now. This place is simply paradise. He walked to the broken metal walkway and reached out to touch the railing. This seemingly ordinary thing was actually made of star-patterned steel. On the federal market today, a gram of Starweave steel is worth $200 and is usually only used in the core framework of warships, but here, it is just a handrail. Titan, don't be shy, it's buffet time. With an unprecedentedly cheerful buzz, the Titan Hunter instantly disengaged from its battle form and transformed into a massive metal disc. Its surface cracks opened to their limit, like a greedy black hole, before rushing toward the pile of discarded parts not far away. There are more than a dozen decommissioned ancient engineering robots there, as well as a large number of high-energy transmission pipelines. Absorbed the remains of an ancient engineering robot, obtained a trace amount of nanorepair fluid, source points plus 200, refined star-patterned steel plus 50 kilograms. Absorbed the high-energy transmission pipe, gained 20 kilograms of superconducting copper and 100 source points. As the devouring continued, the Titan core's silver-gray armor began to glow with a faint blue light, its texture becoming increasingly dense and profound. Armor cap increased, 15000-15500. Energy cap increased, 5000 to 5200. This is the terrifying aspect of material reorganization and greed. As long as resources are sufficient, Titans can continuously strengthen themselves. When others enter such ruins, they can only pick out a few valuable items to take with them, as their carrying capacity is limited. But Lin Yi is different. This is not a treasure hunt, but rather a Titan's upgrade room. He's going to eat this place dry. Lin Yi followed the boardwalk downwards, his goal being the broken destroyer deep within. The further down he went, the stronger the void creatures that inhabited them became. A void lurker the size of a truck suddenly pounced out of the shadows. Its entire body was covered in rocky armor, and its two scythe-like forelimbs gleamed coldly. It was clearly a LV.5 elite monster. But before it could even get close to Lin Yi, a terrifying gravitational field suddenly descended. 20 times the force of gravity. The lurking creature's massive body slammed into the ground, its rocky shell shattering into pieces. It struggled desperately, but it was utterly powerless against the absolute laws of physics. Too slow. Lin Yi did not stop walking. The Titan, which was eating, parted into a dark shadow and instantly activated its floating guard mode. The deep blue laser precisely pierced the skull of the lurking intruder. Slay a void lurker LV.5 elite and gain 8,000 source points. Triggering greedy alchemy, plundering the attribute, rock disguise 1 to 5. The corpse quickly decomposed, becoming nourishment for the Titans. Lin Yi pushed his way through, and half an hour later, he finally stood before the broken destroyer. Although the warship has been broken in two, its former grandeur is still evident. Deep blue special armor covers the hull, and the twisted main gun at the bow still exudes a chilling aura. Target scanned, wreckage of a third-generation Federal Storm-class destroyer. Status: heavily damaged, core deactivated. Recoverable items: secondary void engine, shipborne phase radar, unopened military crates suspected to exist in the warehouse. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Even with a 70% failure rate, the void engine was still a treasure that transcended social classes. For a frigate to be upgraded to a destroyer, the most crucial condition is having an engine capable of short-range warp jumps. Once this is acquired, there will be no more bottlenecks on the Titan's path to advancement. I've struck it rich. Just as Lin Yi was about to approach, the system alarm suddenly went off. Warning! Extremely dangerous energy detected. Target is awakening. With a loud boom, the broken hull shook violently. A giant centipede, over 10 meters long and covered in silver metallic armor, slowly emerged from the crack. Its 100 legs were like swords, and its head was inlaid with a shimmering red crystal. That was the spare energy core left over from the warship, which had now become the monster's source of power. Target: Void Parasitic Worm, LV.10 Lord level. It has parasitized the warship for over a century, becoming one with it. It is the ship's current captain. Extremely dangerous, immediate retreat recommended. A level 10 Lord is enough to wipe out a regular army squad. Lin Yi did not retreat. He stared at the demonic insect, his eyes not filled with fear, but with a raging fire of madness. Retreat? This huge mobile experience pack and resource depot, you want me to retreat? Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand, and the gravity well generator in his palm shone brightly. Titan form remodeling. We are about to slay the gods. Chapter 23: 50 times gravity. Get down on your knees. Inside the massive underground cavity, the high-energy reaction caused the air to become scorched and distorted. The void parasite worm emitted a sharp hiss, and half of its body emerged from the broken destroyer, the red crystal on its head suddenly lighting up. That was the charging reaction of the Storm-class destroyer's secondary guns. Even after a century, this single shot would still be enough to vaporize Lin Yi and the entire rocky platform. Zzz boom! A thick, dark red beam of light tore through the darkness, carrying destructive heat, and headed straight for Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not retreat. The moment the beam of light shot out, he suddenly crushed the sealing coating on the gray stone ball in his hand. Gravity well, overclocking mode. Get down here, you son of a bitch! Buzz. The invisible orange ripples instantly transformed into a tangible light curtain, spreading wildly outwards in a fan-shaped area centered on Lin Yi. In Echo Canyon, the gravity was only 20 times stronger, but now it's 50 times stronger. This is the limit of the gravity well generator prototype, and the real reason why it can be called an S-class ancient relic. As soon as the dark red beam of light entered the gravitational field, it visibly distorted. The light itself was unaffected, but the energy-carrying particle stream was violently pulled towards the ground by the terrifying gravity. Boom! The energy cannon exploded 30 meters in front of Lin Yi, sending up a 100-meter-high wave of fire from the lava lake. The flying debris was crushed into dust before it could spread. And that arrogant Lord-level demonic insect also met its annihilation at this moment. Snap! 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 The 10-meter-long insect body, along with the bow of the destroyer it parasitized, simultaneously emitted a piercing sound of metal cracking. 50 times the force of gravity is like a mountain pressing down on you instantly. The demonic insect's hard, silver carapace cracked inch by inch, and the green fluid that had just been sprayed out was forcefully forced back into its body by gravity. It frantically flailing its 100 legs, trying to prop itself up, but the moment those sharp limbs touched the ground, they snapped one after another like glass. The originally ferocious roar completely turned into a painful wail. It was pinned to the ground, unable to even lift its head. The red crystal above its head flickered incessantly due to the overload of its energy circuit. Now it's my turn. Lin Yi stood on high ground, coldly looking down at the giant beast that had been crushed into a specimen, and pointed downwards. Titan eat! The Titan hunter, hovering in midair, had been waiting for a long time. Its wings folded, and the armor under its fuselage flipped open, revealing two high-speed vibrating monomolecular cutting blades. Full throttle! The Titan transformed into a silver-gray streak, braving 50 times the gravity, and charged straight at the head of the demonic insect. As a friendly unit, it was completely immune to the suppression of the gravity well. There are no fancy techniques, only extreme speed and unbreakable sharpness. Laugh. The high-frequency vibrating blades sliced into the demonic insect's carapace like a hot knife through butter. The insect struggled, but locked in place by the gravitational field, it was already meat on a chopping board. Instead of severing its neck, the Titan plunged its twin blades deep into the insect's body. Activation trait, matter reorganization greed. Countless cracks appeared on the Titan's surface armor, from which countless red light tendrils emerged and pierced directly into the flesh and blood of the demonic insect and the energy crystal. It doesn't just kill monsters, it eats them alive. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The demonic insect let out its final scream. It could clearly feel its life force, energy, and even the metallic essence of the parasitic warship being frantically drained by this machine, which was much smaller than itself. The enormous insect body quickly withered and turned gray, and the red crystals also faded rapidly, eventually turning into powder. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. This LV.10 Lord-level monster, which was capable of wiping out a regular army squad, was reduced to a giant desiccated corpse. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the gravity field dissipated. He leaped off the rocky platform and landed beside Titan. At this moment, the Titan's surface was shrouded in an eerie red light. Its size remained unchanged, but the oppressive aura it exuded was several times stronger. On the system panel, gold notifications were appearing everywhere. Slay the Void Parasite, LV.10, Lord. Gain 2,000 basic source points. Triggering the talent. Double source points. Gain 200,000 source points. Triggered Greedy Alchemy, for a perfect plunder. Obtained, Lord-level creature Essence X1. Obtained Rare Module, High Energy Focusing Crystal, S-grade material, dot. The core of the Storm-class destroyer, wreckage has been exposed. Should we consume it? Lin Yi stared at the 200,000 source points, his heart skipped a beat. 200,000 source points, even for the scions of wealthy and powerful families at Star River Academy, would take several years to accumulate. And he only needed one battle. Devour. Lin Yi placed his hand on the broken bow of the ship, a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Eat it all, skin and bones. Chapter 24 Engine Acquired. Titan's Third Order Evolution. Inside the enormous underground cavern, a silent feast is underway. The Titan hunter lay on the broken wreckage of the Storm-class destroyer, its red glow like strong acid, rapidly melting and decomposing the sturdy ship's alloy before being devoured and absorbed by it. This colossal steel behemoth, which once roamed the stars, was disappearing at a visible speed. Lin Yi stood beside it, constantly watching the changes in the system data. With the influx of high-strength alloys and rare elements, Titan's stats are constantly being updated. Absorb special star-pattern steel, armor value cap plus 5,000. The phased array radar component has been absorbed, increasing the detection range to 50 kilometers. Embedding the ship's fire control system, improving locking accuracy by 30%. But none of these things concern Lin Yi the most. His gaze remained fixed on the spherical compartment deep within the wreckage, protected by layers of armor. That's the heart of the warship, the engine room. As the last layer of armor shattered, a blue sphere about 1 meter in diameter was revealed. The sphere's surface was covered with complex circuits and had several cracks, yet it was still slowly rotating, emitting unsettling spatial fluctuations. Item: Secondary Void Engine, Storm Class, damaged. 68% damage rate, cannot be loaded directly. Core function: Short-range subspace jump, 30-minute charge, jump distance 10 light-years. Finally found it. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and slowly exhaled. In an era where everyone can be a star captain, possessing a warp drive is what truly marks one as crossing the threshold of becoming a star captain. With it, Titans are no longer confined to this planet but can venture into the vast depths of space. System: How many source points are needed to repair it? Complete repair requires 500,000 source points and 10 high-purity void crystals. Current resources are insufficient. Lin Yi frowned. 500,000 source points were simply not something he could afford right now. Is there no other way? Option 2, Fusion and Recombination. Utilizing the Titan Core's material recombination properties, devour the engine, extract the space jump module, and merge it with the existing power system. Estimated success rate, 95%. Consumption, 100,000 source points. Potential for mutations after fusion. Mutation? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. I love mutation. Execute Plan 2. The Titan core burst forth instantly, splitting the fuselage and forcefully swallowing the blue engine into its body. The next second, terrifying energy erupted. The silver-gray fuselage turned into a dazzling azure, and countless arcs of electricity danced wildly on the surface of the armor. A sharp pain shot through Lin Yi's mind. It was the strain of his mental energy evolving in sync with the warship. But he gritted his teeth and endured it, staring intently at the blue orb in midair. Reorganization begins. Analyzing the spatial loop injection source point 100,000. 10 minutes later, the light suddenly disappeared. A brand new warship hovered in front of Lin Yi. It was a size larger than the Hunter, with a wingspan of 3 meters and a sleek, rounded fuselage. Most strikingly, the original exhaust nozzles at the tail have disappeared, replaced by a floating blue halo that seems to contain a miniature starry sky. Advanced successfully. Form update: Titan Void Reaver, Tier 3 form. Rank: LV.10, Quasi-Destroyer class. Armor, 35,000, Energy, 20,000. New feature: Void Warp. Consumes 20% energy, allows for instantaneous spatial jumps within a 5 km line of sight range, ignoring obstacles and lock-on locks. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Void Warp, also known as Flash. Short-range jumps require charging and are only suitable for traveling. Warp, on the other hand, is an instant cast skill and is definitely a trump card in actual combat. Lin Yi ran his hand over the cold fuselage, feeling the surging power within. Now, even without relying on the gravity well, he was confident he could confront Zhao Tianyu's Class A frigate head-on. It's about time to go back. The ship graveyard had been completely devoured by the Titans, leaving only scrap metal everywhere. Lin Yi put away the Titans and turned to walk towards the exit. During this trip to the F-09 hunting area, he not only made a fortune, but also enabled Titan to achieve a qualitative leap. Zhao Tianyu, Night Owl. Lin Yi stepped out of the mine, facing the biting cold wind of the wasteland, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All the men you sent are dead. You must be in a great hurry now, right? Don't worry, I'll be right back and give you a big surprise. He released the SUV from the warehouse, the engine roared, and it sped towards Xinghe Academy. Behind him, the once dreaded F-09 restricted area had been reduced to a desolate, empty grave. Chapter 25 Your nightmare has just knocked on the door. The off-road vehicle slowly stopped at the checkpoint 5 kilometers from Xinghe Academy. The setting sun burned the sky red, and the shadow of the space elevator stretched across the land. Lin Yi rested one hand on the car window, looking at the long line of convoys ahead. Trainees and mercenaries returning from hunting were crowded in front of the checkpoint, honking their horns incessantly. Too slow. Lin Yi tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips. He had no time to waste here. That idiot Zhao Tianyu is probably guarding his communicator right now, waiting for the assassin to send back photos of his severed head. When that guy realizes his expectations have been dashed, his expression will be priceless. Titan. A glint of dark blue light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Let's test out this new toy. With a soft hum, as if a bubble burst in the air, there was no engine roar or any sign of acceleration. The next second, the off-road vehicle that was originally parked at the end of the convoy disappeared into thin air, as if this part of time and space had been directly cut out and then spliced back together. 5 kilometers away, the main square of Xinghe Academy was still bustling. On the holographic ranking list, Lin Yi's SSS score was still at the top, attracting countless onlookers. Whoosh! A dusty SUV appeared without warning next to the fountain in the square, its tires screeching as it came to a steady stop. The surrounding students were so frightened that they backed away, their faces filled with disbelief. Where did this car come from? Was that teleportation? Or spatial warp? Don't be ridiculous. That's core technology for destroyers. How could it possibly be installed on an off-road vehicle? The car door opened, and Lin Yi stepped out. His black trench coat was somewhat torn, marks left by debris from the gravitational field. But the damage did not diminish his aura. On the contrary, it made the chilling aura he brought back from the desolate wilderness of corpses and blood even more terrifying. The security guard, who had originally intended to step forward and question him, fell silent involuntarily after meeting his gaze. Ignoring all gazes, Lin Yi looked up at the top floor of the administration building, at the luxurious student lounge with the best view. That place was Zhao Tianyu's exclusive territory. The lounge was filled with the aroma of expensive red wine. Zhao Tianyu, dressed in a silk bathrobe, swirled his wine glass and stared somberly at the communicator on the table. 2 hours have passed, but the night owls are like dead men, not a single message has come back. Young Master Zhao, don't worry. The henchman carefully peeled a grape and handed it over. Night Owl is a professional. Even if Lin Yi had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't survive in the wilderness. They might be disposing of the body, after all, they need to cover up the evidence. Zhao Tianyu irritably slapped the grapes away, his eyes filled with resentment. I don't want the body destroyed, I want his head. That good-for-nothing made me lose face in front of the whole school. I'm going to turn him into a specimen and put him in the collection room. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past the floor-to-ceiling window of the 30th floor. Zhao Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw a dark gray, diamond-shaped fighter jet hovering outside the window. The fighter jet had a menacing appearance and was completely silent. Its dark, 6-barreled cannon was aimed directly at his forehead through the bulletproof glass. Above the fighter jet, a line of dark blue text appeared. The package has arrived. Please sign for it. Lin Yi? The wine glass in Zhao Tianyu's hand crashed to the ground, splashing red wine all over the floor like an ominous, bloody omens. Before he could even scream, the fighter jet outside the window vanished. Immediately afterwards, the door to the lounge was kicked open. Boom! The heavy solid wood door flew straight into the room, grazing Zhao Tianyu's scalp as it crashed into the wine cabinet, shattering glass and bottles on the floor instantly. Lin Yi stepped into the room, his feet crunching on the shards of glass. He wore a faint smile, but his eyes were as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Zhao, I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 26. A Great Gift, a Token from Hell. The lounge was deathly silent. Zhao Tianyu lay sprawled on the sofa, his face ashen. He stared at the boy who appeared like a ghost, his throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a sound. Led by Night Owl's top assassin, Scorpion, and with the cooperation of Black Snake gang elites, they were capable of annihilating a regular army squad. How could Lin Yi not only be alive, but also standing unharmed in front of him? What do you want to do? Zhao Tianyu tried desperately to shrink back, his voice trembling. This is the academy. My second uncle is a member of the board of directors. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure your whole family pays the price. Lin Yi stopped 3 meters away from him, casually pulled over a chair and sat down, as relaxed as if he were back home. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to return something. He took something out of his pocket and casually tossed it onto the marble coffee table. With a clang, Zhao Tianyu looked down and his pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. It was a black metal badge, engraved with a winged owl, and the words, Scorpion, were engraved on the back. The badge was stained with dried, dark red blood, like a letter sent back from hell. Zhao Tianyu felt his stomach churn and almost vomited. Scorpion was dead. That top assassin who dared to kill even the president for money was truly dead. This isn't mine. I don't know any scorpions, don't try to frame me. Sweat soaked through his bathrobe, and Zhao Tianyu frantically denied it. Lin Yi smiled, leaning forward slightly, his dark eyes staring directly at him. Did I say it was someone you called? Zhao Tianyu froze instantly, all color draining from his face. Lin Yi tapped the badge lightly with his fingertips. Zhao Tianyu, your methods are too dirty and too weak. This is just a warning. If you want to kill me next time, remember to find something more expensive. For example, selling all of the Zhao family's assets and hiring an interstellar fleet might make me take things more seriously. This was an undisguised humiliation, but Zhao Tianyu didn't even have the strength to be angry. All he felt was a chill creeping up from the soles of his feet. He finally understood that the F-level trash he used to bully had long since become a monster he couldn't afford to mess with. Lin Yi stood up and patted his clothes. Killing Zhao Tianyu would only require one machine gun shot, but killing someone at the academy would cause trouble, and the Zhao family also had connections. Rather than letting Zhao Tianyu die a quick death, it's better to let him live in unknown fear. As Lin Yi reached the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Tianyu, who was lying there like a limp rag doll. The coordinates of that abandoned mine are good. Although it was a trap, I dug up some good stuff. Please thank your second uncle for me. Lin Yi strode away, and Zhao Tianyu only caught his breath after Lin Ye's figure had completely disappeared. He grabbed a bottle and smashed it against the door, letting out a hysterical roar. Lin Yi! I want you dead! I absolutely must kill you! After the initial fear, all that remained was extreme humiliation and madness. He dialed the encrypted communicator, his hands trembling. Second uncle, night all failed, they're all dead. I need to use that family thing. Yes, that's the decommissioned cruiser. No matter the cost, I'll tear it to pieces. Stepping out of the administration building, the night breeze was slightly cool, and Lin Yi didn't take Zhao Tianyu's incompetent rage to heart at all. Zhao Tianyu is just a clown now. Once his value is squeezed dry, he can be crushed at any time. What he was really interested in was the key to the relic that he had retrieved from the Scorpion. Deep within the F-09 restricted area, there is an unknown void rift. Lin Yi walked towards the dormitory, while mentally commanding, System, analyze the key coordinates. Coordinate analysis in progress. Target location, the far north ice sheet, the former site of observation station number 33. Danger level, B, extremely high. Expected returns, unknown, may contain high-purity void crystal veins or technology remnants from ancient civilizations. The far north ice plains are a forbidden zone of the Federation and the burial ground for countless outlaws. It seems we need to start preparing. Lin Yi checked his bracelet balance, 2 million federal credits. Combined with the spoils from the hunt over the past few days, it was enough to purchase contraband on the black market and arm tightened to the teeth. I still need to go to the college library. He looked up at the starry sky, and realized that he had to find the perfect way to utilize the S-grade crystal inside the void parasite demon worm. Only by becoming stronger can one live like a human being in this cannibalistic world. Chapter 27 The Truth in the Dust, the only solution for S-class crystals. The Galaxy Academy Library is a colossal building with over 100 floors. Its entire exterior is made of one-way transparent alloy, which gleams with a cold, silvery light under the setting sun. Lin Yi swiped his ID card, and the gate opened with a beep. Although he rejected the elite student contract, his SSS-level mock exam score still granted him authority second only to his mentor. The lobby was so quiet that only the faint hum of electricity from the holographic bookshelves as data was flipped through could be heard. Lin Yi didn't stop at the first-floor basement area. He went straight into the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th basement level. That area is an ancient technology research zone, storing fragmented blueprints and theoretical models unearthed from relics of a bygone era. To ordinary students, it's just a dusty pile of waste paper. But in Lin Yi's eyes, this was clearly an untapped gold mine. System, initiate wide area scanning. A light blue data stream instantly filled the field of vision, and the system began searching for weapon blueprints that matched the high-energy focusing crystal. Lin Yi walked past rows of dusty bookshelves, occasionally drawing sidelong glances from passing researchers. Practical students were rarely seen on the 10th basement level. Everyone preferred to grind points in the simulation pods or train in the gravity chamber. Only those theoretical types who are working on their theses and graduations would spend so much time here flipping through materials. Hey, most of the stuff in this area is outdated. A gray-haired administrator pushed a cart past and kindly reminded Lin Yi. The mainstream warships nowadays are energy compression cannons and electromagnetic railguns. The book you're holding on the refraction and focusing of high-energy rays is a theory from 200 years ago. The paper book in Lin Yi's hand had a yellowed cover, an awkward title, and the author was an unknown mad scientist. Outdated doesn't mean useless, he responded calmly, his fingertips tracing the spine of the book. At the same time, in the system's view, the book burst forth with a dazzling orange light. Item: Death Ray Cannon, Prototype Theory. Completeness: 45%, core logic is self-consistent. Defect: requires an extremely high-purity focusing medium. Existing synthetic crystals cannot withstand the energy load, resulting in an immediate explosion upon firing. Comment: a brilliant idea, a tragedy limited by materials science. As long as one possesses that S-grade crystal, it is the truth. This is it. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. This world's technology tree has been solely focused on energy compression, neglecting the pure focusing of light energy. It's not that no one thought of it, but that no one could find a lens that could withstand the terrifying heat and energy. But he has it. The S-grade crystal extracted from the brain of the Lord-level demon insect was the only key to activate the Death Ray Cannon. I want to redeem the data package for this blueprint. Lin Yi handed the book to the administrator. The administrator hesitated for a moment, then adjusted his glasses and said, "This is just a theoretical model. It hasn't been tested in actual combat. It costs 500 source points to exchange for it." "Are you sure?" 500 source points are no small sum for an ordinary student. They could even buy a decent E-grade fire seed. Using that money to buy a worthless book would be seen as a waste of money by others. "Sure." Lin Yi swiped his card directly. After the data transfer was completed, a new unlock icon appeared on the system panel. Death Ray. This name sounds very auspicious. Lin Yi turned and left, ignoring the administrator's disdainful look. Truth is often held by a minority, and those who possess the truth are usually very lonely. It was already dark when Lin Yi left the library. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he went straight to the college's self-service modification workshop. The blueprint is in place, and the core materials are available. What's missing now is auxiliary materials, and a large amount of them at that. System, list the materials required to construct the Death Ray Cannon. Calculating. 50 kilograms high-temperature resistant ceramic protective plate, 1 set of military-grade liquid cooling circulation system, 200 m superconducting coil, 3 stabilizers. Estimated cost, $1.8 million federal dollars. Upon seeing the numbers, Lin Yi paused in his tracks. 1,800,000. He made a fortune from the Black Snake Gang and Night Owl, and with the money from selling materials, he only had 2.4 million in total. This one blast would take up most of his wealth. Gold-devouring beast. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The more expensive it was, the more terrifying its power often was. In this dog-eat-dog world, money lying in an account is just a string of numbers. It's only when it's transformed into guns and cannons that one can truly survive. Flour. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Even if I have to pawn my pants tonight, I'll make it. Chapter 28. The Money-Eating Beast. 2 million is just a small amount. The Self-Service Modification Workshop, Operating Room C09, is a private space that the Academy rents specifically for its students. The room is equipped with a high-precision robotic arm and a smelting furnace. Once the heavy soundproof door is locked, no sound can be heard from the outside world. Lin Yi summoned the Titan core, letting it float above the control panel, next to a pile of expensive materials that had just been ordered and delivered. High-temperature resistant ceramics and military-grade coolant. Each item is incredibly expensive. The air itself seems to reek of money. Let's begin. Lin Yi took a deep breath and placed the high-energy focusing crystal, which emitted a faint blue light, at the very center of all the materials. System, load the Death Ray Cannon blueprint. Command confirmed. Core material detected, S-class focused crystal. Sufficient auxiliary materials. Construction commencing. With a hum, the Titan core slowly cracked open, and azure arcs of electricity, like tentacles, swept all the materials on the control panel into its body. This time, the commotion was much smaller than before. There was no violent release of energy, only extremely suppressed low-frequency vibrations. Like the suffocating stillness before a storm. Lin Yi stared intently at Titan, where the 6-barreled kinetic energy cannon, originally located beneath the fuselage, was continuously shrinking and reorganizing. Expensive ceramic protective plates are melted by high temperatures, turning into layers of exoskeleton that encase the newly formed weapon modules. The liquid cooling system, like blue blood vessels, is densely wrapped around the gun body, maintaining a terrifyingly stable energy level. Half an hour later, the shaking finally stopped. A strangely shaped weapon appeared on the Titan's abdomen. It was no longer a rough multi-barreled machine gun, but a 2-meter-long pure white prismatic barrel. At the center of the cannon muzzle, the S-grade crystal was perfectly embedded, and the cold light it emitted was chilling. Construction complete. Module acquired, Titan Death Ray Cannon, S rank. Type, high-energy beam weapon. Attack power depends on charging time. Feature 1, light speed attack unavoidable. Characteristic 2, material penetration, ignores 50% energy shield, inflicting devastating thermal damage on solid armor. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Coolant needs to be replaced under overload mode. Comment, this isn't a gun, it's God's scalpel. Slicing through an enemy warship is like slicing through a block of butter. Lin Yi reached out and touched the cool, white cannon body. It felt smooth and warm like jade, but it concealed a deadly killing intent. Give it a try. He looked at the target in the corner of the control room. It was a piece of discarded tank composite armor plate, half a meter thick. Theoretically, this armor plate is sufficient to withstand a single hit from the main gun of a conventional destroyer. Titan 10% charge. The crystal on the death ray cannon lit up slightly. There was no roar, no recoil, and only a flash of white light in Lin Yi's eyes. It was so fast that even the retina couldn't capture it. Laugh. Suddenly, a hole the size of a finger appeared on that thick armor plate. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with no redness at the edges, indicating that the extreme high temperature had instantly vaporized the substance. The next second, the entire armor plate collapsed with a roar, shattering into dust all over the ground. Its molecular structure has been completely destroyed. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. If this kind of power hit a person, it probably wouldn't even leave ashes. If it were fired at a warship, it could easily penetrate the core compartment and vaporize the pilot inside. It was worth it. Lin Yi looked at the few 100,000 yuan remaining in his account and let out a long sigh. He poured 2 million into it and is now practically penniless, but Titan has finally acquired a true ultimate weapon. Kinetic cannons clear out the grunts, gravity wells control the battlefield, and death ray cannons are used for decapitation. At this point, the perfect tactical closed loop was fully formed. Next up is the far north ice field. Lin Yi put away the Titan and glanced at the map on the bracelet. That place is a federal restricted area, and also a lawless zone where no one is above the law. Since Zhao Tianyu wanted him dead so badly, even going so far as to use the Zhao family's cruiser, then he would go to the far north ice plains and prepare a feng shui treasure land for the Zhao family. Lin Yi walked out of the workshop, the night breeze ruffling her clothes. His gaze passed through the night and landed on the north, where the wind and snow were raging. There, the killing will begin. Chapter 29, Poor but with fighting power left, the temptation of an S-rank mission. Stepping out of the modification workshop, Lin Yi glanced down at his bracelet balance. Only 3,500 federal credits remained on the screen. He went from having $2 million in his hands to not being able to afford even a ton of high-octane fuel in just one night. The S-class death ray cannon was indeed terrifying in its power, but it also completely drained his savings. The current Titan warship is like a starving man carrying a Gatling gun. It has fierce firepower but no money to replenish its energy, and it may not even be able to fly to the far north ice field. We need to make money, and it has to be quick money. Lin Yi pulled his collar tighter to block the cold wind, and instead of returning to his dormitory, he turned and walked towards the Academy's mission hall. Even late at night, the mission hall was still brightly lit, with a huge holographic screen constantly scrolling mission information. Hundreds of students gathered in front of the terminals, choosing opportunities to earn extra money. Lin Yi found a corner terminal and logged in by swiping his card. Student, Lin Yi, SSS level access. Sifting high-yield tasks for you. The screen list refreshed instantly, filtering out all the low-level chores like finding pets and cleaning sewers, leaving only rows of high-risk tasks marked in red. Escorting a caravan through District F07, 3 days and 50,000 coins is too slow. Hunting a Tier 3 armored rhinoceros, 30,000 is too few. Lin Yi continued scrolling down, his finger finally stopping on a quest marked with a black skull. Mission ID, X033. Location, the far north ice sheet, the former site of Observatory Number 33. Content, recovering the black box data disk left behind at the observation station. Difficulty, S rank, recommended for destroyers or elite squads. Reward, 500,000 federal credits, 5,000 source points, and 1 S-level resource voucher for the Academy. Note, the region is frequently affected by extreme cold geomagnetic storms and is home to unknown high-energy life forms. The first 3 mission teams have all lost contact. Observation Station Number 33. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. This was the coordinate area pointed to by the relic key. Making money along the way and getting S-level resources, this mission was practically tailor-made for him. Receive. Warning. The mortality rate for this mission exceeds 80%. Confirm? Confirm. Accepted successfully. Mission countdown, 48 hours. As soon as the ID card was removed, the main screen in the center of the hall suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. SSS-level student Lin Yi has accepted the S-level mission, the Icefield Black Box. The once noisy hall fell silent for a moment, and then a chorus of voices surged forth. Lin Yi? That freshman who got first place in the mock exam? Is he crazy? Even senior students wouldn't dare to easily accept an S-rank mission. Even a spark can crack in the far north ice field. Does he really think the results from the simulator can be carried over into reality? Lin Yi ignored the shock and ridicule and went straight to the supplies exchange window. He spent all of his remaining 3,000 federal dollars, buying only the most basic cold-resistant gel and high-energy bars. Looking at the list from behind the window, the senior student couldn't help but remind her. Student, the temperature on the ice field can drop to minus 100 degrees Celsius at night. Without a thermal protective suit, you'll freeze to death. My warship is not afraid of the cold. Lin Yi took the bag of supplies, his tone indifferent. As for me, I won't give the cold a chance to get close to me. After saying that, he turned and left the hall, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. The senior student stood there watching his retreating figure, a chill inexplicably creeping into her heart. Half an hour later, at the northern takeoff and landing platform of Xinghe College, Lin Yi stood in the howling cold wind, a thought stirring in his mind. Titan, come out for some fresh air. Buzz. The air suddenly distorted, and the Titan Void Reaver, having completed its third evolution, appeared out of thin air. On the dark gray armor with a wingspan of 3 meters, a faint blue halo slowly flowed, and the void halo at the tail rotated endlessly, emitting a spatial fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Lin Yi leaped onto the open cockpit on the back of the fighter jet. Titan could have been piloted without human intervention, but long-distance missions would deplete his mental energy, so he preferred this human-machine integrated piloting method. The gravity well generator automatically starts, creating a constant temperature, constant pressure force field shield around it. Target, the far north ice sheet. Full speed ahead. Boom! The void halo at the tail suddenly contracted, then exploded into a blue shockwave. Titan instantly broke the sound barrier, transforming into a shooting star that tore through the clouds and hurtled straight north. Shortly after he left, a figure in a black uniform emerged from the shadows and whispered a report into a communicator. The fish have left the port, heading due north, confirmed to be the far north ice sheet. A response came from the other end of the communicator. Received. Notify Second Master that it's time to close the net. Chapter 30 The Laws of the Icefield, Frozen Steel Tombstones. The far north ice sheet, a no-go zone for humans. There is no distinction between day and night here, only endless blizzards and the aurora borealis stretching across the sky. The gale, carrying ice shards, cut through everything exposed on the ground like a dense array of blades. Buzzing warning, ambient temperature minus 120 degrees Celsius. Radar is experiencing geomagnetic storm interference, reducing detection range to 5 kilometers. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on Titan's back, the gravitational field blocking out the blizzard. He gazed at the boundless snow field below, the data stream in his pupils constantly fluctuating. Even though the Titan was reinforced with titanium alloy, its armor surface was still covered with thick frost in this extreme cold, and its energy consumption was 3 times that of the planes. Is this the environment of an S-class restricted area? Lin Yi frowned slightly. If an ordinary F-class warship were to enter this area, its engines would likely freeze immediately, its armor would become brittle, and it would eventually be torn to shreds by the storm. But the Titan is clearly not an ordinary warship. Activate the void engine preheating mode and use waste heat circulation to defrost the machine. As the command was given, the blue halo at the Titan's tail slowly lit up, and warm energy flowed throughout its body. The frost on the wings rapidly sublimated, turning into a large cloud of white mist and dissipating. Ahead, a massive mountain range swallowed by ice and snow faintly appeared. That was the location of observation station number 33. Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! Life signs detected below. Target, Frost Wyvern, LV.15, social species. Number 20 plus, status, hunting. Lin Yi looked down and saw that in the icy valley, a convoy of 3 heavy snowmobiles was being attacked by more than 20 white strange birds. The Frost Wyvern has a wingspan of over 5 meters and breathes out extremely cold air from its mouth. Each dive leaves deep scratches on the snowmobile's armor, One of the vehicles had a broken track and was belching black smoke. Several mercenaries were hiding behind the vehicle, desperately fighting back with kinetic rifles. However, when the bullets hit the pterosaur's hard, icy feathers, they only produced a few sparks and did not harm them at all. On the public channel, cries for help, almost driven to despair, could be heard. "Help! We need help! Anyone who can save us, will negotiate the reward." Lin Yi originally planned to simply pass by. In the far north, meddling in other people's business often means certain death. Upon hearing the word, reward, his fingers stopped on the control panel. He's short of money right now, and these pterosaurs seem to be quite valuable. Scan complete. Frost wyvern's weakness, cold sacks in its throat. Dropped items, high-purity ice crystals, 2,000 federal credits per kilogram of pterosaur hide, can be used to craft top-quality cold-resistant clothing. A flock of flying wallets. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said calmly, "Titan dive." Above the clouds, the dark gray fighter jet plummeted like a ghost. The mercenary captain below, witnessing this scene, felt his heart sink completely. He had thought that new monsters had arrived, and that his entire army was doomed to be wiped out today. The anticipated impact did not occur. Buzz. A terrifying orange ripple silently enveloped the entire ice valley. Gravity well, 10 times the gravity. The frost wyverns, which had been nimbly circling in midair, suddenly seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds, letting out a shrill scream as they crashed down from the sky. More than 20 pterosaurs plummeted into the snow like kites with broken wings, their bones snapped and tendons broken. Those that flew higher were instantly reduced to a pool of blood and flesh. The mercenaries were completely dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that a futuristic-looking fighter jet was hovering at low altitude. Lin Yi did not appear in person, but only transmitted his cold voice through a loudspeaker. "Cleanup fee, 500,000, payable in cash." The mercenary captain was stunned for a moment, then shouted with wild joy, "Here you go! As long as I can live, I'll give you 1 million! Make a deal!" Lin Yi lightly tapped the control panel, and the 6-barreled machine gun at the bottom of the Titan began to rotate, but he did not use ordinary kinetic energy bullets. "Try this to save some bullets." The miniature missile pods on the Titan's back popped open, and 2 incendiary bombs, trailing flames, landed precisely among the struggling pterosaur swarm. Boom! Flames suddenly surged up. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, the flames did not spread outwards, but instead spread wildly along the snow, turning the entire area into a blazing furnace. This is hell for fire-fearing frost creatures. The battle ended in less than 10 seconds. Lin Yi piloted the Titan to land, but didn't rush to collect the money. Because the Titan core has already impatiently opened its greedy maw. Activate ability, Greedy Alchemy. As the red light swept across, the charred corpses and the wreckage of the abandoned snowmobile vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Disassemble 22 Frostwing Dragons to gain 11,000 source points. Materials obtained, 50 kilograms of icy crystal stone. Disassembling a scrap snowmobile yields 2 tons of refined steel. The mercenaries huddled beside the remaining 2 vehicles, watching the fighter jet devour corpses and scrap metal, their fear even greater than when they had faced the pterodactyl. Are they here to rescue people, or are they here specifically to buy goods? Chapter 31 Extreme Cold Deal. 1 million is just for travel expenses. The blizzard howled incessantly, visibility on the far northern ice plains was less than 10 meters, and the biting cold wind was like countless files, repeatedly polishing the desolate white wasteland. Beep! The electronic notification sound pierced through the wind and snow. Lin Yi looked down at his bracelet and saw that 1 million federal credits had been deposited into his account. The boss is generous. He put away the holographic screen, his tone indifferent, as if he had only received $1. 3 dilapidated snowmobiles formed a circle, with a dozen mercenaries huddled behind the wheels, staring in terror at the dark gray fighter jet in midair. The Titan Void Reaver was having its final meal. The sea of fire had long since died down, leaving only the charred remains of a pterosaur on the ground. The aircraft's belly armor cracked open, emitting a red glow. Ice crystals, pterosaur hide, and charred bones were all sucked into its body, and the crunching sound made the mercenary's scalp tingle. The one-eyed mercenary captain swallowed hard and stepped forward with a forced smile. "Sir, the money has been transferred. Can we leave now?" Lin Yi sat atop the Titan, the gravitational field shielding him from the wind and snow. He wore a thin black overcoat and looked down at the other man. "Leave? I only said 500,000 for cleaning and 500,000 for saving lives, but I didn't say that the money included the cost of asking for directions." The mercenary captain's face fell, and he hurriedly complained. "Sir, we also come from poor backgrounds, And we haven't even earned back the cost of fuel this trip. I don't listen to stories. Lin Yi tapped the fighter jet's armor. Observation Station 33, how much do you know about it? The moment the name of the place was mentioned, all the mercenaries' expressions changed drastically. The fear they felt was even more real than when they faced the swarm of pterosaurs. Where are you going? The captain's voice trembled. That's a ghost station, you absolutely can't go there. The previous groups that took on the mission didn't even find their bodies. Get to the point. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. As if sensing its master's impatience, Titan slightly lowered its death ray cannon, and the azure crystal shimmered. It didn't fire, but the intense heat it emitted instantly vaporized the surrounding snow. The mercenary captain's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. I'll tell you! He quickly pulled out a crumpled electronic map and handed it over with both hands. This is the outer survey data. That observation station is alive! The gravitational field lifted the map, which fell into Lin Yi's hands. Alive? Every night, the magnetic field around the observatory changes abnormally. We have personally witnessed the frozen corpses moving under the ice. The temperature in the core area is also abnormal, even approaching absolute zero, causing even the engines of an E-class warship to shut down instantly. Lin Yi scanned the map, where several red skulls were marked on the only road leading to the observation station. Interesting. He put away the map. The moving corpses were most likely parasitic void creatures. As for the extreme cold, Titans had the waste heat circulation of the void engine and the residual heat from the S-class death ray cannon crystals, so they were least afraid of the cold. The intelligence is passable. Lin Yi tossed down a bottle of low-quality cold-resistant medicine. Consider it a return gift. Get lost and stop getting in the way. The mercenary captain, feeling like he'd been granted a pardon, grabbed the potion and scrambled into the snowmobile, yelling hoarsely. Get out! Get out now! Don't stay in this godforsaken place for even a second longer! The two surviving snowmobiles, puffing out black smoke, rushed into the snowstorm like rabbits fleeing for their lives, frantically escaping in opposite directions. Lin Yi watched them disappear without mocking them. The weak have their own way of surviving. Knowing how to run away is a skill in itself. Titan, it's time for us to get to work. Deep in the snowstorm, a majestic ice mountain looms in and out of sight, like a giant white tombstone. The blue halo at the Titan's tail suddenly contracted, without a sonic boom, only a slight distortion of space. The fighter jet transformed into a ghost, silently cutting through the blizzard, heading straight for observation station 33. The closer we got to the target, the lower the temperature became. The wristband reading had dropped to minus 150 degrees Celsius, and even the wind seemed frozen. The air was deathly still. There were no birds or beasts, no sounds, only the deep hum of the Titan engine. Warning! The ambient temperature is extremely low. Warning! Strong magnetic interference, radar malfunction. Observation station number 33 of the building complex ahead has been detected. We have arrived. Lin Yi controlled the Titan, hovering at 100 meters in the air. Below was a massive hemispherical complex, once a Federation alloy outpost, now completely swallowed by thick, solid ice. The ice was an eerie deep blue, completely opaque, as if something was sealed inside. The observatory's door was wide open, like a gaping, dark maw, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. Is this the location of an S-rank mission? Lin Yi activated his Eye of Insight, and the data stream on his retina refreshed frantically, but most of it turned into gibberish. The magnetic field interference here was too strong, even suppressing the system scan. Only at the deepest part of the complex, a red dot always shines with a faint but unwavering light. That was the mission objective, the black box. Looks like we'll have to go in and take a look. Lin Yi patted the Titan's fuselage. Let's go see what kind of monsters and demons are buried here. The Titan descended slowly, and a crisp sound came as its landing gear touched the ground. Click. That wasn't the sound of ice breaking. Rather, it was something dormant that was awakened. The gate. Lin Yi stood in front of the door. The Titan fighter folded its wings and followed closely behind him, like a loyal steel guardian. The tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed in the empty metal corridor. There were no lights, only a beam of pale light cast by the searchlight under the belly of the Titan. The walls were covered with thick frost, and horrifying scratch marks were faintly visible beneath the ice, some even severing the wiring buried in the walls. Lin Yi reached out and touched the scratch marks, his gaze darkening slightly. It's not a void beast, these are marks left by human exoskeleton armor. The marks left by the monsters shouldn't be so neat. It looks more like someone scratching themselves in extreme pain and madness. Further in, a massive transfer hall came into view. A sweep of the searchlight revealed it to be filled with corpses. They did not fall, but remained standing in the hall like statues, maintaining postures of running, shooting, and screaming with their heads in their hands. Everyone was encased in transparent, solid ice, resembling a bizarre ice sculpture museum. Lin Yi walked up to a Federation soldier whose face was frozen in despair, his mouth wide open, as if he was still shouting before he died. But those eyes had no pupils, only a deathly white, as if their souls had been completely drained. Target scanned, human remains frozen. Time of death approximately 3 months ago. Cause of death, instantaneous freezing, brain subjected to high-frequency mental shock. Warning, weak vital signs detected inside the body. The moment the warning was given, the ice sculpture in front of them suddenly cracked. The soldier's pale eyes snapped open and locked onto Lin Yi. A low, hissing roar escaped from his frozen throat, followed by a series of cracking sounds echoing throughout the hall. Dozens of ice sculptures collapsed at the same time, and the already dead soldiers stiffly twisted their necks, their rusty weapons still pointing forward. Frost Golem? Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even take a step back. He might have been nervous in such a situation before. But now he knows very well that what he calls fear is simply a lack of firepower. Titan, let them rest in peace. The Titan fighter immediately hovered, and its 6-barreled machine gun at the bottom began to rotate. Considering the enclosed space, Lin Yi did not choose to use live ammunition. Switch to high-energy laser spot firing mode. A series of eerie blue laser beams shot out, each precisely piercing the puppet's forehead. The intense heat instantly vaporized the brain tissue, burning anything parasitic within to ashes. A series of thuds rang out as the newly revived frost golems collapsed like wheat being harvested. Defeat 15 frost parasite golems to gain 1,500 source points. After clearing out the swarms of enemies, Lin Yi walked through the hall and arrived at the main control room at the deepest part of the observation station. Behind the massive explosion-proof glass, a black metal instrument was still operating quietly. That was the black box that recorded all the information from the observation station. As Lin Yi pushed open the door and stepped forward, just as his hand was about to touch the black box, an extremely dangerous chill suddenly shot up his spine from the soles of his feet. The mercenary captain's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. That observation post is alive! With a loud bang, the floor of the main control room suddenly collapsed, and countless deep blue ice crystals surged out from the ground, instantly converging into a huge 5-meter-tall half-body statue. It had no facial features, only a gaping maw like an abyss. The chilling air from the entire observatory was frantically converging on it. Warning, encounter with a boss-level creature, extreme cold ice spirit, LV-18 elemental lord. Characteristics, 90% physical immunity, extreme cold. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against it. It is ice, water, and an invisible chill. Physical immunity? Lin Yi looked at the roaring frost giant, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Conventional machine guns and missiles have little chance of damaging it, but this makes it the perfect target for the death ray cannon. Since you like the cold, then try what the sun's temperature is like. Lin Yi raised his hand, palm aimed at Bing Ling's chest. The Titan fighter behind him suddenly surged forward, its white prismatic cannon barrels slowly protruding from beneath its belly. At this moment, the S-class high-energy focusing crystal shone with a dazzling light. Death ray cannon, charge! Fire! There was no explosion, no loud noise, only a pure white beam of light that instantly pierced through the control room. Time seemed to stand still, and the beam of light, like a red-hot knife cutting into butter, pierced through the chest of the extremely cold and icy spirit without any hindrance. The hiss, this is not burning, but sublimation. The frost giant didn't even have time to scream before its massive body vaporized into a cloud of water vapor the moment it came into contact with the white light. S-class weapon, death ray cannon, material penetrating, devastating thermal melting. One hit, instant kill. The control room was instantly filled with white mist, and the temperature soared from below 100 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. Defeat the frost spirit to gain 25,000 source points, and trigger a 100x critical hit. Rare material obtained, Permafrost Core X1. The mission objective, the black box, has been confirmed safe. Lin Yi waved his hand to disperse the steam, pulled out the scalding black box, and casually tossed it into the system space. An S-rank mission, nothing special. He turned to look at a hidden door in the wall, the very place where Bingling had emerged. Deep within the hidden door, a familiar spatial fluctuation was rippling. That was his true objective for this journey, the Void Rift. Warm-up complete. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Now comes the main course. Chapter 33. The last words in the black box. Greed is the best key. The temperature inside the control room was slowly rising, the white steam was gradually dissipating, and a hidden door deep in the wall was revealed. It wasn't an ordinary metal door, but a translucent obsidian material with a dark red sheen flowing across its surface like veins. Each time the light flashed, the surrounding space would slightly distort, as if something that shouldn't exist was sealed behind the door. Lin Yi didn't rush inside, but instead looked down at the black box he had just pulled out of his hand. This thing is connected to the main computer of the observation station and is the only survivor and the only witness in this area. System brute force attack. Lin Yi pressed the connector without the slightest hesitation. Command confirmed. Initiating intrusion into the data terminal of Observatory number 33. Crack successful, reading the last log entry. The holographic projection unfolded in front of him, the image trembling violently, with alarms and screams mingling together. A middle-aged man in a white coat, his face covered in blood, gripped the camera tightly, his eyes bulging out, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Don't open it! Whatever you do, don't open it! That's not a vein, that's alive! That's a nest! They're under the ice, they're eating our brains! The scene abruptly ends, the final image showing a transparent ice spike protruding from the back of the man's head. Lin Yi turned off the projector expressionlessly, his gaze returning to the dark red door. Nest? When ordinary people hear these two words, they only think of hell. For Titans with a greedy alchemy trait, a lair often means a buffet. Titan, scan the space behind the door. The Titan fighter hovering behind them cast a beam of blue light, covering the entire obsidian door. Due to strong magnetic interference, complete analysis is not possible. Preliminary assessment, unstable subspace debris is connected behind the door. Energy reactivity, extremely high S-grade. Main components, high-purity vacuous crystals, active biometals. That's enough. Lin Yi casually tossed the black box into the system space. He could take it back to complete the mission and exchange it for 500,000 federal coins and S-level resource vouchers. As for the dead scientist's warning, in this cannibalistic world, poverty is more terrifying than ghosts. Open the door. Lin Yi raised his hand, and the gravity well generator in his palm lit up slightly. Titan immediately understood what he meant. The death ray cannon was not charged, but instead the high-energy crystal at the front end was pressed against the door lock. A sudden burst of high-frequency vibrations erupted, and amidst the piercing friction sound, the obsidian gate, sealed for decades, shattered with a deafening roar. A surge of energy, so intense it was almost tangible, rushed towards us. That wasn't wind, but pure void energy. Lin Yi's pores instantly opened, and a pleasant shiver ran through his mind. Behind the door was a bizarre and surreal void, with no ceiling and no ground. Countless clusters of deep blue crystals floated in the pitch-black depths, slowly rotating and colliding with each other like inverted mountain peaks, producing a crisp, chiming sound. Between the crystals, a large number of transparent jellyfish-like creatures swam, their bodies flowing with liquid electricity, and their tentacles leaving dazzling trails as they moved. New map discovered, Void Rift number 33 miniature. Environmental assessment, extremely wealthy. Warning, large number of void lightning mothers, LV.20, detected. They are not aggressive, they will explode upon contact. Lin Yi stood at the doorway, gazing at the magnificent starry sky before him, his eyes gradually brightening. This is no disaster site, it's clearly a gold mine that has never been mined. It seems that the scientist was only half right. Lin Yi stepped into the void, his feet resting on nothing, but the Titan fighter swiftly glided to his feet and steadily supported him. The gravitational field then unfolded, repelling all the void thunder mothers that tried to approach. This is indeed the lair. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the plane, watching the experience packs and materials flying all over the sky, and a smile appeared on his lips. But now it's mine. Titan, eat as much as you want, don't be shy. The Titan Void Raider let out an extremely excited roar, its armor fully opened, revealing a dense array of energy absorption circuits. At this moment, it turned into a black hole. A frenzied plundering began silently in this desolate void. Chapter 34 Repairing the Engine, Making the World Feel Pain. The silence within the void rift was shattered, and the Titan fighter hovered beside a massive blue crystal mountain. The abdominal armor flipped over, and dozens of mechanical tentacles flashing red light extended out, piercing deep into the crystal. Consuming. High-purity void crystal. Source points plus 500. Energy recovery speed increased by 300%. Watching the numbers on the system panel keep changing, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Any crystal here would be incredibly valuable on the black market, but right now, they're just fuel for Titan evolution. Just then, the Void Thunder Mothers, who were roaming around, noticed the intruders. Hundreds of transparent, jellyfish-like creatures quickly surrounded them, their bodies crackling with electricity, their pale blue forms gradually turning a dangerous crimson. They are not very intelligent, but they have an extremely strong sense of territory, and their only way of attacking is by self-destruction. Hundreds of LV.20 Void Ray Mothers exploded simultaneously, enough to capsize a regular army cruiser. Kurlinya didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply tapped the armor beneath him lightly. Too noisy. Gravity well, reverse force field. With a hum, the gravitational ripples that were originally repelling outwards suddenly reversed. A terrifying suction force erupted from Titan, causing the Void Thunder Mothers who rushed in to instantly lose control, colliding with each other like fallen leaves caught in a vortex. Boom! 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 The series of explosions erupted 500 meters away, and a violent plasma illuminated the entire void, like a dazzling display of death fireworks. However, before the shockwave could spread, it was locked in place by the gravity well and compressed into a high-density energy sphere. Swallowed it. Titan opened its massive maw and swallowed the energy ball, which contained the essence of hundreds of Thunder Mothers, in one gulp. Absorbing. High-density thunderstorm energy. Gained, source points plus 50,000. The talent. Double source points. Has been triggered. Actual gain 5 million? The system suddenly froze for a moment. Note, this energy is too pure, the source conversion rate has exceeded its limit. This is recommended for direct use in fixing the secondary void engine. Lin Yi, the engine that was swallowed from the ship graveyard, although it had been integrated into the Titan, remained in a damaged state. Void warp not only has a 60-second cooldown, but also consumes an extremely high amount of resources, making it impossible to unleash its true power. To truly transform Titan, its engine must be repaired. Pour everything into the engine. Upon receiving the order, the Titan's fuselage suddenly trembled. The blue halo at the tail suddenly expanded, like a giant beast awakening, frantically drawing all the energy from this space. The surrounding suspended crystalline peaks quickly dimmed and disintegrated, turning into a sky full of powder. The entire void rift seemed to be wailing, its power accumulated over hundreds of years being ruthlessly plundered by the Titans. 10 minutes later, the system notification finally sounded. Ding! Energy injection complete. Secondary void engine, storm class modified, repair progress, 100%. Unlock new feature, void travel, passive. When at subsonic speeds, warships can automatically enter phase stealth, becoming immune to physical impacts and ignoring terrain obstacles. Unlock active skill, short-range jump, full version. Charges in 10 seconds, can travel 500 kilometers, cools down in 30 minutes. Lin Yi slowly clenched his fist. Phase stealth means that Titans will become true ghosts during their normal flight. Bullets cannot hit it, walls cannot stop it, and no terrain can restrict its movement. As for the short-range jump of 500 kilometers, it gives him the ability to instantly leave the battlefield and even directly attack the enemy's main camp. This trip was worthwhile. Lin Yi looked at the void rift that had been swallowed up and was now dim in light. This place is no longer of any value, and its spatial stability is rapidly declining, with cracks constantly appearing at the edges. It's time to leave. Xiao Tianyu. Lin Yi stood up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick ice and hundreds of kilometers away, landing in the direction of Star River Academy. You've given me such a generous gift, I should go back and thank you properly. I hope you're not scared to death. Because the real nightmare has only just begun. Lin Yi patted the Titan armor. Leap target, Galaxy Academy, Zhao Family Manor. Charging. Buzz. This time it was no longer a faint hum, but a roar as if a dragon had awakened. The blue light instantly engulfed the Titan fighter, and the next second, the void rift was completely empty. Hundreds of kilometers away, above the Zhao family manor, a symbol of power and wealth, space suddenly cracked open with a menacing rift. Chapter 35 Spatial Warp. The Sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. In the Star River floating city, in the affluent district, the Zhao family manor was brightly lit. As one of the city's top wealthy families, a grand banquet was being held here tonight. Melodious piano music filled the garden as guests clinked glasses and discussed interstellar affairs and business. No one realized that a catastrophic disaster was approaching. On the main house's terrace, Zhao Lei, the second master of the Zhao family, sat with a cigar between his fingers, staring grimly at Xiao Tianyu, who was trembling in front of him. Still no news? Xiao Tianyu changed his clothes, but his face was still deathly pale. He clutched the blood-stained scorpion badge tightly. Second uncle, Night Owl wiped out Lin Yi. He's not human, he's a devil. He was at the academy just now, but he didn't kill me. He just said he wanted to give the Zhao family a big gift. What's the panic? Zhao Lei raised his hand and slapped Zhao Tianyu across the face, angrily cursing him for being spineless. This is the Zhao family's territory. They have a private army, energy shields, an underground hangar, and the Mad Shark cruiser. Anyone who dares to break in is courting death. Zhao Lei exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes turning cold. Night Owl failed, they're useless. I've already activated the highest level of alert at the manor. If that little bastard dares to show his face, the anti-aircraft artillery will blast him to pieces. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the night sky above the manor suddenly split open. Without any alarm or radar warning, a huge blue halo exploded out of thin air, spatial turbulence swept through the garden, and parasols and dining tables were instantly blown away. Buzz. A menacing fighter jet with a wingspan of 3 meters and a dark gray body, like a giant beast leaping out of the void, hovered without warning directly above the banquet hall. It is less than 50 meters above the ground. The azure halo of the void engines slowly rotated, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. What is that? The guests screamed in terror and scattered for their lives. Zhao Tianyu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the terrace, trembling as he pointed to the sky. He's here! He's here! Zhao Lei dropped his cigar, his eyes wide with disbelief. Space warp? Impossible! How could such technology be used within the atmosphere? But he was still the second master of the Zhao family, and he immediately grabbed the communicator and roared. Air defense system, fire! Shoot it down! Boom! 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 The camouflage lawns surrounding the manor were lifted, and 12 close-in weapon systems simultaneously spewed fire. The dense barrage of 30mm armor-piercing rounds transformed into a metallic storm, instantly engulfing the Titan fighter. A look of satisfaction flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes. Even an E-class destroyer wouldn't dare to withstand such firepower head-on. But the next second, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The Titan fighter didn't dodge, nor did it suffer the slightest damage. The armor-piercing rounds simply passed right through the fuselage, as if passing through a non-existent phantom. A stray bullet landed in the banquet hall below, shattering the champagne tower, and the screams became even more chaotic. Passive trait triggered void travel, phase stealth. In a state of physical immunity, Lin Yi sat on the back of the Titan, looking down coldly at the Zhao family members across the gravitational field. Too weak. He didn't even bother to retaliate. The Titan slowly descended, and the terrifying, oppressive feeling of ignoring the attack was more despairing than any artillery bombardment. Zhao Lei gripped the railing tightly, his fingernails almost breaking. Why can't I hit it? Is it just a holographic projection? Zhao Tianyu's eyes were glazed over, and he murmured in despair. It's useless, he's a ghost, we'll all die. Just then, Lin Yi's voice, amplified by the Titan loudspeaker, resounded like thunder throughout the Zhao family manor. Zhao Lei. Hiring someone to commit murder, how do you plan to settle this score? Zhao Lei shuddered. The Titan's dark cannon muzzle was already locked onto the terrace, and a chill instantly rushed from his feet to his head. But he was not willing to give up. This is the Zhao family home, and he is the second in command of the Zhao family. How can he bow down to a student? Activate the Mad Shark! Zhao Lei roared hysterically. Blast it to smithereens! Rumble. The artificial lake behind the manor suddenly cracked open, and the water rushed out. A 100-meter-long, rusty old light cruiser slowly rose into the air amidst the roar of its anti-gravity engine. This is the true foundation of the Zhao family. A decommissioned military warship. Although most of the weapon systems have been removed, the main gun, the Ripper, electromagnetic railgun, remains. It is a strategic weapon capable of penetrating a city in a single shot. Seeing the Mad Shark take off, Zhao Lei finally regained his confidence and grinned as he looked at Lin Yi. Kid, you're too arrogant. Compared to a real cruiser, your little toy is a joke. Die. The main cannon of the Mad Shark began charging, and a blinding blue electric light illuminated half of the floating city. Lin Yi looked at the enormous vessel, a playful smile appearing on his face. Comparing sizes? He gently patted the Titan's cold armor. Titans, show them what truth is. Chapter 36. So what if it's a cruiser? The S-class ray will teach you a lesson. The massive cruiser, Mad Shark, hovered 200 meters in the air, its 100-meter-long hull blocking out the moonlight, making it almost impossible for the people in the Zhao family manor to breathe. Even though it has long been retired, the steel behemoth still exudes a terrifying aura. The Titan fighter jet, with a wingspan of only 3 meters, appears as tiny as a mosquito in its presence. Charging complete, target locked. Zhao Lei stood on the terrace, staring at Lin Yi, and frantically ordered, "Fire! Vaporize him!" The electromagnetic railgun at the bow of the ship emitted a shriek, and a tungsten alloy projectile was instantly propelled to 5 times the speed of sound, tearing through the air and blasting towards Lin Yi with the power to penetrate mountains. Lin Yi sat on the Titan fighter jet, letting the wind whip his black hair around, his expression unchanged, and simply said, "Scan." A system notification immediately appeared. The main gun cooling system of the Shark is aging, and there is a 0.3-second delay vulnerability in the core reactor shield. The evaluation was even more blunt, a pile of mobile scrap metal, good for nothing except its size. Lin Yi looked at the smoking cannons at the bow of the ship, knowing that he only had one chance. He raised his right hand and pointed it at the mad shark. Phase deactivated. Death ray full power. The Titan fighter's illusory fuselage solidified instantly, and a tungsten alloy projectile grazed Lin Yi's scalp. He used the last second of his phase stealth to perfectly dodge the fatal blow. The next moment, the white prismatic cannon barrel under the fuselage lit up with a pure white light. The S-grade crystal taken from the Lord-class demonic insect finally released the energy that had been accumulating for 100 years. There was no explosion, no recoil, only a pure white beam of death that instantly pierced the night sky. Before Zhao Lei's sinister smile had faded and before the mad shark shield could restart, the white light had already precisely slipped into the brief gap after the main cannon fired. The death ray has the property of penetrating matter. Its S-class high-energy rays ignore thick armor and easily penetrate the entire cruiser, exiting from the stern engine. This attack pierced the heart of the mad shark. After a brief silence, a fireball exploded in the sky. The cruiser's reactor was detonated by the intense heat, and the steel behemoth, which the Zhao family had spent billions to maintain, was instantly broken in two. The burning wreckage, trailing black smoke and flames, crashed into the artificial lake behind the manor. The shockwaves swept in all directions, shattering all the windows of the Zhao family's main residence. Zhao Lei was thrown back by the blast wave, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. He struggled to his feet, staring blankly at the sinking and burning mad shark outside the window. Gone with just one shot? That was a cruiser. Even the regular Federation forces would have to work hard to sink it. Yet Lin Yi blasted it into scrap metal with a single shot. As the smoke cleared, the dark gray Titan fighter still hovered in midair, completely unharmed. The muzzle of the white death ray cannon glowed red, radiating wisps of residual heat. Lin Yi maneuvered his fighter jet to land on the ruined terrace, the landing gear crushing the marble floor tiles. He jumped out of the jet, hands in his pockets, and walked towards the collapsed Zhao Tianyu and the seriously injured Zhao Lei. Although the Zhao family's private army had guns at their sides, none of them dared to move. Even a cruiser had been destroyed in an instant. What use were their guns then? Lin Yi squatted down in front of Zhao Lei, took out the poisoned scorpion badge, and threw it at him. Now, can we talk about compensation? The compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, and the cost of the ammunition for that shot just now is very expensive. Looking at this demon-like youth, Zhao Lei finally broke down completely. The mad shark was gone, and the Zhao family's status in the floating city was finished. Give it to me. I'll give you as much as you want. Lin Yi smiled, the firelight reflecting off his face, making his smile exceptionally bright. 80% of the Zhao family's liquid assets, plus all the rare metals in their vault. If even a penny is missing, I'll send this house down to accompany that ship. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi looked at the 50 million federal credits that had been deposited into his account, as well as the mountain of rare materials piled up in his system space, and nodded in satisfaction. It's a pleasure to work with you. He jumped onto the Titan fighter jet, and before leaving, he added, When Zhao wakes up, remember to tell him that he's welcome to seek revenge anytime. After all, there aren't many ATMs as generous as yours anymore. With a flash of blue light, the Titan fighter initiated a void warp and disappeared into the night. All that remained was the Zhao family manor in ruins and the listless guests. That night, Lin Ye's name resounded throughout the Star River floating city. He is no longer an F-class waste. Instead, it's a monster. Chapter 37. The whole city was shaken. The value of this shot. In this floating city of stars, no one is destined to sleep tonight. The flames that shot into the sky from the Zhao family manor were like a resounding slap in the face to all the city's powerful and wealthy. A decommissioned cruiser was sunk in Zhao's own airspace. The person who took action was Lin Yi, a newcomer who had awakened an F-level fire seed less than a week ago. The news spread like wildfire across the internet, and the Zhao family desperately deleted posts and banned accounts, trying to characterize the accident as a catastrophic explosion caused by a leak in the energy core. But that dark gray fighter jet, hovering in the night sky like the Grim Reaper descending, had already been firmly remembered by countless attackers. The culprit, however, was humming a tune as he drove his unassuming SUV back to the logistics warehouse area of Xinghe Academy. With a soft sound, the Titan fighter dematerialized and transformed back into a dark golden core, disappearing into Lin Yi's brow. As soon as Lin Yi entered the room, he collapsed onto the worn-out cot, feeling utterly exhausted. The power of the death ray cannon was indeed terrifying, but the mental strain at the moment of firing almost burned his brain through. An S-level module is still too much of a challenge for him at his current level. Lin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples, then casually pulled out the top-grade recovery potion he had obtained from the Zhao family and gulped it down. System, report battle damage. Battle damage assessment in progress. Titan core, Void Reaver, complete structure. The core crystal of the death ray cannon has overheated, with 90% of the coolant evaporating. Micron-sized cracks have appeared on the inner wall of the cannon barrel. Immediate maintenance is recommended. Remaining energy, 15%. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. That shot was indeed exhilarating, but the energy expenditure was also terrible. Especially that specially designed focusing transistor. Once it's completely destroyed, he won't be able to find a second S-class crystal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the cost ultimately comes from the consumer. Lin Yi opened the bracelet and looked at the number in the account, 53.5 million federal credits. More than 50 million is enough to buy several streets in the lower city, and even in the floating city where land is extremely valuable, it would be enough to make many conglomerates envious. Now that we have money, it's time to spend it. Lin Yi has never had the habit of saving money. In this cannibalistic world, account numbers are meaningless. Only by turning money into the armor, gun barrels, and firepower of warships can we truly save our lives. He took a quick cold shower to wash away the gunpowder and blood smell, changed into a clean school uniform, and then turned and left. It was already 4 a.m, but the Academy's Spark Supply Exchange Center was still brightly lit. This place is open 24/7, and as long as you have credits or federal currency, you can buy military supplies that are rarely seen outside. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the hall, the previously noisy rest area suddenly fell silent. A dozen pairs of eyes fell on him simultaneously, some filled with fear, some with awe, and others with an undisguised curiosity. Those students who had mocked him as a junk collector in the mock exam square were now huddled in a corner, not daring to even lift their heads. Lin Yi ignored him and walked straight to the VIP counter. The chubby senior student behind the counter was yawning and painting her nails, saying without looking up, "Line up to buy things, F-grade sparks go to the self-service machine." Before she could finish speaking, she looked up and saw Lin Yi's face clearly, and the nail-polish bottle in her hand fell to the ground. Lin Yi, classmate?" The chubby senior's voice changed, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. "Why did you come in person? If you need anything, just tell us on your wristband and we'll send it over." Strength is the most direct privilege. Lin Yi didn't waste any words and pulled out a list to project. 2 tons of high-purity liquid helium coolant. Sea-level nano-repair of insect nests 3 sets. And bring this book on advanced phased radar theory as well. After the chubby senior looked at the list, her eyelids twitched violently. Liquid helium coolant is used to cool the destroyer's engines. The nano-repair insect hive is a battlefield emergency rescue artifact, with 1 set worth 2 million federal credits. These are all controlled supplies. The chubby senior student rubbed her hands together and carefully reminded them. According to regulations, freshmen must have E-level or higher access to purchase them, and there are also quantity restrictions. Lin Yi didn't explain, he just put the ID card into the sensor area. Drop. Student Lin Yi. Priority level, SSS highest priority. Credit limit, unlimited, specially approved and guaranteed by Dean Qin Wujiang. The moment the green light turned on, the chubby senior student gasped. Her attitude instantly plummeted to the ground, and she nodded repeatedly. "No problem, absolutely no problem. I'll get the goods for you right now." She typed rapidly on the keyboard, afraid that even a second's delay would displease the man. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the entrance of the hall. "Wait a moment!" An arrogant voice suddenly interrupted. "I want those 3 sets of nanobot nests." Chapter 38. Sorry, money really can buy anything. Lin Yi turned his head slightly. The speaker was a tall boy wearing a white-fitted uniform with a striking gold badge on his chest, which was the symbol of a student council officer. Behind the boy were 2 arrogant followers, and someone in the hall immediately exclaimed in a low voice, "It's Zhou Kai, the senior from the 3rd year." He is the Vice Minister of the Student Union's Logistics Department. His warship is a heavily armed frigate with amazing defensive capabilities. He is currently aiming for the top 10 in the grade. Zhou Kai walked straight to the counter, not even glancing at Lin Yi, and slammed his gold card on the table. I'm taking these 3 sets of insect hives to the front lines for the guild leader to use as spares. He tapped the counter, his tone forceful. Fatty, pack them up. The chubby senior student immediately looked troubled, glancing left and right, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Minister Zhou, Lin Yi took a liking to these insect nests first, and has already placed an order. You placed an order? Zhou Kai turned around and looked Lin Yi up and down with disdain. He had heard of Lin Yi's recent reputation, but in the eyes of these senior students, no matter how successful the freshmen were, it was just because they were lucky to have encountered an opportunity. Their background and connections were simply incomparable to theirs. What's more, he has the student council backing him. In this college, the student council has always been unbridled. Lin Yi, right? Zhou Kai forced a smile. I heard you've been making waves lately. But one should know how to take things slowly and steadily. This batch of insect hives was specifically requested by the guild leader, so please give it to him as a favor. From now on, the student council will protect you in the academy. While saying they were going to discuss it, their tone was full of condescension, as if being protected by the student council was an honor that Lin Yi could only dream of. The surroundings fell silent instantly. On one side was the rising star, and on the other was the deeply entrenched student council. The air was thick with tension. Lin Yi looked at Zhou Kai as if he were an idiot. He chuckled and turned to ask the chubby senior. Did I just pay? The chubby senior stammered. I've paid a deposit, but not the full amount yet. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, and the next second, a crisp notification sound echoed throughout the hall. Ding! Account deducted, $6 million federal dollars. Lin Yi bought out the entire 6 million federal credits without even blinking. Now they're mine. He pointed to the insect nests on the counter, his tone flat. Pack them up and send them to my personal warehouse. Urgent. The entire room fell silent. 6 million, just swiped like that? Zhou Kai's smile froze, then turned ashen. This wasn't just stealing goods. It was a slap in the face in front of everyone. Lin Yi, don't push your luck! Zhou Kai suddenly stepped forward, his mental power erupting and pressing down on Lin Yi. You think you can do whatever you want in the academy just because you have some money? I'm the deputy director of the logistics department, and I have the priority to allocate all supplies. He invoked the authority of the student council. An ordinary student would probably have been intimidated by this pressure. But Lin Yi just looked at him quietly, with a hint of pity in her eyes. Priority? Lin Yi raised his hand and pointed to the screen above the hall. The transaction record that had just been completed was clearly displayed on the screen. Purchaser, Lin Yi. Access level, SSS. Status, absolute priority. According to the Academy's rules, SSS level authority is superior to all departmental allocation authority. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it made Zhou Kai's face grow even more unpleasant. If Senior Zhou really wants to snatch it, he can apply for special approval from the dean. Or you can also spend 6 million and we'll bid against each other? He paused, a playful smile playing on his lips. But judging from your appearance, you probably have to apply to your family for even 600,000, right? That statement was absolutely devastating. Zhou Kai's face turned a deep shade of liver. Although he was a vice minister, his monthly allowance was only a few 100,000 yuan, so 6 million was an astronomical figure for him. Comparing yourself to Lin Yi, who just snatched 50 million from the Zhao family, is utterly humiliating. You just wait. Zhou Kai pointed at Lin Yi, his fingers trembling. Faced with SSS-level access and overwhelming financial resources, he had absolutely no means of countermeasures. Taking action was out of the question. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. Thinking of the rumors that Lin Yi had sunk a cruiser with a single shot, Zhou Kai felt inexplicably uneasy. In the end, he could only grab back the gold card and grit his teeth, shouting, "Let's go!" The three slunk away, their figures looking utterly pathetic. A low chuckle immediately followed in the hall. Lin Yi ignored her, took the delivery slip from the chubby senior, and suddenly turned back to say, I want as much of this high-purity coolant as you have in the future. The price will be increased by 20%, and that will be your commission. The chubby senior's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded hurriedly. Okay. Young Master Lin, take care, young Master Lin, come again soon. As he stepped out of the supply depot, the first rays of morning sunlight fell on Lin Yi's face. He took a deep breath of the slightly cool air. It feels really good to throw money at people like that. But he also knew that he had now completely clashed with the student council. Trouble always seems to come in waves. Lin Yi glanced at the task countdown on his bracelet. S-rank mission, Icefield Black Box. Time remaining, 36 hours. But before that, we need to complete this task first. The contents of that black box should be able to be exchanged for resources that are more important than money. Lin Yi walked towards the administration building, where Dean Qin Wujung was waiting for him. Chapter 39: Shocking the Dean. The true value of an S-rank mission. On the top floor of the administration building, the dean's office smelled faintly of tea, yet the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Qin Wujung stared at the black metal box on the table, which still exuded a chill. His hand, holding the teacup, remained suspended in midair for a long time. You mean, you not only went to Observatory 33, but you also brought this black box back? Lin Yi leaned back in his leather chair, his expression calm. It's just on the way. The mission reward is clearly stated, 500,000 plus resource vouchers. I have no reason to refuse. Qin Wujung's lips twitched slightly. Observation Station number 33 was located in the core restricted area of the far north ice field. Even a regular army elite team might not be able to escape unscathed after entering, and this kid actually said it was on the way. He suppressed his emotions and tapped the table lightly with his finger. Open it and take a look. An encrypted beam of light swept across the black box, and with a soft click, a holographic projection unfolded in the center of the office. In the footage, the scientist, covered in blood and with a look of despair, screams again. They're alive under the ice! The video ended, and the office fell into a deathly silence. Qin Wujung's expression was more solemn than ever before. He got up and walked to the French windows, looking at the bustling academy outside. His back view even revealed a hint of desolation. It has indeed begun, he said in a low voice. The cycle of the void tides is 3 years ahead of schedule. Lin Yi caught the word. Void tide? This is not something you should be worrying about right now. Qin Wujung turned around, regaining his demeanor as dean. You just need to know that the value of this black box far exceeds your imagination. It confirmed a suspicion held by the federal leadership and bought us valuable time to prepare for war. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Lin Yi, you have done a great service. In addition to the original rewards for the mission, I will personally give you an extra 2,000 credits. 2,000 credits is no small sum at Star River Academy. Although 1 credit is equal to 1,000 federal credits, the resources that credits can exchange for are often things that money can't buy. Lin Yi nodded without the slightest formality. Thank you, Dean. And what about my S-level resource exchange voucher? You'll get your share. Qin Wujung chuckled, took out a golden magnetic card from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Lin Yi. This is the pass to the Apocalypse Treasury. All the top-tier, unique modules that the Academy has collected over the past century are there, each one starting at S grade. He paused slightly at this point, then added. However, the Apocalypse Treasury is entirely managed by the Student Union. You just embarrassed Zhou Kai at the supplies department, so this exchange might not go smoothly. Lin Yi took the gold card and twirled it lightly between his fingers. Student Council? He stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. Dean, you just said that I have SSS-level access. If anyone is blocking the way, I don't mind clearing a few roadblocks for the Academy. Qin Wujung watched the boy's departing figure, his smile deepening. He's a troublemaker. But with chaos looming, only a troublemaker like him can truly stir up this stagnant water. He picked up the communicator and connected to the encrypted channel. Notify the Board of Trustees to initiate the Spark program. In addition, upgrade the encryption level of Lin Yi's file to top secret. As Lin Yi walked out of the administration building, he looked down at the gold card in his hand. The Apocalypse Treasury is a sacred place that all students dream of. It is said that any single item inside could bring about a qualitative change in a frigate. Titans now possess deadly ray cannons for attack, void warp for mobility, and gravity wells for control, making them formidable in combat. However, its weaknesses are equally obvious: sustained combat capability and defense. The Death Ray Cannon consumes an astonishing amount of energy, and the Void Engine also requires a massive amount of power. If things get dragged on for too long, he might be drained dry by his own warship first. Therefore, he needs modules that can significantly improve energy recovery or enhance the ship's self-repair capabilities. Lin Yi didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead, he turned around and headed towards the black pyramid-shaped building behind the academy. That place is the Apocalypse Treasury, and also the Student Council's headquarters. Lin Yi's eyes turned slightly cold as he recalled Zhou Kai's arrogant demeanor in the supplies department. I hope you'll learn your lesson. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting Titan have another taste of meat. Chapter 40 So-called rules are meant to be trampled on. The Apocalypse Treasury is located on the back mountain of Star River Academy, and is an independent restricted area. The Black Pyramid is made of obsidian alloy that is immune to mental detection. There is only one entrance and exit, and 2 rows of student council disciplinary teams stand at the entrance. As soon as Lin Yi reached the cordon, 2 electromagnetic spears crossed in front of him. The short-haired disciplinary team member glanced at his freshman uniform, his face full of contempt. This is the Apocalypse Treasury. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Freshmen should line up at the E-level warehouse. This is not a place for you. Lin Yi didn't speak, but directly took out a magnetic card that gleamed with gold. S-level exchange coupon, move aside. The man with the buzz cut was clearly stunned. He took the card and swiped it on the terminal. A notification sounded. Valid certificate holder, Lin Yi. Upon seeing this name, his expression immediately changed. The person in front of him was none other than the ruthless man from the supplies department who had slapped Zhou Kai in the face and was rumored to have sunk the Zhao family's cruiser. Despite his apprehension, he didn't release the person. Instead, he secretly pressed the communicator and put the magnetic card in his pocket. The credentials are genuine, but we need to verify their source. There have been quite a few theft cases lately, so please wait here, Lin. We'll let you in once we verified them. Lin Yi saw through the trick immediately. The so-called verification was nothing more than an attempt to buy time, or even to make his card accidentally lost. It seems Zhou Kai didn't teach you any manners. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi stepped forward and kicked out. With a bang, the man with the buzz cut didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing hard into the alloy door. Blood spurted out, several of his ribs were broken, and his gold card fell out of his pocket. The entrance fell silent instantly. This was student council territory, and Lin Yi dared to directly attack the student council's disciplinary team. This wasn't just arrogance, it was utter disregard for them. Another team member, terrified, raised his electromagnetic spear. You dare attack law enforcement officers? We're going to arrest you. Noisy. Lin Yi picked up the magnetic card, blew off the dust, and called out softly. Titan. The air suddenly distorted as the dark gray Titan fighter deactivated its phase stealth and hovered above everyone's heads. The 6-barreled machine gun slowly warmed up, its deep hum like the grinding teeth of death. The murderous aura emanating from the fighter jet amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood instantly froze all the patrol teams in place. No one dared to move. They had no doubt that if they made the slightest move, the machine gun would fire. Lin Yi held the card and gently patted the team member's face. Now, is everything verified? It's all cleared up, please come in. Lin Yi put away the magnetic card, stepped over the wounded on the ground, and walked straight into the Apocalypse Treasury. Rules are, in essence, made for the weak. In the face of absolute power, rules are meant to be trampled upon. The treasure vault is a hidden world inside, with countless transparent energy bubbles suspended in a huge circular space, each containing precious modules and materials. Without delay, Lin Yi activated his Eye of Insight and began a full-power scan. The high-frequency plasma shield offers decent defense, but its energy consumption is excessive, making it useless. Antimatter annihilation bombs are incredibly powerful, but they can only be used once, making them too cost-effective. Most of the priceless treasures in the eyes of outsiders didn't even qualify in Lin Yi's eyes. It wasn't until he reached the deepest part of the treasure vault, in an inconspicuous corner, that he discovered a dark red metal sphere. It beats slowly like a heart, and a system notification pops up immediately. Heart of the Abyss, an S+ grade upgradable module, a regenerative organ from an unknown Void Lord. It can devour the energy of enemy shields, converting 30% of it into its own energy, and also grant warships biological-level self-healing capabilities. As long as the core is not destroyed, the ship can quickly regenerate by consuming energy even if the hull is damaged. Lifesteal and self-healing, this is exactly the kind of sustain Lin Yi desires. Combined with Titan's greedy alchemy, it's practically a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. This is it. Lin Yi reached out and pressed the energy bubble, but a piercing alarm suddenly went off. Warning! This item has been locked. Locked by Student Council President Li Kenwu. The next second, the treasure vault doors slammed shut. Zhou Kai emerged from the shadows with a fully armed law enforcement team, a sinister smile on his face. Lin Yi, you have been arrested for violently breaking through the checkpoint and stealing items reserved by the chairman. This time, let's see who can save you. Chapter 41. Sorry, SSS rank means you can do whatever you want. Inside the Apocalypse Treasury, the atmosphere was tense, with piercing alarms constantly echoing. Layers of red laser barriers descended, tightly locking the bubble containing the heart of the abyss. Zhou Kai stood behind the enforcement team, a confident smile on his face. In his view, no matter how good Lin Yi was at fighting or how rich he was, he couldn't escape the strict hierarchical rules of Xinghe Academy. The student union is the heart of the college. Even the academic affairs office has to give way to what the president, Li Qianwu, has his eye on. Lin Yi, surrender now. Zhou Kai straightened his collar and announced slowly. Trespassing, stealing S-level supplies, and assaulting law enforcement officers. These 3 charges are enough to get you discharged 10 times and sent to a federal military court. The law enforcement officers simultaneously raised their weapons, their gun barrels locking onto Lin Yi. If he dares to make the slightest move, the electromagnetic beam will instantly turn him into a sieve. Lin Yi glanced at the heart of the abyss, which was sealed by the red light, and then looked at Zhou Kai, who was beaming with pride. He suddenly sighed. Zhou Kai, do you think that just because you bring up the rules and the president, I should obediently kneel down? Zhou Kai sneered. Isn't it? This is the Apocalypse Treasury, and the student council controls it. If I say it's forbidden, then it is forbidden. So what if you have an SSS rating? Ratings are just empty titles. Authority is the real power. Well said. Lin Yi nodded, took out the gold card Qin Wuzheng had given him, and walked towards the control panel. Since you like talking about authority, let's have a competition to see who has more authority. Stop him! Zhou Kai's expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. 2 law enforcement officers immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. But the next second, the Titan fighter hovering in midair suddenly lowered, and the death ray cannon was pressed directly in front of the 2 men's foreheads. Although the cannon was not charged, the terrifying pressure emanating from the S-class crystal made the 2 of them freeze instantly, and even breathing became difficult. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Lin Yi inserted the gold card into the card slot. Beep, identity verification in progress. Zhou Kai continued shouting. It's useless. That's the chairman's highest command lock. Unless the dean himself comes, no one can. Before he could finish speaking, the alarm inside the vault abruptly stopped. The flashing red light on the console disappeared instantly, replaced by green, which represents the highest level of access control. The cold, electronic sound system filled the entire venue. SSS-level supreme privileges detected, special approval granted by the dean. Access priority, top secret. Overriding student council lock command successfully. All defense systems have been deactivated. Dear Lin Yi, you have the authority to forcibly move all resources within the Apocalypse Treasury. With a click, the bubble sealing the heart of the abyss slowly opened. The dark red metallic heart floated up automatically like a ripe fruit and landed steadily in Lin Yi's palm. The entire treasure vault fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Kai's smile froze completely, as if he had been slapped hard in public. That's impossible. He stared intently at the control panel, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The president's lock has been overwritten? What exactly is that card of yours? Lin Yi toyed with the warm heart of the abyss in his palm, then turned to look at Zhou Kai, whose face was ashen. I told you that when I was at the supplies department. SSS-level privileges, above all other departments. He walked towards Zhou Kai step by step, his aura rising accordingly. The chilling aura that seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood caused the surrounding law enforcement officers to instinctively retreat and make way for them. Lin Yi walked up to Zhou Kai and looked at him calmly. What do you want? Zhou Kai roared, his voice trembling with fear. I'm the vice president of the student council. If you dare touch me, the president will never let you get away with it. Snap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the empty treasure vault. Zhou Kai was spun around twice by the slap, half of his face swelled up instantly, and 2 teeth flew out mixed with blood. This slap is to teach you to recognize your own identity. Lin Yi spoke in a flat tone, as if he had casually swatted a fly. From now on, when you see me, keep your head down and behave yourself. Otherwise, next time it won't just be your teeth that break, but your skull. After saying that, Lin Yi took the heart of the abyss and strode away from the treasure vault with the Titan fighter. Behind him were only a group of dumbfounded law enforcement officers and Zhou Kai, who was lying on the ground covering his face and groaning in pain. After leaving the back mountain, Lin Yi did not feel much satisfaction from teaching Zhou Kai a lesson. With his current strength, an opponent of Zhou Kai's caliber wouldn't even be worthy of making him draw his sword. What truly concerned him was the still beating heart in his hand. Heart of the Abyss, S+ grade upgradable module. Lin Yi could sense the immense life force hidden deep within the metal sphere. This thing comes from the regenerative organ of the Void Lord, a second life that countless warships dream of. With it, Titan can truly complete the closed loop. He glanced at the time. There were only 3 days left until the elite class selection competition. 3 days would be enough for him to perfectly implant the heart into Titan's body. Go to the modification workshop. A burning light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This time, I'm going to build a truly immortal warship. Chapter 42 Merging with the Heart of the Abyss, an undying war machine. Late at night, the C-09 modification workshop had long since become Lin Yi's exclusive territory. The heavy alloy door was tightly closed, isolating him from all outside prying eyes. On the control panel, the Titan Void Reaver hovered silently, its belly armor fully deployed, exposing its complex energy circuits and mechanical exoskeleton. Above it, the dark red heart of the abyss hangs in midair, with countless red optical fibers like blood vessels extending out, desperately trying to connect to the Titan core. The rejection reaction was unusually violent. Titans are purely mechanical creations, while the heart of the abyss possesses semi-biological characteristics, making them inherently incompatible. The moment they made contact, blinding sparks exploded continuously, and the alarm blared sharply throughout the workshop. Warning! Energy frequency mismatch. Warning! Biological rejection rate reaches 80%. Fusion failure probability, 99%. Lin Yi's forehead was covered in sweat, but his mental focus remained fixed on the frantically jumping data stream on the holographic screen. An ordinary captain would have given up long ago given this failure rate. Forcibly fusing S-plus class modules, if out of control, could at best destroy the warship, and at worst, kill everyone on board. But Lin Yi is different. He has a system. System: activate greedy alchemy assist mode, consume source points, and force assimilation. Command confirmed. Injecting source point. Current consumption, 1,000 points per second. Lin Yi raised his hand and placed it on the Titan's cold fuselage, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Eat it, make it a part of you! Buzz. The Titan's core trembled violently, as if it truly understood its master's command. It no longer resisted the invading biological forces, but instead opened its greedy mouth and bit into the heart of the abyss. The massive influx of source points, acting like a lubricant, forcefully smooths out the rejection reaction between machinery and biology. Sizzle. Dark red veins spread along the Titan's silver-gray mechanical skeleton, and the originally cold and lifeless metal body began to pulsate strangely. It felt like the warship was breathing. 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes. When the 50,000 source points in Lin Yi's account evaporated again, the red light in the workshop finally receded abruptly. A brand new Titan appeared before him. It was still that menacing dark gray fighter jet, with little change in appearance, but a faint dark red glow was now flowing between the gaps in the armor. The surface of the fuselage is also covered with a thin film of biomass that is almost imperceptible. When Lin Yi reaches out to touch it, he no longer feels cold metal, but a warmth. Merger successful. Gain new trait, Abyssal Regeneration, passive. Effect: the warship automatically recovers 1% of its maximum armor value per second. When attacked, it can consume energy to instantly repair damaged parts. The repair speed depends on the energy supply. Gain new trait, Energy Steal, passive. Effect: all attacks have an energy absorption effect. 30% of the damage dealt will be converted into a shield or energy reserve. Warship rating upgraded, LV 12, Elite Destroyer class. Overall assessment: it's now a vampire in mecha armor. If you can't kill it instantly, it can drain you dry and then revive fully healed by stepping on your corpse. Lin Yi stared at the attribute panel, barely able to suppress the corners of his mouth. With 1% armor recovery per second and 30% energy absorption per attack, this is no ordinary warship. It's clearly an unreasonable war machine. Let's see how it goes. He picked up the high-frequency laser cutting blade on the control panel and slashed it hard at the Titan's wing. Sizzle! A 10-centimeter deep wound suddenly appeared on the wing, and the internal wiring was clearly visible. But the next second, a dark red light flashed, and the metal at the edge of the wound wriggled and grew like a living thing, quickly filling the damaged area completely. In the blink of an eye, Titan's wings were restored to their original state, smooth and intact, without even a scar. Perfect. Lin Yi put down the cutting knife, his eyes filled with satisfaction. With abyss regeneration and energy plunder, he would have an absolute advantage in any future battle, whether it was a war of attrition or a siege. Then, he looked at the system space. There are also a large number of void crystals brought back from the far north ice plains, as well as rare metals that were obtained from the Zhao family. Defense and sustain have been addressed. Now it's time to upgrade firepower. The death ray cannon is powerful enough, but its cooldown time is too long. I need a destructive weapon that can be used regularly and has a wider coverage. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the blueprint that had just been unlocked in the system shop. floating gun array. If we're going to play, let's go big. One person can form an army. This is the fleet I want. The next moment, Lin Yi once again threw himself into the crazy modifications. Outside the workshop, the entire Galaxy Academy was also in turmoil due to the upcoming elite class selection competition. Countless geniuses are eager to use this stage to achieve instant fame. Little did they know, a true monster had already sharpened its fangs, preparing to turn this selection competition into Lin Yi's personal showcase. Chapter 43, Standing There and Letting You Hit Me, a Despairing Health Bar. Inside the modification workshop, the red light finally turned green, and Lin Yi casually removed the isolation field. The Titan Void Reaver, suspended on the control panel, looks completely different from before. On the originally dark gray titanium alloy armor, faint dark red patterns appeared, as if blood was flowing inside the metal. The fuselage occasionally undulates slightly, like a living thing breathing, radiating a vitality that is breathtaking. Data panel, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Titan Void Reaver, LV.12. Armor value, 38,000 to 38,000, Abyss bonus. Energy value, 22,000 to 22,000. Current status, Abyss regeneration, activated. Looking at the data alone is meaningless. The true effect can only be known by seeing blood. Lin Yi put away Titan and turned to leave the workshop. The academy was deathly silent at 3 in the morning. Without disturbing anyone, he went directly into the underground virtual reality training ground. This is the only place outside of mock exams where high-intensity real-world testing can be conducted. Although it's all virtual data, the pain simulation and battle damage simulation are as high as 99%. After swiping his card to enter the simulation pod, Lin Yi scrolled through the basic training and advanced challenges, and directly clicked on the red skull icon at the bottom. Endless Void, held difficulty. Simulating a swarm attack from deep within the void, where monster strength increases exponentially over time, with no supplies and no reinforcements. College record 18 minutes Li Ken Wu. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and activated it immediately. The scene shifted, and he found himself in a desolate asteroid belt. The surrounding deep space was pitch black, and the distant starlight was almost completely obscured by countless black dots. That's an insect swarm. Thousands of Void Rippers, level 10, pounced on him from all directions like sharks smelling blood. Lin Yi summoned Titan, but did not activate invisibility, nor release the gravity well, and even actively shut down the original energy shield. Come on, test the hardness. He sat cross-legged on the back of the plane and issued almost insane commands. Titan, stop dodging and engage the enemy head-on. With a deafening roar, the first wave of insectids slammed into the Titan. Sharp bone blades cleaved through the wings, spraying out large amounts of corrosive acid, and the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal instantly echoed across the battlefield. In the past, the Titan's armor value would have plummeted long ago. But now, as soon as the bone blades sliced through the armor, a dark red light surged out from the crack. The metal wriggled and multiplied like a living thing, filling the wound in the blink of an eye, becoming even stronger than before. Armor damage, minus 1,500. Abyss regeneration, plus 380 seconds. Energy plunder triggered. The Titan's bottom-mounted machine guns weren't firing at full power, only occasionally volleying at the swarm. But with each hit, pure energy was fed back along the trajectory, quickly converting into shields and armor repair fluid. Lin Yi stared at the health bar in the upper left corner of his vision, his expression gradually becoming playful. The health bar was like a broken dashboard. It would drop a bit, then instantly replenish itself the next second. It would drop again, then replenish itself once more, making it impossible to see any possibility of being breached. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes passed. The corpses of the insect swarm had piled up around the Titan, forming a small mountain. Yet the warship in the eye of the storm, apart from its armor being covered in grime, hadn't lost a single speck of paint. Is this the true value of an S+ level module? Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. As long as the enemy couldn't instantly kill Titan, he would essentially possess a war machine that never stopped. The time has already exceeded Li Kengwu's record of 18 minutes, but Lin Yi has no interest in staying here to climb the leaderboard. He came here only to test the limits of the Abyss regeneration. That's about it. Lin Yi looked at the swarm of insects and calmly ordered. Titan, clear the area. Buzz. The death ray cannon's crystal lit up, but it didn't unleash its full power, it only maintained a low-power sweeping mode. The white beams swept out like a long whip, shattering meteorites and vaporizing the insect swarm wherever it passed. In just 30 seconds, the entire virtual space was cleared, leaving only a screen full of red kill notifications. As Lin Yi exited the simulation chamber, he saw several instructors responsible for maintaining the equipment gathered around the monitoring screen, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Is there a bug in this data? His armor recovery rate is 100%, and his energy consumption is almost 0. Is he using a cheat code to lock his health? Lin Yi lowered the brim of his hat, ignoring the shock of the crowd, and disappeared silently at the end of the passage. The test went perfectly. The Titan is now a mobile fortress that combines offense and defense. Li Kanwu Zhou Kai. Lin Yi walked out of the training field and looked at the pale light that was just beginning to appear on the horizon. I hope you have prepared strong enough measures. Otherwise, you'll break your teeth. Chapter 44 Selection begins, a kill order from the Guild Master. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the atmosphere at Xinghe Academy reached its peak. Colorful flags fluttered in the huge central square, where tens of thousands of students gathered, creating a bustling atmosphere. Today marks the official start of the elite class selection competition. This is not just a placement exam, but a life-or-death battle that will determine the allocation of resources for the next 4 years. Only those ranked in the top 100 can enter the elite class and enjoy preferential access to resources at the A level, or above. The top 10 are even more qualified to enter the sequence program and become key players cultivated by the Federation. In the center of the square, the rules of this selection were scrolling on a huge holographic screen. The selection map is a real-world map, while the Thorn Ruins mode is an unrestricted survival battle. Each player carries a points beacon, starting with 10 points. Defeating another player allows you to steal half of their points. The map also contains resource points and exotic beasts. You can earn points by killing exotic beasts and capturing resource points. Most importantly, this selection process allows teams of up to 5 people per team, with final rankings determined by points. Unrestricted survival battle, and team play is allowed? A commotion immediately broke out in the crowd, and many people's expressions changed. Isn't this blatantly targeting Lone Wolf? Once those powerful family scions band together, what chance do we have? Lin Yi stood at the edge of the crowd, calmly looking at the rule that allowed teams, his face showing no emotion. Everyone knows who this rule is targeting. Just then, the noisy square suddenly quieted down, and the trainees automatically made way for a wide passage. The group walked through the crowd toward the center of the square. The man at the head of the group was tall and slender, wearing a pure white custom-made uniform with a purple gold badge pinned to his chest. He had striking short blonde hair, sculpted features, and pale golden eyes filled with an arrogant disregard for everything. Student Council President Li Kanwu. Half a step behind him was Zhou Kai, whose face was covered with medical bandages and whose eyes were filled with resentment. Li Kanwu stopped, and from dozens of meters away, his gaze fell precisely on Lin Yi. You're Lin Yi? I heard you took my Heart of the Abyss? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Lin Yi raised his head and met Li Kanwu's gaze. There were no sparks in the air, only a chilling killing intent. Is your name written on it? Lin Yi asked casually. Or do you mean if you call its name, it will respond? The entire audience erupted in uproar. Li Kanwu was not angry, instead, he smiled, as if he were looking at an arrogant ant. Very well, I was originally going to give you a chance to drop out of school on your own. He slowly adjusted his gloves, his tone calm yet chilling. Since you have such backbone, let's see on the field. After speaking, Li Kanwu turned around and faced all the students in the square, his voice suddenly turning cold. The Student Council has issued a special reward. In the selection competition, anyone who can break through the armor of Lin Yi's warship will be rewarded with 5,000 credits, plus a sea-level module. Anyone who can sink Lin Yi's warship will be rewarded with 50,000 academic credits and directly admitted to the Student Union's duty department. With a deafening roar, the entire square erupted in chaos. A 50,000 credits guarantee direct admission to the Student Union's duty department. Such an offer is enough to drive countless people crazy. The students who were initially wary of Lin Yi's strength now looked at him with completely different eyes. That was no longer the way they looked at their classmates, but as if they were looking at a moving mountain of gold. Greed quickly overwhelmed fear. One of the mentors couldn't help but speak up. President, isn't this a bit against the rules? Rules? Li Kanwu merely glanced at him. The selection competition is meant to simulate a real battlefield. Being targeted by multiple enemies on the battlefield is also a test of tactics. He then looked at Lin Yi, his tone full of mockery. What, is Lin scared? All eyes were on Lin Yi, waiting to see his reaction. Anger, fear, or surrender? Lin Yi did nothing, but simply glanced at the students with their fanatical eyes and then looked at the aloof Li Kanwu. Then, a cruel smile slowly crept onto his lips. Afraid? Lin Yi shook his head, his voice so calm it sent chills down one's spine. I'm just wondering if my Titan can handle so many people. He looked at Li Wu and added casually. Presidently, thank you so much for helping me gather all the ingredients together. After saying that, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the teleportation portal. His silhouette was solitary, yet it exuded a chilling aura of bloodshed. Since these people want to play a game of encirclement and annihilation, let's see who the hunter and the hunted are in the end. The selection competition countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The portal lit up, and Lin Yi stepped into it. The slaughter feast has officially begun. Chapter 45, Hell from the Start? Sorry, I'm here to buy some goods. As the light faded, the bustling square vanished, leaving only a desolate, gray-brown ruin. Broken walls and ruins were everywhere, rusty metal pipes looked like exposed giant viscera, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur under the leaden sky. This is the ruins of Thorns. Lin Yi appeared atop a collapsed clock tower. Titan Void Reaver deactivated its phase stealth and hovered beside him like a dark gray steel raptor. A dark red light slowly rippled across the surface of the fuselage, and the heart of the abyss began to thirst for blood. Beep! The selection competition has begun. Current location, D7 area, Edge Zone. Current score, 10. 35 enemy warship signals detected within a 1 kilometer radius. Looking at the dense array of red dots on the radar, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad luck. Being surrounded right from the start, an average student would have already sought cover or called for teammates. Lin Yi simply straightened his cuffs and then gracefully sat down on the Titan's wide back. Since everyone's here, let's not hide anything. His voice echoed through the ruins via loudspeaker. Come out, the 50,000 credits are right here. The deathly silence lasted only 3 seconds before the roar of engines erupted from the surrounding ruins. More than 30 warships took off simultaneously, including heavily armored frigates, assault boats, and gunboats covered with missile pods. Although most of them are just LV.2 or LV.3 beginner ships, their numbers are enough to overwhelm anyone. Lin Yi, don't be so arrogant! Shouted a student inside a blazing fire-class assault boat. No one can beat you in a one-on-one fight, but we must secure the student council's guaranteed admission spot. Everyone, attack together! Focus fire! Breaking through his armor will earn you 5,000 credits. Let's go! Greed overcame fear, and more than 30 warships opened fire instantly. Kinetic energy projectiles, laser beams, and miniature missiles transformed into a metallic rainstorm, completely engulfing the top of the clock tower. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, and one floor of the entire clock tower collapsed. Hit! With that kind of firepower, even an E-class destroyer would be badly damaged. Everyone was thrilled, as if the credits had already been credited to their accounts. But suddenly, a dark blue halo lit up in the smoke and dust. All attacks disappeared without a trace as soon as they entered 3 meters in front of Lin Yi. There was no shield breaking, no armor tearing, only a teeth-grinding hissing sound, as if the metal was growing on its own. As the smoke cleared, Titan remained suspended in the same spot, not even an inch back. Its armor was indeed charred and dented from the bombing, but dark red light quickly emerged from those wounds, wriggling, filling, and hardening. In the blink of an eye, the body was restored to its original condition, without even a trace of pain left. A warship with self-healing capabilities? What kind of monster is that? He didn't even activate his energy shield. Lin Yi patted the Titan's fuselage, as if comforting a wild beast that hadn't eaten its fill. Finished? He glanced around at the frozen warships and said in a flat tone. Too little force, not even enough to tickle. Lin Yi raised his right hand palm up and clenched it tightly. Since you don't want to move, then none of you should move. S-class module, gravity well generator, start. Orange ripples swept across the area centered on Titan, instantly covering a radius of 1 kilometer. 20 times the force of gravity suddenly descended. The warships in midair seemed to be slammed down by an invisible giant hand, crashing into the ruins one after another. Wings broke off, engines shut down, and thick black smoke billowed out. Some warships were even torn to pieces on the spot by the immense pressure. The public channel was filled with screams. My boat! The engine has stalled! I can't move! What kind of sorcery is this? Lin Yi ignored them completely and maneuvered the Titan to slowly descend to the center of the ruins. Titan, dinner's ready! The fuselage armor cracked open, revealing once more that greedy, gaping maw of the abyss. No! That's a warship my dad bought for 2 million! Lin Yi, we're all classmates, you can't do this! The pleas for mercy were quickly drowned out by the sound of metal tearing apart. The Academy rules forbid killing, but Titans don't kill people, they only eat ships. One by one, the warships, rendered powerless to resist, were torn apart and swallowed by the giant maw. Disassemble the blazing fire-class assault boat to gain 800 source points. Disassemble a standard machine gun to obtain 200 kilograms of refined iron. Plunder points plus 50. Plunder points plus 30. 5 minutes later, the entire area was cleaned up. Only 30-odd trainees, dressed in escape suits, stood shivering in the cold wind. Their warships are gone, and their points have been reset to 0. Lin Yi's points instantly soared to 1200, directly taking the top spot on the leaderboard. Lin Yi didn't even glance at the victims. The captain who lost his warship didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder in these ruins. Next place. Lin Yi looked at the radar, where even more red dots were gathering. Hopefully the next batch will be a little chewier. Chapter 46 Desperate Health Bar. Are you just tickling me? Deep within the thorny ruins, at resource point C04, an abandoned energy refinery stands in the wilderness. The enormous cooling tower pierced the clouds, and the surrounding area was littered with a large number of high-value energy crystals, making it an ideal location to resupply the warships. At this moment, the 5-person elite team had already set up a defensive line here, all of them wearing the uniforms of the Student Union Duty Department. They were also piloting the same, Guardian-class heavy frigates, which formed a tight pentagram defense array on the ground. 5 thick shields connected to each other, forming a light blue wall of light that firmly protected the entire resource area. Captain, will Lin Yi really come here? A team member stared at the radar, his voice trembling with tension. The public chat channel was already buzzing. Less than half an hour into the match, Lin Yi had firmly secured the top spot on the kill leaderboard, and his points were skyrocketing. I heard that he has emptied out the D7 area, leaving almost nothing behind, including warships and resources. Don't worry, he will definitely come. Captain Zhang Yan said calmly. He was Zhou Kai's confidant. No matter how strong Lin Yi's attack power is, the warship is only F-class, so its energy reserves are definitely limited. He just went on a killing spree in Sector D and is in dire need of energy replenishment. C04 is the closest resource point to him. Zhang Yan pointed to the formation and said confidently, Our pentagram defensive formation can even hold off a level 5 beast for 10 minutes. As long as we hold him off, he'll be doomed once the chairman's main force arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Without the roar of engines or radar warnings, a dark gray fighter jet appeared ghost-like above the formation. They're here! All personnel on high alert! Zhang Yan roared. Shields at maximum power! All firepower locked on the target! With a whoosh, the 5 Guardians opened fire simultaneously, their laser beams and electromagnetic cannonballs converging at a single point, bombarding the Titan fighter relentlessly. Theoretically, such concentrated fire could instantly vaporize a warship of the same class. But Lin Yi didn't dodge at all, and didn't even activate the gravity well. Titan hung suspended in midair, enduring the barrage of artillery fire. A series of roars erupted, and intense flames completely engulfed the entire fighter jet, sending the crew into a frenzy of joy. Hit! But when the smoke cleared, everyone's smiles froze. The Titan fighter was completely unharmed. In fact, the dark red patterns on its fuselage shone even brighter, as if it had just swallowed a powerful tonic. Triggering trait, Energy Steal. Absorbs 3,000 points of damage and converts it into shield value. Current shield strength, 100%. Lin Yi sat on the back of the plane, looking down at the so-called absolute defense array below, and lazily yawned. These are the student council elites? Are you guys charging me? Zhang Yan stared intently at the readings, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible, our attack was actually absorbed. It's my turn. Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingertip, and the Titan fighter suddenly swooped down, but instead of firing its cannons, it crashed directly into the defensive formation. With the terrifying regenerative power granted by the Heart of the Abyss, coupled with its tough titanium alloy armor, the Titan is now a kinetic missile. Boom! The shield of the first Guardian shattered instantly, and the Titan crashed into the formation, its 2 high-frequency vibration blades popping out from under its belly. With a tearing sound, the heavily armored frigate, known for its defense, was sliced in 2 like a piece of paper. Unit 1 has sunk! Lin Yi's cold voice echoed throughout the channel. This is your tortoise shell? The Titan rampaged through the formation, each impact twisting the metal and each cut sending sparks flying. The defenders fought back desperately, but when the cannon fire landed on the Titan, it only created a ring of red light and left no mark whatsoever. True despair has arrived. They watched helplessly as the monster withstood the concentrated fire, its shield remaining completely unmoved, and instead grew stronger with each attack. Zhang Yan completely broke down and abruptly turned the boat around. Retreat! Retreat now! This is not even in the same league. Run? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. You think you can escape once you've entered my hunting grounds? Buzz. Void warp activated, a flash of blue light, and Titan instantly blocked Zhang Yan's escape route. The dark, gaping muzzle of the death ray cannon was almost pressed against his cockpit window. Although the S-class death ray wasn't used, the Titan's 6-barreled kinetic cannon was enough to send him on his way. Rat rat rat! Flames spewed out, and Zhang Yan's warship was instantly riddled with holes. In less than 3 minutes, Resource Point C-04 was completely wiped out. 5 warships were reduced to scrap metal and skillfully devoured by Titan fighters, causing Lin Yi's points to surge once again. He looked up into the distance, and saw a dazzling golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky, which was Li Kangwa's location. Warm-up complete! Lin Yi patted the Titan fighter jet, which was full from its meal. Let's go and meet that president. I heard his boat is very expensive. Chapter 47 Desperate Blockade. He's hunting us. Above the ruins, the wind howls and cranes cry. The dire situation at Resource Point C-04 was transmitted in real time to the Student Council's command channel via a few drones that managed to escape. In the scene, the dark gray Titan fighter, like a ferocious beast, tears apart and devours the wreckage of the last Guardian frigate. The ear-piercing sound of metal being crushed, even through the screen, sent chills down the spines of every elite student in the channel. Zhang Yan lost? 5 heavily armed frigates couldn't even last 5 minutes? Lin Yi's warship is completely undamaged. What exactly is that dark red light, and why can its armor heal itself? Panic spread like a virus, and those who had been relentlessly pursuing Lin Yi for the sake of 50,000 credits finally regained their composure. They then realized that this was not a hunting game at all, but a one-sided massacre. The D1 area in the center of the ruins is the highest point on the entire map, and the place where the golden pillar of light rises. A temporary steel fortress has been built, with dozens of Student Council warships positioned on all sides, forming a defensive line as solid as an impregnable fortress. Inside the command tower, Li Kangwu stared at the approaching red dot on the screen, and a ripple finally appeared in his pale golden eyes. Interesting. The Abyss Heart's regenerative abilities, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. A nearby cadre asked in a low voice. President, should we send the Falcon Squadron to intercept him? Lin Yi is already in first place in points. We can't let him enter the core area. What are you trying to stop? Li Kangwu sneered as he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down at the fortress. Let him come. There are 36 automatic defense turrets here, and my Apocalypse is stationed here. If he wants to eat it, we'll see if his teeth are strong enough to gnaw through the hardest bone. 5 kilometers away from the core area, Lin Yi piloted the Titan, slowly traversing the ruins. The dense red dots on the radar were disappearing at an extremely rapid pace. Those scattered individuals who were preparing to ambush the enemy all took a detour and fled after seeing the battle situation at C-04. Nobody complains about having too long a life. Looks like he's learned his lesson. Lin Yi glanced at the empty ruins, feeling slightly regretful. Although there was little profit to be made from unaffiliated individuals, their numbers were plentiful. Since no one was offering themselves up, he could only look for truly wealthy individuals. We have entered the core blockade zone of the Student Union. Lin Yi looked up at the golden pillar of light shooting straight into the sky in the distance. That was Li Kangwa's coordinates, and also the largest resource package in the entire selection competition. Just then, 12 dark figures suddenly sprang out from the shadows of the ruins. 12 Falcon-class high-mobility interceptors, camouflaged in paint, quickly dispersed under the cover of the ruins, firing high-frequency laser guns in succession. The laser struck the Titan armor, only creating dark red ripples that caused little damage, but were as annoying as flies. Kite tactics? Lin Yi sat on the back of the plane, watching the interceptors darting around. This tactic was indeed effective against cumbersome warships, allowing them to slowly whittle down the enemy's strength through maneuverability. But they chose the wrong target. Titan, teach them what speed is. Lin Yi tapped lightly with his fingertips. Void warp activated. A flash of blue light, and the Titan fighter vanished from its spot. The next second, it appeared directly above a maneuvering interceptor, with the two less than 5 meters apart. The trainees in the interceptor were terrified, desperately pulling the control stick to evade, but it was too late. Gravity well, 50 times. With a deafening roar, a terrifying gravitational field instantly pressed down. The interceptor, known for its lightness, seemed to be slammed down by an invisible giant hand, its wings snapped off on the spot, and its engine groaned and shut down. But this is just the beginning. With void warp activated repeatedly, The Titan transformed into a ghostly figure traversing the battlefield, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Each flash of blue light meant an interceptor crashed. This wasn't an aerial battle, it was a one-sided game of whack-a-mole. Impossible! Why isn't his warp cooldown? Scatter quickly, don't let him get close! The Falcon Squadron leader roared in despair, but Lin Yi's voice rang out on the public channel, like a death sentence. Spread? Can you outrun the light? The Titan hovered in midair, and the crystal of the death ray cannon under its belly slowly lit up. Although the S-class death ray was not used for charging, the high-energy rays in normal mode were enough to take down these interceptors. Laugh. A white light swept across, and the 3 interceptors that were trying to escape were cut in half in midair, and the exploding fireballs instantly merged into one. In less than a minute, the Falcon Squadron, which the Student Council was so proud of, was completely wiped out. Lin Yi landed in the ruins and looked at the wreckage scattered all over the ground. It's too crispy. He shook his head, his tone full of disdain. Titan, have something to eat. The belly armor cracked open, and a red light enveloped the entire area. The still-burning wreckage quickly turned into nourishment for the Titan's evolution. Lin Yi looked at the golden pillar of light in the distance once again. The obstacles have been cleared. Next up is the main course. Chapter 48 Rules? Break them, and they become my rules. Inside the core fortress of Sector D1, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The signals of all 12 Falcon interceptors disappeared within a minute, and everyone understood that the monster was approaching. All units on alert! Activate fortress shields! All turrets, charge and lock onto the forward fan-shaped area! The commander roared hoarsely, and a huge hemispherical energy shield rose up, completely covering the fortress. 36 automatic defense turrets turned simultaneously, their dark muzzles pointing forward, a chilling killing intent permeating the entire area. At the very center of the fortress, a colossal golden ship, as magnificent as a palace in the sky, floated silently. That was Li Kangwa's personal vessel, the Apocalypse, a genuine Class E primary destroyer. In terms of tonnage, firepower, and shield strength, the Apocalypse surpasses all other warships present, making it the undisputed king of the place. They're here. Li Kangwa sat on the large captain's chair, gently swirling the red wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on the dark gray figure in the distance through the holographic screen. The Titan Void Reaver made no attempt to conceal itself, brazenly flying towards the fortress, almost skimming the ground. Abandoned buildings and roadblocks along the way, along with metal debris on the ground, were all swept up by the red light under its belly and swallowed. It didn't seem like it came to fight a war, it was more like it had stumbled into an inexhaustible buffet. Arrogant. Anger flashed in Li Kangwa's eyes. This kind of disregard was even more unbearable for him than a direct provocation. Since you're so hungry, then you can eat your fill. Start the fire! Boom boom boom. 36 turrets roared in unison, their concentrated firepower instantly blocking the Titan's advance. At the same time, the Apocalypse's main cannon began to charge, with golden arcs of electricity rapidly gathering at the muzzle, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yi at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming artillery fire, Lin Yi did not dodge, nor did he slow down even slightly. Phase stealth. With a whoosh, the Titan's massive body instantly became illusory, as if it had been detached from reality. Countless shells pierced its fuselage and bombarded the ruins behind it, kicking up clouds of dust. The Titan charged straight in under the barrage of gunfire, like a ghost that didn't exist, easily passing through the outer defenses of the fortress. Physical immunity? What the hell is that? The students in the fortress were completely devastated. They couldn't hit or touch the enemy. How could they possibly deal with such an enemy? Don't panic! Li Kangwa's voice echoed throughout the channel, forcefully stabilizing the morale of the troops. Phase stealth consumes a huge amount of energy and prevents him from attacking. Once he materializes, it's his death. Wait until he crashes into the shield. The fortress shield provides full band defense. Even in phase mode, it's impossible for it to penetrate. As expected, the Titan stopped in front of the pale blue shield, and its illusory body solidified again. Now! Focus fire! With a roar, Li Kangwa locked all the cannons onto Titan once again. But Lin Yi moved even faster than them. Shield? He looked at the energy screen in front of him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This kind of thing can only stop the weak. Lin Yi raised his hand and gently pressed his palm against the surface of the shield. Titan, Heart of the Abyss, reverse mode. Suck it dry. Buzz. The dark red patterns on the Titan's body suddenly lit up, like blood vessels awakening from thirst. It didn't attack the shield, Instead, it was completely glued to it. Activation feature, Energy Steal, Overload version. Sizzle. The next moment, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. The once impregnable fortress shield surged into Titan's body like a flood bursting its banks. The shield's light dimmed at a visible rate, while the Titan's energy surged continuously. Warning! Shield energy loss, 30%, 50%, 80%. Warning! The fortress's energy core is overloaded. Inside the command center, red lights flashed wildly, and piercing alarms blared incessantly. He's consuming the shield? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. This was no longer a warship, it was clearly a vampire monster in a steel shell. Snap! With a crisp sound, the shield covering the entire fortress shattered completely like a soap bubble. Lin Yi piloted the Titan, slowly flying into the fortress, looking down at the terrified trainees from above. His gaze then fell upon the gleaming golden apocalypse. Chairman Li. Lin Yi's calm voice clearly resonated throughout the entire battlefield. You just said this is your territory, and you can set the rules? He raised his hand, and the death ray cannon slowly pressed down, its muzzle precisely locking onto the bridge of the apocalypse. Now, the shield is gone. Your rules have also been broken. Lin Yi snapped his fingers, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Now, it's time to listen to my rules. Hand over the points, leave the warship behind. Or turn it into my points and warships. Chapter 49 The Golden Throne Collapses. E-class destroyer? Just a larger canned goods. Inside the fortress, there was a deathly silence, like a graveyard. The pale blue shield, touted as an absolute defense, vanished into thin air like a burst soap bubble. The dark gray Titan fighter hovered directly above the golden warship Apocalypse, its fuselage glowing with a crazy, dark red light. That was the fighter jet's excited reaction after absorbing a massive amount of shield energy. Inside the bridge, Li Kangwu crushed the wine glass in his hand, the wine dripping through his fingers and staining his white gloves red. Rule? He laughed in anger, his face contorted with shame and rage. Lin Yi, you think you've won just because you broke the shield? The Apocalypse is a true E-class destroyer. Its armor is 10 times that of a frigate, and its firepower is enough to flatten a mountain in an instant. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Li Kangwu slammed his palm down on the red button on the control panel, the sound almost tearing apart. Apocalypse, main guns unlocked. Judgment light charged. The 100-meter-long golden warship let out a deep roar, and the armor on both sides of the bow flipped open, revealing thick golden cannon barrels. Blinding plasma converged at the muzzle, distorting the air with intense heat. This shot was Li Kangwu's biggest trump card. Its power is comparable to a shot from a regular army's secondary artillery. Evaporate! A golden beam of light erupted, instantly engulfing everything in front of it. But just before firing, Lin Yi, sitting on the back of the Titan, remained as calm as if he were watching fireworks. Too slow. With a flick of his fingertip, a flash of blue light appeared, and the Titan fighter vanished instantly. The light of judgment missed its target, striking the abandoned building behind it, and instantly turning the entire structure into dust. The ground was plowed into a scorched, black ravine a kilometer long, a powerful yet utterly meaningless act. The next second, the Titan fighter appeared ghost-like above the Apocalypse, less than 10 meters from the bridge. Through the bulletproof glass, Lin Yi could clearly see Li Kangwu's astonished and terrified face. Your boat is nice. Lin Yi's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, carried through the loudspeaker. Unfortunately, it's too heavy. He raised his right hand palm down, and pressed it down sharply. Gravity well, 50 times the normal speed. Get down there, you bastard! Orange ripples instantly enveloped the Apocalypse, and 50 times the force of gravity crashed down. The already incredibly heavy destroyer suddenly seemed to be carrying a mountain on its back. A piercing metallic groan echoed from inside the ship, as the anti-gravity engines roared wildly, spewing out thick black smoke. But in the face of absolute physical laws, all struggles are in vain. Warning! Gravity anomaly, ship structure overload. Warning! Insufficient engine thrust, falling. Countless students watched in horror as the golden warship, a symbol of glory and power, crashed straight to the ground. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled violently, and dust billowed into the sky. The Apocalypse was deeply embedded in the ruins, its golden bow armor cracking inch by inch, and its main gun was smashed to pieces. The once invincible golden throne now looks like a pile of scrap metal. Inside the bridge, Li Kangwu was thrown to his death, his head bleeding profusely. He had just struggled to get up when another loud bang rang out. The Titan fighter landed on the spine of the Apocalypse, its sharp landing gear piercing through the outer armor and embedding itself deep into the hull. "Dinner is served." Lin Yi spoke coldly, and the Titan's belly armor cracked open, revealing the abyss's gaping maw once more. Countless red tentacles reached out, like thirsty leeches, frantically burrowing into the wounds of the Apocalypse. A constant hissing sound rang out as the metal melted and the warship's energy rapidly dissipated. "No! That's my ship! It's a ship made of E-grade alloy!" Li Qinwu stared at the rapidly decreasing integrity of the monitor, his heart bleeding. This warship is worth tens of millions and was a trump card that the family specially prepared for him to enter the sequence plan. Now, however, they have become Lin Yi's fodder. "Stop! Lin Yi! I surrender! You can have all the points!" Li Qinwu finally broke down, grabbing the communicator and shouting frantically. Lin Yi didn't stop. Looking at the surge in source points and material data on the system panel, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Admit defeat. Sorry, the buffet has started, and there's no reason to stop halfway through. I want more than just points. I'm going to strip off your golden coat." Chapter 50 Settlement. From today onwards I am a tycoon. In the ruins of D1 District, within the core fortress, the once invincible Golden Fleet has been reduced to scrap metal. The Apocalypse, Destroyer, a symbol of the Student Council's authority, is now just a bare keel, lying forlornly at the bottom of the pit. Its armor, weapons, engines, and even the leather seats in the bridge were all completely devoured by the Titan fighters. Li Qinwu, dressed in a tattered uniform, slumped in the ruins, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been ripped away. He lost, utterly and completely. Points, warships, and even the dignity of a chosen one. He lost everything to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was piloting the even more ferocious and heavy Titan fighter, hovering silently in midair. The dark red aura on the fuselage was so thick it seemed impossible to dissipate. It was proof of the energy overflowing after swallowing the entire E-class destroyer. Beep! Selection round time is up. Results are being tallied. The cold electronic sound echoed throughout the arena, and beams of white light flashed as surviving trainees were forcibly sent back to the Academy Square. At the central square of Xinghe Academy, it was nearly dusk, but there were even more onlookers than when the competition started. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the massive holographic leaderboard. First place, Lin Yi, with 85,400 points. Second place, Zhao Shui, Vice President of the Student Union, with 3,200 points. Between the two lies a despairing rift. The moment Lin Yi stepped out of the portal, the once noisy square suddenly fell silent. No one spoke, and no one dared to speak. Those who had mocked and targeted him lowered their heads, wishing they could disappear into the ground. This is hardly a newborn, it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex that has barged into a flock of sheep. Student Lin Yi. On the podium, Dean Qin Wujian looked at the young man who exuded a cold aura, his eyes full of admiration. He was the first to raise his hand and clap, the crisp applause breaking the silence. The next second, thunderous applause erupted, almost lifting the dome of the square. This is a tribute to the strong. In this world where strength reigns supreme, as long as you are strong enough, even if you are a man, there will be people cheering for you. Congratulations on winning first place in this selection competition with a record-breaking score. Qin Wujian waved his hand, and a hostess carrying a tray walked onto the stage. On the tray lay a purple gold badge and a black magnetic card. This is the elite class's top badge, and also the reserve qualification card for the serial plan. Qin Wujian's voice turned serious. From today onwards, Lin Yi will enjoy preferential treatment in terms of S-level resources from the Academy. But if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The elite class is not a greenhouse, but a real meat grinder. There you will face stronger opponents, more dangerous missions, and even challenges from other floating cities. Lin Yi walked up to the podium, accepted the badge and magnetic card, and did not give any impassioned speech. He turned and glanced at the awe-inspiring faces below the stage, finally fixing his gaze on Li Qinwu, who stood dejectedly in the corner. A meat grinder? Lin Yi pinned the badge to his chest, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's perfect. My warships have been getting increasingly hungry lately. I hope the ingredients for the elite class can be a bit better than those for the student council. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left amidst countless complex gazes, his back straight, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Back in his dorm, Lin Yi closed the door and collapsed onto the bed. On the surface, he appeared calm and collected, but the continuous high-intensity battles and devouring had pushed his mental strength to its limit. System, take stock of the results. Settlement in progress. Benefits from this selection competition. 85 points can be exchanged for 400 academic credits, which can be used to purchase S-rank or lower-level supplies. Sucking rewards, source points plus 300,000, including the Apocalypse Core. Materials acquired, 500 tons of Class E alloy, 1 precision fire control radar component, and 1 incomplete miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Warship status, Titan. Void Reaver, LV.15. Armor value increased to 50,000, Abyss regeneration efficiency increased to 2%. Looking at the astonishing numbers on the panel, Lin Yi's fatigue instantly vanished. With 300,000 source points, plus what he had accumulated before, he now had nearly 400,000 source points and more than 80,000 academic credits. This wealth is enough to arm the Titans to the teeth, and even allow them to attempt to break into the legendary cruiser class. Although Li Kang's ship is now just an empty shell, this nuclear fusion reactor is a good thing. Lin Yi looked at the sphere emitting a faint blue light in the system space. Although the reactor is damaged, once repaired, it can solve Titan's energy problem and make the death ray a true conventional weapon. But right now, the most important thing is to rest. Lin Yi closed his eyes. The elite class was just the beginning. The sequence project and the void tide that Qin Wujiang spoke of all foreshadowed an even greater storm approaching. But he remained calm. Because in this cannibalistic world, he has gone from being the prey to the one holding the knife and fork. Sleep. Lin Yi turned over and fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, there was a vast and boundless sea of stars and an invincible warship that blotted out the sky. Chapter 51 The Elite Class's First Impression? Sorry, I only sit in the main seat. Galaxy Academy, Airport Area A. This is the true heart of the Academy, a world apart from the pigeon cage in the lower city where F-level students reside. A massive anti-gravity platform floats in the clouds, offering a direct view of the vast starry sky through its dome. Each elite class student has their own private parking space and a dedicated support team. Lin Yi swipes open the alloy door that symbolizes his status. The air was filled with the smell of expensive ionic cleaners, not the lingering smell of engine oil that permeated the downtown area. Beep! Identity confirmed. Welcome, Chief Student Lin Yi. A soft electronic voice sounded, and 2 rows of ground staff in silver-white uniforms had been waiting for a long time. Their eyes were filled with awe and curiosity as they looked at Lin Yi. Is this the ruthless person who piloted the F-class battleship and trampled the student council underfoot? Lin Yi ignored the stares and walked straight to his assigned 01 berth. That place was originally Li Kang's exclusive territory. Now, it belongs to Lin Yi. Etc. An untimely voice interrupted Lin Yi's steps. 3 young people who were not wearing uniforms walked out from the nearby rest area. The leader had a buzz cut and wore a tactical earring that flashed red light in his left ear. His mental energy fluctuations were extremely concentrated, far exceeding those of Zhou Kai and his ilk whom they had encountered before. Those were senior elite students in their second year. Are you Lin Yi? The man with the buzz cut looked Lin Yi up and down, an energy bar dangling from his lips, his tone flippant. Although you got first place among the freshmen, the elite class has its own rules. Although berth number 01 is nominally under the chief student's jurisdiction, the maintenance equipment there is too complicated for a freshman like you to handle. He pointed to a secluded berth in the corner. Go over there, berth number 10. It's a bit small, but it's close to the waste disposal area, which is suitable for your kind of, assembled style warship. The 2 people next to him let out low snickers. A show of force. This is a process that every newcomer entering the elite class must go through. Senior students are used to this method to establish their status as seniors. Lin Yi stopped and turned his head. Target, second-year student, Zhao Tai, rank 98th in the sequence plan. Warship, heavy patrol boat, LV, 18. Evaluation, this is a half-finished product built on family resources. Its firepower is inflated, but its armor is weak. It is recommended to rework it. The Zhao family? Lin Yi suddenly asked. The man with the buzz cut paused for a moment, then puffed out his chest proudly. That's right, I'm from a collateral branch of the Zhao family. No wonder. Lin Yi nodded, interrupting him. That smug, punchable attitude is exactly the same as Zhao Tianyu's. The man with the buzz cut instantly turned grim. Kid, don't think you can swagger around in the elite class just because you beat that piece of trash Li Kangwu. This is second-year territory. Believe me, I'll make sure you can't even get into a parking spot. Lin Yi ignored his threat and instead raised his wrist, tapping a few times on the communicator. Drop. The airport's main control system suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Warning! Unauthorized use detected. The dedicated energy pipeline for berth 01 has been illegally connected to berth 10. Execute the force disconnect procedure. Bang! Bang! In the distance, at berth number 10, several pipes that were transmitting expensive energy suddenly popped open automatically, and the high-pressure coolant inside sprayed all over the ground, splashing onto a warship that was undergoing maintenance. That was the crew cut man's warship. Damn! My boat! The crew cut man exclaimed in surprise. It was the paint job he had just paid a fortune for. Lin Yi put away the communicator and looked calmly at the three disheveled people. Rule? In my territory, I am the rule. He shook the purple gold chief badge on his chest. According to the Academy's regulations, the chief has the highest authority to allocate airport energy. Since you all like position 10, then you can stay there. However, starting today, the energy supply to that position is cut off. You dare? The buzz-cut man's eyes turned red. Without energy, how will I maintain my warship? The live fire exercise is the day after tomorrow. That's your problem. Lin Yi strode towards berth number 01, not stopping as he passed the man with the buzz cut. Also, don't block the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Didn't the Zhao family teach you that principle? The man with the buzz cut clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and his spiritual energy surged, as if he wanted to make a move. But looking at the faint abyss behind Lin Yi, and the suffocating pressure that still made people feel even without summoning a warship, he ultimately did not dare to take that step. Lin Yi is not only rich, he is also a ruthless man who kills without blinking an eye. The Zhao family understands this better than anyone else. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, the crew-cut man gritted his teeth. What's with the arrogance? Once we enter the desolate star field, without the protection of the Academy's rules, let's see how you die. Lin Yi didn't take this ant seriously at all. He walked into berth number 01. The space here is enormous, and the equipment is top-notch. On the central floating platform, the Titan Void Reaver rested silently. After 3 days of self-repair, the dark red patterns on its surface have completely stabilized, exuding a restrained yet dangerous aura. It's time to get down to business. Lin Yi took out the miniature nuclear fusion reactor, incomplete, that had been removed from Li Kanghua's apocalypse from the system space. This metal sphere, only the size of a basketball, is covered with cracks, but you can still feel the violent energy fluctuations inside. System, scan and repair solutions. Scan complete. Objective, miniature nuclear fusion reactor, E-class military use. Current status, core confinement field damaged, energy leakage rate 40%. Repair plan, consume 150,000 source points to reshape the constraint field using the matter reorganization property. Required auxiliary material, 10 high-purity void crystals, already required. 150,000 source points. What would be an astronomical sum for an ordinary student is nothing more than a drop in the ocean for Lin Yi, who has just made a fortune. Repair. Lin Yi placed one hand on the reactor, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I want to make Titan say goodbye to the era of mana shortage. Chapter 52, Repairing Nuclear Fusion. The final piece of the puzzle for infinite power. Inside berth 01, the gravity field was fully activated, isolating it from all outside observation. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the Titan fighter jet, with the nuclear fusion reactor floating in front of him, violently trembling. Buzz dash. With the injection of 150,000 source points, the dark red patterns on the surface of the Titan's fuselage seemed to come alive, extending countless fine tentacles that pierced into the cracks in the reactor. This is not a simple repair. This is absorption, assimilation, and reshaping. The matter recombination greed trait is operating at full capacity. The ordinary alloys that were originally used to bind nuclear fusion were eliminated by the erosion of the source point, and replaced by the bioactive abyssal metal of Titan itself. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The cracks on the reactor surface began to heal. The originally violent and unstable energy fluctuations gradually became stable and profound, like a powerfully beating heart. Lin Yi could clearly sense that the energy circuits inside Titan were undergoing tremendous changes. Titan originally used a high-energy battery pack, which, although large in capacity, was depleted as it was used, and had to return to port to recharge or absorb energy. Now, this reactor is like a spring that never runs dry. A continuous stream of dark blue energy flowed through Titan's veins and throughout his body. 30 minutes later, the light suddenly faded. Ding! Repair complete. New module acquired, Abyss Fusion Core, E+ grade, mutant. Energy output, 5,000 points per second. Feature, Overload Burst. Can instantly overdraw the core, increasing energy output by 300% for 1 minute, with a 1-hour cooldown. Overall assessment. This is no longer an ordinary battery, it's the warship's second heart. As long as you don't blow it up, it can keep you firing indefinitely. 5,000 mana regeneration per second? Lin Yi looked at the data panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. The S-Class Death Ray Cannon consumes 20,000 energy points per shot. He used to feel bad for half a day after firing a shot, and he would have to calculate whether he had enough energy left to escape. Now, one shot every 4 seconds. As long as the cooling system keeps up, he's a mobile turret. Titan, activate the Death Ray Cannon to warm it up. Lin Yi's mind stirred. The white prism-shaped gun barrel under the fuselage lit up instantly. This time, there was no longer that feeling of weakness from being drained of energy. Instead, because the energy was so abundant, the space at the muzzle was visibly distorted. Very good. Lin Yi put away the Death Ray Cannon. Not only firepower, but the cost of void warp has also become negligible. With this heart, the Titan finally achieved a perfect balance between mobility and firepower. Just then, the communicator outside the berth rang. Student Lin Yi, this is the Academic Affairs Office. Now that you have officially joined the elite class, the Academy has assigned you your first regional exploration mission. Please assemble in the briefing room in Zone C within 2 hours. This mission has been personally assigned by Dean Qin Wujiang, codename Cleaner. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. They were assigned a mission as soon as they entered the elite class? And it was personally appointed by the dean? It seems that what's in that black box really made these old guys restless. Receive. Lin Yi stood up and patted the Titan fighter jet beneath him. The fighter jet emitted a low hum, a signal of its thirst for slaughter. Let's go, buddy. Now that we have plenty of ammunition, let's go see which tough nut we need to crack this time. Lin Yi walked out of the berth and bumped into Zhao Tai, who had just been humiliated at the door. The other party was leading a group of people, and they were yelling at the old charging equipment at berth number 10. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Zhao Tai's eyes were filled with resentment, but he dared not retaliate. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him. The two are no longer on the same level. His current goal is the stars and the sea, the impending void tide. As for these elites, who are still fighting over a berth, it's just a pebble on the roadside. Lin Yi strode towards Zone C. His back was straight and upright, like a sharp blade about to be drawn, ready to cut through this chaotic starry sky. Chapter 53 The So-Called Elites? Nothing more than high-level burdens. Sector C, Tactical Briefing Room. There is none of the noise of a regular classroom here. Cool-toned lighting shone on the silver-gray metal round table, and a faint smell of ozone filled the air. That was the peculiar aura left behind by the engines of high-level warships. 4 people were already seated around the round table. 3 men and 1 woman. They were not wearing school uniforms, but rather unique custom-made combat uniforms. Without exception, they all wore a silver, sequence, badge on their chests. This is the true essence of the elite class. The reserve members of the Federal Sequence Program are all combat veterans who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, far superior to second-generation rich kids like Zhao Tai who rely on family resources. This is our new chief? The only female member spoke up. She had neat, short, burgundy hair, and twirled a high-frequency magnetic storm dagger between her fingers, her gaze turning playfully toward the doorway. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. Lin Yi walked in. He was wearing a faded freshman uniform, and the purple gold chief badge on his chest seemed out of place, yet so eye-catching that it was impossible to ignore. 30 seconds late. It was a bald, burly man sitting at the head of the table, he said coldly. In front of him was a heavy exoskeleton helmet, and his bare arms were covered with intricate energy circuit tattoos, his muscles bulging like granite. Thunderstorm, ranked 45th in the sequence, is a heavy hammer class assault ship. I'm not late. Lin Yi pulled out an empty chair and sat down casually. You're here too early. Lei Bao's brow twitched suddenly, and he was about to lash out. All right. A holographic projection lit up in the center of the round table. It is Dean Qin Wujian. But he wasn't wearing his Zhongshan suit at the time. Instead, he was in military uniform, his expression grim. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the briefing. Qin Wujiang's gaze swept over everyone, finally lingering on Lin Yi for a moment. Mission codename Cleaner. Location, F-01 Edge Region, Star Fragmentation Zone. The scene changes. A chaotic asteroid belt appeared before everyone's eyes. But among those rubble, floated a large number of twisted, flesh-like biological tissues, as well as the wreckage of broken human warships. 3 days ago, a small-scale void tide impacted this area. Qin Wujiang's voice was somewhat heavy. The 7th Patrol Team's defenses have been breached. Although the main force has plugged the gap, a large number of void creatures have infiltrated the Shattered Star Belt. Your mission is to enter the Asteroid Belt and eliminate any remaining survivors. Not only monsters, but also infected warships. Upon hearing the last sentence, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. Infected warships. That was the enemy the captain least wanted to face. Former comrades, corrupted by the void, have become steel zombies that only know how to kill. The danger level of this mission is B+. Qin Wujiang continued. To ensure efficiency and survival rate, the Academy suggests that you 5 form a joint team. Lei Bao will serve as the temporary team leader, and Lin Yi will provide fire support. I object. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One is a thunderstorm. The other one is Lin Yi. Lei Bao glanced at Lin Yi and sneered. Dean, although this kid won first place in the selection competition, that was an internal battle. The Shattered Star Belt has complex terrain and chaotic magnetic fields. Carrying an F-level novice and having to take care of him will drag down the rhythm of the whole team. The other 3 didn't say anything, but their expressions clearly indicated their agreement. In their eyes, Lin Yi was more like a lucky nouveau riche. Qin Wujiang didn't speak, but looked at Lin Yi. Your reason? Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. My reason is very simple. My warships have a very large firepower coverage area, and they don't distinguish between friend and foe. Lin Yi raised his eyelids and glanced indifferently at his so-called teammates. If I team up with them, I'm afraid I might accidentally wipe them out along with the monsters. Dead silence. The entire briefing room fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. The red-haired woman stopped wielding her dagger. Lei Bao's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He slammed his hand on the table, leaving a deep palm print on the alloy surface. Arrogant! Kid, who do you think you're talking to? Don't think you're invincible just because you blew up an empty ship. In real combat, your fragile fighter jets could be blown to smithereens by a single shot. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him. He stood up and nodded slightly to Qin Wujiang in the holographic projection. Dean, I request to act alone. If they die inside, I won't be responsible for collecting their bodies. If I die inside, that's my fate. Qin Wujiang remained silent for 2 seconds. A barely perceptible smile flickered in those eyes that had seen countless people. Approve. Lin Yi, codename Lone Wolf, is in charge of Area A. Thunderstorm Squad, responsible for Area B. Mission begins. The projection dissipates. Lin Yi turned and left. As he passed Lei Bao, the bald, burly man gritted his teeth and whispered. Kid, once you enter the Shattered Star Zone, you'd better pray you don't encounter any high-level species. Otherwise, no one will come to your rescue. Lin Yi did not stop walking. He left behind only a light, fleeting remark that echoed in the air. Take care of yourself. After all, I didn't intend to save you. Chapter 54 Infinite Power. Truth lies within range. F-01 Edge Region, Fragmented Star Belt. This is the natural barrier of the Star River floating city, but also the most dangerous gray area. Countless meteorites of varying sizes floated haphazardly in the void, some even still burning. A purplish-black void mist, like a thin veil, shrouded this land of death. Buzz dash. The space was slightly distorted. The dark gray Titan Void Reaver dewarped and hovered behind a massive meteorite. Lin Yi sat on the back of the plane without activating the gravity field. Because this is already a vacuum environment. He was wearing a newly acquired Class C exoskeleton, and the data stream on his mask was refreshing rapidly. Environmental analysis complete. Radiation concentration, moderate. Hostile target reaction, dense. On the radar screen, countless red dots were moving about in the murky fog ahead. That's the Void Ripper colony. Deeper still, there were several massive signal sources, suspected to be infected heavy warships. Is this the level of a B+ mission? Lin Yi glanced into the distance. Thunderstorm's squad has already entered Sector B from another direction. The battle over there was very intense, with flames shooting into the sky and missiles trailing fiery exhaust as they weaved through the meteorites. The fighting was fierce. A typical step-by-step tactic. Steady, but slow. Too slow. Lin Yi shook his head. He reached out and pressed his hand against the Titan's cold armor, feeling the surging heartbeat emanating from the newly repaired Abyss Fusion Core inside. The feeling was like holding a volcano about to erupt. Titan. Remove all firepower restrictions. Death Ray Cannon, automatic charging mode. Since it's cleaning, let's wash the floor. Lin Yi issued the order. Buzz. The Titan fighter let out a deep roar. The armor plate beneath the fuselage flipped over, revealing the pristine white S-class death ray cannon barrel. This time, there was no long wait. There was no feeling of weakness from being drained of energy. The Abyss fusion core was operating at full speed, producing 5,000 points of energy per second, which instantly made the death ray cannon's crystals shine to their maximum brightness. Fire! Laugh! A pure white beam of light pierced the darkness without warning. It wasn't targeting any specific monster. Instead, it was like a laser sword sweeping across an army, cutting directly into the monster horde ahead. There was no sound. Any void ripper that was swept by the white light, whether it had a hard shell or a powerful body, was instantly vaporized. Along with the asteroids behind them, which were tens of meters in diameter, they were also neatly sliced apart like tofu. One shot clears the field. But this is just the beginning. Cooling complete. Just 4 seconds later. Laugh. A second white light appeared. Then came the third and fourth rounds. What used to be a carefully planned ultimate move has now become a cheap basic attack. White beams of light wove together into a web of death within the star fragmentation belt. Lin Yi didn't even need to perform complex maneuvers to avoid danger. Because all living things within his range were vaporized instantly. Killed 12 Void Rippers LV, 15. Source points plus 6,000. Kill 5 Void Lurkers LV, 18. Source points plus 9,000. Triggering greedy alchemy. The system notification sounds blended together, as pleasant as a symphony. Area B in the distance. Thunderstorm was piloting his heavy hammer, with great difficulty, enduring the attack of an elite-level monster, while directing his teammates to flank him. Damn it! How come the monster density here is so high? Thunderstorm cursed. That new kid's probably scared the crap out of him, isn't he? There are even more monsters in Area A than here. Just then, the red-haired woman suddenly exclaimed in the channel. Captain? Look at Area A! Lei Bao instinctively turned his head away. Through the porthole, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Area A, which was originally dimly lit, is now as bright as day. Terrifying white beams of light, like God's paintbrush, smeared wildly across the void. Each flash was accompanied by the clearing of a large area. Those monster hordes that gave them headaches were as fragile as snow under the sun in the face of that white light. Is that a death ray cannon? Lei Bao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. How could he fire those S-class weapons continuously? Is his energy limitless? No one could answer him. Only that silent white light repeatedly refreshed their understanding of the word firepower. Lin Yi sat on Titan's back, watching the ever-increasing source point balance, a slight smile playing on his lips. This is the truth. As long as the caliber is large enough and the rate of fire is fast enough, there is no trash that cannot be swept clean. Sudden. A huge, deep red warning light appeared at the edge of the radar. Warning! Lowered-level reaction detected. Target, the infected. Storm class. Destroyer. Approaching you at high speed. A colossal steel behemoth, its entire body covered in fleshy growths and unrecognizable, smashed through countless meteorites and burst forth from the shadows, carrying an overwhelming aura of resentment. It was originally a guardian of humanity. Now, it is a messenger of hell. Lin Yi did not retreat. He looked at the behemoth, dozens of times larger than the Titan, a glint of fanaticism in his eyes. Finally, something valuable has arrived. Titan, prepare to eat. I want this meal to be hot. Chapter 55 The Roar of the Undead Warship, the main course of the Titan's buffet. Deep within the asteroid belt, in Area A huge shadow obscured the starlight. The infected storm class destroyer that emerged from the fog resembled a giant corpse that had been submerged in the deep sea for a century. The once streamlined hull was now twisted and deformed, and the dark blue armor was covered with disgusting grayish-brown growths. Several tentacles, hundreds of meters long, extended from the broken turret, waving silently in the vacuum, each strike leaving deep corrosive marks on the surrounding meteorites. Warning! High-energy reaction detected. Target, void infected, storm level, unexpected. Rank LV, 22, Lord level. Characteristics, metal corrosion, psychological pollution, regeneration, fake. Lin Yi sat on the back of the Titan fighter jet, looking at this behemoth without any fear in his eyes. Instead, his eyes revealed a picky look as if he were examining his ingredients. He's a bit ugly. Lin Yi tapped the armor beneath him lightly with his fingers. Judging by its size, The alloy content inside must be quite high. Roar dash! The infected warship emitted a roar that was not a sound wave, but rather a roar that directly affected the mental level. The giant maw at the bow, torn open by steel and flesh, suddenly opened, and a torrent of dark green water gushed out. That was a highly concentrated form of void acid, capable of corroding even energy shields. Trying to outlast us? Lin Yi smiled slightly, without even activating void warp to evade. Titan, heart of the abyss, full power. Let it see who the real monster is. Buzz. Titan Void Reaver advances instead of retreating. The dark red patterns on the fuselage surface suddenly lit up, as if blood vessels were bulging. Faced with the overwhelming torrent of acid, Titan charged straight into it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying sound of corrosion sent chills down my spine. The Titan's dark gray armor began to smoke and soften the moment it came into contact with the acid, even revealing the mechanical skeleton beneath. The edge of Zone B in the distance. The Thunderstorm squad, who had just finished clearing out a wave of mobs, happened to capture this scene through remote radar. Has he gone mad? The red-haired woman exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping the dagger in her hand. That's void acid. Even the armor of the hammership couldn't withstand it for 3 seconds, and he actually dared to take it head-on with his bare hands? Lei Bao also had a look on his face as if he were looking at a dead man. An F rank is just an F rank. He got a little firepower, and then he didn't know his place. Well, now we don't even need to collect his body. He's just turned into water. However, the next second, everyone's expression froze on their faces. The dark gray fighter jet, which was in the center of the acid, did not disintegrate as they had expected. On the contrary, the red light on its fuselage surface grew stronger and stronger. Under the blessing of abyss regeneration, the damaged armor began to writhe and grow at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Corrode 1 layer, regenerate 2. Not only that. The acid that splashed onto the machine body dried up rapidly under the red light of the Titan, and the energy within it was forcibly stripped away and absorbed into the Titan's body. Triggering trait, Energy Steal. Absorbs, void acid, energy shield value plus 2000 plus 2000. Armor damage, minus 15%. Repair progress, 100%. Lin Yi yawned as he looked at the numbers jumping wildly on the system panel. That's it. It tastes a bit sour, but it's barely edible. The Titan fighter braved the torrent of acid and charged straight into the face of the infected warship. Distance 50 meters. At this moment, Titan was like a nail driven into the giant's brow. The infected warship seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and its huge tentacles lashed out wildly, trying to kill the oblivious insect. Too slow. Lin Yi raised his right hand, his palm facing the ugly, gaping maw of the ship's bow. You seemed to enjoy throwing up just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn to feed you. Death Ray, Overload Mode. Swallow it! Boom! The white prismatic cannon barrel beneath the Titan's belly suddenly burst forth with a light brighter than a star. The Abyss Fusion Core was operating at full speed, outputting 5,000 points of energy per second, which maximized the power of the Death Ray cannon. There are no fancy techniques. It's all about direct, face-to-face attacks. Laugh dash! A pure white beam of light pierced directly into the gaping maw of the infected warship. Penetrate. Starting from the bow, it burned through countless layers of bulkheads, lumps, and reactors, finally erupting from the engines at the stern. The entire infected warship was pierced through by this shot. Chapter 56 Dismantling the Lord. The Thunderstorm Squad's worldview shattered into pieces. The moment the white light pierced through the sky, the entire Area A seemed to be silenced. The 200-meter-long Storm-class infected warship seemed to have had its spine removed, and stood frozen in the void. Immediately afterwards, the core reactor within it, which had been eroded by void energy, underwent an irreversible fusion reaction under the extreme heat of the Death Ray cannon. Rumble! A massive purplish-black fireball exploded in the asteroid belt. A powerful shockwave swept out, flattening all the meteorites within a radius of several kilometers. And at the very center of the explosion, a dark gray fighter jet remained as steady as a mountain. Titan Void Reaver activated the gravity well force field, suppressing all the explosive energy and shockwaves beneath him. It was like a greedy glutton, lying on the corpse of a giant beast, waiting for its meal. Done! Lin Yi patted the armor beneath him. Titan, don't waste it. Eat it while it's hot. Buzz! The fuselage armor cracked open, revealing the iconic gaping maw of the abyss. Countless dark red light tendrils probed into the still-warm wreckage and began a frenzied plunder. Disassemble the Storm-class infected warship, Lord. Gained, source points plus 150,000, 100x critical hit. Materials obtained, 800 tons of contaminated Class E alloy, requires purification, 50 active biological sarcomas. Looting successful. Rare module obtained, corrosive acid sprayer, grade B, blueprint. Quest item obtained, 7th patrol black box, damaged. Lin Yi was in a great mood as he looked at the series of reward notifications. 150,000 source points. With his previous savings, his personal savings have now exceeded 500,000. This resource is enough for him to upgrade the Titan to LV-20, and he can even start preparing for the cruiser promotion mission. This is what it feels like to fight monsters and get loot. Lin Yi casually tossed the B-grade blueprint into his system space. He disdained such toxic methods, and would just give it to the Academy to exchange for credits later. Just then, the roar of several engines came from the side and rear. The Thunderstorm team finally arrived, albeit late. They originally wanted to check if Lin Yi was dead and maybe pick up some scraps. As a result, just after turning past a huge meteorite, the sight before them nearly caused a car crash. The airspace that was once occupied by terrifying lord monsters now only had a huge skeleton that was rapidly disappearing. The dark gray fighter jet was lying on the skeleton, emitting a series of chilling, clicking sounds. It's like gnawing on bone marrow. This is... Thunderstorm's hammer hovered in midair, its massive mechanical arm drooping limply. He stared at the lord-level remains, which, even as just a skeleton, still exuded a terrifying aura, and felt as if a piece of red-hot coal was stuck in his throat. That's a LV.22 lord-level infected? One shot and it's all gone. The red-haired woman's magnetic storm dagger fell onto the control panel. She stared at the boy eating, on the holographic screen, her eyes filled with fear. This is hardly the behavior of an F-level novice. This is clearly a void behemoth disguised in human skin. Lin Yi seemed to have sensed their arrival. The Titan fighter slowly ascended into the air, the red light beneath its fuselage receding, transforming back into its cold, killing machine form. Lin Yi turned his head and glanced indifferently at the Thunderstorm squad across the void. You're too late. The voice came through the public channel, clear, indifferent, and with an undisguised mockery. I drank all the soup. Lei Bao's face twitched violently. He wanted to argue back, to adopt the airs of a senior elite student, and teach this newcomer a lesson. But looking at the white death ray cannon that was still radiating terrifying residual heat, all the words stuck in his throat. Lin Yi. Lei Bao swallowed hard, his voice becoming incredibly dry. Is Area A cleared out? Obviously. Lin Yi pointed to the empty star field behind him. Even a large meteorite there was vaporized by the death ray cannon, leaving the area as clean as a freshly mopped floor. Since you guys have so much free time. Lin Yi glanced at the few remaining red dots in area beyond the radar. Then I'll head back now. After all, I have no obligation to clean up your messes. After saying that, buzz. A flash of blue light. The Titan fighter immediately initiated a void warp and vanished from its original spot. Only the 5 members of the Thunderstorm squad remained, staring blankly at the empty, desolate starfield, unable to recover for a long time. Team leader. The red-haired woman's voice trembled slightly. Have we provoked a monster? Thunderstorm took a deep breath and looked at its proud hammership, suddenly feeling that it was like a toy. No. Lei Bao shook his head bitterly. We witnessed the birth of a monster. If you see him in the academy in the future, take a detour. Back at the academy, Lin Yi didn't rush to hand in his mission. He sat in the lounge of Berth 01, fiddling with the damaged black box that had been extracted from the infected warship. This thing is different from the one I got in the ice field before. It belongs to the Federal Regular Army 7th Patrol. System, analyze the black box data. Cracking in progress. Successfully cracked. This is an encrypted distress signal. The holographic projection unfolds. The image was extremely blurry and filled with static. But Lin Yi still saw clearly that it was a man wearing a Federal Major General's uniform. His background was a burning starry sky, with countless enormous black shadows devouring the fleet. This is Patrol 7. We've been ambushed. It's not a repeating void tide, nor a natural disaster. Someone open the door. ZZZ. The video cut out. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the black box. Door? He recalled what Dean Qing Wujiang had mentioned before. The void tide has arrived 3 years earlier. In addition, there's the final message in this black box. A strong sense of conspiracy was palpable. It seems that this pool of water is deeper than I imagined. Lin Yi stood up and threw the black box into the system space. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the dazzling starry sky. However, the muddier the water, the bigger the fish. Since someone wants to make a hole in the sky, then I'll take advantage of the chaos and eat all the materials that the heavens have provided. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He had a premonition. The real war has only just begun. And he was ready. Chapter 57 Federal High Alert. That's not a natural disaster, it's an invasion. Galaxy Academy, Area C, Tactical Briefing Room. The air was heavy and oppressive, like the low pressure before a downpour. Qin Wujiang maintained the same sitting posture, but the holographic projection in front of him changed from one-way transmission to two-way conference mode. Besides him, several blurry figures appeared on the screen. Those were high-ranking officials from the federal military and representatives from the Board of Trustees. Mission complete. Lin Yi pushed open the door and entered. His thin school uniform was still dry, without even a wrinkle at the hem. Only in those dark eyes remained a chilling, unsettling glint. So fast? The 5 members of the Thunderstorm squad entered almost one after the other. Lei Bao removed his helmet, his face covered in soot and grime, and his exoskeleton armor had several obvious damages. Those are their medals for their arduous battle against the Zerg swarm in Area B. Seeing Lin Yi sitting there unharmed, Lei Bao was stunned for a moment, then let out a sneer. I knew F-class newbies were unreliable. Lei Bao slammed his helmet on the table, his tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. The monster density in Area A is twice that of Area B. It took the 5 of us a lot of fighting to barely clear Area B, and you came back alone? You're back so quickly, you must have been scared away as soon as you entered the outer perimeter, right? The redhead chimed in sarcastically. I told you not to bring any burdens along. Running away is shameful, but at least you saved your life, didn't you? Lin Yi ignored the noisy flies. He walked straight to the round table and took out the damaged black box that was still emitting a faint chill from the system space. Smack! The black box was thrown onto the alloy tabletop with a dull thud. Area A has been cleared. Lin Yi's voice was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. By the way, I'll help you kill that LV.22 lower-level infected. This is its remains, and also the black box of the 7th Patrol Team. Dead silence. The air in the briefing room seemed to have been sucked out instantly. Lei Bao's mocking expression froze, his mouth opened wide, and a strange, clucking sound came from his throat, as if someone was choking him. LV.22 Lord? The red-haired woman's magnetic storm dagger clattered to the ground. That's a monster that even regular armies need to deploy destroyer squadrons to hunt down. That's impossible! Thunderstorm jumped up, his face red and neck bulging as he roared. You're lying! With your crappy plane? Do you know how thick the shield of a Lord-level monster is? Quiet. Qin Wujiang's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an undeniable pressure. He gave Lin Yi a deep look, then pointed his finger in the air. Master Computer, read the black box data. Simultaneously retrieve the real-time battlefield scan map of Area A. Buzz. A huge holographic light screen unfolded above the round table. On the left are the desperate last words of the man in the Major General's uniform. It's the door. Someone open the door. On the right is a newly generated starfield scan map. Area A, which was originally densely marked with red dots, is now a glaring blank. Only in the core area does a huge skeleton, 200 meters long, float. It was as if its flesh and blood had been instantly evaporated by some extreme heat, leaving only a pale spine floating in the void. The cut is smooth, and there are traces of crystallization at the break. That was the signature left by the death ray cannon. His stash. Gasps of shock rose and fell. Lei Bao slumped into a chair, his eyes glazed over, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He had just been mocking the other person for being a deserter. It turns out they went to slaughter gods. Well done. In the light screen, a federal general with 3 gold stars on his shoulders suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, with a metallic quality. Lin Yi, the intelligence you brought back is of immeasurable value. It has been confirmed that the 7th Patrol did not die from the void tide, but rather from a premeditated void descent. Someone deliberately tore open a portal deep within the shattered star belt. The general stared intently at Lin Yi through the screen. This is not a natural disaster. It is an invasion. It is war. Given the urgency of the situation, the Federation has decided to activate Level 1 combat readiness. Lin Yi, your mission rating is upgraded to S rank. The reward is doubled. In addition, The general paused, his tone becoming meaningful. The military will no longer pursue the matter of who killed that Lord-class infected. Did you handle its wreckage yourself? Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Have eaten. 2 words. Simple, direct, and self-righteous. The general was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good. Well done. The Federation needs young people with good appetites like you. Communication was cut off. Qin Wujiang stood up, his gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced thunderstorm squad before finally settling on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you've done a great job this time. The Academy will reward you with 300,000 credits and an opportunity to undergo baptism in the core restricted area. But before that, you need to repair Titan. The next battle will be tougher than this one. Lin Yi nodded, grabbed the reward card from the table, and turned to leave. He paused slightly as he passed by Lei Bao. Next time you want to teach someone a lesson, check if your cannon barrel is thick enough. Besides. Lin Yi turned his head to the side, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't block my way. My warships aren't full yet. Chapter 58 Crazy Upgrade. The critical point of LV.20, the 4th form of the Titan? Berth number 01. The heavy alloy gate slammed down, completely isolating the outside noise and vibrations. Lin Yi Host Lin Yi. Current source point balance, 526,000. 500,000. This is a number that would drive any E-class captain crazy. Converted to federal currency, that's 500 million. Money only becomes a fighting force when it is spent. Lin Yi had no awareness whatsoever of being a miser. The impending war made him sense a dangerous atmosphere. The LV-22 Lord-level infected is just the beginning. Once that door is fully opened, what will emerge is likely a true Void Fleet, or even a higher level, Overlord. While Titan's current configuration is luxurious, its foundation is still weak. At level 15, it still seems somewhat weak when facing a true destroyer fleet. System: develop an upgrade plan. Objective: comprehensive strengthening. Budget: no upper limit. Command confirmed. Calculating the optimal evolutionary path. Option 1: enhance firepower. Upgrade the Death Ray Cannon to a twin-mounted version, requiring 200,000 source points. Advantages: doubles the instant kill capability. Disadvantages: excessive energy load may cause the machine to crash. Option 2: strengthen the ship's hull. Utilize the remaining E-grade alloy to upgrade the Titan's level to LV-20, critical point. Requires 300,000 source points. Advantages: unlocks the 4th form, doubles armor value. Disadvantages: requires specific materials to break through bottlenecks. Option 3: enhance features. Merge the gravity well and the void engine to develop a new tactical module. Requires 150,000 source points. Lin Yi stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. Adults don't make choices. If you have enough money, of course you want it all. Level up first. Push the Titan to its limit of LV.20. Lin Yi waved his hand. Boom! 300,000 source points evaporated instantly. In the system space, the mountain of E-grade alloys, rare metals, and even biological tumors peeled off from infected bodies all turned into streams of light and surged wildly into Titan's body. Buzz dash! Titan Void Reaver let out a painful yet exhilarating roar. Its fuselage began to tremble violently, and glaring cracks appeared on the originally dark gray armor surface. Dark red abyssal energy and dark blue void energy intertwined and collided in the gaps. His size is increasing dramatically. Originally a 3-meter wingspan, it rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon to 5 meters, then 8 meters, and finally settled at 10 meters. This is no longer a fighter jet. This is a small frigate. Click, click. The folding wings on both sides of the fuselage unfolded, transforming into 4 pairs of sweeping wings that resembled blades. The death ray cannon under the fuselage was re-encased in thicker armor, while 2 circular firing ports appeared on the upper back of the fuselage. That's a newly unlocked mount point. Ding! Upgrade successful. Battleship, rank LV-20E plus rank limit. Armor value, 80,000. Energy value, 50,000, blessed by the Abyss Fusion Core. New mount, phased missile nest, 0 to 24. Can launch missiles with spatial warp properties, ignoring physical interception. Special ability evolution, gravity well gravity domain. Range expanded to 2 kilometers, maximum multiplier increased to 100x. Warning! The warship has reached its spark capacity limit. To continue advancing to D-tier cruiser, you must find a Heart of the Void, or an artifact of the same tier to perform a spark jump. Lin Yi looked at the completely renovated steel behemoth in front of him, his eyes almost overflowing with fervor. 80,000 armored vehicles. 100 times the force of gravity. If the Titans encountered that shark cruiser again, they wouldn't need to use their death ray cannon at all. Gravity alone can compress it into a flat iron disc. LV-20 is just the beginning. Lin Yi stroked the Titan's cold yet textured body, feeling the world-destroying power within. The Heart of the Void? He remembered the door mentioned in the black box. There must be something he wants behind the door. Just then, the red warning lights inside the berth suddenly started flashing wildly. The piercing air raid siren instantly resounded throughout the entire Star River floating city. Woo-woo dash. This is not a drill. Lin Yi raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the heavy dome, looking towards the distant northern starry sky. There, the once pitch-black night sky was now dyed an eerie purplish red. That door. It's open. Chapter 59 Red Alert. This is the signal that the buffet is opening. The piercing alarm, like a rusty saw, frantically shattered the tranquility above Star River Academy. Red light filled the sky. That wasn't the afterglow of the setting sun, but rather the blood-red void revealed after the northern horizon was torn apart, thousands of kilometers away. The entire floating city was trembling. The streets were in complete chaos. The usually arrogant elite students were now mostly pale-faced, and some even had their exoskeleton armor on backwards. Fear is contagious. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Repeat, Level 1 Combat Readiness. All E-level and above trainees, immediately proceed to the North Airport for assembly. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Over the loudspeaker, Dean Qin Wujian's voice was no longer calm and steady, but carried a chilling, iron-blooded quality. Inside berth number 01. Lin Yi, however, was slowly and methodically organizing his equipment. He pushed the last box of high-purity energy blocks into the Titan's magazine with the precision of a surgeon. What's the panic? Lin Yi glanced at the wailing cries for help coming from the communication channel, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. For sheep, the arrival of wolves is a disaster. But for hunters, this means fur and meat. System, display the war mission panel. Ding! Regional war mission triggered. Mission name, Northern Defense Line. Mission description, the Void Gate has opened, and the Vanguard Legion is attacking the Federation's 3rd Defense Sector. Objective, kill Void creatures. Merit points will be awarded based on level. Rewards, source points doubled, talent already activated, Federal Military Merit Vault Exchange access unlocked. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the 3 words. Military Merit Vault. That is the true essence of the Federation. It contains not only S-class rare metals, but also the legendary Star Core Fragment, an essential material for upgrading a cruiser. It seems that I can't keep a low profile this time. Lin Yi patted the enormous thing next to him. Having undergone the baptism of 300,000 source points, Titan, Abyss Arbiter has now been completely transformed. 10-meter wingspan. The dark gray armor was thick and menacing, with dark red patterns flowing across its surface like lava. The 4 pairs of swept wings spread out like blades, and the 2 newly added phased missile pods on the fuselage emitted a chilling spatial fluctuation. It is no longer an airplane. It is a miniature mobile fortress. Buzz dash. The communicator suddenly lit up. It was a voice request from Thunderstorm. Connected. The background noise was a cacophony of engine roars and explosions. Lin Yi! Where are you? Lei Bao's voice, though rough, trembled slightly. The front lines can't hold out. This time, it's not ragtag soldiers. It's the regular army. The Void's regular legion. We need to retreat to the second line of defense. Whatever you do, don't charge in alone. Beep. Lin Yi immediately hung up the call. Retreat? Are you kidding me? We've just been fully charged and upgraded our equipment. If we retreat now, wouldn't those 300,000 source points have been wasted? Titan activate. Lin Yi jumped onto the wide back of the aircraft. The gravity field is activated, instantly displacing the surrounding air and creating an absolute vacuum force field. Target, Northern Defense Line, 3rd Defense Zone. Full speed ahead. Boom! The Abyss Fusion Core let out a deep roar. The blue tail flame instantly turned into a blinding incandescent white. The Titan fighter did not taxi. Instead, it took off vertically like a heavy arrow released from a bow, instantly shattering the energy shield atop the berth. That was a one-way shield designed to prevent enemy attacks. But against Titan, it's as fragile as paper. Lin Yi transformed into a streak of light, heading straight towards the blood-stained sky, against the backdrop of the civilian spaceships that were frantically fleeing. A madman! Who is that? At a time like this, you still dare to rush north? The paint job looks like Lin Yi's? Amidst countless horrified gazes, the dark gray figure plunged headlong into the billowing smoke without any hesitation. Lin Yi stared at the dense array of hostile signals on the radar screen, which almost formed a sea of red. The fervor in his eyes was finally no longer suppressed. Everyone! Dinner is ready. Chapter 60 Battlefield Meat Grinder. The Dimensional Reduction Strike of Phase Missiles. Northern Border Defense Line, 3rd Defense Zone. This place has become a living hell. Tens of thousands of void creatures surged out of the enormous spatial rift like a black tide. They are no longer the kind of beasts that charge blindly without thinking. This group of enemies exhibited clear tactical coordination. At the front row were the massive, thick-skinned, void heavy shield beasts, advancing under the fire of the Federation army. The rear row consists of agile, ghost shooters, who spit out highly corrosive acid bombs. Meanwhile, in the air, swarms of Void Raider fighters were locked in combat with the Federation's Air Force. We can't hold out. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. A Federal major roared, the barrel of his kinetic rifle already red-hot. Above his head, a Federation Class C frigate had just had its shields torn open by several Void Raiders and exploded in midair. The debris fell like raindrops. Just as the defense line was about to collapse. Buzz. A strange spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire battlefield without warning. There was no roar of an engine. The only sound was the popping sound of air being forcibly compressed. A menacing, dark gray fighter jet with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared out of nowhere at the densest point of the beast tide. That was a Titan who had just finished a void warp. What is that? A new type of aircraft from the Federation? The Major was taken aback. The next second, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Gravity domain, 100x full power! Lin Yi's cold voice boomed through Titan's loudspeakers. Boom! The gravity parameters within a 2-kilometer radius were instantly altered. The void shield beasts that were charging forward suddenly sank their massive bodies. Click! Click! That was the sound of bones and shells shattering under 100 times the force of gravity. Thousands of monsters were slammed into the frozen ground as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly turning into puddles of minced meat. The originally surging black tide has transformed into a huge vacuum zone within this circular gravitational field. Roar! The Void Raiders in the air detected the threat and immediately changed direction, unleashing hundreds of acid bombs and energy beams. Phase stealth. Lin Yi sat on the back of the plane without even blinking. Titan's figure blurred instantly. A hail of artillery fire pierced through its fuselage, striking the pile of corpses below, and sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Physical immunity. Finished? Lin Yi's figure solidified again. He looked at the void fighters that were still circling, seemingly unable to understand why they couldn't be hit, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It's my turn. Try out the new toy. Phase-guided missiles, launch all missiles. Click, click, click. The 2 massive missile pods on the Titan's back suddenly popped open. 24 missiles, completely black and without any exhaust plume, silently slid out. They did not fly towards the enemy. Instead, it vanished into thin air the instant it left the magazine. Space warp technology has been miniaturized and incorporated into missiles. The next moment, hundreds of meters away in the air, in the very center of the group of Void Raiders, 24 black holes suddenly appeared in space. The missile emerged directly from the black hole. Distance from target, 0 meters. It even appeared directly inside the monster's body. Boom, 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 boom. The series of explosions created a sea of fire in the air. Those void fighters didn't even have a chance to activate their shields before they were blown to pieces from the inside. This is not a battle. This is a massacre. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Kill 50 void shield beasts, LV, 18. Source points plus 25,000. Kill 24 void reavers, LV, 20. Source points plus 48,000. Triggering greedy alchemy. The system notification sounds flooded the screen, as pleasant as the sound of gold coins falling into a bag. Below, on the Federation positions, there was a deathly silence. The Major stared wide-eyed at the dark gray figure hovering above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, frantically devouring the energy of the remains. A single strike to wipe out the entire enemy force? Which unit's ace is this? Lin Yi ignored the shock below. He glanced at the huge red dot on the radar that was moving in his direction. That was the commander of the advance force. With such a small amount of fuel, it's not even enough to cover the fuel costs. Lin Yi patted the Titan's scorching hot armor. Walk. Go and eat the big one. Chapter 61A Mobile Armory, Prey above the Lord level. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the broad back of the plane, the gravity field keeping the howling wind at bay. He stared at the huge, reddish-purple signal source in the center of the radar screen, his eyes showing no awe for war, only the greed of a hunter seeing a fat sheep. 15 kilometers from the target. High-energy reaction shield detected. It's a big ship. At the edge of the horizon, a colossal vessel, comparable in size to a Federation heavy cruiser, was slowly emerging from the spatial rift. That's no ordinary warship. It was a floating fortress of flesh and blood. Its entire body is composed of black, unidentified metal and wriggling flesh and blood tissue, and its surface is covered with a thick chitinous carapace. Hundreds of biological turrets grew like malignant tumors all over the ship, pouring green acid barrages down on the Federation positions below. Target scan Void Vanguard Command Ship, Mothership Class. Rank LV, 25, Near D rank. Features, Biofield, reduces energy damage by 50%, infinite hatching, produces 100 exploding flying insects per minute. Comment, it is the tyrant of this battlefield. But in your eyes, it is merely a piece of pork belly wrapped in thick iron. LV, 25. Lin Yi licked his slightly chapped lips. Once you consume it, the final piece of the Titan's upgrade to cruiser, the Heart of the Void, will definitely drop. Roar! The Mother Nest class command ship had clearly also noticed this tiny creature rapidly approaching. It let out a soul-shaking roar. Hundreds of hatching holes on the surface of the ship opened simultaneously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thousands of crimson, exploding insects swarmed out, converging in the air to form a red tornado, thus blocking the Titan's charge. This number of exploding bugs is enough to instantly destroy a fully shielded destroyer. On the Federation positions below, the Major General commanding the operation was deathly pale. Damn it! That's a suicide interception by the Mother Nest. Quickly notify that student to take cover. That's a swarm tactic. Anxious shouts filled the communication channel. But Lin Yi ignored him. Avoid? That's the choice of the week. Titan, phased missile, load. Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the armor beneath him. Target, the core of the Mother Nest. Quantity, all missiles launched. Click, click, click. The two massive missile pods on the Titan's back popped open again. 24 pitch-black phased missiles silently slid out. They didn't ignite, didn't leave a trail of flame, and as soon as they left the magazine, they created a blue ripple in the air before disappearing into thin air. The next second, the swarm of exploding flying insects was still foolishly charging towards the Titan. Inside the Mother Nest command ship behind them, 24 black holes suddenly appeared in space. The missile appeared directly in the most vulnerable parts of the nest, the power room, the hatching chamber, and the beating brain core. This is the scoundrel of phase technology. Ignoring distance. Ignore shields. Ignore the blockade. It was like shoving a grenade directly into the enemy's stomach. Boom, 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 boom. The muffled explosions echoed throughout the hive. That once invincible fortress of flesh and blood instantly swelled up like an overinflated balloon. The hard exoskeleton shell cracked inch by inch, and green acid and purplish-black flames gushed out from the cracks. The swarms of exploding insects that had just flown out instantly lost their command, crashing around in the air like headless flies before exploding one after another. A spectacular rain of fire fell from the sky. That's it! The Major General below gaped, his binoculars slipping from his hands and crashing onto the command platform. He had fought a lifetime of wars and had never seen such an unreasonable fighting style. My house was robbed before I even saw the person in the house. Lin Yi looked at the mother hive that was disintegrating and crashing, and shook his head. It's too crispy. I hope the taste will be better. He piloted the Titan, braving the wreckage and rain of fire, as he swooped down toward the massive corpse. The real feast is just beginning. Chapter 62 The Heart of the Void is in hand. The Titan who's had too much to eat. The massive remains of the Mother Nest crashed heavily onto the permafrost, kicking up dust clouds hundreds of meters high. Although it was dead, its remaining biological tissues were still twitching, and the void radiation it emitted distorted the surrounding air. But for Lin Yi, this was the best seasoning. Gravity domain suppression. Buzz. 100 times the force of gravity descends instantly. The void energy that tried to scatter and escape was firmly pressed to the ground, forming a high-concentration energy field. The Titan Abyss Arbiter hovered above the wreckage, with all the armor plates under its belly open. This time, it's not just a few tentacles. Instead, hundreds or thousands of dark red optical cables, like a giant predator net, instantly enveloped the entire remains of the mother nest. Activate trait, Greedy Alchemy, Overload Mode. Sizzle. The sickeningly loud slurring sounds echoed across the battlefield. The mothership, which was hundreds of meters long, shrank at a visible rate. Whether it was the hard E-grade bioalloy or the flesh and blood tissue containing terrifying energy, all of it was forcibly plundered, decomposed, and transformed by the Titan. The system panel in front of Lin Yi was filled with a frantic stream of data. Disassembling the Mother Nest class command ship. Gained source points plus 300,000, 100x critical hit. Obtained 500 tons of high-purity biofuel. Obtained 1,000 tons of active chitinous shells. Plunder successful. Rare blueprint obtained, biological hatchery, grade C. The Titan's fuselage was trembling. That's a sign of overeating. The Abyss fusion core operated wildly, expelling massive amounts of impurities and leaving only the purest energy, which repeatedly washed over the Titan's skeleton. The originally dark gray armor began to gleam with a deep, purplish gold luster. Finally, when the mother nest was completely reduced to a pile of grayish-white powder, a fist-sized, crystal-clear purple crystal, seemingly containing a starry sky within, floated up from the core of the wreckage. The fluctuations it emitted even caused tiny cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Ding! Key item detected. Item, Heart of the Void, perfect grade. Grade S. Description: this is the source of power for void creatures, and also the key for warships to break through the barriers of rank. Purpose: it is a core material for upgrading to cruiser. With it, your warship will no longer be confined to the material world, but will be able to truly touch the rules of the void. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed the crystal. It's cold. However, it contains enough energy to destroy an asteroid. Finally got it. Lin Yi let out a long breath, a hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. The bottleneck of LV-20 will no longer exist in the face of this heart. If Titan goes back and secludes itself for a while, it can undergo a true qualitative change, evolving from a large fighter jet into a true interstellar warship. Just then, the voice of the Federal Major General came through the communication channel. The previous impatience was gone from his tone, replaced by a kind of reverent caution. This is the Northern Frontier Command Post. I am Commander Rosen. Student Lin Yi, no, Lord Lin Yi. Thank you for your support. Your victory has been confirmed. The threat level of that mothership-class command ship is assessed as catastrophic. If it's convenient for you, please come to the command post after the battle. The military has something they'd like to give you. Sending something? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He toyed with the heart of the void in his hand and glanced at the spatial rift in the distance, from which monsters were still pouring out. I'm busy. Lin Yi refused outright. The door isn't closed yet, and the spies haven't been cleared out. And he patted the Titan's armor, which was already getting quite hot. My warship has just eaten half a meal, so it's good to exercise a bit to digest it. I can collect my reward after I've cleaned up this battlefield. After saying that, Lin Yi cut off the communication. The Titan fighter let out a deep roar, turned around, and plunged back into the dense horde of beasts. Inside the command post, Major General Rosen stared at the dark gray dot on the screen, moving through the enemy ranks as if they were nothing, and remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he turned his head and gave a wry smile to his adjutant beside him. Are military academy students these days all this fierce? Classify this battle video as top secret and send it to the Federal Supreme Command. Tell them that we may have discovered a strategic-level humanoid weapon. Chapter 63 Battlefield Scavengers, leaving no debris behind. The smoke of battle has not yet cleared from the northern border defenses. Although the spatial rift that stretched across the sky had stopped spewing monsters, the number of void creatures remaining on the battlefield was still astronomical. For the defenders of the Federal 3rd District, this was a tough clean-up battle. Each lone Void Ripper requires a squad of power-armored soldiers with heavy firepower to barely eliminate. But on the other side of the battlefield, the scene is completely different. Buzz! The dark gray Titan, the Abyss Arbiter, hovered low in the air, its massive gravity field resembling an invisible millstone, causing the ground to sink 3 feet wherever it passed. Those monsters that were still roaring in the ruins were crushed into mincemeat by 100 times the gravity before they even saw Lin Yi's face. Immediately afterwards, a red light swept across the underside of the aircraft. Whether it was the monster's corpse, the wreckage of the destroyed tank, or even the shell casings scattered on the ground, everything vanished into thin air. Clean and tidy. It's as if it's been erased by an eraser. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the machine, staring intently at the numbers that were jumping wildly on the system panel, his eyes as focused as if he were checking an account book. Disassembling, Void Ripper, X10 grants plus 5,000 source points. Disassembling a Federal Standard Alloy Armor piece. Yields 5 tons of refined steel. Disassembling an unexploded high-explosive warhead yields 20 kilograms of high-energy gunpowder. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Lin Yi tapped the armor lightly with his fingers. The Titan warship has now reached a size of 10 meters, and its appetite is growing exponentially. This kind of buffet opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the distance, a Federal rescue ship was cautiously approaching. Inside the spaceship's cockpit, the 2 young pilots stared wide-eyed at the images on the holographic screen. Whose warship is that? That's too brutal. Is he cleaning up the battlefield? He's just scraping the ground clean. There were 3 elite-level lurkers in that area just now. I was about to call for fire support, but they were gone in the blink of an eye. Not even a trace left? Over the communications channel, Major General Rosen's voice sounded somewhat helpless, yet tinged with awe. Ignore him. Although our friendly forces are a bit unsightly, they are indeed helping to relieve our pressure. Pass down the order. All troops should avoid that area and drive the remaining monsters there so he can kill them. Since we can't stop this man, we might as well cooperate with him. This led to a spectacle. Instead of actively hunting down the monsters, the Federation forces used firepower to blockade the area, herding hordes of void creatures towards the Titan warships like sheep. Lin Yi naturally noticed this scene. He looked up at the Federation warships, cooperating, in the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. Quite savvy. Since you're being so polite, then I won't stand on ceremony. Titan, phased missile, single-shot mode. Don't fry it to pieces, leave it whole, it tastes better. Click, click, click. The missile pods on the back of the aircraft popped open. One after another, jet-black missiles pierced the void, appearing precisely among the horde of monsters that had been driven over. There was no violent explosion. Only the dull sound of gravity collapsing could be heard. Clusters of flesh and blood fireworks bloomed in the sky, then were swept away by the red light. Half an hour later, the entire 3rd defense zone fell silent. The frozen soil, which was once littered with corpses, is now as smooth as a newly laid cement floor. Not even a single bone could be found. Lin Yi glanced at the system panel. Current source point balance, 850,000. Titan's energy reserves, 100%, overflow. Warehouse status, full, needs to be cleared. Belch. The Titan warship emitted a low hum, a signal that it had overeaten. Lin Yi stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked. This battle not only yielded the crucial material, Heart of the Void, for upgrading cruisers, but also significantly strengthened their resources. 850,000 source points. This money is enough for him to replace all of Titan's weapon systems. It's time to collect the reward. Lin Yi patted Titan's armor. Let's go see that Major General. I hope you'll find something good, not some junk to fool me. Buzz. The blue halo at the stern of the Titan warship contracted. Instead of using void warp, it flew over the Federation positions in an extremely arrogant low-altitude cruising manner, heading towards the command center. On the ground, countless blood-soaked soldiers raised their heads, their eyes fixed on the dark gray figure with fanaticism. In this era that glorifies force, the strong always have privileges. Even if he is a gluttonous glutton, as long as he can kill the enemy, he is a hero. Chapter 64. The Military Merit Vault opens. Only children make choices. Northern Border Defense Command. This is a mobile fortress temporarily constructed from high-strength alloy. At this moment, the helipad on top of the fortress had been cleared out, leaving only the dark gray Titan warship sitting alone in the center. The heavily armed guards around the warship looked at it with apprehension. Even when it was silent, the stench of blood and the oppressive abyss emanating from the gaps in its armor still made people feel suffocated. Inside the meeting room, Major General Rosen personally poured Lin Yi a cup of hot coffee. This is an almost unimaginable honor in the hierarchical Federal Army. But nobody thought it was wrong. Because just now, the battle damage statistics report came out. Lin Yi's kill count alone exceeded the total kills of all units in the entire 3rd Defense Zone. In particular, the loss of that Mother Nest-class command ship directly saved the defenses from collapse. Lord Lin Yi. Major General Rosen didn't put on airs and got straight to the point. The military's commendation order has been issued. In recognition of your outstanding performance in this campaign, the Federation awards you the First-Class Combat Hero Medal and a Special Merit Citation. He pushed a heavy platinum medal in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at it and casually put it in his pocket. The movement was as casual as picking up a coin. Forget about empty fame. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. You mentioned access to the military merit vault. Rosen's lips twitched. This kid is really stubborn. Certainly. Rosen waved his hand, and his adjutant immediately activated an encrypted holographic projection. This is the internal exchange list of the Federal Northern Military District. Your battle merits have been converted into military merit points, totaling 500,000 points. S-level privileges have been activated, and you can choose freely. The light screen unfolds. A densely packed list of supplies came into view. Item: E-Class Standard Frigate, Complete Unit, Exchange Price, 100,000 military merits. Item: High-Energy Particle Cannon, Blueprint, Exchange Price, 50,000 military merits. Item: Special Operations Exoskeleton, Captain Level, Exchange Price, 20,000 military merits. Lin Yi's gaze swept quickly across the area. Most things are trash in his eyes. Standard warship? That's for cannon fodder. Blueprint? He has a system. As long as there are physical objects, he can reverse engineer them, even better than blueprints. Until his gaze settled on the very top of the list, on the red highlighted S-rank limited time exchange zone. There are only 3 things there. 1. Star core fragment, S-grade material. Uses: essential for cruiser core construction, containing the power of a planet's magnetic field. Exchange price: 200,000 military merits. 2. Void warp jammer, terrain module. Purpose: to block off the surrounding space, preventing the enemy from using warp to escape. Exchange price: 150,000 military merits. 3. Ancient Mechanics Notes Fragment. Purpose: records a lost method for constructing a floating cannon array. Exchange price: 150,000 military merits. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Star core fragment. This is another hard requirement for upgrading a cruiser, besides the Void Heart. They are not available on the market. Only behemoths like the military have them in stock. That jammer was practically a murder weapon. As for the floating cannon array, he was looking for a conventional method of clearing the area. The death ray was too wasteful, and the machine gun had too short a range. These 3 things. Lin Yi pointed to the top of the screen, his tone calm. I want them all. Major General Rosen was stunned. You want them all? He glanced at the price. It added up to exactly 500,000 military merits. Not a single one left. Lord Lin Yi, although these 3 items are precious, they are intended for large warships. Rosen couldn't help but remind them. The radiation from the star core fragments is extremely strong. Ordinary warships simply can't withstand it. And that mechanics manual, it's just a fragment. It's hard to say whether it can even be restored. The Major General need not worry about that. Lin Yi stood up, his eyes resolute. My warship has a good appetite. It will eat anything that is good. Only children make choices. For him, who possesses the greedy alchemy and the system, as long as the resources are in place, there is no tough nut to crack. Rosen gave Lin Yi a deep look. He saw in the boy's eyes a kind of ambition that made his heart tremble. That wasn't the look of someone trying to protect something. That was the look in his eyes, a look that seemed to want to devour everything and reach the pinnacle. Good. Rosen stopped trying to dissuade him and directly entered the authorization code. Deal reached. The supplies will be delivered directly to your warship's cargo hold. But... Rosen paused, his tone becoming serious. Taking something from the military means you owe them a favor. Lin Yi, although that door is temporarily closed, you have seen the black box. The real war is yet to come. Hopefully your warship will stand on the side of the Federation when the time comes. Lin Yi walked to the door and paused slightly. He didn't turn around, he just waved his hand. As long as the price is right. I could even take that door off the ground and sell it to you. After saying that, he strode out of the command post. The cold wind howled. Lin Yi looked at the Titan warship that was fully prepared for departure on the tarmac, and a fanatical smile appeared on his lips. All the materials are ready. That's enough source points. Next, I will go into seclusion. When he stepped out of the cabin again, there will be no more Titan fighter jets in this world. Only cruisers, Titans. Chapter 65 Burning 800,000 source points. Cruiser, Titan descends. Berth 01, gravity field fully activated. The heavy alloy gates fell, completely shutting out the outside world's clamor about the hero of the North. Lin Yi stood on the floating platform, facing the 10-meter-long, dark gray fighter jet Titan. Abyss Arbiter. Although it was invincible on the battlefield before, in the scale of real interstellar warfare, its 10-meter size still falls into the category of carrier-based aircraft. To have a voice in the world of stars, one must overcome that hurdle. From aircraft to ship. System, generate a list of promotions. Lin Yi's voice echoed in the empty berth. Promotion goal, Tier D cruiser, initial stage. Core materials, Heart of the Void S rank in place, Star Core Fragment, S rank in place. Auxiliary materials, 500 tons of grade E alloy, 100 kilograms of rare metal, krypton, and high-energy circuit boards, all requirements met. Required source nodes, 500,000. Current balance, 850,000. 500,000. Lin Yi looked at the number without feeling any heartache. The source point remaining in the account is just data. Only by burning it can the truth be revealed. He raised his hand, and two things appeared out of thin air in his palm. In the left hand is a crystal clear Heart of the Void, whose interior seems to be sealed with a purple nebula. In his right hand was an incredibly heavy black rock that emitted terrifying magnetic field fluctuations. A stellar core fragment. Titan Eat. Lin Yi shoved the two divine objects toward the fighter jet. Buzz. The Titan fighter seemed to sense the impending qualitative change. The dark red patterns on the surface of the fuselage suddenly surged, transforming into countless ferocious blood vessels that tightly bound and dragged the two S-class cores into the body. Promotion begins. Source injection, full power. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. Boom! The 500,000 source points in the account vanished instantly. An indescribable, terrifying energy erupted within the berth. The Titan fighter jet, which was originally only 10 meters long, suddenly had its outer shell crack. But this is not destruction, but rebirth. Click, click. With a sickening metallic growing sound, the Titan's skeleton began to expand wildly. The large reserves of alloy were automatically refined by the system, turning into a silvery gray torrent of metal that filled the ever-expanding shell of the Titan. 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. 120 meters. In just 10 minutes. The once powerful fighter jet has disappeared. Instead, a colossal steel behemoth hovered in midair. Its entire body is a deep matte black, and its hull is long and menacing, with a perfect streamlined diamond-shaped structure. The original 4 pairs of swept wings have been transformed into massive hull wings with sharp, knife-like edges. At the bow, the S-class death ray cannon was perfectly integrated under the armor, with only a crystal muzzle radiating a chilling aura visible. Around the ship's hull, a visible purple halo of void light was slowly rotating. It was the embodiment of the spatial laws brought about by the Heart of the Void. Ding! Promotion successful. Battleship Titan. Abyss Overlord Cruiser Mode. Rank LV, 25 D rank. Armor value, 200,000, Star Core Enhancement. Energy value, 100,000, Abyssal Fusion. New feature, Stellar Gravity Passive. The ship's hull possesses a high-intensity magnetic field, capable of deflecting 50% of physical projectile attacks and granting immunity to most radar lock-on attacks. New feature Void Walk active. Consumes energy to send the entire warship into the subspace interlayer, enabling tactical jumps over extremely long distances, up to 50 light-years. Review. It is no longer a toy within the atmosphere. It is a predator in the cosmos, a mobile fortress, and a nightmare for all enemies. Lin Yi looked up at the enormous vessel. The overwhelming sense of connection made every pore on his body open up. 200,000 armored vehicles. This is 4 times larger than the previous fighter jet form. Now, even if he stood still and let Li Kangwa's apocalypse bombard him for a whole day, he probably wouldn't even get a scratch on the paint. But that's not enough. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the ancient mechanic's handbook that he had just redeemed in the system space. There are still 350,000 source points. Enough to sharpen the Titan's teeth even more. Chapter 66 S-Rank Forbidden Blueprint. Floating Cannon Array, 1 person as an army. Inside Berth 01, the Titan cruiser, which had just completed its upgrade, exuded a chilling aura of power. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry to board the ship. He stood in front of the workbench, holding the yellowed parchment scroll in his hand. This treasure was obtained at the cost of 150,000 military merits. In the current federal system, the mainstream warships pursue main gun caliber and shield thickness. This mechanic school, which uses mental power to control a massive number of small units, has long been lost because it requires an extremely high level of mental strength from the captain. But this is precisely what Lin Yi excels at. With the system's assistance, his mental strength had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. System, analyze the blueprint. Deciphering an ancient mechanics manuscript, fragment. Analysis successful. Obtained S-grade weapon module blueprint, Abyss floating cannon array. Construction requirements: 100 high-precision anti-gravity engines, 100 microenergy crystals, 50 tons of abyssal metal. Single build cost 200,000 source points. 200,000. Lin Yi glanced at his bank balance. There are 350,000 left. That's enough. Build. Lin Yi waved his hand. The mountain of materials piled up in the system space flew out again. Buzz. Above the Titan cruiser's stern, 2 rows of previously empty launch cells slowly opened. No missiles were launched. Instead, 100 rhomboid metal objects, each about half a meter in diameter, flew out. They were entirely black, with dark red abyssal patterns flowing across their surfaces, like a swarm of worker bees guarding the queen, hovering neatly around the Titan. Each floating cannon is equipped with an independent micro-anti-gravity engine and an energy-concentrating muzzle. Module loading complete, Abyss floating cannon array, 100 units. Single target attack power, C rank, equivalent to a standard machine gun. Combined characteristics. 1. Swarm strategies. All floating cannons share the main ship's Abyss regeneration and energy stealing traits. 2. Array reorganization, can be instantly combined into defensive shield wall, focused fire spear, or skirmisher hunt, modes according to tactical needs. 3. Suicide detonation. When the floating cannon is destroyed or its energy is depleted, it can launch a suicide ramming attack, causing area of effect void damage. Lin Yi looked at the black specks of light flying all over the sky and snapped his fingers. Form ranks. Whoosh. 100 floating cannons instantly teleported, forming a massive diamond-shaped shield wall in front of the Titan. Attack. Whoosh. The shield wall instantly disintegrated, transforming into 100 streaks of light that intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable network of firepower. This flexibility is a nightmare for light warships. In the past, Titans, despite having a deadly attack like the Death Ray, inevitably faced the awkward situation of using a cannon to kill a mosquito when facing a massive number of mobs. Now, these 100 floating cannons are like 100 tireless Grim Reapers. One person can form an army. These 4 words became a reality at this moment. Drop. Just as Lin Yi was immersed in the thrill of the test flight, the communicator at the berth suddenly lit up. This is Dean Qin Wujiang's exclusive channel. Lin Yi, are you ready? Qin Wujiang's voice sounded somewhat tired, but more so solemn. We can set off at any time. Lin Yi retracted the floating cannons, letting them adhere to the surface of the Titan's hull like scales. Very good. Qin Wujiang said in a deep voice. Come to the Star Observatory. The top 10 of the Sequence Project are all there. The gates to the north may be closed, but someone closed them on purpose. They left something behind the door. The Federation has decided to form a suicide squad to go through that door in reverse and take a look at the other side. You are the captain. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Going through the door in reverse? To the Void's lair? Ordinary people would probably be terrified if they heard about this mission. But Lin Yi glanced at his newly upgraded Titan cruiser, and then at the tens of thousands of source points he still had on the system panel. A greedy smile slowly curved the corners of his mouth. Go to the other side? That's a good relationship. I heard that the ingredients over there are fatter than those here. Coming right away. Lin Yi cut off communications and jumped onto the Titan's bridge. The massive anti-gravity engine roared, propelling the 100-meter-long steel behemoth slowly into the air. The real hunt has only just begun. Chapter 67: The Cruiser Arrives. Shutting up the so-called genius. Observatory. The tallest building in Xinghe Academy is suspended above the sea of clouds, connected only by an anti-gravity elevator. The cold wind was biting, making the hem of my clothes flutter loudly. 9 figures were already waiting there. They had different expressions, but each of them exuded the arrogance of someone who had been in a high position for many years. The top 10 in the sequence plan. Apart from the now crippled Li Qianwu, this place gathers the most elite combat power of this generation in the entire academy. It's been half an hour. A young man with long silver hair and a long sword in his arms spoke coldly. He is Yi Bai, the Sword Saint, ranked second in the series, and his warship is a special-equipped frigate known for its close-range assault capabilities. That Lin Yi is far too arrogant. Yi Bai's gaze swept over Lei Bao beside him like a sword. Lei Bao, you've worked with him before. Is he really as amazing as the rumors say? Or is he just relying on some one-time high-powered weapons? Thunderstorm shrank back. Ever since witnessing that unreasonable clearing method in the Shattered Star Belt, he only felt awe towards Lin Yi. Don't ask me, Lei Bao said in a muffled voice. All I can tell you is that when you see him later, you'd better put away your arrogance. In front of him, we're nothing but a fart. Laugh. A burly man wearing exoskeleton armor next to him smiled. He was Wang Xin, the third-ranked, heavy artillery, in the sequence. Thunderstorm, are you scared out of your wits? An F-rank fire seed is still an F-rank. No matter how fancy the modifications are, the fundamentals are still there. This time, going to the other side of the void will rely on overall quality, not 1 or 2 cannons for sneak attacks. The people around nodded in agreement. They acknowledged that Lin Yi was strong, but not strong enough to make them, these chosen ones, bow down and submit. They're here. Din Qin Wujiang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. There was no engine roar. There was not even a radar warning. The once sunny observatory suddenly went dark. A huge shadow silently enveloped everyone. Yi Bai suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints in an instant. What is this? Hundreds of meters above our heads. A diamond-shaped warship, entirely black and 120 meters long, hovered like a floating steel mountain, silently pressing down on everyone's heads. It is no longer the fighter jet, form described in previous intelligence reports. It's too big. It was so big that it blocked out the sun. The ship's surface was covered with dark red abyss patterns, surrounded by a visible purple void halo. The overwhelming sense of oppression made everyone present feel as if a huge rock was pressing on their chest, making it difficult to even breathe. A cruiser? Wang Sen's voice became shrill, like a male duck being choked. How is that possible? He's only been enrolled for a short time. Even a wealthy family wouldn't build a cruiser during their freshman year. This is not scientific. The carrying capacity of a spark has a limit. How could an F-grade spark possibly support such a tonnage? Everyone was trembling. That was a tremor that came from the depths of one's soul. Compared to this steel behemoth, their prized frigates looked like laughable toy models. Buzz. Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, slowly descended. Gravity field activated. Although Lin Yi controlled the multiplier, the heavy gravitational waves still made the knees of several weaker sequence members go weak, and they almost knelt down on the spot. The warship hovered at the edge of the observatory. The heavy armor plates slid open, revealing a boarding gate that emitted a faint blue light. Lin Yi, wearing his faded freshman uniform, stood at the cabin door, looking down at the group of geniuses who had just been discussing amongst themselves. His eyes were calm, even with a hint of impatience. What are you all standing there for? Lin Yi's voice came through the loudspeaker, making everyone's eardrums ache. Do I have to invite you up? Dead silence. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to refute. Yi Bai, who had been so arrogant just moments before, lowered his head and silently gripped his sword, only to find his palms covered in cold sweat. All the doubts, all the dissatisfaction. Before the 120-meter-long hull and the absolute data of 200,000 armor values, everything was crushed to pieces. Get on the boat. A hint of undisguised shock flashed in Din Qin Wujiang's eyes, which quickly turned into a gratified smile. He waved his hand. From now on, Lin Yi is the captain. His orders are military orders. Thunderstorm was the first to rush forward, its movements so practiced it was heartbreaking. The others exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and obediently lined up before entering the gate that seemed to lead to an abyss. Lin Yi turned and walked into the bridge. On the enormous holographic screen, the purple spatial rift located above the northern territory was displayed. Hold on tight. Lin Yi sat in the large captain's chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. We're going to the other side to get some goods. Chapter 68 Floating Cannon Array. One person is an army. The feeling of passing through a spatial rift is not pleasant. It's like being thrown into a washing machine and tossed around for half an hour, only to be violently vomited out. Vomit. Several members of the sequence with slightly weaker physical fitness collapsed to the ground and began to dry heave as soon as they landed. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, his expression unchanged. The gravity field has already been activated, maintaining the environment inside the bridge at the most comfortable level. This is the void? Yi Bai looked out the porthole with a pale face. There is no starlight. There was only a chaotic purplish-black mist, and in the distance, countless broken continental plates floated, the remnants of civilizations swallowed by the void. The air was filled with high concentrations of radiation. If it weren't for the Titan's shield, an ordinary person wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds here. Beep! 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 A piercing alarm suddenly blared. On the radar screen, red dots appeared like a tide. Warning! Ambush! Target Void Patrol Fleet. Quantity 300 plus. Includes 3 destroyer-class destroyers, and a large number of suicide bugs. Wang Xin's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. Damn it! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. We were surrounded the moment we stepped outside. Quickly! All personnel to combat stations. Launch our warships. Yi Bai also drew his sword. Although drawing a sword in the bridge was pointless, it was an instinctive stress response. Although these geniuses are arrogant, they still have basic tactical skills. Faced with an encirclement of this size, the conventional tactic is to immediately release their respective warships, form a defensive formation, and then look for an opportunity to break through. Sit down, everyone. A cold voice interrupted everyone's actions. Lin Yi didn't even turn his head, still staring at the red dot on the screen, his eyes filled only with the excitement of seeing his prey. Who gave you permission to move? But, Wang Xin exclaimed anxiously, these are 300 enemy ships. We can't rely on just one ship. I said sit down. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable chill. He raised his hand and pressed the red button on the console. Since we're a suicide squad, we need to be prepared. Your mission is not to fight. It's about watching. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. Titan, floating cannon array, unlock. Click. 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 Above the spine of the Titan Abyss Overlord, 2 rows of massive launch silos opened with a roar. 100 jet black, rhomboid metal floating cannons, like killer bees leaving their nest, were launched in an instant. They traced graceful arcs in the air, their surfaces swirling with dark red abyss patterns, and their tails spewing out streams of eerie blue particles. What's that? A drone? Yi Bai was stunned. The next second, he witnessed a scene that shattered his worldview. Array, scattering mode. Lin Yi tapped his finger lightly. 100 floating cannons instantly dispersed and rushed into the densely packed void fleet. They are too flexible. Like a living organism with independent consciousness, it weaves and tumbles through the gaps in the enemy's artillery fire. Sizzle! 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 100 high-energy laser beams lit up simultaneously. This was no ordinary shot. Each floating cannon precisely locked onto the enemy ship's power core or ammunition depot. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dazzling fireworks exploded in the void. Those void warships that gave the Federation army so much trouble were as fragile as paper in front of these Black Reapers. A destroyer-class destroyer attempted to retaliate, its main guns just charging. A dozen or so floating cannons instantly converged, forming a small concentrated fire array. Laugh. A dozen beams of light converged into a single point, piercing through its shield and destroying the bridge. This works? Wang Xin opened his mouth wide, his chin almost hitting his feet. Is this what they call a drone? This is clearly a combination of the firepower of 100 Class E warships. What's even more terrifying is that these floating cannons seem tireless. After destroying the enemy ship, they flashed red light on their surface, instantly plundering all the energy from the wreckage to replenish their own energy, and then pounced on the next target. Perpetual motion machine. Killing machine. Less than 5 minutes. 300 void warships were completely annihilated. The once crowded shipping lanes are now empty, with only debris and fragments scattered everywhere. Like sharks that have eaten their fill, the floating cannons slowly flew back to the Titan, attaching themselves to the ship's surface like scales, and re-entering standby mode. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. Lin Yi turned his chair around and looked at his genius teammates behind him, who were completely petrified. All right, the road is open. Lin Yi shrugged, his tone as casual as if he were asking, "What's for breakfast?" Stop spacing out. Get ready to work. Mark all the valuable parts in those wrecks, My Titan isn't full yet. Chapter 69. Welcome to my backyard. Please feel free to take whatever you like. On the other side of the void rift lies not the legendary hell, but a desolate graveyard of star remains. The massive hull of the Titan Abyss Overlord peers through the purplish-black curtain, like a giant whale plunging into the deep sea, stirring up ripples in space. Inside the bridge, a holographic screen projects the outside world onto everyone's view without reservation. Even the self-proclaimed knowledgeable geniuses of the sequence couldn't help but hold their breath at this moment. Everywhere you look, there are wrecks. Countless fragments of warships, shattered planetary crust, and the skeletons of some giant creature floated silently in the murky void. There is no gravity, no direction, only high concentrations of radioactive dust, which rubs against the shield's surface, creating fine sparks. Is this the world behind the door? Yi Bai's fingers gripping the sword turned slightly white, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. At this level of radiation concentration, the shields of an E-class warship will overload in less than 10 minutes. And the radar is full of static. Watson looked at the garbled code on the control panel in front of him, his face grim. Here, we're practically blind. Fear spread like wild grass in everyone's hearts. They are the pride of the Academy, accustomed to fighting within the rules. But this is a lawless land, a wasteland of civilization. Blind? Lin Yi sat in the large captain's chair, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot coffee, looking as content as if he were sunbathing in his own backyard. That's you? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers in midair. Titan, Abyss radar, full band scanning. Buzz. An invisible dark red ripple, centered on Titan, instantly swept across the airspace within a radius of 500 kilometers. That wasn't an ordinary electromagnetic wave. It was a life-sensing force field originating from the heart of the abyss. The holographic screen, which was originally completely black, was instantly illuminated by a dense array of light spots. Red represents hostile creatures, green represents high-value resources, and gray represents worthless debris. Clear, precise, and comprehensive. Is this the reconnaissance capability of a cruiser? Lei Bao stared wide-eyed at the star map, which was so detailed that even the craters were marked. Stop spacing out. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup and pointed to a dense area of red dots on the left side of the screen. Since we're here, we should bring back some local specialties. See that pile of stuff? That's the nest of void scavengers. They like to collect metal. In other words, it's a natural junkyard. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. On a massive fragment of a planet, thousands of beetle-like creatures, each the size of a tank, were roaming freely. They were lying on piles of gleaming metal, greedily munching on them. Within those metal mountains, the wreckage of Federation standard warships can be vaguely seen, and there are even some creations of an unknown civilization. Several thousand elite monsters, all level 18 or higher? The red-haired woman's voice trembled. Captain, should we take a detour? With this many if we get surrounded. Detour? Lin Yi seemed to have heard a joke, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Only Prey would detour around this place. We're here to buy goods. Lin Yi stood up, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Titan, deploy the floating cannon array. Free hunt mode. Outside the bridge, the 100 diamond-shaped floating cannons attached to the surface of the ship detached from the mother ship in an instant, like a swarm of bats awakening. They drew elegant yet deadly arcs in the air, spewing out streams of eerie blue particles from their tails as they hurtled towards the insect nest. There was no probing, no tactical maneuvering. It's the simplest and most brutal way to cover the area with firepower. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 100 high-energy laser beams intertwined in the void, forming an impenetrable web of death. Before the void scavengers, who were feeding, could even react, their carapaces were pierced by beams of light falling from the sky. The green fluid had just been sprayed out when it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. This was an asymmetrical massacre. The floating cannons were so agile they seemed to be alive. They darted through the swarm of insects, each flash taking away a life. The swarm's counterattack, its corrosive acid and bone spikes, couldn't even touch the floating cannons. Is this what they mean by one person forming an army? As Yi Bai watched the art-like scenes of carnage on the screen, his pride as a sword saint shattered. His swordsmanship, which he was so proud of, was like a child's trick in the face of this level of firepower. Less than 10 minutes. Thousands of elite monsters were wiped out. On that planetary fragment, only mountains of corpses and gleaming, all that remained were mountains of metal. All right, the area is cleared. Lin Yi sat back down in his chair, his gaze sweeping over his teammates, who were now completely stunned. Although I am the team leader, I am a very democratic person. Those monster corpses are mine. As for those metal scraps, Lin Yi pointed to the mountains of priceless rare alloys. You can go and move them. Whatever you move is yours. Really? Wang Sen's breathing quickened. Those so-called scrap materials actually contain a large amount of C-grade or even B-grade alloys. He could take just one piece back with him, and it would be enough to upgrade his main gun. Certainly. Lin Yi smiled, his eyes revealing the shrewdness of a capitalist. But you'd better hurry, because my Titan has a huge appetite. If you're too slow and it accidentally eats you, don't blame me for not warning you. Before he could finish speaking, the Titan Abyss Overlord slowly descended, its armor plating beneath its belly cracking open, revealing its greedy, gaping maw. Rob it! Thunderstorm was the first to react. Regardless of saving face, it rushed straight to the airlock, summoned its mech, and charged out. The others followed suit like madmen. This is hardly a suicide mission. This is clearly a case of following a big shot to make money. Lin Yi watched as these geniuses, who were usually so aloof, were now bustling around in the ruins like laborers, and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Since you've become my teammate, you have to be prepared to be a tool. He manipulated the Titan, and a red light enveloped the entire Zerg hive. System, Greedy Alchemy activate. Take everything from here and make sure it's completely empty. Chapter 70 Gold everywhere? No, that's my feed. In the void, there is no concept of time. Only the deep roar of the Titan warship's engines and the constantly changing numbers on the system panel reminded Lin Yi of the passage of time. Disassembling 2,000 void scavengers yields plus 200,000 source points. Disassembling the unknown civilization ally yielded 500 tons of refined star-pattern steel. Decomposing high-energy biological ore yields 100 void crystals medium. A gluttonous feast. The planetary fragments that were originally piled with garbage have now been scraped clean, with even the ground being gnawed away by the Titans. Lei Bao and the others were exhausted and collapsed in their mechs like dead dogs. Although they were covered in oil, each of them had a silly grin on their face. Their storage units are already full. The gains from this trip were equivalent to the total amount they made in 3 years of work at the academy. Following Lin Yi, you get 9 meals a day. Wang Sen wiped his sweat, looking at the black behemoth in the distance that was still tirelessly devouring everything, his eyes filled with nothing but admiration. I have to stick close to this powerful figure. Don't get too excited yet. Lin Yi's voice suddenly came through the communication channel, his tone slightly cold. Radar indicates that there's a high-energy reaction source 3,000 kilometers ahead. That's a grave. Everyone felt a chill and quickly returned to the bridge. As the Titan slowly advanced, the fog ahead gradually dissipated. Everyone gasped in shock. That was the wreckage of a Titan-class warship. It is 10 kilometers long, broken into 3 sections, and floats silently in the void. The ship's surface is covered with ancient totem patterns. Although it has been out of service for countless years, the oppressive feeling from an ancient advanced civilization is still suffocating. At the broken section of the bow, a dazzling golden light shone. That is a still-functioning, stellar level energy core. S-class? No, that's an SS-class energy core? Yi Bai's voice trembled. If I could get that, even just a fragment, it would allow my warship to be directly upgraded to a destroyer. Greed instantly overwhelmed reason. Even the usually calm redhead began to breathe rapidly. Don't move. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice. You only saw the treasure. Didn't you see the gravedigger? Following Lin Yi's gaze, everyone discovered that next to the golden core, there was a semi-transparent, ghost-like creature. It has no physical form, its body is entirely composed of purple void lightning, and it is over 1,000 meters long, resembling a giant galactic serpent, which is coiled around its core and sleeping. Target scan Void Thunder Dragon, LV. 35. Overlord level. Characteristics: energy immunity, physical penetration, lightning domain. Comment: it's the guardian of this graveyard. Don't even mention small fry like you. Even a regular army cruiser squadron would be electrocuted to a crisp. LV. 35. Dominator level. This level is beyond the comprehension of the elite class students. Shall we retreat? Lei Bao swallowed hard, his earlier excitement vanishing instantly. If this thing even rolls over, we're all doomed. Withdraw? Lin Yi stared at the golden core, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although Titan has plenty of energy now, it is still struggling to support the death ray, to fire indefinitely. That stellar core could serve as Titan's third heart. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yi stood up, and his aura suddenly surged. You stay where you are and are responsible for clearing out the surrounding monsters. Leave that big guy to me. Are you crazy? Yi exclaimed. That's an energy-immune monster. Your death ray cannon won't work on it. Who said I was going to bombard it? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. He jerked the control lever. Titan, gravity zone, maximum power! Heart of the Abyss, overclocking mode. Boom! Titan, the Abyss Overlord, accelerated instantly, transforming into a black streak of light as it hurtled towards the sleeping Thunder Dragon. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Yi pressed the red button. Walking in the void. Buzz! The Titan's massive hull instantly disappeared into the warp layer, ignoring the terrifying lightning domain surrounding the Thunder Dragon, and appeared directly inside the Thunder Dragon's body. To be precise, it appeared at the core of the area where the Thunder Dragon was coiled. Release the phase. Gravity well 200 times. Crush it. Rumble. Terrifying gravitational ripples erupted within the Thunder Dragon's body. The giant dragon made of energy was instantly subjected to a dimensional reduction attack from within. Its body structure was forcibly twisted and compressed, and the originally smooth energy cycle collapsed instantly. Roar! Thunder Dragon let out a roar of extreme pain, trying to retaliate, but found itself stuck to the ground by a terrifying suction force. All the armor plates under the Titan's belly were opened. This time, it's not tentacles. Instead, it directly activated the black hole mode. Energy immunity? Lin Yi sneered. I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to eat you. Activation trait, Abyssal Plunder, mythical rank. Sizzle. That 1,000-meter-long Thunder Dragon was actually sucked into Titan's body like a noodle. Energy immunity? Before the devouring rules of the Abyss, all energy is food. In just 1 minute, the Overlord-level Thunder Dragon, along with the golden core it guarded, vanished into the Titan's belly. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. The sword in Yi Bai's hand clattered to the ground. The thunderstorm opened its mouth wide, not even noticing that its jaw had dislocated. Looking at the Titan warship, which seemed to have grown even larger and was surrounded by golden lightning, they had only one thought in their minds. Is this still a warship? This is clearly a monster even more terrifying than the creatures of the void. Chapter 71 SS Grade Core? Sorry, that's my third heart. Belch. This time, the Titan emitted not just a buzzing sound, but a visible golden arc of electricity. Arcs of electricity spread along the dark gray armor, and the ship's hull, which originally flowed with dark red abyss patterns, now had an additional layer of violent lightning power. The crystal of the S-class death ray cannon at the bow of the ship was also stained with an eerie gold edge instead of pure white. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, watching the data stream that was refreshing wildly on the system panel, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Even he was taken aback by the profits this time. Absorption successful. Target, Void Thunder Dragon, Overlord level, plus Stellar level Energy Core, SS level, dot. Gained, Source points plus 500,000, 100x critical hit, dot. Obtained rare materials, 1,000 tons of Thunder Dragon bone, 500 high-purity Void crystals. Battleship evolution Titan. Abyss Overlord, Thunderform. New feature Thunder Field passive. A high-voltage electromagnetic field forms around the ship, granting immunity to 50% energy damage and dealing 5,000 points of true torpedo damage per second to nearby enemy units. Energy system upgrade, unlocking the third heart. Energy cap increased, 100,000 to 300,000. Energy cap of 300,000. What does that mean? This means that the death ray cannon is no longer a conventional weapon that is measured in seconds, but a basic attack that can be fired in rapid succession like a machine gun. Is this what an SS-class core feels like? Lin Yi clenched his fist, feeling the overflowing sense of fullness in his spiritual sea. In his current state, Titan is confident that he can shatter the shell of the Federation's regular army fortress even if he goes head-to-head with it. Team Captain? The sound of thunder and lightning could be heard over the communication channel. His and Yi Bai's mechs hovered in the distance, not daring to approach. The Titan warship is now surrounded by terrifying golden lightning. If you get even a little closer, the mech shield alarms will go off incessantly. Is that dragon really gone? Wangsun swallowed, feeling his throat go dry. It's gone. Lin Yi's voice was calm, as if he had just finished a casual meal. The taste is a bit numbing, and the texture is just average. Everyone. The taste is just SOSO. That's a dominant species. It's an existence capable of destroying an entire fleet. Stop spacing out. Lin Yi glanced at the radar. A red alert was flashing at the edge of the screen. This place is about to collapse. That dragon is the stabilizing anchor point of this subspace. Once it dies, this place will revert to the void turbulence. The words had barely left his mouth. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge rift opened in the distant void, and countless spatial storms swept in like a meat grinder. The floating wreckage of warships and planetary debris were instantly crushed into powder in the storm. Run! Run! The red-haired woman screamed and turned to rush back towards the crevice she had come from. However, the speed of these people's mechs was as slow as a snail in the face of spatial collapse. The storm spread far beyond the limits of their thrusters. It's over! It's too late! Yubai looked at the black storm wall behind him that was advancing in this direction, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Even the second-ranked genius is as insignificant as dust in the face of nature's destructive power. Just then, a huge shadow fell over them. Who let you run away? Lin Yi's voice rang out coldly. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, instantly appeared above everyone's heads. The armor plating beneath the hull opened with a roar, revealing a wide cargo hold entrance. Come up! Don't make me say it a second time. Lei Bao and his crew felt like they had been granted a pardon and frantically charged into Titan's cargo hold in their mechs. As soon as you enter, the heavy alloy gate locks shut instantly. Hold on tight. Lin Yi sat in the bridge and slammed his hands onto the control stick. Titan, dual-core drive, thunder field at full power! We're going surfing! Buzz! The void aura and thunder aura at the stern of the Titan battleship exploded simultaneously. Faced with the overwhelming spatial storm, Lin Yi did not choose to dodge, but instead turned the ship around and crashed into the most violent part of the storm. Accelerate using the thrust of the storm. This is absolutely insane. Boom! The violent shaking caused everyone on the bridge to stagger. But the Titan was like a rock nailed to the eye of the storm. That layer of golden lightning force field firmly blocked all the spatial tearing power from the outside. With this devastating thrust, Titan's speed instantly broke through the limits of conventional physics. Brush. A streak of light tore through the darkness. A split second before the warp completely collapsed, the Titan forcefully smashed open the closing portal and rushed out. Chapter 72 Settlement, an astronomical figure that made the military question its existence. Northern Border Defense Line, Command Post. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Major General Rosen stared intently at the extremely unstable purple crack on the holographic screen. 3 hours had passed since the Suicide Squad entered. The energy readings from the crack are fluctuating wildly, indicating a violent collapse has occurred inside. General, the rift is about to close. The adjutant's voice was low. According to calculations, the internal space has completely collapsed. If they haven't come out by now. The rest of the words were left unsaid, but the meaning was clear. They're doomed. Qin Wujiang stood to one side, his hands behind his back. Although he remained calm on the surface, the knuckles of his hand, which was gripping the railing tightly, had turned white. That kid won't die so easily, Qin Wujiang murmured to himself, as if trying to convince himself. The surrounding federal officers all lowered their heads in silence. A spatial collapse of that scale would be fatal even to an entire fleet of cruisers. What good are a few students, even if they are geniuses? Prepared to shut down the stabilizer. Rosen closed his eyes and sighed. This is to prevent the void turbulence from flowing back into the system, right? The operator's fingers trembled as they hovered above the red button. Just then. Drop! A piercing alarm suddenly blared, the highest level warning of an energy reaction. High energy object detected approaching. Speed cannot be calculated. Too fast. What is it? A void monster? No. It's a friendly force signal identification code. Boom. The purple crack in the sky above the north suddenly expanded, then looked as if it had been kicked hard from within. A colossal black ship crackling with golden lightning, bursting forth from the crack with a destructive force. It did not slow down, but instead used its inertia to draw a lightning trail that stretched for tens of kilometers in the air before finally hovering directly above the command center. The overwhelming sense of oppression caused the snow on the ground to vaporize instantly. Is that Titan? Rosen suddenly opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the warship, which was clearly a size larger and had an even more terrifying aura than when he had entered. This isn't scouting, it's clearly evolving. The hatch opened. Lin Yi led the group of pale-faced, trembling geniuses out. Compared to his teammates' disheveled state, Lin Yi remained calm and composed. He dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes and walked up to Rosen, who was already dumbfounded. Mission accomplished. Lin Yi casually tossed out a storage chip. This is the map data inside, and also the energy fluctuation record of that Thunder Dragon. Rosen frantically caught the chip, his voice trembling. Thunder Dragon? You've encountered a tyrant-level creature? I ran into him. Lin Yi nodded. I killed him while I was at it. Just kill him on the spur of the moment? The command post was deathly silent. Everyone listened as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Also, Lin Yi pointed to the Titan warship behind him that was unloading cargo. Lei Bao and his crew were seen piloting engineering mechs, carrying out glittering mountains of metal and various strange and unusual void materials from Titan's cargo hold. These are our tips. Lin Yi pointed to a pile of purple bones that emitted strong radiation. Those are the bones that the Thunder Dragon left over. Although I took the essence, these scraps should be enough to make a few special frigates. Does the military accept it? We'll give you a 20% discount. Rosen's heart pounded as he looked at the mountain of top-quality materials. These things are enough to allow the Federation's materials science to break through a bottleneck. Buy it! Buy it all! Rosen's face flushed with excitement. At the highest wartime purchase price. Lin Yi, you're a walking treasure trove. That's good. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at the group of teammates behind him who had completely given up. The spoils have been divided. Next, it's time to settle another matter. Lin Yi's gaze swept past the crowd and toward the distant Star River Academy. Now that our strength has been exposed, and now that we are standing at the forefront of the storm, then I won't pretend. Dean Qin. Lin Yi looked at Qin Wujiang, a haughty smile curving his lips. I think that so-called top student in the elite class is a bit too insignificant. This year's sequence plan doesn't need to be ranked 1, 2, 3, or 4. I alone am the first order. Who's in favor and who's opposed? The entire room fell silent. Even Yi Bai and Lei Bao, who were usually proud and arrogant, lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to meet the boy's gaze. In the face of absolute power, rankings are nothing but a joke. Qin Wujiang looked at this sharp-witted young man and suddenly burst into laughter. Good! Since you have such an appetite, then I'll give you this stage. The Federation Star Sea Championship will begin in 3 days. Lin Yi, you will represent Star River Academy as captain. Give those other floating cities a good thrashing. Lin Yi smiled. Make a deal. Chapter 73, Costume Change. A little bit of shock from the captain. The wind at the observatory was a bit colder than usual. But at this moment, the 9 geniuses standing on the tarmac felt hot all over and their palms were sweating. They looked at the mountain of supplies piled up in front of them. It's not a metaphor. It really did pile up into a small mountain. Are all of these for us? Lei Bao swallowed hard, pointed at the pile of E-grade refined alloy that emitted a faint blue light, his voice dry as if he had swallowed a piece of sandpaper. There were also dozens of high-purity void crystals lying around, as well as several intact secondary cannons salvaged from the wreckage of a void warship. For students, this is more than just supplies. This is a treasure that they could spend all their money and still not be able to afford. Lin Yi sat on the extended platform of the Titan cruiser, toying with the purple-gold captain's badge in his hand. His expression was languid, like a nouveau riche who had just finished disposing of his own junk. Don't misunderstand. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. I'm not doing charity. I just don't want to have to be distracted by saving you during this competition. He pointed to the pile of priceless materials. Repair up all your dilapidated frigates. If the armor is too thin, put on 2 layers yourself. If the firepower is insufficient, install secondary guns. I only have one requirement. Lin Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping over everyone present. Don't die too quickly. You have to live at least until I clear the area. The entire room fell silent. If someone else said such words, even Qin Wujiang, it would sound jarring. But when Lin Yi said it, everyone just took it for granted. I was even a little moved. Don't worry, Captain. Wonson was the first to rush forward, carrying a 200-pound alloy plate, and laughing like a 200-pound child. With these, my heavy artillery's defenses will increase by at least 30%. If anyone dares to touch you then, I'll be the first to loosen the soil for them. Yi Bai no longer maintained his airs as a sword saint and silently stepped forward to select high-agility thruster components suitable for his warship. The red-haired woman and the others swarmed forward. What dignity, what pride! In the face of real, substantial enhancements, all of that is meaningless. Following Lin Yi will not only guarantee you wins, but also make you rich. This understanding, like a nail, is firmly driven into everyone's mind. A bond of shared interests is always stronger than mere words of enthusiasm. Half a day later. Preparations complete. 9 brand new frigates stood in neat rows on either side of the Titan cruiser. Although it is still the little brother, in terms of size, both its armor luster and energy fluctuations are much stronger than before. That's the power of money. Set off. Lin Yi sat in the large captain's chair and issued the orders. There was no rousing mobilization speech. Unnecessary. Rumble. The massive hull of the Titan Abyss Overlord trembled slightly, and its anti-gravity engines emitted a deep roar. The surrounding clouds were shattered by the sound waves. A massive black ship, 120 meters long, slowly rose into the air, blocking out the sunlight. 9 escort ships followed closely behind, like stars surrounding the moon. In the plaza of Xinghe Academy, countless students who were not yet qualified to participate looked up at this scene, their eyes filled with fervor and longing. That's our team. That's incredible! Is that cruiser really something a student could operate? This championship is a sure thing! Xin Wujiang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the dean's office, watching the fleet depart into the distance, a gratified smile curving his lips. He turned around and looked at a top-secret intelligence document on his desk. Intelligence indicates that several exceptionally talented individuals have emerged from the participating teams of the other major floating cities this year. There are even rumors that a certain academy used forbidden technology to forcibly create near-D-level combat power. Evildoer? Xin Wujiang picked up his teacup and gently blew away the foam. In the face of a true monster, a demon is merely a snack. The fleet passed through the atmosphere and entered a stratospheric cruise orbit. Objective, Aurora Floating City. That is the largest neutral city in the Federation and the venue for each StarCraft tournament. Inside the bridge, Lin Yi watched the coordinates receding on the radar screen, his fingers lightly tapping the handrail. System, open the task panel. Mission, Star Conquest. Goal, to win the championship. Phase 1, arrive in Aurora City and achieve an S-rank rating during the arrival ceremony. Reward, 100,000 source points, 1 random C-grade module blueprint. Entry ceremony? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. The so-called ceremony was actually the first covert competition between the various colleges. They fight for parking spots, flex their muscles, and compete in grandeur. Whoever gets the upper hand when entering the game will gain a psychological advantage in the following matches. This is also an unspoken rule tacitly approved by the federal government. Interesting. Lin Yi glanced at the 9 underlings behind him who, although strengthened, still appeared somewhat frail. He glanced again at his own steel behemoth, armed to the teeth and capable of devouring even a void thunder dragon. I hope that people from other colleges have stronger mental resilience. After all, my boat is a bit big. It can easily block the way. Chapter 74. The cruiser arrives. Sorry, the port is too small, so we'll have to squeeze in. Aurora Floating City. This is a sky city built on a huge anti-gravity base, which is shrouded in the magnificent aurora all year round, making it extremely beautiful. At this time, the military airport on the outskirts of the city was already bustling with activity. Top academy teams from the 18 war zones of the Federation are arriving one after another. A long line of warships of all kinds stretched across the sky. Although most were frigates, they were painted in various colors and shimmered with light, each representing the face of its respective academy. In the area closest to the core berth, a fleet of warships painted entirely in blood red stood domineeringly across the middle of the channel. That was the team from the Iron-Blooded Military Academy, a long-established powerhouse ranked among the top 3 in the federal government, known for its tough style and ruthless approach. Get out of the way! That's the waterway we applied for first! An angry roar came from the public channel. It was a team from a small academy in the south. Their few escort ships were forced to the edge by the Iron-Blood Academy members, and sparks even flew between them. Apply? An arrogant voice rang out from inside the flagship of the Iron-Blood Academy, a heavily modified Mammoth class, heavy frigate. In Aurora City, might makes right. Those who don't want to sink, go to the civilian berths in Zone C. Zone A is ours, Iron-Blood. The team from the small academy dared not speak out in anger, and could only slink away. Teams from other colleges around also gave way, no one willing to go head-to-head with these mad dogs before the competition even started. A bunch of cowards. Captain Zhao Kuang grinned, his face trembling with menacing fat. He is from a collateral branch of the Zhao family. Although his bloodline is not pure, he has extremely high talent. With the Zhao family's resources, the combat power rating of this mammoth is almost at the D-level threshold. I heard that Star River Academy produced a rookie champion this year. Zhao Kuang mocked into the communicator. I think his name is Lin Yi. And he even boasted about sinking a cruiser? That's laughable. These days, the media will exaggerate anything for the sake of traffic. When they arrive, I'm going to teach them a lesson about manners in front of everyone. Before he could finish speaking, the distant horizon suddenly darkened. It's not a dark cloud. It was a huge shadow, tearing through the clouds with an extremely ruthless manner. Buzz. The deep, suppressed roar of the engine sounded like muffled thunder rolling overhead. At the same time, a huge red warning light appeared on everyone's radar screen. Warning! High-energy reactive object detected approaching. Size assessment, giant. Energy level, Class D, cruiser. A cruiser? Zhao Kuang was stunned, not even realizing that he had crushed the energy drink in his hand. All that could be seen was the churning of clouds. A colossal steel behemoth, 120 meters long, jet black, and surrounded by a purple halo and golden lightning, slowly revealed its menacing bow. It's too big. Compared to the surrounding frigates that are 20 or 30 meters long, it's like a shark crashing into a school of sardines. That was the Titan, the Lord of the Abyss. Lin Yi sat on the bridge, looking at the completely blocked waterway ahead and the few iron-blooded warships that looked like red flies. His brows furrowed slightly. It's too crowded. Lin Yi spoke calmly. Announcement across all frequency bands. Star River Academy is entering the port. All unauthorized personnel, please leave. The sound wasn't loud. But through Titan's communication system, enhanced by the Abyss, it instantly drowned out the noise of all other channels and clearly penetrated into everyone's ears. Zhao Kuang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Unauthorized persons? In Aurora City, no one has ever dared to speak to the Ironblood Academy like that. Playing tricks? Zhao Kuang gritted his teeth. So what if you're a cruiser? You're probably just a shell, all show and no substance. I don't believe you dare ram it. He bet that Lin Yi wouldn't dare to make a move during the port entry ceremony. After all, damaging port facilities will result in disqualification. But he didn't understand Lin Yi. Lin Yi never gambles. He only answers multiple-choice questions. You won't allow it? Lin Yi looked at the red warships blocking his way and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then let's squeeze in. Titan, gravity zone activate. Multiplier 10x. Buzz. A visible orange ripple spread out instantly from Titan's center. No shots were fired. There was no impact. It merely swept across the edge of the gravitational field. The iron-blooded warships blocking their path suddenly seemed to lose buoyancy, their hulls trembling violently and emitting a series of teeth-grinding metallic twisting sounds. Warning! Gravity anomaly! Insufficient engine thrust! Falling! Falling! Just moments ago, Zhao Kuang was arrogant and domineering, but now he was horrified to find that his mammoth was falling uncontrollably downwards. It was as if an invisible giant hand had swept it from the center of the channel to the abandoned buffer zone next to it, like sweeping away garbage. Bang! 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 Several iron-blood warships crashed haphazardly onto the buffer net below. Although they didn't explode, their posture was extremely ugly, like several dead fish turned belly up. The waterway was cleared instantly. Spacious and well-ventilated. The Titan cruiser didn't even slow down, and with its 9 smaller ships behind it, it swaggered into the most important berth, A01. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the imposing, black behemoth. Not a single shot was fired. With just their aura, gravity, they brought down the formidable Ironblood Academy. This is the difference in strength. Lin Yi's voice rang out again on the public channel. Calm and infuriating. Sorry, the boat is a bit big, I wasn't watching my step. Remember to widen the road next time. Or just don't block the way. Chapter 75 S-Rank Rating. For some, the end is merely the beginning for me. Berth A01 was deathly silent. The colossal Titan, the Abyss Overlord, hovered in midair, like a black steel mountain, casting a suffocating shadow. The Ironblood Academy warships that had been swept away by the gravity field were now hanging awkwardly on the buffer net below, emitting black smoke and with their hulls twisted. Sizzle! The Titan's hatch slid open slowly. Lin Yi, along with 9 team members, descended from a height of 100 meters using an anti-gravity elevator. There were no flowers, no red carpet. However, the participating teams from various floating cities around them consciously made way for a wide passage. His eyes held fear, jealousy, and above all, the look of someone staring at a monster. That's Lin Yi from Star River Academy? Are you kidding me? That's a boat that students can operate. I just scanned it, and the radar overloaded and burned out. Iron Blood Academy really messed up this time. They were cleared out before they even got a chance to show their faces. They've lost face big time. Amidst whispers, Lin Yi landed on his feet. He didn't even glance at the few Iron Blood cadets next to him who had just crawled out of the crashed warship, their faces covered in blood, and walked straight to the registration desk at the end of the berth. Zhao Kuang clutched his severed left arm, leaned against the scrap metal, and stared intently at Lin Yi's back. He wanted to curse, to say harsh words. But when he looked up and saw the still-hot, slightly reddish muzzle of the death ray cannon on the bow of the Titan, his throat felt like it was sealed with cement. That was a weapon that had killed a Lord-level creature. He dared not gamble. Lin Yi walked to the registration desk. The person in charge of receiving us was a major from Aurora City, who was wiping his forehead with sweat. Star River Academy, reporting for duty. Lin Yi tossed the purple-gold captain's badge onto the table, making a crisp sound. Captain Lin Yi. The major hurriedly picked up the badge, swiped it on the terminal, and saw a string of top-secret data pop up on the screen. His hand trembled. Battleship Tier D Cruiser. Armor Assessment, extremely dangerous. Firepower Assessment? Data overflow. The major swallowed hard, his attitude instantly becoming extremely respectful. Welcome to Aurora City. Your port entry rating has been released. On the big screen, a line of golden text lit up. Star River Academy Team. Arrival posture, overbearing. Deterrence, full marks. Overall rating, S level. Ding! System reward has been issued. A pleasant notification sound rang in Lin Yi's mind right on time. Congratulations, host, on completing the stage mission, establishing authority in port. Gained, source points plus 100,000. Blueprint obtained, Tier C resource rating drone, swarm. Only 100,000? Lin Yi pursed his lips, looking somewhat disgusted. For someone who now makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, that blueprint, however, is quite interesting. The swarm drones are specifically designed for the rapid mining of battlefield debris and mineral veins, making them a perfect match for Titans' greedy alchemy. Here is your room key. The major handed over a black and gold magnetic card with both hands. A01 Sky Villa, with independent power supply and the highest level of security. In addition, there will be a star-studded banquet at the City Lord's mansion tonight, and all team captains are invited to attend. Lin Yi took the room key and turned to look at his teammates who were still looking around. They're gone. Go to your lodgings first, and wash off that shabby air of yours. Lei Bao and the others chuckled, not angry at all, and followed along eagerly. Just then. Suddenly, a series of synchronized engine roars echoed in the distant sky. 12 silver-white warships, shaped like sharp swords, stood in a perfect wedge formation, piercing the clouds. They weren't as massive as Titans, but each one exuded a breathtaking sense of intricacy. The lead ship, in particular, although it was a frigate, was surrounded by 3 rings of solidified mental energy fields, which even distorted the air. It's the Federal First Academy! A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. That's the Celestial Team! The captain is Bai Xiao! It's said he's already a level 3 psychic! The Silver Fleet did not land. Instead, it hovered above the Titan warship. A clear, yet condescending voice came through the public channel. This black ship is interesting. However, large size does not necessarily mean strong. Friends from Xinghe Academy, I hope that your strength on the field will match your weight. Provocative. A blatant provocation. Lei Bao's temper flared instantly. Who is this pretty boy? How dare he shit on our heads? Lin Yi stopped and looked up at the silver warship. Target scanned, special type psionic frigate, LV-24. Core psionic amplification matrix. Review flashy, but incredibly fragile. 1 gravity well is enough to crush it. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, showing no interest in replying. Ignore him. Lin Yi said calmly and continued walking forward. Why? Captain, how can you tolerate this? Wang Sun asked, puzzled. Lin Yi didn't turn his head back. Would you reason with the chihuahua that barks at you from the roadside? Once we get onto the field, we'll just run them over. For some people, the end is just the beginning for us now. Lei Bao and the others behind him were stunned for a moment, then revealed a sinister smile. Run it over. They like this word. Chapter 76. A gala dinner? I'm just here to let you know who the boss is. Aurora City, City Lord's Mansion. The building, suspended atop the city's highest point, is ablaze with lights tonight. Beneath the enormous crystal dome, hundreds of top geniuses from all over the Federation gathered together. The air was filled with the smell of expensive champagne and a faint smell of gunpowder. This is the last social interaction before the competition, and also the best occasion for all parties to test each other's strengths and weaknesses. I heard that Lin Yi is here? Is that the freshman who piloted the cruiser? He probably got his resources from his family. Does he really think he's invincible? Bai Xiao from the First Academy of the Federation just tested him at the port. That kid didn't dare to utter a word. He's probably a coward. In a corner, several trainees in fancy uniforms were whispering among themselves while holding wine glasses. Just then, the banquet hall doors were pushed open. The once noisy hall fell silent for a second. Lin Yi walked in. He wasn't wearing a formal suit. He was still wearing his faded freshman uniform, with the purple gold captain's badge pinned to his chest. Behind them followed Lei Bao, Yi Bai, and 9 others, each looking fierce and menacing, like a group of foremen who had just come down from a construction site and barged into a high society ball. Out of place. Yet she exudes an imposing aura. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Lin Yi walked straight to the buffet area and picked up the largest steak. It tastes good. He took a bite and said to Lei Bao behind him, "Eat more, it's free. This kind of grade of synthetic beef sells for 2,000 a pound outside." Lei Bao and the others blushed, but still obediently began to devour the food. Having followed the captain for so long, I've long since lost all sense of shame. "You're Lin Yi?" A cold voice rang out. The crowd was separated. A young man, dressed in a silver-white tailcoat and with an almost otherworldly handsome appearance, walked over. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, his eyes revealing an innate sense of superiority. It was Bai Xiao, the captain of the First Academy of the Federation. Behind him followed 11 equally distinguished team members, each radiating powerful spiritual energy. "What's up?" Lin Yi swallowed the beef in his mouth, not even glancing at him directly. Bai Xiao frowned slightly, clearly not used to being ignored like this. "I've seen your ship." Bai Xiao swirled his wine glass, his tone indifferent. "Although it's piled up with a lot of high-end materials, the structure is bloated and lacks any aesthetic appeal. It's the creation of barbarians. I came to remind you of something. The StarCraft tournament tests tactics, teamwork, and psionic manipulation. You can't win just by being big." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. As the overlord of the Federation, the First Academy has always looked down on nouveau riche, like Star River Academy. Lin Yi finally put down the plate. He took a napkin and slowly wiped his mouth. Then I looked up. Those dark eyes stared directly at Bai Xiao. "Are you done talking?" Lin Yi asked calmly. Bai Xiao was taken aback. "Get out of the way once you've finished speaking." Lin Yi pointed to the dessert area behind Bai Xiao. "You're blocking me from getting the cake." Bai Xiao's face darkened, and his spiritual energy surged instantly, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. "Lin Yi, don't push your luck." "Giving me face?" Lin Yi smiled. He stepped forward. There was no movement whatsoever. It was simply a terrifying aura of malevolence emanating from the abyss, released without reservation. That was the tangible killing intent that had settled after slaughtering tens of thousands of void creatures and devouring a hegemon-level thunder dragon. Boom! Bai Xiao felt as if he were being watched by an ancient behemoth. His prized psionic shield actually cracked in the face of this pure killing intent. The wine glass in my hand shattered with a crack. He was covered in red wine and looked utterly disheveled. "Your so-called tactics, teamwork, and psionic abilities." Lin Yi leaned close to Bai Xiao's ear, his voice low and deep, so that only the two of them could hear it. "Within my range, it's all a joke. I'm not here tonight to make friends with you, nor to listen to your nonsense." Lin Yi straightened up, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and his voice rose a few decibels. "I'm just here to let you know. I'm taking this championship. If anyone has any objections, let's settle it on the field." After saying that, he picked up a plate of delicate little cakes, turned around and left. Lei Bao and the others quickly followed, and before leaving, they didn't forget to make a face at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, covered in wine stains, stood there, his face ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. "Lin Yi, I will make you regret ever being born." The second floor of the banquet hall. A middle-aged man in military uniform was watching this scene through the railing. He is the city lord of Aurora City and also the chief referee of this competition. "That's interesting." The city lord put down the documents in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. I originally thought this was another one-man show by the First Academy. Unexpectedly, a dragon from across the river has arrived. Send a message to the technical department. The difficulty of tomorrow's game map will be increased by 1 level. I want to see just how tough this cruiser really is. Chapter 77 Held Difficulty? Sorry, I am the King of Gravity. In the central square of Aurora City, a giant holographic projection obscures the sky. The cheers of millions of spectators were like a tsunami, shaking the very air. This is an annual grand event for the Federation, and also a talent scouting ground for major conglomerates to select potential stocks. On the high platform, the Lord of Aurora City, dressed in military attire, swept his gaze over the 18 fully equipped fleets below. His gaze lingered for a moment on the jet-black Titan cruiser of Star River Academy, a playful smile playing on his lips. The rules have changed this year. The City Lord's voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, drowned out all the noise. In order to simulate the most realistic void battlefield, the technical department adjusted the game map overnight. The map code name for this game is Abyss Reef. On the holographic screen, the originally smooth star map instantly turned into a dark red death zone. Countless massive meteorites collided chaotically in the strong magnetic field, causing the gravity anomaly index to explode, and creating spatial turbulence everywhere that could tear apart the shield. Even more deadly is the fact that there is a decaying red giant star in the center of the map, emitting continuous high-temperature radiation. Abyssal reefs? Those are forbidden zones that even D-class warships dare not easily venture into. Are you crazy? In this kind of environment, sending a frigate in would be suicide. Many of the team captains from the participating colleges turned pale. Their warships were mostly designed for the arena, prioritizing speed and agility, and generally had thin armor. This kind of meat grinder-like map is a nightmare. Bai Xiao stood on the bridge of the God of Heaven ship, looking at the map, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Is there a gravity anomaly? He turned around and looked at the captains of the other colleges on the communication channel. Everyone, the map is more difficult now. Going it alone will only lead to your death. Although Lin Yi's ship is big, in this kind of complex terrain, it's just a sitting duck. I propose that we join forces to kick him out first. For the remaining spots, we can each rely on our own abilities. Agreed. Zhao Kuang from the Iron Blood Academy was the first to respond. His face was still swollen from yesterday, and he wished he could devour Lin Yi whole. I second that. Count me in. In the blink of an eye, a net of encirclement against Xinghe Academy was quietly formed. On the other side, inside the Bridge of Titan, the Abyss Overlord. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, holding an iced cola in his hand, looking at the map on the screen that was reddish-purple, the straw making a sizzling sound. Captain, this map looks a bit eerie. Lei Bao stared at the data, sweat beading on his forehead. The gravitational turbulence erupts every 10 minutes, with an intensity of up to 30 times the normal gravity. Our frigates can't withstand more than a few of these. 30 times? Lin Yi put down his cola, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on today's weather. Only 30 times? He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Titan's current permanent gravity field is 50 times stronger than normal. This kind of environment is hell for others, and for us. Lin Yi turned around, grinned, and revealed his gleaming white teeth. It's our home ground. Set off. Rumble. As the signal flare signaling the start of the competition was launched, all 18 fleets simultaneously started their engines. There was no massive deployment of ships as expected. Apart from Star River Academy, the other teams cautiously activated their shields and slowly advanced along the safe routes at the edge of the map, afraid of triggering the gravitational turbulence. Only one ship was an exception. The void ore at the tail of the Titan Abyss Overlord suddenly exploded, and the massive hull made no attempt to avoid it, plunging headlong into the most dangerous central asteroid zone at maximum cruising speed. Is he crazy? Bai Xiao glanced at the red dot on the radar and sneered. A cruiser of that size speeding through a rocky outcrop? It's courting death! However, the next second, everyone shut their mouths. Suddenly, the space around the Titan warship distorted. An orange ripple spread out. The massive meteorites that should have struck the ship were either forcibly pushed away by an invisible hand or crushed into powder the moment they came into contact with the ripples. In the realm of gravity, there is reverse repulsion. Titan was like a shot put crashing around a billiard table, carving a straight path through a dense asteroid belt. Lei Bao and the others, piloting a frigate, followed closely behind their leader, enjoying this incredible barrier-free passage. This works? Wang Xin yelled into the communication channel. This isn't a competition, it's clearly a publicly funded vacation. Lin Yi ignored his teammates' fuss. His eyes were fixed on the resource points flashing with golden light on the radar screen. The rules say that capturing resource points doubles the points? Lin Yi licked his lips. Then don't be shy. Titan, floating cannon array, spread out. Grab whatever you see, chop off the hands of anyone who dares to reach out. Chapter 78 Entrapment? No, this is outright robbery. Deep Abyss Reef, Resource Point C09. This is an abandoned interstellar mine, with the remains of several huge refining towers floating in the void, surrounded by a large number of high-purity energy crystals. A medium-sized Academy fleet from the Western Theater Command is operating here with great care. Hurry! Load all those crystals onto the ship! The captain, a lean man with glasses, directed his team while keeping a watchful eye on the radar. Let's grab as much as we can before the First Academy and Ironblood Academy arrive. Just then, a huge red dot suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Extremely fast. Enemy attack? The bespectacled man's heart tightened. All personnel on alert! Activate shields! However, the red dot suddenly stopped 5 kilometers away from them. Immediately afterwards, a lazy voice came through the public channel. Hey buddy up ahead, this is a robbery. The bespectacled man was stunned. Looking through the porthole, he saw a dark gray, menacing fighter, either the carrier-based aircraft of the Titan warship, or a disguise composed of floating cannon arrays, hovering not far away. Just one plane? The bespectacled man chuckled in exasperation. Where did this greenhorn come from? Doesn't he know we're from Gale Academy? Shoot it down! More than a dozen frigates simultaneously turned their guns around. But before they could even open fire, buzz! The airplane suddenly disintegrated. 100 jet black, diamond-shaped floating cannons, like a swarm of wasps, instantly filled the entire airspace. The muzzle of each floating cannon glowed with a deadly, eerie blue light. What the hell is this thing? The bespectacled man's smile froze on his face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 100 laser beams intertwined to form a net, instantly covering the Gale Academy's fleet. There was no sound of the shield breaking. Because the floating cannon's attacks were imbued with the abyssal erosion property, they penetrated the shields directly and struck the ship's armor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. The engines of the Storm Academy's warships all shut down, their weapon systems were paralyzed, and they floated in the air like dead fish. Lin Yi's voice rang out again, still so calm, yet it filled people with despair. Now can we talk properly? A huge shadow fell. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, dispelled his phase stealth and slowly emerged from the void. The 120-meter-long ship stretched across everyone's heads like an insurmountable mountain. We'll give it to you. The bespectacled man completely broke down. Points, resources, we'll take it all. Just don't kill us. That's right. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Thunderstorm, take some men to move things. Hurry up. All right, Captain. Lei Bao and his crew, like sharks that have smelled blood, piloted their frigates forward and skillfully began cleaning up the battlefield. They not only took the energy crystals from the resource point, but they even took the spare ammunition boxes mounted on the Gale Academy warship. It's like a locust swarm has swept through. 5 minutes later. Resource point C09 became cleaner than a face. Lin Yi glanced at the points leaderboard. First place, Galaxy Academy. Points, 5,000. Second place, First Academy. Points, 800. Fault. Next. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the Titan warship turned around and headed straight for the next resource point. Behind them, the members of Gale Academy looked on with tears in their eyes at the empty cargo hold and the warship's external armor that had been dismantled and destroyed. That's too ruthless. This isn't a competition, it's like space pirates have invaded the village. The news spread very quickly. Within just half an hour, the entire arena knew about Xinghe Academy's infamous reputation. Have you heard? That Lin Yi doesn't play by the rules at all. He doesn't go to capture strongholds, he just steals from others. And his ship is insane. 100 floating cannons, they can hit anything you point at, there's no way to defend against them. Bai Xiao listened to his subordinate's report, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He is forcing us into a decisive battle in this way. Bai Xiao crushed the holographic projection pen in his hand. Want to snowball your success? Dream on. Pass down the order, all allied academies, abandon the outer resource points and assemble in the central red giant region. Since he wants to eat, let's leave it there and prepare his last supper. Lin Yi watched as the previously scattered red dots on the radar suddenly began to converge towards the center, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. They've assembled? He patted the Titan's cold armrest. Looks like someone's not happy about it. Perfect, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Titan, prepare the death ray. Let's go to the central area and teach them a lesson. The course is called Truth Lies Within Range. Chapter 79, the so-called encirclement? No, it's just a buffet queue. Deep abyss and hidden reefs, central core area. A red giant star in its decaying phase, like a bloodshot single eye, stares intently at this void. The terrifying high-temperature radiation distorted the surrounding space like molten glass. Every few seconds, massive solar prominences erupt, with tongues of fire thousands of kilometers long licking the void. Even E-grade alloys would soften here within 10 minutes. Of the 18 Academy fleets, 17 are currently gathered here. Hundreds of warships formed a hemispherical defensive array, supported by several huge, heat-resistant meteorites. All the cannons were pointed at that single entrance channel. It's so hot! Inside the Iron Blood Academy's flagship, the Mammoth, Zhao Kuang ripped open his collar, his body drenched in sweat. Even with the cooling system running at full power, the temperature inside the bridge still soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Alarms blared incessantly, and the shield's energy was decreasing at a rate of 2% per second. Bai Xiao, is that kid really coming? Zhao Kuang asked, somewhat annoyed. In this godforsaken place, we'll get used to it on our own without him even having to fight us. Inside the god, at the center of the array, Bai Xiao remained elegant. He held a glass of red wine with ice, looking at the radar screen with a confident smile. He will not only come, but very soon. Bai Xiao pointed to the red giant star. Lin Yi's warship is huge. A 120-meter-long hull would be a sitting duck in gravitational turbulence. Moreover, greed is his weakness. I had 100 tons of high-purity decoy crystals scattered along the orbit of the red giant. For that hungry wolf that can't get enough to eat, this is deadly poison. Bai Zhao's eyes were cold and sinister. For this hunt, he used the First Academy's resources, a set of combined tactical modules called Star Chains. As soon as Lin Yi enters the encirclement, the shields of 100 warships will connect together, forming a huge gravitational cage that will press him firmly against the surface of the red giant star and burn him alive. They're here! Someone shouted over the communication channel. Everyone's nerves tensed instantly. At the edge of the radar, an enormous red dot is hurtling towards us at high speed, smashing through meteorites in its path with an extremely aggressive manner. There was no slowdown. There was no tactical evasion. That dark gray titan, the Abyss Overlord, was like a heavy tank that crashed into a china shop, plunging headlong into this high-temperature hell, carrying with it a cloud of rubble and dust. Now! Activate the star chains! Bai Xiao suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand and roared fiercely. Buzz! Hundreds of warships simultaneously lit up with blinding lights. Beams of blue energy intertwined in the void, instantly forming a giant net 10 kilometers in diameter, which descended upon the Titan warship. Gotcha! Overjoyed, Zhao Kuang pressed the weapon fire button. Fire! Blast him into the sun! Boom, 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 boom. The barrage of artillery fire poured down like a torrential downpour. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the storm, didn't even lift his eyelids. He sat in the command chair on the bridge, looking out at the huge energy network and the red giant star radiating endless heat in the distance. Is this your trump card? Lin Yi shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Utilize the environment? You guys are still too green when it comes to playing with fire. Lin Yi raised his hand, and a black rock emitting a terrifying magnetic field appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was an S-grade material he had exchanged in the military merit warehouse, a star core fragment. Titan, Heart of the Abyss, Thermal Energy Conversion Mode. Star core fragment resonance. Let them see what home field advantage really means. Buzz. The dark red patterns on the surface of the Titan warship instantly turned into a dazzling crimson gold. It neither dodged the energy net nor activated its shield to withstand the artillery fire. Instead, it opened its mouth. The armor plating beneath the fuselage suddenly ripped open, revealing a gaping maw of greed that was aimed directly at the red giant star below. A terrifying suction force erupted. It doesn't absorb warships, it absorbs fire. The solar prominence erupting from the surface of that red giant star was forcibly changed direction under the pull of the Titan, transforming into a giant fire dragon 10,000 meters long, which was swallowed whole by the Titan. Triggering trait, Abyssal Regeneration, Fire Attribute Charge. Energy plus 5,000 plus 5,000. Ship Temperature Overload. Death Ray Cannon Charging Efficiency increased by 300%. Bathed in the star's flames, the Titan warships did not melt. Instead, they seemed to be clad in fiery armor, their power surging ever higher. As for the artillery fire that hit it, not even a splash was made as the scorching flames of the star washed over it. Chapter 80 Gravitational Tsunami. The Dimensional Reduction Strike of an S-Class Star Core. How is this possible? Bai Zhao's proud elegance completely crumbled. He gripped the edge of the command platform tightly, his knuckles turning white. He's absorbing stellar energy? That's thousands of degrees Celsius. What's his warship made of? Even D-grade alloy would melt by now. Never mind what it's made of. Zhao Kuang roared hysterically into the comms. The chains are about to break. That guy's strength is skyrocketing. Our engines can't hold him back. The star chain, woven from hundreds of warships, was now cracking under the strain. The Titan warship only trembled slightly, while the escort ships connected to the energy beams shook violently like small boats being dragged by a giant whale. Several ships even had their anchors snapped off and tumbled into the meteorites beside them. Can't hold him back? Lin Yi sat inside the bridge, the star core fragment in his hand floating in midair, emitting visible black ripples. If you can't stop it, then don't try to stop it. Come down. Lin Yi gently pressed his finger down. Star core resonance. Gravitational tsunami. Boom! A silent wave swept across the entire central core area in an instant. This is not a gravity field inherent to Titan. This was achieved by using an S-class star core fragment to forcibly disrupt the magnetic field of the red giant beneath their feet. What was originally a somewhat disordered gravitational field went completely berserk at this moment. 30 times? 50 times? No. It is a disordered, chaotic, and gravitationally powerful tide, up to 200 times stronger. Warning! Gravity parameters error. Gravity system failure. The ship's structure is collapsing. We're going to be crushed. On the public channel, screams filled the air. The hundreds of warships that originally formed the defensive array instantly lost their ability to hover. It was as if an unseen hand of God had slammed him hard into the ground. Bang! 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 A series of rapid explosions rang out. More than a dozen lightly armored reconnaissance ships and assault boats were crushed in midair, turning into piles of scrap metal and fireballs. The remaining warships, though barely managing to keep their shields up, were like flies stuck in a quagmire, their engines spewing black smoke and unable to move. Even Bai Zhao's God of Heaven, and Zhao Kuang's Mammoth, were pressed firmly against the huge meteorite, their shields flickering and emitting a teeth-grinding cracking sound. Of all the ships in the entire area, only one was free. Titan, Overlord of the Abyss. With the support of a stellar core fragment, it is the sole surfer in this gravitational tsunami. Now it's quiet. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Bai Zhao, you just said that greed is my weakness? Lin Yi smiled. Her smile was radiant, yet it sent chills down one's spine. You're wrong. Greed is not a weakness. Greed is my motivation. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Titan, floating cannon array, spread out. Death ray, fire freely. Buffet, let's begin. Buzz. 100 pitch-black floating cannons, like the Grim Reaper emerging from his lair, pounced on the immobilized warships. At the same time, the death ray cannon at the bow of the ship, which was already fully charged and glowing with a reddish-gold color, also spewed out a beam of destructive light. Laugh. The first beam of light pierced directly through Zhao Kuang's Mammoth. This heavily armored frigate, which boasts incredible defensive capabilities, is as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of the S-class death ray. Together with Zhao Kuang inside, they instantly vaporized. Slay the Mammoth. Loot points, 2,000. Decompose the debris to gain source points plus 5,000. The slaughter began. This is not a competition. This is a one-sided harvest. As Bai Zhao watched the friendly signals disappearing on the screen and the black behemoth frantically devouring the wreckage, he finally understood a principle. In the face of absolute power, so-called tactics, alliances, and conspiracies are meaningless. It's just a joke that the weak used to comfort themselves. Lin Yi. Bai Zhao closed his eyes in despair. The next second, the white light engulfed everything. Chapter 81 A Desperate Zero. A crushing blow from the champion. The red giant's rage gradually subsided. The gravitational tsunami that swept through the entire central core area finally dissipated slowly after swallowing the wreckage of the last enemy ship. The once crowded and noisy void has now become empty and lifeless. Only the Titan Abyss Overlord, entirely black and crackling with gold and lightning, remained, silently hovering above the burning solar prominence. It resembled an ancient god or demon that had just had a full meal. The dark red patterns on the surface of the ship pulsated wildly due to energy overload, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. As for the punitive alliance, formed by the 17 academies? That's all. Not even a single screw was left. In the central square of Aurora City, millions of spectators seemed to be collectively choked, and a deathly silence enveloped the entire floating city. The leaderboard on the holographic screen looked particularly glaring, even absurd. First place, Galaxy Academy. Points, 580,000. Second place, First Academy. Points 0, all members are eliminated, points are reset to 0. Third place, Ironblood Academy. Points 0. 18th place, Gale Academy. Points 0. Except for Lin Yi, everyone else got 0 points. This is no longer a gap, this is a complete domination of the rankings. It's about peeling off the faces of the other 17 colleges, throwing them on the ground, and crushing them. Sizzle. The Titan warship's communication channel automatically connected to the competition organizing committee's podium. Lin Yi's voice, tinged with a hint of languor and lingering satisfaction, echoed in the deathly silent square. Chief Referee. The match seems to be over? Also, I'd like to ask something. Lin Yi paused, his tone becoming somewhat playful. According to the competition rules, the wreckage and resources dropped after destroying an enemy ship belong to the killer, right? On the high platform, the Aurora City Lord's hand trembled, and he almost spilled the teacup he had just picked up. He stared at the massive black warship on the screen, frantically mowing down the battlefield with its tractor beams, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Those are the wreckage of 17 fleets. Among them are near-D-class warships painstakingly built by the Zhao and by families. The value of those E-class alloys and rare modules alone exceeds 1 billion federal credits. This guy not only killed someone, but also tried to rob them? Ahem. The city lord took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and turned on the microphone. Theoretically, yes. But that's a competition arena that combines virtual reality with physical projection, those wreckage. Since it is a physical delivery, it is an unclaimed item. Lin Yi interrupted the city lord directly. Titan, don't be shy. Pack it up, take it with you. Buzz. The armor plating beneath the Titan's fuselage suddenly ripped open, revealing once more the gaping maw of a greedy abyss. This time, it's no longer about chewing slowly. The gravity field was activated, forcibly compressing all the debris, fragments, and even high-energy particle clusters that had not yet dissipated within a radius of tens of kilometers into high-density metal spheres. Then, swallow it in one gulp. Disassembling the wreckage of that celestial grants plus 20,000 source points. Disassembling the mammoth wreckage yielded 500 tons of Class C heavy armor plating. Disassembling the star chain module fragments yields 3 rare blueprint fragments. System notification sounds flooded the screen like a waterfall. Lin Yi sat on the bridge, looking at the numbers in his account surging again, and nodded in satisfaction. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, let alone 17 fat pigs. This wave of corpse reaping directly recovered half of the 500,000 source points he had spent in the military merit treasury. Besides, Lin Yi seemed to remember something, and slowly turned the Titan warship around, its menacing death ray cannon aimed directly at the decaying red giant. The solar prominence energy of this star is quite pure. Would it be a waste not to take it with me? The entire audience, ? Aurora City Lord, ! Stop! The City Lord finally lost his temper and roared. That's the core energy node of the competition map. If you drain it dry, the entire Abyss Reef map will collapse. That's a permanent arena that the Federation spent a fortune building. Oh. Lin Yi regretfully withdrew the cannon. How stingy. He patted Titan's armrest and said with some disdain. Let's go. This backwater won't even give us a sip of hot stellar energy. Buzz. A flash of blue light. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, activated Void Warp and exited the arena. The next second, the physical portal above Aurora City rippled. The massive black ship, 120 meters long, descended over the city, still reeking of gunpowder and blood. It hovered directly above the square, blocking out all the sunlight. Lin Yi, along with his 9 teammates who were already numb, slowly descended from the elevator platform. This time, no one dared to look him in the eye. Those who had previously mocked Xinghe Academy as nouveau riche now all lowered their heads, afraid of being looked at by this ruthless star. Bai Xiao, Zhao Kuang, and the others have already emerged from the respawn point. But they didn't shout as usual. Bai Zhao's face was deathly pale, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years. He stared blankly at the Titan warship, and his body trembled uncontrollably. That was the sound of the Dao heart shattering. His prized tactics, teamwork, and psionic abilities are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute violence. Lin Yi walked to the podium. He didn't look at the hostesses holding flowers, nor at the pure gold championship trophy. Instead, he looked directly at the Lord of Aurora City. I won the championship. Now, shouldn't we fulfill our promise of that S-level resource library? Lin Yi stretched out his hand, palm facing up. My ship has a big appetite. I hope your warehouse won't disappoint me. Chapter 82 Emptying the Treasure Vault. If you can't afford it, then don't hold the competition. The Lord of Aurora City looked at the hand extended in front of him and felt his temples throbbing. This doesn't look like a student here to receive an award. This is clearly a bandit leader who just robbed the village and is now coming to the landlord's house to demand ransom. Captain Lin Yi. The city lord forced a smile, maintaining the decorum of a federal official. Opening the S-level resource vault requires a procedure, and according to regulations, the champion team can only select 3 items. 3 items? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, interrupting him. If I remember correctly, the promotional brochure before the competition stated, the champion will receive the highest honors from the Aurora City Treasury, with all resources at their disposal. He pulled a crumpled flyer from his pocket and pointed to the slogan printed in large gold lettering. What, is the federal government's propaganda just for show? The sound was amplified and carried throughout the venue. Countless media cameras instantly focused on the city lord's stiff face. In this era where traffic is king, the credibility of the federal government cannot be compromised. Even if it was an exaggerated advertising slogan written to attract attention, now that someone has solid evidence against them, they have to bite the bullet and admit it. The city lord gritted his teeth, cursing the propaganda minister who wrote the copy 100 times in his mind. All right. Since the Federation has made a promise, it naturally stands. The city lord waved his hand and pulled out a black and gold key from his pocket, slapping it heavily into Lin Yi's hand. This is the first layer of the key to the treasure vault. Aside from those few prized treasures, take whatever else you like. He deliberately emphasized the word first floor. The treasure vault of Aurora City has 3 levels. While the first floor also contains high-quality items, it mostly consists of standard E-grade and D-grade supplies. The real S-class divine artifacts are all on the 3rd underground level. They are strategic reserves that even he has no authority to mobilize. Want to move out completely? Keep dreaming. Lin Yi took the key, a playful smile curving his lips. 1 floor. Okay, that's barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Half an hour later. The first level of the underground vault of Aurora City. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a mountain of supplies piled up inside. This place holds the wealth accumulated by Aurora City over decades. Boxes of high-purity energy blocks, rows of spare warship engines, and rare anti-gravity ores were on display, glittering like pearls. Lei Bao and the others following behind Lin Yi stared wide-eyed, almost drooling. Captain, can we really just take whatever we want? Wanson rubbed his hands together, staring at the rows of brand-new heavy artillery, his legs practically giving way. Take? Lin Yi shook his head. He walked to the center of the vault, looked up, and gazed at the enormous warehouse. That's what kids do. Adults, of course, want it all. Lin Yi raised his right hand and placed his palm on the cold ground. Titan Phase Link. Greedy Alchemy, Wide Area Mode. Buzz. The Titan cruiser, anchored at an altitude of 10,000 meters, suddenly emitted a deep, resonant sound. A beam of pale blue spatial light pierced through the thick layers of earth, precisely enveloping the entire underground treasure vault. The next second, a strange scene unfolded inside the treasure vault. The supplies piled on the shelves, whether metals, ores, or energy blocks, began to melt like liquid. They transformed into dazzling streams of light, which were continuously drawn into the sky and injected into Titan's body along with the spatial beam. Absorb 10,000. Aurora City Standard Energy Blocks. Energy Reserve plus 50,000. Absorbing 500 tons of Class D spare armor plate. Slightly increases armor value. Consuming the Rare Ore Vault. Grants plus 300,000 source points. The entire treasure trove, like a punctured rice sack, is deflated at an alarming rate. The warehouse manager standing at the door, responsible for monitoring, nearly popped his eyes out. Stop! Stop right now! The warehouse manager frantically pounded the alarm, shouting, What are you doing? This is robbery! This is a devastating looting of federal property. Lin Yi stood in the center of the light stream, letting the priceless supplies fly past him. He turned his head and looked at the hysterical warehouse manager with an innocent expression. Robbery? The city lord just told me to take it. I think these are all good, but it's too much trouble to choose, so I took them all. What, your Aurora City can't afford it? Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold, and the aura of the abyss on his body suddenly erupted, directly blasting the warehouse manager who tried to rush up away. If you can't afford it, don't hold the competition. Since we've started, we have to be prepared to take the risks. 5 minutes later. The once fully stocked first floor of the underground treasure vault was now cleaner than Lin Yi's face. Even the shelves were gnawed away by the titans, leaving only bare floors and ceilings. Lin Yi clapped his hands, looking at the source point balance on the system panel that had once again broken the million mark, and felt more cheerful than ever before. Let's go. He waved to his teammates, who were already stunned. Next stop, back to the academy. With this batch of supplies, your few dilapidated ships will at least look somewhat decent. Inside the city lord's mansion. The lord of Aurora City stared at the empty treasure vault on the monitor. His vision went black, and he fainted. Robbers! These are robbers! Quickly! Send an urgent telegram to the federal military headquarters. This kid must be immediately added to the extremely dangerous list. However, Lin Yi had already piloted the Titan warship, laden with its cargo, and swaggered through the sky, disappearing into the clouds. All that remains for the city is an extremely arrogant silhouette and a legend about a greedy demon king. Chapter 83 Federal Wrath? No, that's my expense report. Aurora Floating City, City Lord's Mansion. The sound of electric shocks from the emergency rescue robot echoed in the empty office. The Lord of Aurora City had just woken up from his coma, still clutching the treasure trove supply list tightly in his hand trembling as if he were playing a guitar. Gone, all gone. The City Lord stared blankly at the holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, a communication request from the Federal Supreme Court is flashing. I want to file a complaint. I want to impeach. The City Lord suddenly jumped up from the stretcher, his roar shattering the glass on the table. This is robbery. Lin Yi of Star River Academy, under the guise of a competition, looted the Federation's first-level strategic reserve. This is treason. This is a crime against humanity. Communication is established. The person on the other end of the screen wasn't a clerk from the whistleblower center, but a federal general with 3 gold stars on his shoulders and a stern face. Rosen, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Defense Line. General Rosen? The City Lord was stunned for a moment, then grasped at a straw. General! You must stand up for Aurora City! That Lin Yi. The military has taken over the matter of the loss of supplies from Aurora City. Rosen interrupted his sobbing, his tone as calm as if he were reading a weather forecast. It has been verified that Lin Yi, a student, single-handedly destroyed a Mother Nest-class command ship during the Northern Campaign, saving the lives of millions of soldiers in the 3rd Defense Sector. Furthermore, the black box he handed over contained crucial intelligence about the Void Gate. In accordance with the Federal Wartime Special Regulations. Rosen paused, his eyes sharp as knives. Lin Yi has priority in requisitioning battlefield supplies. The military has classified the supplies in the Aurora City Treasury as Special Military Operation Losses. Damage or loss? The City Lord's mouth dropped open, and his jaw almost dislocated. You scrape the very ground of someone's treasure trove, and you call that a loss? Yes, losses, Rosen said expressionlessly. The military will issue a compensation to Aurora City, although it will only be 30% of the market value, but it is still a token of the Federation's goodwill. This matter ends here. But... No buts. Rosen's voice suddenly turned cold. City Lord, you should be grateful. If that door hadn't been closed, Aurora City wouldn't be facing just a greedy student, but an endless tide of void beasts. At that time, you wouldn't even have your life left, so what use would supplies be? Communication was cut off. The Aurora City Lord slumped in his chair, looking out at the still bustling night view, and suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He finally understood a principle. In this chaotic world, rules are for the weak to follow. The strong, like Lin Yi and the military, are the ones who make the rules. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Titan, the overlord of the abyss, was cruising steadily above the clouds. Inside the bridge, Lin Yi was unaware of the incident that had occurred on the ground, or rather, he simply didn't care. He was busy dividing the spoils. 5,000 tons of grade E alloy are yours. 30,000 sets of grade C energy blocks are yours. Take those secondary guns that were taken apart, and all these miscellaneous shield generators. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, his fingers tracing random lines in the air as if he were tossing away trash, allocating piles of priceless supplies to Lei Bao and the others' escort ships. Lei Bao, Yi Bai, Wanson, and the other 9 once proud and arrogant geniuses now had red eyes and were breathing rapidly, looking at Lin Yi with eyes that were closer than if they were looking at their own fathers. Team leader, this is too much. Wanson rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Just this alloy alone is enough for me to upgrade the heavy cannon to a near-destroyer level. We just followed along and cheered. This is just too much. Too much? Lin Yi glanced at him. If you think there are too many, just throw them down. No, no, no! I want it! I want it all! Wanson grabbed the supply box in front of him and refused to let go. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, picked up the coffee beside him, and took a sip. What he gave away was indeed garbage to him. The truly valuable items in Aurora City's treasury, those few S-grade rare ores, 2 intact military-grade phase radars, and a massive amount of high-purity void crystals, had long been devoured and digested by the Titan warship, transforming into the thickness of its hull armor and the upper limit of its energy bar. The Titans found the remaining regular supplies too much to eat and too much space to keep, so they decided to use them to feed their minions. After all, he needs a group of high-level cannon fodder who can withstand beatings, run errands, and help him deal with the grunts. Listen. Lin Yi put down his cup, his tone becoming serious. If you take my things, you have to do the job. After we return to the academy, I have 3 things for you to do. First, integrate all the remaining trainees in the sequence program. Those who disagree, beat them into submission. Those who don't want to join, get out of the elite class. Second, use your family's network of connections to gather all information I need regarding the abnormal fluctuations in the Void Rift. I need first-hand intelligence. Third. Lin Yi pointed to the coordinates of the approaching Star River Academy on the radar screen. I want to establish an independent resource recycling department within the Academy. From now on, all the abandoned warships and mission debris from the Academy will be brought to my berth. Did you understand? The 9 men stood at attention in unison, their voices booming like thunder. Understood, Captain. A bond of shared interests is always stronger than so-called friendship among classmates. At this moment, the Abyss Fleet, led by Lin Yi, has begun to take shape. Rumble. The Titan warship pierced through the clouds, and the magnificent silhouette of Star River Academy came into view. This time, there were no air raid sirens. The Academy's shields opened automatically, and hundreds of welcoming spaceships lined up in 2 rows in the air, firing a dazzling salute. That was a privilege reserved for a king. Lin Yi looked at the excited crowd below, a faint smile curving his lips. I'm home. However, some of the furniture in the house needs to be replaced. Chapter 84b Swarm Blueprints. Since it's about plundering, let's automate it. Berth number 01. This place is no longer the deserted helipad it once was. Under the manipulation of Lei Bao and others, all the surrounding berths number 10 and number 11 were connected, forming a huge private territory. Countless engineering robots are busy sorting and filing the supplies brought back from Aurora City. Lin Yi ignored the noise outside. He sat alone deep within the Titan warship, with the pale blue blueprint he had obtained as a reward for entering the port floating in front of him. Tier-C Blueprint, Resource Plundering Drone, Swarm. Features, Cluster Operation, Automatic Identification of High-Value Minerals, and Built-in Micro-Cutting Laser. Comment, they are locusts of the universe. Wherever they go, nothing grows. A grade of C is a bit too low. Lin Yi stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with data. The Titan is now a Class D cruiser, powered by 2 Class S cores. Heart of the Abyss, and Star Core Fragment. If we only build a batch of Class C drones, it will be too slow and they will be easily destroyed by stray bullets on the battlefield. System, can you improve this blueprint? Use the alchemical properties of greed to add a stinger to this swarm of bees. Improvement plans are being developed. Solution generation, Abyss Swarm, mutant version. Improvement requirements, consumes 200,000 source points. Required materials, active biometal, from the mother nest debris, miniature phase engine, mass production type. Improvement effect. 1. Level upgraded to C+. 2. New feature, Abyss Link, all drones share the mothership's energy shield, increasing survivability by 500%. 3. New feature, Phase Warp, drones can perform short distance, 10 kilometers, spatial jumps, directly appearing inside the ore vein to begin mining. 4. New feature, Self-Destruct, can transform into a high-explosive grenade when necessary. 200,000 source points. Lin Yi glanced at his bank balance. Although his origin point reserves were greatly depleted after that wave of stockpiling in Aurora City, he still had more than 1 million left. This amount of investment is negligible. Change. Not only do we need to make changes, but we also need to mass-produce them. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi instantly caused half of the mountain of supplies in the system space to disappear. Buzz! The Titan's whole armor slowly opened, revealing a huge, honeycomb-like manufacturing workshop. That was a biological factory temporarily constructed inside the ship using the Abyss Regeneration property. Countless dark red tentacles danced in the workshop, devouring and recombining pieces of alloy and chips. 10 minutes later, the first abyssal worker bee was born. It is only the size of a wash basin, completely black, and has a flat, rhomboid structure. There was no propeller, and no jet nozzle. It hovers in midair using an anti-gravity engine, surrounded by a faint purple mist. Its abdomen is a miniature version of the abyss's maw, capable of swallowing ores 10 times its own size. Go! Lin Yi's mind stirred. Whoosh! The worker bee vanished instantly, only to reappear a second later next to a pile of discarded steel plates in the corner of the berth. A flash of red light. The pile of steel plates, weighing a ton, vanished into thin air. Immediately afterwards, the worker bee flashed again, returned to Lin Yi's front, and spat out the refined iron. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The efficiency is good. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. But this is only one. What I want is natural disaster. Full capacity production. Target quantity, 10,000 units. Rumble. A dense roar of machinery emanated from inside the Titan warship. The source evaporates like flowing water. One after another, black worker bees flew out of the production line, densely attaching themselves to the surface of the Titan's hull, or hiding in the crevices of the stern. From a distance, the dark gray cruiser looked as if it were covered in a layer of black scales. This layer of scales is alive. Just as Lin Yi was immersed in the thrill of massing troops, his communicator rang. It is Qin Wujiang. Lin Yi, come to the dean's office. Qin Wujiang's voice sounded somewhat solemn, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. The Federal Observatory has sent an urgent message. The crack in the star fragment belt at the edge of F01 has reopened. And this time, what came out was different. Lin Yi's finger paused on the control panel for a moment. Know the same? He recalled the Major General's last words in the black box. Someone opened the door. Lin Yi stood up, glanced at the thousands of Abyss worker bees around him poised to attack, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. You've come at the perfect time. My workers have just received their tools and are worried about where to start their work. Now that the door is open, let's take the door frame down and sell it for money. Lin Yi straightened his collar and strode out of the berth. This time, he was no longer alone. Behind him was a mechanical cataclysm awakening. Chapter 85 Mechanical Catastrophe. One person is the reinforcements. Star River Academy, Dean's Office. Qin Wujiang pointed to the area on the holographic star map that was dyed scarlet, his expression more solemn than ever before. The previous void rifts were at most like a leaky sewer, letting a few rats escape. But this time, Qin Wujiang zoomed in on the image, which was real-time monitoring of the F01 Edge star system. The once chaotic star fragmentation belt is now covered by a strange purplish-black substance. That wasn't fog, but countless void warships and biological weapons, building temporary outposts like army ants. They are building a nest, Qin Wujiang said in a deep voice. According to frontline reconnaissance, this void fleet has an independent command system, and they are even trying to establish a stable teleportation stargate in preparation for receiving the main force. Once the stargate is completed, the entire F01 area will fall completely, and the Star River floating city will be directly exposed to enemy fire. Lin Yi stared at the screen, his eyes calm. He showed no fear, but instead stared with great interest at the busy void engineering ships. So, they brought a lot of building materials? Qin Wujiang paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. Your focus is always so peculiar. That's right, they plundered the mineral resources of several asteroids in order to build the Stargate. But the key point now is that the main force of the Federation's regular army is tied down on the northern border defense line, and only the remnants of the 7th Patrol Team and some local garrison troops are left in F01. They can't hold on any longer. The Academy has decided to send all elite students to provide support. Lin Yi, you are the captain and the only heavy firepower point. Qin Wujiang took out a letter of authorization from the drawer and slammed it heavily on the table. This is temporary command authority during wartime. Once we get to the battlefield, all friendly units, including local garrison troops, except for the commander of the 7th Patrol, will be under your command. Lin Yi took the authorization letter, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. I'll pass on the command, and I have no interest in taking care of the kids. He stood up, straightened his cuffs, and turned to walk towards the door. Tell those garrison troops not to block my path or steal my monsters. In addition. Lin Yi stopped, turned his head, and a gentle smile, like that of a capitalist looking at a metaphor for exploiting people, appeared on his lips. Have the logistics department clear out the warehouse. This time, there might be a lot of goods. Half an hour later, at berth number 01. The deafening roar of the engines shattered the clouds. The massive 120-meter-long Titan, the overlord of the abyss, slowly rose into the air. Around it, 9 modified frigates followed closely, like stars surrounding the moon. Lei Bao sat in his heavy hammer and looked at the battlefield data displayed on the radar, his palms sweating slightly. Captain, the intelligence has been updated. The enemy's vanguard exceeds 5,000, including at least 10 Class D Void destroyers. Are we too few men? 10 against 5,000. In conventional tactical simulations, this would be a certain defeat. Lin Yi's lazy voice came through the communication channel, accompanied by the sound of bubbles from opening a can of cola. Few people? Who told you there are fewer of us? Lin Yi sat on the Titan's large captain's chair, his fingers lightly tapping the red buttons on the control panel. Titan, open the hive. Let the workers come out and get some fresh air. Buzz. The Titan cruiser's originally smooth spine armor suddenly flipped open layer by layer like fish scales. Countless black specks of light, like erupting volcanic ash, burst forth in an instant. Those are abyssal worker bees. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. 10,000 modified Class C+ drones hovered densely around Titan, blocking out the sunlight and forming a chilling black cloud. The abdomen of each worker bee gleamed with a greedy red light. What is this? Lei Bao and the others were dumbfounded. Let me introduce you, Lin Yi said calmly. This is my private construction team. Since we're going to do demolitions, we need to bring some manpower. Set off. Target, F-01 fractal belt. Full speed ahead. Boom! The void halo at the Titan's tail suddenly contracted, tearing through space and disappearing from its spot, carrying with it 10,000 abyssal worker bees and the 9 escort ships behind it. F-01 Edge Region. The flames of war have already turned half the sky red. The remnants of the 7th Patrol, clinging to several massive meteorites, are putting up a final stand. Sir! The left flank shield has shattered. 3 void assault ships have broken in. Out of ammo! Requesting backup. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? Inside the command ship, the acting commander, his face covered in blood, stared at the dense red dots on the radar, his eyes filled with despair. There are no reinforcements. It will take at least 3 hours for the nearest Federation fleet to arrive. They couldn't last more than 10 minutes. All personnel, prepare for hand-to-hand combat. The commander drew his sidearm, his voice hoarse. For the Federation! Just then, the void above the battlefield suddenly shattered like a mirror. A terrifying wave of gravity descended without warning. Boom! Those void assault ships that had just broken through the defenses and were about to slaughter were instantly crushed into iron discs, as if they had been slammed onto a meteorite by an invisible giant hand. Immediately afterwards, a dark cloud emerged from the crack. That was a swarm of tens of thousands of drones. Instead of firing, they charged directly at the void warships. It's like a locust swarm passing through. Sizzle. The sickening sound of metal cutting echoed across the battlefield. The commander stared at the screen in disbelief. In just 10 seconds, a once powerful void destroyer was covered, dismantled, and devoured by a swarm of black drones. Not even a skeleton remained. In the center of that black swarm of insects, a black cruiser wreathed in golden lightning slowly descended like a god. Lin Yi's voice, cold and domineering, resounded throughout the entire battlefield via the public channel. 7th Patrol Team, stand back. I've taken on the job of cleaning up the garbage in this area. Chapter 86 The Business of War, Turning Invaders into Currency. The air on the battlefield seemed to freeze. Whether it was the Federation soldiers who were desperately resisting or the void creatures that were attacking frantically, they were all stunned by the sudden black catastrophe at this moment. 10,000 abyssal worker bees. Unlike conventional combat drones that launch missiles or lasers, their attack methods are more primitive and terrifying, devouring. Relying on the phase warp property, These worker bees, only the size of a wash basin, completely ignored the energy shield of the Void warship and appeared on the armor surface of the enemy's ship, and even inside the engine. The gaping maw of the abyss in its abdomen opened, and a high-frequency oscillating cutting force field was activated. Click! 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 That was the sound of metal being forcibly torn and chewed. A 200-meter-long void destroyer was surrounded by thousands of worker bees. It's like a piece of candy thrown into a swarm of ants, melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the void creatures inside the ship could retaliate, the worker bees burrowed into their bodies, transforming them, along with their flesh and bones, into pure energy. Disassembling a Void Destroyer Tier D grants plus 20,000 source points. Disassembling a Void Raider yields 50 tons of bioalloy. The Abyss Swarm is fully charged and has activated split mode. Lin Yi sat inside the Titan's bridge, watching the numbers on the system panel jump wildly, much like looking at a stock chart showing a surge in prices. Split? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This is a hidden characteristic of abyssal worker bees. When the energy they consume overflows, they can consume materials to self-replicate. On the battlefield, the abdomens of the well-fed worker bees split open, and brand new, slightly smaller drones flew out to join this gluttonous feast. 10,000 becomes 12,000, 15,000. This is hardly reinforcement. This is clearly a virus far more terrifying than a virtual air force. This guy is insane. He's absolutely insane. The acting commander of the 7th Patrol looked at the holographic screen and muttered to himself. He had fought wars his whole life and had never seen a way of fighting that turned war into eating. Sir, that black cruiser has sent a communication request, the adjutant said, his voice trembling. Answer it. Answer it quickly. The screen lights up. Lin Yi's young yet indifferent face appeared on the screen. He held a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, with the backdrop of explosions outside the Titan's bridge. I am Lin Yi. The situation is simple now. My worker bees will handle the grunts on the left flank and in the middle. Lin Yi pointed to the largest red area on the star map. That was the core position of the Void Fleet and the location of the Star Gate that was being constructed. Leave that big guy to me. You only have one task. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee, his tone calm. Hold the perimeter and don't let any escape. I don't want to lose a single penny from my wallet. The commander paused for a moment, then stood at attention and saluted, his voice booming. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. But the enemy has a mobile fortress, a Void Mothership-class vessel. Mothership? Lin Yi put down his cup, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. That's even better. I'm just afraid it won't be big enough. Communication was cut off. Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, let out a deep roar. The void aura around the ship suddenly expanded, and the 100-fold gravity field was fully activated. Boom! The Titan, like a black comet, smashed through the debris in its path and hurtled straight toward the core of the Void Fleet. The Void fighters that attempted to intercept them along the way were instantly crushed into clouds of blood mist as soon as they entered the gravity field, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. Thunderstorm, lead the team and follow! Lin Yi ordered in the team chat. Don't just look at it. The scraps left over from the worker bees are money too. Take them all back. Yes, boss! Lei Bao and the others were completely hyped up by this point. They piloted their frigates, following closely behind the Titans like a group of happy scavengers. There's no need for a fight at all. Just open the cargo hold and load in the alloy blocks and energy crystals that the worker bees have dismantled. This is hardly a war. This is practically a bulk order. Ahead lies the core area of the Void Fleet. A giant diamond-shaped fortress with a diameter of over 5 kilometers is hovering above the nascent Stargate. It is composed entirely of black crystals and emits a chilling purple halo. Target scan Void Outpost Tier C. Shield strength, 500,000. Weapon systems, Void Phase Cannon X4, Biological Missile Nest X100. Review, a tough nut to crack, but the marrow inside is the S-grade material, Void Essence. A Class C fortress? Lin Yi looked at the enormous thing but did not slow down. Titan, Abyssal Fusion Core, Overload. Death Ray Cannon Double Charge. Star Core Fragments, Gravitational Collapse Mode. He wanted to settle the score with one blow. Buzz. At the bow of the Titan warship, the crystal of the S-class Death Ray Cannon shone brightly, even turning into pure gold. At the same time, a terrifying gravitational wave locked onto the core of the fortress. The fortress seemed to sense the threat, and the 4 massive phase cannons simultaneously turned their muzzles, converging purple beams. A race? Lin Yi sneered. Walking in the void. Brush. The 120-meter-long Titan warship vanished into thin air. The next second, it appeared directly inside the fortress's shield. Face to face. Less than 100 meters from the fortress's command tower. This is the top-tier mobility granted by Heart of the Void. Tactical jumps that ignore shields. Fire! Laugh. The golden death ray erupted at point-blank range. The fortress was given no chance to react. The beam of light pierced straight through the command tower, burning through layers of armor as it descended, ultimately detonating the energy core at the bottom of the fortress. Rumble. A giant purple mushroom cloud bloomed deep within the star fragmentation belt. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, even causing unstable tremors in the distant spatial rifts. Destroy the Void Outpost. Gained, source points plus 1 million critical hit. The greedy alchemy has been triggered, and it is plundering core assets. Bathed in the flames of the explosion, Lin Yi looked at the series of breathtaking reward notifications and a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. War? No. For him, this was a business of turning invaders into currency. Moreover, it's extremely profitable. Chapter 87. I'm not here to save people, I'm here to collect rent. F-01 Fragmentation Belt, Core Region. The purple mushroom cloud still rolled silently in the vacuum. The once invincible Void Outpost had now become a rapidly cooling mass of space debris. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, hovered at the center of the explosion, not leaving immediately. Above the ship's spine, the 10,000 abyssal worker bees, resembling a dark cloud, emitted a chilling buzzing sound the moment they received the command. They swarmed forward. Like piranhas that have caught the scent of blood, a swarm of black drones instantly covered every inch of the fortress ruins. Click, click, click! The dense metallic scraping sound, transmitted through the 7th Patrol's public communications channel, reached the ears of every surviving soldier. The sound wasn't harsh, but it sent chills down your spine. Sir? Inside the flagship of the 7th Patrol Squadron, the adjutant stared at the horrifying scene on the holographic screen, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. The fortress is gone. Not even ashes remain. On the screen, the ruins of the fortress, 5 kilometers in diameter, are disappearing at a visible speed. The efficiency of the abyssal worker bees is ridiculously high. They not only eat metal, but also consume the high-energy radiation clouds left behind after the explosion. With a flash of red light on their abdomens, they directly absorb and convert the energy, then spit out standard units of energy crystals and transport them back to Titan's cargo hold. This is a perfect, automated plundering production line. The acting commander took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and straightened his blood-stained uniform. We've connected to the Titan. In any case, he saved us. Communication is established. The image shown is still of that languid-looking boy holding a coffee. Lord Lin Yi. The commander stood at attention and saluted, his tone filled with unprecedented awe. Thank you for your swift and decisive actions. The entire 7th Patrol owes you their lives. Life is nothing, it's worthless. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup and glanced casually at the surrounding Federation warships through the screen. I need you to do something practical rather than just thank me. Lin Yi drew a circle on the star map with his finger, encompassing the core area that originally belonged to the 7th Patrol Team's defense zone. From now on, this area is my private contracted zone. Although my worker bees are highly efficient, they are limited in carrying capacity. My cargo hold can hold all the dismantled E-class alloy plates, non-core components, and the corpses of those void creatures. Lin Yi paused, his tone becoming as if he were discussing a business deal. Your ship may be a bit damaged, but the cargo hold should still be empty, right? The commander was stunned. You mean? Work as a porter. Lin Yi's words were concise and to the point. Help me transport this garbage back to berth number 01 at Xinghe Academy. I'll give you 10% of the transportation fee as a service fee. The remaining 90% is mine. The entire room fell silent. The adjutant's eyes widened. He almost thought he had misheard. He wants to make the Federal Regular Army his porters? If word gets out, where will the 7th Patrol Team put their face? Sir, this is against the rules. The adjutant was about to object. Rule? Lin Yi sneered and interrupted him. The rule now is that if I don't take action, you'll all be floating corpses in space. And? Lin Yi pointed to the void remnants on the radar, who were still wandering on the edge, trying to regroup. If you don't want to do it, I can let those monsters in. After they've eaten you all, I'll deal with them. The result will be the same, just a little more troublesome. A blatant threat. But he happens to have that ability. Looking into the boy's indifferent eyes, the commander suddenly realized something. In this person's eyes, there are no such things as friendly forces. There are only valuable tools and worthless garbage. Let's do it. The commander gritted his teeth and restrained his adjutant, who was about to lash out. 10% of the profits is enough for us to rebuild the fortress. The 7th patrol will be hired. A wise choice. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Thunderstorm, take your men and go keep watch. Anyone who dares to hoard a single crystal, sink them on sight. Yes, boss. Lei Bao and the others excitedly rang out in the channel. They piloted the frigates, acting like overseers, directing the once powerful Federal Regular Army as they began a massive hauling operation through the ruins. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, watching the steady stream of supplies flow into his pockets, feeling quite pleased. But this is not the end. His gaze passed over the bustling battlefield and landed on the spatial rift that, though it had lost the support of the fortress, was still slowly rotating. That is the door. System, scan that door. I have a feeling that the fortress was blown up too easily. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like a battle fortress, it looks more like a toll booth? Chapter 88. On the other side of the door was an empty armored truck. Deep within the F-01 asteroid belt, a spatial rift resembles a purple demonic eye that has always stood upright in the universe. Without the cover of the Void Fortress, the full extent of the rift was finally exposed to the Titan's abyssal radar. It is very stable. The edges showed obvious signs of artificial reinforcement, with several huge metal stakes driven into the void to keep the passage open. Beep beep beep. The system alarm suddenly became urgent. High-energy spatial fluctuations detected. The target is not a living organism. Signal feature analysis successful. This is the resource transmission pipeline of the Void civilization. Resource transfer? Lin Yi sat in the bridge and watched as the crack on the screen suddenly rippled violently. It wasn't the chaotic fluctuations caused by a monster charging out. Rather, it is a rhythmic, heavy cadence. It's like a fully loaded heavy truck driving over a speed bump. Everyone, stand back. Lin Yi gave the order over the public channel. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The 7th Patrol Team and Lei Bao, who were carrying supplies, immediately stopped what they were doing and steered their warships to a safe distance. The next second. Rumble. The spatial rift suddenly widened. A giant transport ship, no, a fleet stretching 10 kilometers long, slowly emerged from behind the door. It has no turret, no armor, and its entire body is made of transparent transistor channels. Inside those pipes flowed a substance that resembled liquid gold. That's high-purity molten, void gold. Grade S materials. This stuff is sold by the gram on the federal black market, and 1 gram costs 50,000 federal dollars. And here, there's an entire train. What? Thunderstorm let out a bewildered exclamation over the communicator. What's that? Gold? They build ships out of gold over there in the void? Lin Ye's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He finally understood. The fortress he blew up wasn't an outpost for attack. It was a guard post to protect this supply line. This door is the armor truck passage, used by the Void civilization to transfer plundered resources. Goodness. Lin Yi licked his lips, the greed in his eyes almost bursting forth in a tangible form. I was wondering why there would be such a kind intruder. Turns out he was delivering a package to me. At this moment, the giant transport ships seemed to have also sensed that something was wrong. The fortress that was supposed to be there to provide support is gone. Instead, a black cruiser exuding an aura of terror blocked the entrance, its cannons pointed directly at its cockpit. Buzz! The transport ship emitted a startled electronic sound, its tail engines flared, and it attempted to reverse back into the crack. You think you can leave once you've entered my territory? Lin Yi suddenly pushed the control lever. Titan, gravity field, 200 times. Pull it out. Boom. The terrifying gravitational waves instantly locked onto the bow of the transport ship. It's like a tug-of-war. The Titan warships roared with engines, holding back the transport ships that were trying to escape. The 10-kilometer-long crystalline dragon creaked under the strain of the two forces. Warning! The enemy is requesting support from the Void side. A system notification sounded. From the depths of the rift, several angry roars could be faintly heard, as if an even more powerful being was about to cross over. Support? Lin Yi sneered. He raised his hand, and the Void Warp Jammer, Class A module, appeared out of thin air in his palm. He spent a lot of money to get this from the military merit treasury, and he had never been willing to use it. Today, I'm in charge of this door. Lin Yi forcefully inserted the jammer into the slot on the control panel. Space lockdown, activated. Buzz. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the crack. The channel, which was expanding, suddenly contracted and solidified, as if it had been choked. The transport ships were stuck in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the rear were firmly blocked outside the door by this barrier, and could only make sounds of impotent rage. Now you are mine! Lin Yi looked at the immobilized, armored truck, and waved his hand. Worker bees swarm, charge! Don't bite through the pipe, I'm going to tow this whole train back to the academy. The black swarm of drones once again surged forward. This time, instead of causing damage, they acted like a group of industrious ants, attaching themselves to various nodes of the transport ship, cutting off its power system, and taking over control. Watching the giant ships filled with S-class liquid metal slowly turn into his spoils of war, Lin Yi picked up the communicator and dialed Qin Wujiang's channel. Hello, is this the Dean? Could you please have the logistics department clear out the largest helipad? Yes, I picked up some more things. Not much, just a 10-kilometer stretch of Class S contraband. Oh, and remember to prepare the receipt, this shipment is a bit hot to handle. Chapter 89 The most arrogant smuggling in history, leaving the Federal Military Department bewildered. At the edge of the F-01 star fragmentation belt, space vibrated violently, like boiling water. A massive Federation mixed fleet is tearing through the fog at top cruising speed and rushing into this war zone. Leading the fleet were 3 Glory-class heavy cruisers surrounded by hundreds of destroyers and frigates. This is the main force of the Third Army Group, urgently dispatched by the Federation. Its mission is singular: to plug the void rift that could cause the defense line to collapse, at all costs. Inside the flagship command center, Lieutenant General Li Taiching stared intently at the radar screen, his face ashen. 3 minutes to reach the battlefield. The 7th Patrol Team's signal is weak, and it's highly likely that they've already... The adjutant's voice choked up. According to intelligence, the enemy has a Mother Nest-class fortress and an outpost. With that kind of firepower, the 7th Patrol Team simply can't hold out. Li Taiching gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. Order the entire army! Prepare for level 1 combat readiness! Even if we have to ram them with the ship, we'll push those voidlings back. A somber atmosphere permeated the fleet. Everyone was prepared to die. 3 minutes later, the fleet broke through the last asteroid belt, and the view suddenly opened up. Main gun charging! Lock on to enemy! Li Taiching's roar was stuck in his throat. Not only him, but the entire command center, and even the entire Federation fleet's communication channels, fell into a deathly silence at this moment. There were no countless void warships filling the sky. There are no grotesque biological fortresses. Even the terrifying spatial rift was blocked by some kind of forced intervention. In the very center of the battlefield, an extremely absurd and shocking scene was assaulting everyone's retinas. A cruiser Titan that was entirely black and wrapped in golden lightning resembled a tireless old ox, with several thick gravity traction beams trailing behind it. On the other end of the beam of light, it is a giant transport ship that is 10 kilometers long, crystal clear, and filled with liquid gold-like substance. 121! 121! On the public channel, there was even a kind of work chant with a very strong rhythm. Around the Titan warship, tens of thousands of black drones, worker bees, were busy, like a group of industrious ants, packing, compressing and loading all the scattered warship wreckage, fortress fragments and even the high-energy radiation clouds that had not yet dissipated onto the transport ships. And on the outer periphery, the 7th Patrol Team, which should have been completely wiped out, is now piloting their dilapidated frigates, serving as perimeter guards and transporters. What's going on? Li Taiching felt his brain wasn't working properly. He rubbed his eyes and pointed to the trophies that were 100 times larger than Titan warships. Is that a resource transport ship from the Void? An S-class Void adamantite? Is he in the tow truck? Just then, a communication request forcibly entered the flagship channel. In the scene, Lin Yi is sitting in the captain's chair, holding an electronic list in his hand, and says without looking up. Which part? Keep it down, don't shake my goods apart. Li Taiching paused for a moment, then instinctively stood at attention. I am Lieutenant General Li Taiching, commander of the 3rd Army Group of the Federation. And you are? Star River Academy, Lin Yi. Lin Yi finally raised his head, glanced at the Lieutenant General, and then pointed to the massive transport team behind him. Since you're here, don't just sit around. My train is a bit heavy, and the Titan's engine is under a lot of load. Your 3 cruisers should have good horsepower, so come over and give it a push. Give me a push? Li Taiching had fought countless battles in his life, been surrounded by enemies, and been scolded by his superiors, but he had never been used as a tow truck driver by a student. Lin Yi, this is a battlefield. That's a void rift. Do you know what you're doing? Li Taiching was somewhat annoyed. Those transport ships are carrying extremely unstable high-energy materials. If they detonate, half a star field will be blown away. It won't explode. Lin Yi yawned and tapped his finger lightly. Buzz. The void aura surrounding the Titan warship expanded suddenly, and a field of gravity 100 times stronger instantly enveloped the transport ship, suppressing the violent energy within it. It's my spoils. In my rules, I'm the only one who gets to eat it, not the other way around. Lin Yi looked at Li Taiching with an air of domineering self-righteousness in his eyes. Lieutenant General, the situation is very simple now. I've finished the battle. I've killed all the monsters. I blocked the door. Now it's time to clean up the battlefield. Either you come and help push the cart, and I'll pay you for your labor. Or you can just stand by and watch, and don't block my path. Li Taiching looked at the black cruiser that exuded a terrifying aura, and then at the green, safe zone, displayed on the radar. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he turned around and waved to the dumbfounded adjutant. Pass down the order. Disengage from combat. 3 Glory-class cruisers go up and help him push the car. Adjutant. A few minutes later. The most outrageous scene in Federal history has unfolded. The main fleet of the Federal Regular Army did not fire a single shell. Instead, like a group of obedient laborers, it escorted the 10-kilometer-long gold bar train and sailed in a grand procession towards Star River Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, the contractor, was sitting on the bridge of the Titan, grinning from ear to ear as he watched the valuations on the system panel jump wildly. This trip will not only break even, but also make us rich. Titan, prepare your stomach. The rice this time is a bit hard. Chapter 90 Devouring S-Rank Void Essence. The 5th form of Titan? Xinghe College, North Airport area. The piercing alarm sounded again, but this time it wasn't because of an enemy attack, but because of traffic congestion. Dean Qin Wuzheng stood on the tower platform, watching the colossal object slowly approaching on the distant horizon. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. What did he bring back? Within sight. Titan, the overlord of the abyss, led the way, followed by 3 Federation heavy cruisers, with a 10-kilometer-long crystalline dragon radiating brilliant golden light sandwiched between them. The terrifying mass even triggered an alarm in the floating city's gravity monitoring system. Clear all waterways! Repeat! Clear all waterways! Open up all the spare military berths, from number 1 to number 10! Quickly! Qin Wujiang roared into the communicator. He knew Lin Yi was capable of causing trouble, but he never imagined this kid could do something this big. This is hardly a mission to provide support. This is clearly a raid on the Void's old home. Rumble. When the transport ships, filled with molten void essence, finally came to a stop at their berths, the entire airport's foundations sank by 3 centimeters. Lin Yi jumped off the Titan warship and dusted off his hands. Dean, I have not failed you. Lin Yi pointed to the row of spoils that were still radiating heat. The door was blocked, so I brought back some local specialties. Qin Wujiang looked at the flowing liquid metal, felt the terrifying spatial law fluctuations contained within it, and took a deep breath. Local specialties? You call this a local specialty? This is an S-level strategic resource void essence. Just 1 gram can increase the strength of an E-level alloy tenfold. Did you empty the Void's treasury with this truckload? More or less. Lin Yi didn't explain much, he only wanted to do one thing right now. Monetization. Dean, these scraps can be divided among the academy and the military. Just convert them into source points for me. Lin Yi pointed to some armor and attachments on the transport ship, then turned around and stared intently at the core storage tank that was flowing with golden liquid. As for this most crucial molten adamantium, it belongs to Titan. Lin Yi stopped wasting words and jumped back onto the back of the Titan warship. System, activate maximum power greedy alchemy. Titan, heart of the abyss, overload mode. Swallow it. Buzz. Titan, the lord of the abyss, let out an unprecedented roar of hunger. The armor plates beneath the ship's hull exploded, no longer forming tentacles, but instead creating a massive black hole vortex. The transport ship's storage tanks shattered instantly. The golden molten void essence surged into Titan's body like a waterfall flowing upstream, Sizzle! Titan's originally dark gray armor began to melt and reform. Void essence possesses the dual properties of liquid memory and absolute hardness. Catalyzed by the source, the Titan's hull began to undergo a qualitative change. The originally angular mechanical structure gradually became rounded and smooth, and the surface was covered with a thin golden film that flowed like mercury. Absorbing S-rank, void essence. Source point consumption, 500,000. Warships are evolving. Gain new trait, liquid metal armor, rank S. Effect 1, physical immunity increased to 80%. Effect 2, form reconstruction. Warships are no longer limited to a fixed form and can freely switch between cruiser heavy mech and fortress mode, according to tactical needs. Effect 3, self-repair speed increased by 1000%. As long as the core remains intact, it can be reforged even if it turns into molten iron. 10 minutes later. The light faded. Hovering above the berth was no longer the dark gray warship. Instead, it was a colossal, dark gold vessel, shimmering with iridescent light, seemingly imbued with life, a liquid metal behemoth. It stood there quietly, the surrounding space distorting slightly with its breath. Titan. Abyss Overlord, liquid gold form. Rank LV, 30 D rank peak. Armor value, 500,000. Lin Yi stood inside the bridge, feeling the overwhelming sense of control the warship gave him, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. 500,000 armored vehicles. Liquid deformation. The Titans of today are an indestructible and impenetrable war fortress. Me now. Lin Yi clenched his fist and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Even if that door is fully opened, even if the main fleet of the void descends, I can eat them all too. Just then, Qin Wujiang's communication came through again, his tone even more serious than before. Lin Yi, don't be so happy. The Federal Supreme Council has just sent an urgent telegram. Because your actions this time were too tumultuous, they attracted the attention of that group. Who? Lin Yi asked casually. The Federal Tribunal, Qin Wujiang said in a deep voice. They suspect your warships have used forbidden biological technology, and the investigation team is on its way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He glanced at the Titan's hull, which shimmered with a dark gold luster. Investigation team? Okay. Titan just got new teeth, so we haven't tested the hardness yet. Let them come. As long as they're not afraid of being treated like snacks. Chapter 91 Federal Tribunal? Sorry, my ship doesn't accept medical examinations. Xinghe College, North Airport area. The atmosphere was somber. The originally lively celebration crowd has been forcibly dispersed. Instead, 3 completely black, unmarked, Enforcer class destroyers formed a triangular formation, blocking the airspace above Berth 01. They did not activate their weapon systems, but the strong magnetic interference waves emanating from the ship's hull directly cut off all communication between the berth and the outside world. At the berth entrance, Dean Qin Wujiang stood in front of a group of people dressed in black trench coats and wearing silver masks, his face ashen. This is Xinghe Academy, a sacred place of education. Qin Wujiang's voice suppressed his anger. Even the tribunal has no right to forcibly detain a Federation first-class combat hero without solid evidence. The leader of the men in black ignored Qin Wujiang. He was tall, and a blood-red scale emblem was engraved on the forehead of his mask. Senior Deacon of the Tribunal, codenamed Judge. Dean Qin, please watch your words. The judge's voice, processed by a voice changer, had an unsettlingly mechanical quality. A hero? Until he is cleared of suspicion of heresy, he is just a potential threat. According to Section 7 of the Federal Biosafety Act, any warship suspected of fusing with living void bioorganisms must undergo mandatory dismantling and inspection by the tribunal. The judge raised his hand and pointed to the Titan warship, which shimmered with a dark golden luster, in the berth. Look at that armor, it's breathing, it's flowing. This is a typical characteristic of biological alienation. If it is not dealt with in time, it could become the next void mother nest. Just as Qin Wujiang was about to retort, a lazy voice came from behind him. Biological alienation? Lin Yi slowly stepped off the warship's elevator, holding a bottle of chilled energy drink in his hand. Behind him, Lei Bao and 9 other team members stood in a line. Although they were facing the infamous tribunal, each of them had their hands on their weapons and their eyes were fierce. This masked man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Yi took a sip of his drink, his eyes filled with amusement. This is called a new type of shape memory alloy, understand? If you're so naive, read more books and don't embarrass yourself in public. The judge's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Yi. A chilling mental pressure coiled around him like a venomous snake. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, the judge scoffed. Whether it's an alloy or not, we'll know once we take it apart. Let's do it. Take control of this warship and take the pilot away. Execute him on the spot if he resists. With his command, the dozens of black-clad law enforcement officers behind him moved instantly. Instead of using firearms, they pulled out long, silver metal rods. This is the tribunal's standard weapon, the imprisonment field generator. Once deployed around the target, it can form a high-intensity energy cage that would instantly deprive even a Class D warship of power. Who dares to move? Thunder roared, about to summon its mech. Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him. Don't rush. Lin Yi's smile deepened, the smile of a hunter seeing his prey step into a trap. Since they want to inspect, then let them inspect. But... Lin Yi casually tossed the empty bottle into the trash can with pinpoint accuracy. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness. My boat doesn't like to be touched by dirty hands. Dozens of law enforcement officers have already rushed to the bottom of the Titan warship. They skillfully inserted metal rods into the ground, and beams of blue light shot into the sky, attempting to construct a cage of confinement. However, just as the beam of light was about to close, Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, has moved. It neither activated its shields nor fired its weapons. The massive, dark gold hull suddenly disintegrated like a pool of melted wax. The originally hard metal armor transformed into a sky full of golden liquid, completely ignoring the still open energy cage and splashing outwards. What? The judge's pupils contracted sharply. This is not disintegration. This is a transformation. The molten metal that filled the sky did not land, but instead rapidly condensed in midair, transforming into enormous golden hands made of metal. Each palm is 5 meters wide. They swatted at the law enforcement officers who were setting up the force field, like swatting flies. Bang! 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 A dull thud echoed through the berth. The law enforcement officers didn't even have time to scream before they were slammed to the floor. Their prized individual shields were as fragile as eggshells in the face of the liquid heavy blows made of S-grade void adamantite. Is this how you conduct inspections? Lin Yi stood still, without moving. But the Titan warship behind him had now transformed into an amorphous liquid metal monster floating in the air. Countless golden tentacles extended from the main body, coiling up the unconscious law enforcement officers one by one and suspending them in midair. It seems your skills aren't up to par. Lin Yi shrugged, looking completely innocent. You can't even touch my hull, yet you want to dismantle my core? Your Honor, why don't you come up and try it yourself? Chapter 92 The Gold Content of Liquid Metal, Stripping the Investigation Team Naked. Inside Berth 01, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The once aggressive tribunal enforcement team now resembled strings of cured meat, suspended upside down in midair by the golden liquid tentacles extending from the Titan. The confinement force field generator in their hands had long been encased and squeezed by liquid metal, turning into twisted scrap iron. Presumptuous! A furious growl came from beneath the judge's silver mask. As a senior deacon of the tribunal, he was revered as a god wherever he went. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Openly attacking law enforcement officers, making arrests, and humiliating the court. A terrifying aura erupted from the judge, a mental fluctuation belonging to a senior D-class captain. Lin Yi, you are declaring war on the Federation! Boom! The space behind the judge cracked open. A uniquely shaped silver warship, resembling a giant cross, came into view. That was his ride, the special cruiser, Judgment. At the bow, a purification main cannon, emitting a white holy light, is rapidly charging. No matter what material your warship is made of, all heretics will be reduced to ashes before the purification of holy light. The judge was determined to kill. Even if he would be held accountable by the military afterward, he would still cripple this arrogant brat first. Declare war? Lin Yi looked at the main cannon that was charging, but instead of panicking, he yawned. You do not represent the Federation. At best, you're just a robber who makes a big deal out of nothing. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Titan, shape reconstruction. Teach him what physical immunity is. Buzz. The liquid metal behemoth, suspended in midair, instantly contracted. It did not revert to its warship form. Instead, it transformed directly into a massive wall of size, with golden ripples flowing across its surface, lying between Lin Yi and the judge. S-Class characteristic, liquid metal armor, 80% physical immunity. In addition, there is the energy reduction from the thunder field. This wall is absolute defense. Laugh. The main gun of the Judgment opened fire. The white purification beam, carrying high temperature and decomposition properties, slammed into the golden wall. However, there was no explosion. It did not penetrate. The beam of light hit the liquid metal like water flowing into a sponge. The golden wall was only slightly dented, and then the surrounding liquid quickly surged, filled in, and even swallowed it. Triggering trait, energy steal. Absorbed. High energy purification beam. Energy value plus 5,000 plus 5,000. The beam of light lasted for a full 5 seconds. When the light fades, the golden wall was not only undamaged, but became even brighter, and even let out a burp, exhaling a wisp of white smoke. That's it. Lin Yi's voice came from behind the wall, filled with sarcasm. Are you here to polish my shoes? The judge was completely dumbfounded. His holy light purification can break down molecular structures. Why is it ineffective on this pile of mud-like stuff? It is impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Greedy alchemy, stripping mode. Since you're here, don't take anything with you when you leave. Whoosh. The enormous golden wall suddenly collapsed. They transformed into countless golden mechanical bees, liquid gold version worker bees, swarming towards the judge and his judgment ship. Instead of attacking the ship's hull, they focused on the radar, secondary guns, shield generators mounted on the warship's exterior, as well as the exoskeleton armor on the judge's body. Zzzzz. A dense, metallic scraping sound rang out. The judge was horrified to discover that his equipment was disappearing. First, his weapon, then the power pack of his exoskeleton, and finally even his mask was forcibly pried off by a worker bee. No! That's my S-Class detector! Stop! That's my family's heirloom breast-protecting mirror! 3 minutes later, the judgment was left bare, like a plucked chicken. All the external modules, and even the coating on the hull, had been gnawed away. The judge himself was in an even worse state. His imposing black trench coat and exoskeleton were gone, leaving him only in thermal underwear, shivering in the cold wind. As for those law enforcement officers who were hung up, they'd already been stripped down to their underwear. Lin Yi waved his hand. The liquid worker bees, laden with their cargo, flew back into Titan's body and reintegrated. Titan transformed back into that majestic cruiser, sitting quietly in its berth as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi walked up to the judge, whose face was deathly pale and who seemed to be questioning the meaning of life. He took a coin out of his pocket and gently placed it in the judge's hand. This is the taxi fare. Go back and tell your director. If you want to inspect my ship, you can. Remember to bring enough ransom next time. Roll. The judge held the coin, looking at the demon-like boy before him, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear. He finally understood why the military had classified this person's file as top secret. This is not heresy at all. That's a bandit. He's a bandit with S-Class combat power and no moral compass. Retreat! The judge's voice trembled as he led a group of naked henchmen, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and scrambled into the bare judgment ship, fleeing the airport as if his life depended on it. Qin Wujiang stood aside and witnessed the whole farce. He looked at the mess on the ground, then at Lin Yi, who was counting his spoils of war, and his lips twitched. You robbed the tribunal? What does robbery mean? Lin Yi picked up a foldable spatial bag that he had taken from the judge and weighed it in his hand. This is called confiscation of illegal equipment. In addition, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Qin Wujiang, his eyes becoming sharp. Dean, could you please contact the military for me? Just say I have a way to completely weld that door frame shut. However, it will cost extra. Chapter 93 Federal Supreme Conference? No, this is my quote. Inside Berth 01, a faint smell of burning still lingered in the air. That was the last trace left by the adjudication team. Lin Yi sat on the alloy suspension ladder extending from the Titan warship, holding the communicator he had taken from the judge. On the screen, an access request for an encrypted channel is flashing. Bring it in. Lin Yi casually toyed with an S-grade void crystal, his tone nonchalant. Buzz. The holographic projection unfolded in midair. The image on the other side is not of a single person, but of a huge round table. 7 people were sitting around the round table. Apart from Qin Wujiang and Major General Rosen, the other 5 were all wearing the highest-ranking general uniforms in the Federation, with the gold stars on their epaulets shining brightly under the lights. Federal Supreme Military Council. If it were an ordinary student, or even a genius ranked first in the sequence, seeing such a scene would probably make their palms sweat with nervousness. But Lin Yi merely raised his eyelids slightly, without even standing up to salute. "Good morning, sirs." Lin Yi's voice was calm. "I heard you want to talk about that door? Also, just now some guy claiming to be from the tribunal tried to steal my ship, but I threw him out. Are you going to get involved in that?" On the left side of the round table, a sinister-looking old man sneered. "Lin Yi, the tribunal is an independent law enforcement agency of the Federation. You openly attacked a judge and deprived a law enforcement officer of his equipment. This is a serious crime. Even if you have meritorious service." "Stop." Lin Yi interrupted him directly. He held up one finger and pointed to the Titan warship behind him. "First, it was self-defense. My boat is very expensive, and I don't want it to be touched by dirty hands. Secondly, I don't have time to listen to you talk about legal provisions right now." Lin Yi leaned forward, his dark eyes looking directly at everyone present through the screen. "Although the crack in the F-01 asteroid belt has been temporarily plugged, it's only a physical blockage. The transport ship stuck in the middle is like stuffing a wad of cotton into a wound. The main force from the void is attacking the passage. Within 24 hours at most, that transport ship will be pushed aside. At that time, you will be facing an entire void expeditionary force." The meeting room fell into dead silence. The old man who had been shouting just moments before suddenly turned pale. Major General Rosen coughed, breaking the awkward silence. "Lord Lin Yi, Dean Qin said you have a way to completely seal the crack? What price do we need to pay?" "Finally, there's someone who understands." Lin Yi smiled. He pulled out a pre-prepared electronic list from his pocket, swiped his finger, and sent it. "It's very simple. First, I want the exclusive salvage rights for the F-01 starburst belt for the next 50 years. No federal or private fleet may enter the area to scavenge, except for my resource recycling department. Secondly, I request the military to grant access to the S-level forbidden materials database, with a 50% discount. Third." Lin Yi paused, then pointed to the item highlighted in red at the end of the list. "I want the phase singularity." Boom! The meeting room erupted in chaos. "Phase singularity? Are you crazy? That's the strategic core for creating stargates. The entire Federation's inventory doesn't even have 5. That's impossible. That's the current speaker's trump card. How could he give it to a student?" Opposition voices rose and fell. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry, he just quietly watched them argue. He only spoke slowly when the noise gradually subsided. "Gentlemen, that's not how it works. One phase singularity in exchange for the safety of a floating city, in exchange for the Federation's main fleet not having to shed its last drop of blood in the north. Isn't this a good deal?" Lin Yi stood up and patted the dust off his trousers. "Of course you can refuse. Then I'll take my ship back to my dorm to sleep. When the Void Fleet comes knocking on my door, remember not to knock." After saying that, he made a gesture as if to cut off the communication. "Etc." The Federal Marshal, who had been sitting at the head of the round table and had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. His voice was old and hoarse, yet it carried an imposing and steadfast authority. "Give it to him." "Marshal?" The surrounding generals looked at the old man in shock. "Give it to him," the marshal repeated, looking intently at Lin Yi. "On the condition that you weld that door so tight that not even a fly can get through." Lin Yi smiled brightly. "Make a deal. Get your things ready. I'm leaving now." Communication was cut off. Lin Yi turned around and looked at the Titan cruiser behind him, which was shimmering with a dark golden luster. "Titan, get to work. The wages this time are astronomical." Chapter 94: Installing a door in the void, and incidentally collecting some tolls. F-01 Fragmentation Belt. This area has been completely sealed off by the Federation fleet. Thousands of warships formed an impenetrable defensive line, all their cannons aimed at the still vibrating purple crack. Although most of the void essence transport ships stuck in the crack had been towed away by Lin Yi, the remaining sterns were still stuck like a fishbone in his throat. A dull thud echoed from deep within the crack. Those were creatures from the other side of the void, frantically attacking the barrier. "Energy readings surge. Crack stability drops to 30%. Sir, we can't hold out any longer. Requesting permission to fire." The frontline commander was sweating profusely, his finger hovering over the fire button, but he hesitated to press it. Just then, "Get out of the way." A cold voice cut into the entire channel. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to be violently torn open like a curtain. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, liquid gold form, with its enormous body measuring 120 meters in length, descended without warning directly in front of the rift. It did not activate its shields, nor did it preheat its weapons. Instead, it's a direct transformation. Buzz! Under the horrified gazes of hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers, the black cruiser suddenly disintegrated. A massive amount of dark golden liquid metal surged and expanded in the void. It didn't transform into any combat mech, but instead became a giant, golden needle, that was a kilometer long. The end of the golden needle was connected to the phase singularity that had just been sent from the military. What are they trying to do? The commander was dumbfounded. Lin Yi sat in the core control room of the golden needle, his hands on the control panel, his mental power fully activated. Titan, shape reconstruction. Void Stitcher. Phase singularity, detonate. Boom! The priceless phase singularity exploded at the tail of the golden needle. A terrifying gravitational force collapsed, instantly forming a miniature black hole. However, the black hole did not devour the surrounding matter. Instead, it was tightly enveloped and guided by Titan's liquid metal, transforming into an extremely thin black thread. That is the embodiment of spatial rules. Go! Lin Yi gave a low shout. The kilometer-long golden needle, carrying the black spatial thread, suddenly pierced the edge of the purple crack. Laugh. It's like a hot knife cutting into butter. The golden needles, with silk threads attached, frantically darted between the two sides of the crack. It's sewing. It is using spatial rules as threads and liquid metal as needles to forcibly stitch up this torn wound in the universe. Roar! From the other side of the rift came the Void Lord's furious roar. A huge claw tried to reach out from the gap and stop the stitching. Go back! Lin Yi sneered. Gravity zone, 500 times. Localized suppression. Boom! The claw that had just poked its head out was instantly crushed into a pulp by the terrifying gravity and retracted. Golden needles danced in the air. The originally menacing purple crack gradually shrank and closed under everyone's watchful eyes. At last, when the last stitch fell, the original crack disappeared. Instead, there was a dark gold, scar-like metal seal. The seal's surface is etched with abyssal patterns, emanating an aura that repulses any creature from the void. Those were territorial markers, left behind by the Titans. Done! The molten metal that filled the sky quickly flowed back and reformed into that majestic cruiser. Lin Yi's voice, tinged with a hint of languor, rang out again. The door is welded shut. However, I left a back door. The commander was taken aback. The back door? Yes. Lin Yi pointed to the center of the dark gold seal, where there was an inconspicuous vortex. If anyone from the void wants to do business here in the future, or send some local specialties, they can use this small door. Of course, you have to pay the toll. This toll booth is under my jurisdiction. The entire room fell silent. The federal generals stared at the so-called back door, their lips twitching wildly. This isn't welded shut at all. This is clearly like taking down his own security door and replacing it with Lin Yi's private toll booth. But looking at that rock-solid seal, and then at that Titan warship radiating terrifying pressure, no one dared to say no. This day, Lin Yi became a hero of the Federation. He became the biggest landlord in this star field. Chapter 95 S-Rank Void Refined Gold. My drones don golden armor. Berth 01 has now been transformed into a massive furnace. The 10-kilometer-long transport ship was like a giant candle, slowly melting in the high-temperature force field released by the Titan warship. The golden liquid metal, like a rushing river, was diverted by the guide channel and finally flowed into the abyssal arsenal, in the belly of the Titan. The air was filled with an intoxicating, heavy metal fragrance. Lin Yi stood on the suspended platform, holding a piece of golden metal that had just cooled and solidified. Item: Refined Void Gold, S-Grade. Characteristics: Absolute hardness, liquid memory, 100% energy conductivity. Review: This is the most advanced shaping material in the Star Sea. Anything made from it, even a toothpick, could pierce the armor of a frigate. That's too extravagant. Lei Bao stood behind Lin Yi, looking at the flowing golden river, his eyes twitching. Captain, are you really planning to use this thing to upgrade the drones? Using S-level strategic resources to manufacture consumables? This is practically using diamonds as bullets. Even extravagance doesn't go this far. Consumables? Lin Yi casually tossed the metal plate back into the furnace, splashing up a golden wave. That was before. System, load the improvement blueprint. Inject all of this void essence into the Abyss Worker Bees production line. Command confirmed. Material replacement in progress. Estimated consumption of void essence, 5,000 tons. Source point deduction, 200,000. Buzz. The sound of rapid mechanical meshing echoed from inside the Titan warship. One by one, the originally pitch-black abyssal worker bees were sent back to the recasting furnace. When they flew out again, their forms had undergone a complete transformation. Its volume has shrunk by half, to the size of a palm. It has a dark gold color throughout, and its surface has a mercury-like luster. They are no longer rigid mechanical structures, but rather like liquid metal organisms, capable of changing shape at will. It can be transformed into a sharp blade, a drill bit, or even a thin film that adheres to the surface of an enemy ship. Unit Update, Abyssal Golden Bee S Rank, Special Forces. Characteristic 1, Phase Penetration. Ignores all energy shields below Tier D. Characteristic 2, Liquid Metal is immortal. Physical attacks are ineffective, and energy attacks are reduced by 80%. It can automatically regenerate after being shattered. Characteristic 3, Assimilation. Can forcibly fuse with enemy metal, converting it into nutrients for its own division. This is what an army should be like. Lin Yi snapped his fingers as he watched the golden swarm of bees dancing in the sky. Brush. 10,000 golden bees instantly gathered, condensing into a giant golden fist in the air, before dispersing to form an impenetrable golden shield wall. It combines offense and defense, and is immortal. Thunderstorm. Lin Yi turned around. Pass the word down that the Resource Recycling Department is officially open for business. From now on, the H-01 asteroid belt will be our private mine. Whether it's the military or other academies, if you want to get in and make some money, you have to pay 30% security fee first. Lei Bao swallowed hard. 30%? Captain, isn't that a bit too much? What about the military? The military? Lin Yi pointed to the entrance of the berth, where a transport ship bearing the logo of the Federal Logistics Department was docked. Major General Rosen's adjutant was all smiles as he directed the robots to move boxes of rare supplies, intended as hush money and labor fees, into Lin Yi's warehouse. They'd love for me to take control of that place. Lin Yi sneered. I left that back door, only I know how to open and close it. Now, I am the only station manager at that toll station. Just then, the berth's warning system suddenly turned on a yellow light. Visitor request, Elite Class Tutor, Chinfeng. Note, representing the Elite Class Academic Affairs team, conveying instructions for the new semester. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Elite Class? Is that circle, which claims to gather all the monsters in the Federation, finally trying to make its presence felt? Let him in. Lin Yi straightened his collar and sat back down in the executive chair carved from pure void crystal. Perfect timing, my worker bees have just gotten new mandibles. Let's see what new fun this mentor can bring me. Chapter 96 Freshmen aren't allowed to sit? Then I'll flip the table. When Chinfeng walked into berth number 01, he paused noticeably. As a senior mentor in the elite class, he has seen countless grand occasions. But what he saw before him still shocked him. The huge berth was transformed into a magnificent processing plant. The legendary Titan cruiser, like a lazy behemoth, lay dozing on a pile of golden metal. Meanwhile, the rumored new student Lin Yi was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a franchise document signed by the Federal Military Department, which he folded into a paper airplane. Lin Yi, classmate. Chinfeng pushed up his tactical glasses, suppressing his shock, and adopted the demeanor of a strict teacher. I am your class mentor, Chinfeng. According to the Academy's regulations, tomorrow is the opening ceremony for the elite class. All new members must attend and receive tactical guidance from the senior students. Tactical guidance? The paper airplane in Lin Yi's hand flew out and landed precisely in the trash can in the distance. At Xinghe Academy, these 4 words usually mean a show of force. Senior students beating up freshmen to establish their authority is a traditional feature of elite classes. I'm busy. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. I have hundreds of billions of dollars worth of business to discuss. I don't have time to play house with kids. Chinfeng's face darkened. Lin Yi, I know you've made some contributions and are a bit arrogant. But in the elite class, no matter how strong your individual abilities are, you still have to abide by the collective rules. Tomorrow's ceremony will not only be a guidance session, but also a resource allocation conference. Chinfeng emphasized his words. The elite class controls the mining rights to 3 A-level secret realms within the academy. According to the ranking, the top 10 can obtain an independent mining share. If you don't go, it means you're automatically giving up. Upon hearing the word resources, Lin Yi finally raised his head. A-level secret realm? Does it contain void crystals? Ancient ruins? Chen Feng snorted coldly. Of course. That's the foundation of the Academy's century-old heritage, much better than the trash you pick up outside. Lin Yi smiled. He stood up and walked up to Chen Feng. The oppressive feeling emanating from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood made even this veteran instructor subconsciously take a half-step back. Why didn't you just say there was money to be made? What time tomorrow? I'll be there on time. The next day, in the auditorium of the elite class. Instead of the cramped conditions of a typical classroom, this is a huge circular tiered conference room. Each seat is an independent virtual combat pod. At this moment, more than 100 elite students had already taken their seats. Most of them were second or third year students, each with a fierce aura, their eyes revealing scrutiny and mockery towards the newcomers. When Lin Yi led Lei Bao and the other 9 people into the venue, the previously noisy hall fell silent for a moment. Immediately following was a murmur of discussion. That's Lin Yi? I heard he emptied the treasure vault of Aurora City? TCH, that was just good luck. They ran into a military operation and were just taking advantage of the situation. Just watch, Senior Sirius will definitely teach him a lesson today. The quota for an A-level secret realm is not something a freshman can get his hands on. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Yi walked straight to the center of the first row. That's the top spot. But just as he was about to sit down, a large foot clad in exoskeleton armor stepped directly onto the chair. Is that a place where you can sit? A burly man with a buzz cut and a face full of scars leaned back in his chair, toying with 2 high-explosive grenades in his hands. Sirius. Rank 3rd on the elite class's combat power list, a veteran powerhouse from the 3rd year. New students should have the awareness of being new students. Sirius grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Go to the last row. Or stand and listen. The surrounding senior students burst into laughter. That's the rule. No matter how successful you are outside, once you enter the elite class, you have to be humble, whether you're a dragon or a tiger. Lin Yi looked down at the foot that was resting on the chair. It's very dirty. It was all mud. Thunderstorm, Lin Yi said calmly. Here. Lei Bao stepped forward, feeling quite confident despite facing a 3rd-year student. Tell this senior how you're going to compensate me for getting my chair dirty. Lei Bao chuckled, pulled out a calculator from his pocket, and started typing away. According to the Abyss Fleet's financial management regulations, any damage to the captain's personal property will be compensated at 100 times the original price. This chair was custom-made by the Academy and cost 50,000. 100 times is 5 million. Lei Bao shoved the calculator in front of Tianlang. Senior card payment or bank transfer? The entire room fell silent. Sirius was stunned, then flew into a rage. You fucking tricked me? Boom! His D-level mental power erupted, and he raised his hand to grab Lei Bao's collar. But his hand froze in midair after he had only extended halfway. Because a cold finger was pressed against his forehead. Lin Yi was already standing in front of him without him noticing. On your fingertip, a golden bee, the Abyss golden bee, no bigger than a fingernail, is buzzing around. Its sharp mouthparts were only 0.1 millimeters away from Sirius's eyeballs. I'm not one to haggle. Lin Yi's voice was soft, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. 5 million for your leg. Or I can let this bee crawl into your brain and count how many nerves are inside for you. Choose one? Sirius broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the golden bee. That's the unique aura of S-grade materials. If Lin Yi had the slightest thought, his head would really explode like a watermelon. I'll give it to you. With gritted teeth and trembling hands, Tianlang pulled out his ID card and transferred 5 million. Lin Yi withdrew his finger, and the golden bee instantly vanished, turning into a drop of golden liquid that merged into his fingertip. Very good. Lin Yi kicked the dirty chair aside, then took out a pure gold sofa from his system space and placed it generously in the center. He sat down and looked around the room. Wherever his gaze fell, the older actors who had originally wanted to watch the show all avoided his eyes. Now. Lin Yi crossed his legs, like a tyrant inspecting his territory. Can we talk about the ownership of that A-level secret realm? Chapter 97 So-called allocation? No, this is my exclusive mining right. Inside the auditorium of the elite class, the air seemed to have been sucked out. The solid gold sofa reflected a nouveau riche gleam under the cool-toned lighting. Lin Yi sat there, his posture as languid as if he were sunbathing in his own backyard, completely ignoring the more than 100 pairs of murderous gazes around him. Sirius clutched his leg, which was worth 5 million, and shrank back into his seat with a livid face. He may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. The S-grade material aura emitted by that golden bee just now was a terrifying thing that could instantly pierce through D-grade armor. Ahem. Mentor Chen Feng broke the silence. He pushed up his glasses, trying to regain some dignity as a mentor. Since no one has any objections, let's begin today's main topic. The holographic screen lights up, revealing a complex three-dimensional star map. This is one of the 3 A-level secret realms controlled by the Academy, the Shattered Star Ring. Chen Feng pointed to the chaotic asteroid belt on the star map. This was the main battlefield of the First Void War 100 years ago, burying countless warship wrecks. The internal environment is extremely harsh, filled with high-energy radiation and gravitational turbulence. But risk means reward. Chen Feng pulled up a resource distribution map. Deep within the star ring lies a vein rich in high-purity star-patterned steel ore, as well as rare void condensate. As per past practice, we will divide the mining areas according to the rankings of the elite classes. A pie chart pops up on the screen. The first place gets 30% of the core area. Chen Feng looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you are the top freshman and the champion of this selection competition. You can choose a piece of land in the core area first. That's the rule. It's also a form of indirect courting. However, Lin Yi did not look at the picture. He pulled a can of iced cola from his system space, and with a pop, he pulled the tab, the sound of bubbles particularly jarring in the quiet auditorium. 30%? Lin Yi took a sip and shook his head. Too little. Chen Feng frowned. Lin Yi, one shouldn't be too greedy. This is a rule that has been in place in the academy for 100 years. Even Li Kanwu back then only took 30%. That's because he's incompetent. Lin Yi put down his cola, leaned forward slightly, and scanned the room with his dark eyes. Professor Chen, you may have misunderstood something. I'm not here to share the cake with you. Lin Yi raised his hand and pointed to the core meteorite zone on the screen, which was the most dangerous but also the richest in resources. I want this place. All. Wow. The entire audience erupted in uproar. All of them? Is he crazy? The core area accounts for more than half of the entire secret realm's resources. That's all of our flesh. He wants to devour it all by himself? Isn't he afraid of choking to death? That's too domineering. Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they have some strength? A red-haired boy sitting in the second row suddenly stood up. He was the 5th-ranked flame demon in this sequence, and he had a fiery temper. Lin Yi! Don't go too far. The monster density in the core area is 10 times that of the outer area. With just your ship, even if you were allowed to eat as much as you wanted, how much could you eat? Are you going to let the remaining resources rot in there? Exactly. This is a waste of resources. Others chimed in. Lin Yi watched them argue quietly until the noise gradually subsided before he slowly spoke. Waste? Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Thunderstorm, let's show them our appetite. Lei Bao, sitting behind Lin Yi, chuckled, pulled a portable projector from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. The scene unfolds. That's battlefield footage from the F-01 Starburst belt. In the scene, 10,000 abyssal golden bees swept across the entire void like a golden storm. Wherever it went, whether it was the corpses of thousands of void creatures or the ruins of an entire outpost, they were all dismantled and emptied within a few tens of minutes. Not even a single screw was left. The sheer efficiency of their industrialized plundering sent chills down the spines of all the elite trainees present. See that? Lin Yi pointed to the Titan warship in the picture that was devouring everything. My ship doesn't pick and choose its food, and it has a very good digestive ability. What you call mining is driving mining trucks to dig up rocks. As for me... A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. I went there to take the land away. He stood up, walked to the front of the podium, placed his hands on the table, and looked directly at Chen Feng. Professor Chen, rules are rules, but people are flexible. Rather than sending them into their deaths and having the Academy send a rescue team to pull them out, why not just give me the core area? In exchange, Lin Yi held up one finger. I will establish a safe zone on the outskirts. All elite class members can mine safely on the outskirts under my protection by paying 20% of their profits as a protection fee. Of course, they can refuse. Lin Yi turned around and looked at the group of senior students below the stage with grim expressions. Then go to the core area and try it yourselves. See if your shields are tougher, or if the void lurkers inside have tougher teeth. Also, a friendly reminder. Lin Yi patted his sleeves, turned around and walked towards the gate. My drone swarm doesn't have an IFF, identification friend or foe system. If someone accidentally trespasses into my territory, they'll be treated like ore and dismantled. We are not responsible for any issues. After saying that, he led Lei Bao and the others away. Only the room was filled with the deathly silence of the elite students, and the dazed look on the face of their mentor, Jin Feng. This is hardly a job allocation meeting. This is clearly a notice issued by robbers. Chapter 98 Shattered Star Ring, the true face of an A-rank secret realm. Galaxy Academy, teleportation array at the back mountain. The enormous circular archway emitted a deep blue light, and the space rippled like water. This is the only entrance to all the major secret realms. At this time, in addition to Lin Yi's Abyss Fleet, the other elite teams also arrived one after another. However, their expressions were not good. Looking at Lin Yi's Titan cruiser hovering in midair, their eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Captain, do we really have to pay that protection fee? Wanson sat in the heavy artillery, and looked at the senior students around him who dared not speak out against their anger. He felt extremely pleased. That's a security service fee, Lin Yi corrected, sitting on the bridge of the Titan, holding a detailed document of the secret realm that he had just downloaded from the Academy's database. We're legitimate business people, don't talk like we're gangsters. Yes, security fee. Lei Bao laughed loudly. These bastards used to bully us because of their seniority. Now we'll let them taste what it's like to have their rent collected. Prepare to enter. Lin Yi put away the documents, his expression turning serious. The Shattered Star Ring isn't that simple. The documents say that the gravitational field there is chaotic, and spatial faults could occur at any time. Titan, gravity field preheating. All frigates, activate shield link mode. Set off. Buzz. Titan, the Abyss Overlord, was the first to rush into the portal. The massive ship vanished instantly in the blue light. The world spun around. When the view cleared again, an apocalyptic scene came into view. There is no starlight here, only the enormous band of light stretching across the universe in the distance, the broken star ring, emitting a pale, cold light. Countless massive warship wrecks and planetary fragments collided chaotically in the gravitational field, silently exploding into dust. The radiation concentration here is 100 times that of the outside world. A typical E-class frigate would have its armor burned through by radiation within 10 minutes if its full power shields were not activated. Beep beep beep. As soon as they landed, Lin Yi's radar screen turned completely red. Warning! Abnormal environmental gravity. Current area gravity fluctuates randomly between 5 and 50 times. Warning! High energy reaction source detected. Not a living organism. Not a living being? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. The next second, a huge meteorite in the distance suddenly exploded. Dozens of oddly shaped, rusty mechanical objects burst out from the rubble. They look like spiders, but each of their legs is an old-fashioned kinetic cannon. Although it looked dilapidated, its red electronic eyes exuded a chilling killing intent. They're ancient guardians! Sirius exclaimed in the public channel, following closely behind. These are automated defense systems left over from 100 years ago. They feel no pain, are tireless, and their numbers are endless. Da-da-da-da. The mechanical spiders opened fire instantly. The barrage of bullets poured down like a torrential rain. The first few veteran frigates were hit so hard that sparks flew from their shields and alarms blared throughout the sky. Damn it! The firepower here is much stronger than the intelligence indicated. Retreat! Retreat to the outer perimeter immediately! Amidst the chaos, only the black cruiser remained motionless. Lin Yi looked at the mechanical spiders that were rushing towards him, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Ancient machinery? Isn't that just a walking antique accessory? Titan, liquid armor, diffusion. Lin Yi did not fire the cannon. The flowing dark gold metal on the surface of the Titan warship suddenly seemed to come alive and exploded in all directions. Countless golden tentacles wove a giant net in the void. The projectiles fired by the mechanical spiders hit the liquid metal and were swallowed up and assimilated, just like mud sinking into the sea. Immediately afterwards, the golden tentacles wrapped around the mechanical spiders. Click. Click. Not destruction. It's an intrusion. Activation ability, abyssal assimilation. Ancient mechanical logic core detected being overwritten. Coverage successful. In just a few seconds, the red light in the eyes of the dozens of mechanical spiders that were attacking frantically suddenly went out, and then lit up again, turning into a dark blue that represented friendly forces. They turned their cannons around and lined up neatly on both sides of the Titan warship, like a group of loyal guards who had just been recruited. This The elite trainees who were still desperately dodging the artillery fire were completely dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Did they directly turn the monster to their side? Lin Yi's voice rang out on the public channel at just the right moment. Welcome, everyone, to the Shattered Star Ring. As you can see, the locals here are very welcoming. Now, if you want to mine safely on the outskirts, transfer your protection money to my account. Those who don't want to pay. Lin Yi pointed to the group of mechanical spiders that had already aimed their cannons at the rear. I can chat about life with my new pets. Furthermore, Lin Yi said, his gaze turning to the depths of the star ring, where extremely obscure energy fluctuation was calling to the void heart within his body. Core area sealed off. Unauthorized entry will result in death. After saying that, the Titan warship, leading the group of turned mechanical spiders, charged into the more dangerous and richer abyssal dark zone without looking back. Leaving behind a group of bewildered elites, standing in the wind, watching that retreating figure, only one thought remained in their minds. This isn't an adventure trip. This guy is clearly the king of hell who's come to buy goods. Chapter 99, The Ticket to the Core Area? No, that's my private driveway. Broken Star Rings, Outer Buffer Zone. This is the dividing line between chaos and order. Dozens of escort ships carrying elite students were struggling against 5 times the normal gravity, like a group of beetles struggling in a swamp. Engine overload warnings were incessant. Damn it! Why is the gravitational turbulence here so erratic? My shield is about to give way. Is this what an A-level secret realm is like? If the outer area is this insane, wouldn't the core area crush people into meat patties? An older student piloting a Storm-class assault ship cursed over the communications channel. His prized mobility became a joke here. If you're not careful, you could be thrown off balance by a sudden gravitational vortex and crash into a floating meteorite. However, just when they were in a sorry state, a huge shadow swept over their heads. The shield is not activated. There were no careful avoidance maneuvers. The Titan Abyss Overlord, a vessel 120 meters long, was like a black gold shark cruising in the deep sea, ruthlessly smashing through all obstacles in its path. Around it, dozens of newly turned, ancient guardian, mechanical spiders were clearing away small meteorites ahead with their cannons, like loyal hunting dogs. This is the difference? The fifth-ranked, Flame Demon, watched the departing figure, his fingers gripping the control stick turning white. He was unwilling to accept it. As a third-year student, he had prepared for this mining rites for a whole year. He not only spent a lot of money to modify the warship's propulsion system, but also purchased expensive, gravity-stabilizing anchors. As a result, we can't even get our hands on other people's exhaust fumes. Stop looking. Sirius's voice rang out on the channel, tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. His ship is a cruiser, large in tonnage, with strong anti-jamming capabilities, which is normal. But the core area is different. Sirius sneered. According to the data, there is a spatial fault in the core area. In such places, the larger the size, the stronger the tearing force. He was driving so fast, he was practically asking for it. Let's follow him. When he crashes, that's when we'll take over the core area's resources. Greed and envy often make people overlook the gap in ability. A dozen or so veteran warships, believing themselves to be quite formidable, formed a makeshift formation and, gritting their teeth, charged into the depths along the passage opened up by the Titans. Edge of the core area. The scene here became even more bizarre. The originally pitch-black cosmic background was replaced by a pale white band of radiation. The massive wreckage of the warship floated silently, with sparks of undying energy still flickering at some of the broken sections. Beep beep beep. Lin Yi sat on the bridge of the Titan, watching the gravity readings fluctuate wildly on the radar screen. Warning! You have entered a gravity fault area ahead. Current gravity multiplier, 50x-0x-100x, randomly switches every second, dot. Spatial tear level, S rank. That's interesting. Lin Yi put down the cola in his hand. This kind of environment is indeed a meat grinder for warships with conventional structures. 1 second it's under 100 times the pressure, the next it's suddenly weightless. Even the strongest keel will break from this repeated pulling. But Titans are different. Titan, liquid mode, relaxed architecture. Lin Yi issued the order. Turn yourself into water. Buzz. The cruiser, which was originally angular, suddenly became soft. Ripples spread across the dark gold armor surface, making the entire warship resemble a giant mass of mercury, stretching and deforming in the void. When the first wave of 100 times gravity hit, instead of resisting directly, Titan stretched its hull into a thin golden needle in the direction of gravity, instantly piercing through the gravitational field. When gravity disappears and space tears apart, it then rapidly expanded into a huge sphere, using the fluidity of the liquid metal to dissipate all the sheer force. Like a fish in water. This is not a challenge at all. This is surfing. Roar! Just then, a deep roar came from the depths of the fault. A colossal beast, as large as a mountain, peeked out from behind a massive meteorite. It looks like a deep-sea fish magnified countless times, with a glowing fleshy growth on its head emitting a strong gravitational pull. Encountered an elite monster. Void Gravity Beast, LV, 28. Characteristics: gravity absorption, spatial oscillation. Comment: it's the watchdog here. That growth on its head is a high-purity crystallized substance. Watchdog? Lin Yi smiled. Perfect, I'll use you to test your new form of melee combat ability. Titan Predator Mode. The giant liquid metal ship in the air suddenly exploded. No shells were fired. Instead, it transformed into thousands upon thousands of golden tentacles, like a vast, all-encompassing net, ignoring the gravity vortex created by the gravity beast and directly entangling itself. Roar? The gravity beast had clearly never seen this fighting style before. It tried to repel its enemies with gravitational shockwaves, but the golden tentacles were like a persistent leech, digging deep into its flesh. Heart of the Abyss, activate. Greedy Alchemy, activated. Sizzle. A sickeningly loud swallowing sound rang out. The massive gravity beast was enveloped in liquid metal and formed into a golden cocoon in just over 10 seconds. The cocoon then quickly shrank. Before it could even let out a scream, the LV-28 elite monster was completely devoured. Only a fist-sized gravity crystal remained, which was wrapped up by the tentacles and sent into Lin Yi's hand. The taste is SOSO. Lin Yi weighed the crystal in his hand and casually tossed it into the system space. Just then, several terrified screams came from behind. Help! My engine is cracked! Damn it! What kind of gravity is this? My shield is being compressed in the opposite direction! Those were Tianlang and his group who had followed. They don't have liquid armor or S-class cores. As soon as they stepped into the fault zone, the chaotic gravitational field was like a pair of invisible giant hands, violently crushing their warships like twisted ropes. The keel of a frigate snapped, and the hull disintegrated in midair. The trainees inside were ejected by the emergency ejection system and flew helplessly around in space. Lin Yi turned his chair around and looked at the group of disheveled elites on the screen. Tisk. He shook his head and turned on the public channel. Dear seniors, the road ahead is a private driveway, and the road conditions are poor. Don't take on a job you can't handle. Rescue fees have increased. Lin Yi's voice was cold and mocking. 10 million per person. Those who pay, my worker bees will drag you out. I won't pay. Let's leave it here as a landmark. Chapter 100. Who said this is a mine? This is clearly a buffet signature dish. The shattered star ring, deep within the core region. There are no more meteorites here. There was only a vast, desolate void, and a corpse floating in the center. That is not a living corpse. It is not a planet's remains. A broken star core, more than 500 kilometers in diameter, floated there silently. It had not completely cooled down. Dark red magma still flowed on its surface. However, instead of flames erupting from the cracks, clusters of crystalline silver metal were growing there. Those metal clusters seemed to be alive, breathing and growing in response to the faint pulsation of the star's core. Ding! S-rank resource point detected. Target, star pattern steel parent ore, associated with void condensate. Reserves, extremely abundant, immeasurable. Comment, this isn't a mine. This is the final essence of this dead star, its marrow solidified over billions of years. Even a single piece could buy a small floating city. Lin Yi stood on the bridge of the Titan, looking at the enormous treasure before him that even the system could not estimate, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. The college's information states that there are mineral veins here. But this isn't a mineral vein at all. This is clearly a mountain of gold. No wonder the heart of the void keeps beating. Lin Yi pressed his chest, feeling the S-class core within him, fused with Titan, emanating an almost frantic desire. It wants to eat. It wants to swallow this star core. Although it's a bit big, it should be enough for my teeth. Lin Yi licked his lips, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Titan, full power. Abyssal worker bees, all mobilize. Tear this planet apart. Buzz. The Titan Abyss Overlord hovered above the star core. Its 120-meter-long hull appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the 500-kilometer-wide star core. But the aura it exudes is like that of a giant python about to devour the sky. The liquid metal on the ship's surface surged wildly, transforming into countless enormous suction cups that adhered to the surface of the star's core. At the same time, 10,000 abyssal golden bees, S-rank, swarmed out. They no longer fought separately, but instead formed dozens of long golden dragons, which burrowed into the cracks on the surface of the star core. Those are the blood vessels of this planet. What flows inside is the invaluable, void condensate. Zzzzz. The devouring began. This is not a simple excavation. This is plunder. The Titan warships utilize the greedy alchemy property to directly dismantle the structure of the star-patterned steel at the molecular level, transforming it into the purest metallic stream, which is then absorbed into their bodies. The numbers on the system panel began to jump at a dazzling speed. Consumed. Star-patterned steel mother ore. Source points plus 50,000 plus 50,000. Absorbing, void condensate, increases maximum energy by 1,000. Titan armor value increased, 510,000 520,000. This is what snowballing is all about. If you give Lin Yi a fulcrum, he can devour the entire universe. Just then, on the other side of the star core, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly came. Several oddly shaped, all-black warships emerged from the shadows. They weren't in the Federation's style, nor were they in the style of the void creatures. It was a paint job with a strong religious overtone, and the hulls were covered with twisted runes. Warning! Unknown forces detected. Identification signal. Heretic Inquisition, Secret Operations Team. Objective/intent, to seize S-level resources. The Tribunal again? Lin Yi frowned. These persistent ghosts actually tracked us all the way into the secret realm? A cold, distorted voice came through the communication channel. Lin Yi from Xinghe Academy. This is a restricted area designated by the court. Put down your data collection equipment, and get out of here immediately. Otherwise, we will execute you on the spot for embezzling federal strategic resources. 3 specially modified Judgment class destroyers surrounded them in a triangular formation. Their main cannons were already fully charged and locked onto the Titans that were feeding. Clearly, this was a well-prepared move. They not only wanted resources, but also wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate this uncontrolled heretic. Lin Yi stopped devouring. The Titan warship slowly turned around, and the enormous abyssal maw did not close. Instead, it cracked even wider. Restricted area? Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, toying with a piece of star-patterned steel core he had just dug out, his tone as calm as if he were asking for directions. Aren't you mistaken about something? I already said that. This is my buffet restaurant. And you? Lin Yi raised his eyelids, a flash of scarlet bloodlust in his eyes. Since you're here, don't leave. Perfect timing, my main course is a bit too heavy. I need a few appetizers to whet my appetite. Titan. An extra meal. Chapter 101. Since you're here, why not save yourself as dessert? The 3 Judgment class destroyers from the Inquisition had just begun to glow as their main guns charged when they were engulfed by a swarm of golden bees. Fire! Fire now! That's an S-class biological weapon! The voice of the action captain from the tribunal was heart-wrenching and filled with undisguised terror over the communication channel. He initially thought it was just a lucky student who was sailing a slightly larger boat. But when those 10,000 abyssal golden bees, like a golden sandstorm, ignored the shields and began to frantically devour the ship's armor, he realized how terribly wrong he had been. This is not a battle. This is prey. Zzzzz. The dense sound of metal tearing through the ship's hull penetrated the eardrums of every member of the tribunal. Shield generator offline. Energy transmission interrupted. They're in. They're eating the main gun's energy ring. My exoskeleton. They're even eating my prosthetics. Lin Yi sat on the bridge of the Titan, still playing with the star-patterned steel core in his hand, not even glancing at the 3 enemy ships that were disintegrating. It's too crispy. Lin Yi shook his head, his tone somewhat disappointed. Was the tribunal's funding embezzled? They dared to send out such a fragile destroyer to steal S-class resources? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Titan, stop playing around. Pack them up and throw them into the furnace. Since it's a package delivered to my door, there's no reason not to sign for it. Buzz. The Titan Abyss Overlord, suspended above the star core, suddenly experienced a surge of liquid metal on its surface. Dozens of thick, dark golden tentacles, like the arms of a deep-sea monster, instantly traversed several kilometers and precisely entangled the 3 judgment ships that had already lost power. "No! I am a high-ranking deacon of the tribunal. You cannot!" The captain's roar abruptly stopped, because the Titan's tentacles suddenly tightened. Click! That was the sound of a D-grade alloy keel being snapped in two. The 3 destroyers were like soda cans under a hydraulic press, instantly squeezed into a twisted ball of scrap metal. The crew members inside didn't even have time to eject before they were crushed into a pulp by the terrifying pressure. Immediately afterwards, the tentacles retracted. The scrap metal ball, mixed with flesh and metal, was sent directly into the abyssal armory in the belly of the Titan. Disassemble. Judgment Class Destroyer, Modified. X3. Gained, Source Points plus 60,000. Materials obtained, 500 kilograms of high-purity holy silver, 30 miniature antimatter batteries. Plunder successful. Intelligence chip obtained, Tribunal, Purification List, incomplete. Lin Yi glanced at the reward list and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Holy silver? That's a great material for making energy conduits. After dealing with the annoying flies, Lin Yi turned his gaze back to the massive star core mother mineral. This is the main course. Titan, shape reconstruction. Planet devouring mode. Lin Yi stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace the starry sky. Dinner's ready! Rumble. The Titan warship's 120-meter-long hull completely disintegrated at that moment. It no longer maintained the form of a warship, but transformed into a dark golden liquid sky covering an area of tens of kilometers. This celestial canopy, like a giant, greedy mouth, slowly enveloped the star's core, which was 500 kilometers in diameter. Although there is still a huge difference in size, Titans are blessed by the law of greedy alchemy. It's like drops of thick ink falling into clear water, beginning to seep, erode, and assimilate wildly. The magma on the surface of the star's core is cooled and absorbed. Those priceless star-patterned steel or particles, washed away by the liquid metal, transformed into the purest stream of metal particles and merged into the Titan's body. Absorbed S-grade. Star-patterned steel mother ore. Source points plus 100,000 plus 100,000. Absorbing. Accompanying void condensate. Increases energy shield cap by 5000. The numbers on the system panel were jumping so fast they were almost blurry. Lin Yi could clearly sense that Titan was undergoing some kind of qualitative change. Its armor is no longer just metal, but has begun to possess the gravitational properties of a star core. Each drop of liquid metal is like a miniature planet, possessing an extremely terrifying density and mass. Roar! From the depths of Titan's core came a satisfied growl. That is the joy of evolution. 3 hours later. The star core that once emitted terrifying heat and radiation has completely disappeared. Instead, a Titan, the Abyss Overlord, was reformed. Its size hasn't increased much, it's still around 120 meters. But its color changed. It changed from a dark gold color to an extremely deep black hole color. Occasionally, starlight-like patterns flashed across the surface of the ship, and the surrounding space slightly collapsed due to its terrifying mass, distorting light as it passed by. Ding! Devouring complete. Battleship evolution Titan. Abyss Overlord, Star Core form. Rank LV, 35 D rank. Overlord. Armor value, 1 million level. New feature, Gravity Armor Tier S. Effect, the ship's hull possesses an ultra-high-intensity gravitational field. Any physical projectiles or missiles approaching within 500 meters of the ship will be captured and pulverized by gravity, preventing them from reaching the ship. Evaluation, you are now a moving neutron star. Anyone you collide with will die. Lin Yi clenched his fist as he looked at the armor value that had broken the million mark. Millions of armor. Gravity protects you. Even if a Titan stood still and let a conventional fleet bombard it for a whole day, it probably wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. This buffet was quite good. Lin Yi patted the control panel with satisfaction. He glanced at the edge of the radar, where dozens of trembling green dots were clustered. Those were elite students like Sirius and Flame Demon. They witnessed the entire process of Titan devouring the star's core, and were so frightened that they dared not even roar their engines loudly. We're full, it's time to clear the plates. Lin Yi sat back down on the captain's chair and picked up the still-warm cola. Let's go see how much ore my security targets have mined this time. After all, I get a cut. Chapter 102 Who else wants to be a troublemaker? I'll fix their ship for free. Shattered Star Ring, edge of the core region. The previously chaotic and violent gravitational turbulence has now strangely calmed down. The reason is simple: the star core that created the source of gravity has already been eaten whole by Lin Yi. Dozens of elite cadets escort ships huddled behind a huge meteorite like frightened quails. There was a deathly silence on the public channel. No one dared to speak. What they just witnessed had a tremendous impact on them. The core of a planet with a diameter of 500 kilometers. It's gone just like that. Was it drained dry by that black warship, like sucking up jelly? Brother Wolf every day. The flame demon's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at the massive black ships slowly approaching in the distance, his throat dry. Should we still follow? The core area is gone, the resources are gone too. Sirius's face was deathly pale. The two high explosive grenades he had been playing with in his hand were nowhere to be found. Follow my ass! Sirius gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. That's a monster! A complete monster! He even ate the tribunal's ship like a snack. Our meager possessions aren't even enough to fill his teeth. Then, shall we run? Run? Sirius gave a wry smile. Where can we run to? This is a secret realm, and there's only one exit. Besides, he pointed to the radar screen. Around that black behemoth, 10,000 golden abyssal worker bees hovered like a dark cloud. With just a thought from Lin Yi, these worker bees could dismantle all the warships present into parts. Stay put. Sirius took a deep breath and made the wisest decision. Organize all the ore we just mined on the outskirts. He'll come over later and pay the rent voluntarily. Voluntarily hand it over? The flame demon's eyes widened. But he said 20%, and we worked so hard. Do you want to become that star core? Sirius asked rhetorically. The flame demon immediately shut up. Compared to money, life is obviously more important. Buzz. The deep roar of the engine, like the footsteps of death, drew closer to everyone. Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, hovered above everyone's heads. After being enhanced by the star core, the gravitational distortion field around its hull caused all the radars of the escort ships below to malfunction, and alarms blared incessantly. Lin Yi's voice came through the loudspeaker. Lazy and casual, yet carrying an irresistible pressure. Everyone, are you all here? It seems everyone had a good haul. Lin Yi sat on the bridge, looking down at the frigates below, each laden with cargo, and nodded in satisfaction. As previously agreed. Lin Yi extended a finger and gently tapped the control panel. Security fee, 20%. Now start lining up to pay. My worker bees will be in charge of weighing the bees. Anyone who dares to cheat will be punished. Lin Yi paused, his gaze falling on a brightly painted assault ship. That was the 9th ship in the sequence, the Phantom, which was quietly activating its stealth engine, attempting to slip deeper into the asteroid belt. It seems someone is trying to renege on their debt. Lin Yi sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Titan, gravity capture. Buzz. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. The Phantom, which had already activated its stealth mode, was instantly pulled out of the void as if by an invisible hand. No matter how loudly its engine roared, it could not escape that terrible gravitational pull. It was forcibly dragged to the front of the Titan warship. Distance, 10 meters. I'll pay right away. The pilot of the Phantom was terrified and screamed frantically into the channel. Don't kill me. I'll give you all my ore. All of it. It's too late. Lin Yi shook his head. The most important thing in doing business is integrity. Since you want to leave, I'll see you off. However, the ship must be left behind to pay off the debt. Whoosh. Hundreds of abyssal golden bees swarmed forward. Sizzle. Less than 10 seconds. That expensive assault ship was dismantled, leaving only the cockpit. The pilot, along with the bare cockpit, was casually tossed by Lin Yi towards the direction of the teleportation portal. As for the remaining parts and ore, they all ended up in the Titan's belly. Is there anyone else who wants to be a troublemaker? Lin Yi looked at the remaining people and a warm smile appeared on his face. I'm a very helpful person, so I repaired his boat for free, until only the cockpit was left. Dead silence. Absolute silence. The next second. Captain Lin! This is my 20%. No, I'll pay 30%. Thank you for your protection. Sirius was the first to rush forward, opening the cargo hold and pushing out the largest piece of star-patterned steel. I'll pay too. This is mine. Me too. Captain, you've worked hard. Let's buy you some cigarettes. In an instant, the elite students who had initially held on to a sliver of hope began scrambling to pay tribute. They were afraid that if they were a step too slow, they would receive the free ship repair treatment. Lei Bao, along with Wan Xin and others, was on the sidelines in a frigate, receiving supplies. He was grinning from ear to ear. They've struck it rich. These upperclassmen are really loaded. Following the boss, you really can make money while lying down. Lin Yi felt pleased as he watched the continuous flow of resources into his pocket. But he was not blinded by immediate gains. He turned his head and looked at the void that had become unstable due to the loss of the star's core. The spatial rift is spreading. He seemed to faintly hear a sigh from a deeper dimension. They ate a little too cleanly. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The secret realm is about to collapse. He picked up the communicator, his tone becoming serious. Fall back. Everyone, proceed to the portal immediately. Those who don't want to be buried with this place, turn your engines up to the maximum. Run! Boom! The Titan warship was the first to turn its bow, transforming into a black streak of light as it rushed towards the exit. Behind them, the shattered star ring began to disintegrate. An even bigger storm is brewing. But for Lin Yi, this was merely the prelude to the next grand feast. Chapter 103 The Secret Realm Collapses? Don't panic, that's my return effect. Deep within the shattered star ring, space resembles a broken mirror, with cracks spreading wildly. Having lost its gravitational anchor point at the star's core, this class of secret realm, which has existed for a century, is heading towards its end. Countless enormous meteorites collided wildly in the void, erupting in silent flames. The chaotic gravitational tides, like an invisible giant hand, were tearing apart every warship that was still struggling. Warning! Gravitational wave peak exceeds critical point. Shield overload. Insufficient engine thrust. We're going to be sucked in. The screams of the elite trainees echoed through the communication channel. Sirius was piloting his warship. The engine nozzles were already reddish-white, but in front of the ever-expanding spatial rift behind him, his speed was as slow as crawling. Despair. Even if they paid protection money, they seemed destined to die before the might of heaven and earth. Just then, a huge, dark shadow loomed down from above. Titan. Abyss Overlord, Starcore form. It did not activate its thrusters, but instead remained as stable as a black hole with its own mass, even amidst the collapsing spatial storm. The gravitational field around the ship distorted the light, and the meteorites that collided with it were captured by the terrifying gravity at a distance of 500 meters from the ship and instantly shattered into dust, turning into a natural shield. Lin Yi's voice pierced through the noisy electromagnetic interference, and rang clearly in everyone's ears. You're moving too slowly. At this rate, you'll be sliced into sashimi by the spatial turbulence before you even reach the door. Looking at the towering giant ship above him, Tianlang gritted his teeth and shouted, Captain Lin! Help your brother out! We've already paid the money! I'm a man of my word. Lin Yi sat in the bridge, watching the rapidly shrinking portal on the radar, and lightly tapped the armrest with his finger. Titan gravitational pull. Take them surfing. Buzz. The void aura at the stern of the Titan warship suddenly expanded. A gentle yet irresistible orange ripple instantly enveloped the dozens of battered and wrecked frigates behind them. The next second, all the trainees were horrified to discover that their warships had gone out of control. They were as if they were bound by invisible ropes, being dragged along by the Titan warship, their speed instantly soaring to the edge of sublight speed. Hold on tight. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. Abyss fusion, full power. Charge them! Boom! The liquid metal at the bow of the Titan warship instantly hardened, transforming into a massive ram. Instead of avoiding the spatial fault that blocked its path, it crashed straight into it, dragging a string of burdens behind it. Bang! The spatial fault is like a thin pane of glass, violently shattered. The raging spatial turbulence was as docile as a breeze in the face of the Titan's gravity armor. The elite students behind them watched this scene through the porthole, their worldviews shattered. Is this the true value of a Class D Overlord warship? View the end of the world as flat ground, and turbulent currents as nothing. Their prized driving skills are a joke in the face of sheer size and force field. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes. The dark blue portal appeared at the edge of the field of vision. Arrive. Lin Yi yawned and casually cut off the traction beam. Due to inertia, dozens of frigates were flung into the portal like cannonballs. The Titan warship, on the other hand, executed an elegant tailspin, its massive hull turning sideways and using its own gravitational field to firmly block the relentless spatial storms that were chasing it from behind. Until the last frigate safely departed. Lin Yi slowly turned the boat around. Looking at the starry sky that was being completely annihilated, he felt not fear, but rather regret. What a pity there were still a lot of scraps that we didn't have time to eat. Never mind, one shouldn't be too greedy. Buzz. The Titan warship transformed into a streak of black light and entered the portal. The next second, the portal collapsed completely, turning into a tiny black dot and disappearing into the void. Galaxy Academy, Back Mountain Teleportation Plaza. Mentor Chinfeng was anxiously watching the teleportation array that was flashing red alerts. The energy reading in the secret realm has dropped to 0? How is that possible? Were they all wiped out? Just as he was about to sound the highest alarm. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of frigates poured out of the teleportation array like dumplings being dropped into a pot, crashing onto the cushioning pad of the square with a clatter. Although they were in a sorry state, some even smoking, they were all in good order, with not a single one missing. Chinfeng hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! The entire plaza behind the mountain suddenly sank. A colossal ship, 120 meters long, entirely black, and radiating terrifying gravitational fluctuations, slowly emerged from the teleportation array. It's too big. Sparks were flying from the very edges of the teleportation array. Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, hovered in midair, blocking out the sunlight. The hatch opened. Lin Yi stood on the elevator platform, holding a half-finished Coke, looking down at Chinfeng and the still-shaken trainees. Professor Chin. Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable domineering air. We don't need to send anyone to the A-level secret realm anymore. Chinfeng was taken aback. Why? Lin Yi took a sip of cola and pointed to the warship behind him that was clearly stuffed. Because it's gone. Literal meaning. I ate them all. Chapter 104, A Triumphant Return. From now on, the elite class will be renamed the mining team. The square behind the mountain was deathly silent. The rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves seemed particularly jarring. Chinfeng stared blankly at the black cruiser that exuded a chilling aura, his mouth agape and his glasses slipping down his nose. Did you finish it all? That's an A-level secret realm. It is the college's century-old resource repository. The veins inside contain hundreds of millions of tons of star-patterned steel ore, along with associated void resources. Just this one trip, and that's it? Lin, are you kidding me? Chinfeng's voice was hoarse. That's a secret realm, not a buffet restaurant. Lin Yi did not explain. He simply waved to Sirius and the others below. Dear customers, now that we've arrived home safely, shouldn't we settle the bill? Security fee, 20%. Don't make me remind you a second time. Tianlang and the others had just recovered from their near-death experience when they heard these words, and their bodies trembled instinctively. That fear of being dominated is ingrained in their very bones. Hand it over! Hand it over right now! Sirius was the first to jump out of the cockpit and nimbly opened the cargo hold. Splash! A huge pile of high-purity star-patterned steel or and void crystals was stacked on the square like a small mountain. Next was the Flame Demon, followed by the other elite students. Dozens of warships lined up to pay tribute. In less than 10 minutes, a mountain of resources was piled up in the square. These resources were obtained through their frenzied mining activities on the outskirts, under the protection of the Titan warships. Even if you only take out 20%, it will still be an amazing fortune. Chinfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched this scene. This is hardly an elite class. These are clearly a group of miners working for Lin Yi. And they paid voluntarily without daring to utter a single complaint. Thunderstorm, inventory, and put into storage. Lin Yi didn't even glance at those resources. Titan could only eat these kinds of ores as snacks. Yes, boss! Lei Bao, along with Wang Xin and the others, excitedly began moving things in their engineering mechs. They are now Lin Yi's staunch confidants, and seeing their boss so powerful, they have straightened their backs considerably. Lin Yi stepped off the elevator platform and walked straight up to Chinfeng. Professor Chin. Can this mining mission be considered a complete success? Chinfeng looked at the mountain of resources, then at the rebellious students who were obediently queuing up, and nodded with a wry smile. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. However, Lin Yi, you destroyed the secret realm. What will the school board do about it? That was an act of God. Lin Yi interrupted him, his eyes open and honest. The star core was unstable and exploded on its own. There was nothing I could do. I almost lost my life trying to save my classmate. As he spoke, he pointed to the layer of liquid metal on the surface of the Titan warship that had not yet been fully absorbed. Look, the paint on my boat is peeling off. Chinfeng's lips twitched. Paint peeling? That's clearly the luster of an evolved form. But he dared not refute it. because he keenly noticed that a few people were missing from the returning team. The secret task force of the Inquisition has disappeared. There wasn't even any wreckage left. Shinfeng was a smart man. He gave Lin Yi a deep look and lowered his voice. Some things are better left unsaid. Things haven't been peaceful at the academy lately, and you've been too high profile. Someone's keeping an eye on you. Lin Yi smiled. That smile was like a ferocious beast baring its fangs. Staring at me? Then let them keep a close eye on it. Don't let yourself die without even knowing how you died. Lin Yi patted Shinfeng on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the pile of resources. Thunderstorm, hurry up. Get this trash out of here, we need to have a meeting. Regarding the rules for the elite class in the future, and how to improve the efficiency of this group of miners. Tianlang and the others listened from the side, feeling a bitter taste in their mouths. It's over. Now I'm a full-fledged wage earner. But looking at the massive black ship hovering overhead, no one dared to utter a single word of no. In this world where might makes right. Lin Yi's fist is now harder than anyone else's on this planet. This day, the history of the Star River Academy's elite class has been rewritten. That once prestigious and scheming elite circle has been completely reduced to Lin Yi's private resource extraction team. The person who started all of this was sitting in his number 01 berth, watching the data on the system panel surge again, and thinking about the next target to feed. Being a D-level overlord is just the beginning. Lin Yi stroked the core crystal extracted from the star core in his hand. Next, it's time to prepare to aim for sea level. I heard that the remains of a void mothership are buried in the ancient battlefield ruins of the 7th district of the Federation. The flames of greed burned ever brighter in his eyes. Chapter 105 Target, Rank C. The Forbidden Zone of Death in District 7. Berth 01 is brightly lit. The colossal titan, the Abyss Overlord, hovered silently in midair. The liquid metal on its surface pulsated slowly, as if breathing, each rise and fall radiating a chilling pressure. Below the berth, Lei Bao and his team were directing engineering robots to sort and store the massive amount of resources brought back from the shattered star ring. Star pattern steel ore, warehouse number 3. Send the void condensate to the cooling pool. Hurry up! Don't keep the captain waiting! Lei Bao roared at the top of his lungs, but his face was filled with undisguised excitement. Although he became a laborer, seeing his credits and resource shares steadily increasing in his account, this was probably the most enjoyable job he had ever had in his life. Inside the bridge, Lin Yi sat on the captain's chair, which was carved from a single piece of void crystal, with Titan's attribute panel floating in front of him. Battleship Titan. Abyss Overlord, Star Core form. Rank LV, 35 D rank. Overlord. Armor value, 1 million. Energy value, 500,000. Current status, energy overflow, evolutionary bottleneck reached. D-Class Overlord. Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, his brows slightly furrowed. Although the Titans are currently invincible among their class and can even go head-to-head with ordinary C-Class warships, they still have a long way to go before becoming true interstellar giants. Class C, Battleship. That was a qualitative leap. At that level, warships will no longer be limited to physical combat, but will begin to engage in energy fields and rule-based attacks. System, list the promotion criteria for level C. Promotion path is being planned. Target, Tier C Battleship, Abyss Series. Core Requirement 1, Source 1 million, already satisfied. Core Requirement 2, a Void Soul, of Lord rank or higher, or a complete Bio Mothership Core, X1. Core Requirement 3, the ship's hull material must undergo pseudo-energy recasting. The soul of the void? The core of a bio mothership? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The Mother Nest class command ship that was destroyed in the Shattered Star Belt last time, although it was also a Lord class, had its core used to repair the engine and strengthen the armor, and did not retain its complete soul. To get promoted, I need to find another big shot. Moreover, they must be the kind of big guys who have independent consciousness and can even build mental networks. Federal District 7. Lin Yi brought up the star map and locked his gaze on a black skull area marked as extremely dangerous. That was the final battlefield of the First Void War, a century ago. It is said that the Federation assembled 10 full-strength fleets and paid a heavy price to kill a Dominator-class Void Queen there. The Queen Mother's corpse still floats deep within the 7th district, forming a forbidden zone of death filled with mental pollution and ghostly signals. This is it. Lin Yi stood up, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The corpse of a Dominator-level being. How many source points would that be? How many rare materials are there? Drop. The communicator suddenly rang. It was Major General Rosen. Lord Lin Yi. Rosen's voice sounded somewhat tired, with the background noise of battle reports. I heard you've been gathering intelligence on the 7th District? You're quite well informed. Lin Yi didn't hide anything. I'm going there to buy goods. Help me get a pass. Rosen was silent for a few seconds, then his tone became serious. Lin Yi, this is no joke. The 7th District is known as the Captain's Graveyard. It is filled with a high concentration of void echoes. If an ordinary warship enters, the captain will suffer a mental breakdown within 10 minutes and become a madman who only knows how to kill. Moreover, some unclean things have recently appeared there. Not clean? Lin Yi laughed. He glanced at the Titan warship behind him, which exuded an abyssal aura and had even devoured void thunder dragons. General Rosen, have you forgotten? My ship wasn't exactly clean to begin with. It eats meat. Rosen was momentarily speechless, then gave a wry smile. All right. I'll issue you the pass. But the military won't provide any support. If we lose contact, we'll immediately seal off the area and subject it to indiscriminate artillery fire. That's how it should be. Lin Yi hung up the call and received an encrypted electronic pass. He walked out of the bridge and onto the elevator platform. Lei Bao and the others below immediately stopped what they were doing and all looked over. Boss, another big job? Lei Bao's eyes lit up. Not this time. Lin Yi shook his head. This place is a bit eerie. If you go there, you'll just be food for the enemy. I'm going to District 7. Upon hearing the words, 7th District, Lei Bao and the others turned pale instantly. That's forbidden territory in federal textbooks. It is a cursed land that makes one uncomfortable even to look at a picture of it. Keep an eye on the house. Lin Yi patted Lei Bao on the shoulder. Get those resources sorted out. When I get back, I hope to see my account balance increase by a few more zeros. After saying that, he turned and jumped onto the Titan warship. Titan activate. Target, Federal District 7, Ancient Battlefield Ruins. Let's go and taste the flavor of the ruler. Rumble. The 120-meter-long black behemoth slowly rose into the air under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The void halo at the tail suddenly exploded, tearing through space. The next second, Titan vanished from the spot. All that remained was the lingering abyssal aura in the air, and a group of bewildered miners. Chapter 106 Mental Pollution? Sorry, my warship only eats high-protein food. Federal District 7, the outskirts. The space is like a shattered mirror, reflecting bizarre and colorful hues. There is no starlight here, only a grayish-brown mist permeating the void. Dead silence. Suppression. It was as if countless eyes were peering into the depths of the mist at the intruder. Buzz. Space distortion. Titan, the Lord of the Abyss, appeared out of nowhere. As soon as they emerged from warp mode, piercing alarms blared wildly inside the bridge. Warning! High-intensity psychological interference detected. Warning! Void echo concentration, S rank. The shipboard AI logic is malfunctioning and is being reset. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, feeling as if countless flies had crawled into his mind, buzzing incessantly. It felt as if countless people were whispering, screaming, and crying in my ears. That was the resentment of millions of warriors who died here a century ago, combined with the energy of the void to form spiritual pollution. An ordinary person here, even with protective clothing, would go crazy instantly. Is this what they call uncleanliness? Lin Yi rubbed his temples, his eyes suddenly turning cold. It's noisy. He slammed his hand on the control panel, his inner abyss pounding violently. Titan, abyssal field, full activation. Swallow all that noise. Buzz. On the surface of the Titan warship, the dark red patterns instantly lit up. A more domineering and malevolent aura than the echoes of the void erupted from the center of the Titan. It was like a hungry wolf that had broken into a flock of sheep, its jaws wide open. The mental ripples that attempted to invade the ship's hull were torn apart, and devoured the moment they came into contact with the abyssal force field. Triggering trait, Abyssal Devour, Mental Side. Absorb Void Resentment, Mental Power +10/+10. Captain's mental threshold increased. The noise in my mind vanished instantly. Instead, there is a cool and full feeling. Lin Yi shook his neck, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Psychological attack? For me, it's a supplement. After wiping the flies from his ears, Lin Yi looked at the radar. The screen was filled with static, strong magnetic interference rendered conventional detection methods completely ineffective. But within the vision of the Eye of Insight, this fog has nowhere to hide. He could clearly see a huge, black hole-like shadow 500 kilometers away. It was the corpse of a biological warship that was 50 kilometers long. Void Queen. On the only way to the Mother Queen's corpse, hundreds of warships floated, appearing and disappearing in the distance. They were entirely white, with no signs of life on their hulls, but their engines were silently burning with eerie blue flames. That was the Ghost Fleet. The undead warship resurrected by the power of the void. Beep beep beep. A red dot suddenly appeared at the edge of the radar. More than a dozen ghost warships emerged from the mist. They were old-fashioned Federal frigates, with tattered armor and rusted gun barrels, but they were extremely fast. There was no communication and no warning. Like a pack of mad dogs, they locked onto Titan and launched torpedoes wreathed in green flames. You didn't even say hello? Lin Yi watched the ghost torpedoes hurtling towards him with an indifferent expression. Since he's dead, he should just lie there quietly. Titan, liquid armor, diffusion. Gravity zone, 200 times. Boom! A terrifying gravitational field descended instantly. Before those ghost torpedoes even got within 500 meters of Titan, they were crushed by gravity. Immediately afterwards, the Titan warship disintegrated, turning into a sky full of dark golden liquid metal. They coalesced in the void into enormous metallic maws, which bit down on the charging ghost warships. Click! Click! There was no explosion. Only the chilling sound of chewing could be heard. Those so-called ghost warships were as brittle as biscuits in front of the liquid metal made of S-class void adamantite. Their prized, ethereal characteristic becomes completely ineffective under the devouring rules of the heart of the abyss. Whether it was the physical armor or the undead energy attached to it, everything was forcibly stripped away and digested by the Titan. Disassembled 12 ghost frigates. Gained source points plus 12,000. Obtained Soul Crystal Miniature X12. Soul Crystal? Lin Yi looked at the few dusty little stones in his hand. The system indicates that this is a top-tier material for enhancing the warship's psychic resistance. Good. Lin Yi threw the crystal into his mouth. No, he threw it into the system's conversion furnace. He looked toward the even larger ghost fleet deep within the mist and licked his lips. Although it's expired canned food, the quantity is large. Titan, don't be shy. It's time for the buffet. The liquid metal behemoth let out a joyful hum, transforming into a golden torrent that rushed into that forbidden land of death. Wherever they went, the wailing and howling turned into the sounds of chewing food. This day, the undead in District 7 finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the living. Chapter 107 So-called heroic souls? Sorry, you're just expired batteries. Deep within the mist, the core waterway of District 7. The density of floating debris here is 10 times higher than that of the surrounding area. The massive, dark gold hull of the Titan Abyss Overlord resembled a red-hot knife, forcefully slicing through this deathly silence that had been frozen for centuries. ZZZZZ. On the radar screen, the interference signal that was originally a snowy mess suddenly coalesced into a giant skull symbol. Ahead, a fully fledged ghost fleet lies silently across the middle of the shipping lane. The number exceeds 1,000. Leading the group was a battered and wrecked battlecruiser that still exuded the overwhelming power of a top-tier D-class ship, the Immortal. That was 100 years ago, the flagship of the Federation's 7th Fleet. It is said that its captain, Iron Bones, Raymond, once led his entire crew to crash into the Void Queen when they were out of ammunition and food. At this moment, the hull of this heroic warship was ablaze with pale white ghostly flames, and its cannons were pointed directly at the intruders. A public broadcast, filled with static yet carrying a certain tragic will, forcibly cut into Lin Yi's communication channel. This is the Federal 7th Fleet's defense zone. No strangers allowed. This is forbidden territory. Turn back or die. His voice was old, yet it carried an undeniable air of military might. Even though he had been corrupted by the void and turned into a monster, his unwavering determination to defend the front line remained etched in his very bones. Lin Yi sat in the captain's chair, the cola in his hands still unfinished. He stared at the ghostly fleet on the screen, which exuded a tragic aura, his expression unwavering. I even felt a little like laughing. Turn back? Lin Yi put down his cup, leaned forward slightly, and his dark eyes held only cold calculation. Old man, times have changed. The Federation's defenses have long since retreated thousands of light years away. What's the point of you guarding this place if you're just acting as watchdogs for the void creatures? And Lin Yi pointed to the red dots on the radar that represented high-energy reactions. Your energy levels are very high. Instead of letting yourselves rot here, why don't you contribute your surplus value to me? I will take your strength and destroy the void's old home. Isn't that better than you all becoming wandering ghosts here? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication. Immediately following was a roar filled with anger and madness. Death for blasphemy! Boom! Thousands of ghost warships opened fire simultaneously. Pale white ghost torpedoes and corrosive energy beams rained down on the Titan warship. This firepower density is enough to instantly vaporize a conventional Federation fleet. But Lin Yi didn't even activate his shield. If you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a penalty shot. Lin Yi shook his head, a hint of violence flashing in his eyes. Titan, shape reconstruction. Abyss predator mode. Since he's dead, then he should be thoroughly dead. Buzz. The Titan warship's 120-meter-long hull instantly disintegrated in the void. It didn't transform into a shield wall, nor into mechs. Instead, it turned into a dark golden ocean of liquid metal, covering an area of tens of kilometers. S-class characteristics: liquid metal armor, fully unlocked. Fueled by gravity, this ocean of metal resembled a gigantic maw that blotted out the sky, rushing straight towards the barrage of artillery fire. Physical immunity, 80%. Energy absorption is 30%. Those seemingly terrifying ghost attacks, when they hit the liquid metal, were like raindrops falling into the ocean, causing only a few ripples and having no other effect. Instead, the golden ocean instantly enveloped the entire ghost fleet. Zzzzz. The sickeningly loud swallowing sound drowned out all the gunfire. No, what is this? Inside the bridge of the Immortal, the aged will of the undead let out a terrified roar. His prized armor was as fragile as a brittle cookie in the face of this golden liquid. Liquid metal can penetrate anywhere, seeping into the ship's interior through gun muzzles, engine nozzles, and even gaps in the armor. Dissolve. Assimilation. Plunder. Rest in peace. Lin Yi's cold voice was like a divine pronouncement. I have no interest in your glory. I only want your batteries. Boom. The golden ocean suddenly contracted. That ghost fleet, with its thousands of warships, which had once struck fear into the hearts of countless explorers, vanished completely at that moment. Instead, clusters of extremely pure soul energy and metallic essence flowed into the core of the Titan along with the return flow of the liquid metal. Disassemble the battlecruiser, Immortal, undead form. Gained, source points plus 80,000. Received, high purity soul crystal, large X1. Obtained, 5,000 tons of grade D undead alloy. Energy reserves, 100%, overflow. Lin Yi looked at the Titan warship that had reformed. At this moment, in addition to the original dark gold and abyss red, the surface of the ship now has a faint layer of pale white fluorescence. That's the undead intimidation effect that comes with consuming 1,000 souls. It tastes a bit cold. Lin Yi shivered, then revealed a satisfied smile. However, it's very nourishing. He raised his head and looked into the deepest part of the mist. There, a colossal corpse, 50 kilometers long, was faintly visible. That was a real meal. Titan, wipe your mouth. We're going to see that big guy. Chapter 108, Facing the Void Queen. A 50-kilometer buffet feast. At the end of the mist. This is the absolute center of District 7, and also an absolute death zone. Even the echoes of the void became viscous here, as if countless slippery hands were caressing the armor of the warship. Lin Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the bridge, gazing up at the suffocating behemoth before him. The corpse of the Void Queen. It's too big. Its body, stretching 50 kilometers, resembles a floating continent. Although it has been dead for 100 years, its grayish-brown biological carapace still gleams with a metallic luster, and countless broken tentacles stretch across the void like mountain ranges. In its abdomen, there is a huge hole, a fatal wound blasted open by the concentrated fire of the Federation fleet years ago. But at this moment, the wound was emitting a faint purple light. This is the Dominator level. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Even though he was dozens of kilometers away, the heart of the void within him was still pounding wildly, conveying an emotion of both longing and fear. Warning! Overlord-level biological pressure detected. Warning! High-energy reaction source present within the target. Suspected void soul is awakening. Wake? Lin Yi sneered. Dead is dead. Do you expect to come back to life? Titan, heart of the abyss, maximum power output. Suppress it. Buzz. Although the Titan Abyss Overlord's 120-meter-long hull was insignificant in front of the Queen Mother's corpse, the aura it exuded was by no means weak. 100x gravity field fully activated. The dark red abyssal force field, like a sharp knife, pierced the mental force field surrounding the Queen Mother's corpse. Roar! From inside the Queen Mother's corpse came a deep, soul-piercing roar. That was the remnant will of the void rebelling. Countless, void parasites, that had been living on the surface of the corpses were awakened and surged toward Titan like a black sandstorm. Don't get in the way of these grunts. Lin Yi didn't even glance at it. Floating cannon array, abyssal golden bees, all forces attack. Clean it up. Click click click. 20,000, through fission and reproduction, abyssal golden bees transformed into a golden cloud, meeting the black insect tide. This is how S-class troops crush regular soldiers. Wherever the golden cloud passed, the black swarm of insects was instantly devoured, leaving not a trace. Lin Yi piloted the Titan, ignoring the surrounding carnage, and charged straight toward the huge wound in the Queen Mother's abdomen. That's the shortcut to the core. Puff! The Titan warship pierced the Queen's body like a bullet. This place is like a giant biological maze. Everywhere you look, there are dried-up blood vessels and huge fossilized organs. Lin Yi activated the Eye of Insight, his gaze piercing through layers of obstacles and locking onto a purple ball of light at the deepest part. There, a giant crystal with a diameter of over 100 meters floats. It was like a purple sun, illuminating the withered internal organs of the Queen Mother. Around this crystal, countless energies of the void are converging, attempting to reshape the Queen Mother's physical body. Item, Void Queen Core, contains a complete void soul. Grade SS. Status, attempting recovery, 3% progress. Evaluation, this is the perfect sacrifice for upgrading to a Tier C battleship. Consume it, and you will gain the authority of the void. Recovery? Lin Yi stared at the beating core, a wide grin spreading across his face. You want to live? Did you ask my stomach? Lin Yi suddenly pushed the control lever. Titan! Open your mouth as wide as you can. I'll treat you to the buffet's signature dishes for this meal. Rumble. The Titan warship's hull underwent another dramatic change. The liquid metal surged wildly, eventually condensing into a massive, metal-made abyss-like opening at the bow of the ship, hundreds of meters in diameter. Inside the giant mouth is a high-speed rotating gravity-crushing field. It bit into the reviving purple core. Squeak! The soul of the void let out an extremely shrill scream. It's a high-frequency mental shock, enough to turn an ordinary person's brain into mush in an instant. But Lin Yi merely shook his head, a trickle of blood flowing from his nostrils, his eyes growing increasingly fanatical. What are you yelling about? It would be your honor to be a part of me. Swallow it. Activation trait, Greedy Alchemy, Mythical Grade, Overclocking. Activate ability, Abyssal Devour. Sizzle. The SS grade void core struggled wildly inside the Titan's mouth, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. But Titan's liquid metal tightly enveloped it, grinding and digesting it bit by bit. Purple light spread along the hull of the Titan. The originally black armor began to show a strange yet noble purple pattern. That is the power of rules belonging to Class C warships. 10 minutes later. The shrieking stopped. The massive core vanished completely. The Titan warship hovered within the Queen Mother's empty chest cavity, and large areas of space around the ship began to collapse. Ding! Successfully devoured. Gained, source points plus 2 million, 2 million. Obtained core material, Void Soul, complete. The prerequisites have been met. Should we initiate the C-tier battleship upgrade process? Lin Yi wiped away the blood from his nose and looked at the flashing, yes.